Where am I? All around me is a spacious courtyard decorated in the height of luxury. Yet the endless rooms clustered together feel more like a gilded cage, stifling and oppressive. I sprang to my feet, casting my gaze out the window at the unfamiliar sights beyond. Incredulous, I muttered to myself, did I transmigrate? Is this really Konoha village from the world of Naruto? What shocked me even more was, wait, I'm a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan? My name is Hyuga Kyo, and I took in the sight of the grand house before me. The room was empty and barren, with not a single decent piece of furniture to be found. On the table, a pile of instant noodle containers lay abandoned and untouched for days. Could life for a member of the Hyuga branch really be this bleak? In my previous life, even burdened with mortgages and car loans, weighed down by endless pressures, at least I could take care of myself. I never sunk to living like this. Well, since I've transmigrated, shouldn't there be a benefit for travelers like me? I tried calling out, "System." A grating, electronic chime rang out of my mind. Ding. The multiverse check-in system has been successfully activated. I could barely contain my excitement. So there really is a special benefit. Ding. Since the host has never interacted with the system, an explanation will now be provided. This is the multiverse check-in system. Each day you check in, you can receive a random reward from different worlds. Check in for 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 days, and your chance of receiving rare rewards increases. Ding. The system has detected that the host hasn't checked in for 8 years. Would you like to initiate a make-up check-in? What? Make-up check-in? My mind went blank, full of unanswered questions. I understood what the multiverse check-in system was after all. I'd seen it in countless novels in my past life. You just check in each day and receive all sorts of powerful abilities, rising effortlessly without strenuous training, a true dream come true. But how could I have missed 8 years' worth of check-ins? Haven't I just arrived here? Suddenly, inspiration struck, and I realized with a start. This boy named Hyuga Kyo just turned 8. The system was his transmigration gift all along. Unfortunately, the previous owner never awakened the system. He hadn't even had a chance to grow strong before he died. Now, both the system and its power belong to me. Start the make-up check-in at once. I commanded without hesitation. Ding. Would you like to process all 8 years of make-up check-ins in one go? Absolutely. I nodded eagerly. If there's a chance to grow stronger, I'm not about to let it slip away. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the absolute control talent. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the fire release. Great fireball technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked all chakra attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your base stats have increased by 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your base stats have increased by 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your speed attribute has increased by 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength attribute has increased by 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You now possess the physique of a sage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the ninjutsu. Rotation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened wood release. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the fish fruit, mythical zoan type. Azure dragon form. Ding. The sign in system has advanced. Upgraded to C class system. Signing in now yields even greater rewards. Ding. The sign in system has advanced. Upgraded to B class system. Signing in now grants even more powerful rewards. Ding. The sign in system has advanced. Upgraded to A class system. Signing in now offers incredibly powerful rewards. Ding. The sign in system has advanced. Upgraded to S class system. Signing in now brings unimaginable rewards. Ding. The sign in system has advanced. Upgraded to SS class system. Signing in now bestows the most supreme rewards. Within the depths of my mind, an unstoppable current of power surged into my being. I felt as though I had turned into a bottomless well, endlessly absorbing these newfound abilities. The sensation of energy flooding every part of my body was deeply satisfying. I was astounded by the sheer strength of this system, especially the moment I obtained the fish fruit, mythical zoan type, Azure dragon form. The very same power wielded by Kaido in the anime One Piece. Kaido, hailed as the world's strongest creature, could bring down his foes with a single strike, bearing dragon horns and a colossal war club. Every blow roaring with unstoppable force. Possessing such overwhelming power was the very image of the hero I had always dreamed of becoming. I had only just acquired these abilities, yet already I felt an immense strength awakening within me. Even back when the system was just D-class, signing in was enough to earn such formidable rewards. Now the system had evolved to SS class, and the odds of receiving the most extraordinary prizes had multiplied. Who's to say what lies ahead? Perhaps one day, I too could gain more powers like Kaido's, and ultimately transform into a dragon so vast it blots out the sky, sweeping away all adversaries with effortless might. Just as I was savoring the surge in strength, a torrent of overwhelming energy suddenly coursed into my body, sending waves of excruciating pain through me. It felt as if my muscles were being torn apart, my body undergoing a fierce transformation, growing tougher and stronger with every pulse. In the world of Naruto, even Kage-level fighters have rather fragile bodies. But now, having merged with Kaido's template, I possessed not only tremendous offensive power, but also a body of unrivaled resilience. World apart from those ninja who relied solely on skill. I clenched my teeth, cold sweat beating on my forehead, but deep inside, a thrill of excitement burned. After a long while, my breathing gradually steadied, my body radiating heat, skin flushed a faint red from the soaring temperature. I watched as my white robe slid off my shoulders, my reflection in the mirror revealing a towering, powerfully built figure. I've grown taller, and my body's so much sturdier than before. Staring at the white robe split open at the chest, exposing firm muscle and sculpted shoulders, I could hardly contain my astonishment. So this is the power of the fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. Not only does it grant overwhelming strength, but my defenses are incredible. Even kunai can't pierce my skin. Grabbing a kunai, I pressed it into my flesh. The blade didn't leave a mark, my skin hard as steel. With the sage body would release an absolute control talent I gained from the sign, and my abilities are growing at an astounding rate. I've only just acquired these powers. If I can fully master them, I might truly become invincible. The system's power is nothing short of miraculous. Gazing into the mirror, I saw a striking yet determined face. There was a subtle wildness in my eyes, a dragon, like majesty. My spine stood straight and proud, as if telling the whole world that nothing could make me falter. After a long while, Hyuga Kyo finally calmed down. He could feel this unprecedented strength surging within him, a power that banished all doubt, leaving only serenity and exhilaration in its wake. That fruit, embodying the form of the Azure Dragon, seemed to have bestowed him with the true spirit and courage of a dragon, filling him with unshakable fearlessness. He turned his eyes to the system, categorizing the rewards he had received. The first category is physical abilities. The most important is the fish fruit, mythical beast type, Azure Dragon, then the sage body and the wood release. The rest are supportive ninja techniques. These three gifts have granted me an incredibly powerful physique. Ordinary jutsu barely pose any threat to me now. And of course, I've acquired several new ways to attack with overwhelming force. Hyuga Kyo's expression remained composed. The Azure Dragon form of the devil fruit granted him the body and stamina of a true dragon, along with formidable attacks like the thundering 8 trigrams. The sage body significantly enhanced his recovery speed, vitality, and granted him chakra reserves far beyond those of ordinary people. Two abilities that complemented each other perfectly. While the wood release didn't offer much physical enhancement, it provided him with a versatile array of offensive techniques. The second category is innate talent rewards, absolute control. This innate talent, absolute control, is at times even more crucial than power itself. Hyuga Kyo contemplated in silence. I can sense it distinctly. With this talent, I have complete mastery over every muscle and ounce of strength in my body, allowing me to tap into my full potential. Perhaps the reason these various powers can blend together so well isn't solely because of the system. The absolute control I possess through this talent is just as vital. Blessed with absolute control, his mind grew calm and efficient, allowing him to analyze everything around him with relentless logic and to maintain total command over himself. Every factor could be quantified and rationally calculated. Sometimes, this way of thinking proved even more valuable than sheer power. The third category is item rewards. Through repeated sign-ins, not only did I gain new abilities, but I also obtained a storage ring, kunai, ordinary swords, and a substantial amount of money. Right now, my wealth could rival that of a small nation. A glint of excitement flashed in Hyuga Kyo's eyes. Money was just as essential to a ninja. Although the world of Naruto rarely dwelled on wealth, the truth remained. Every stage of a ninja's training and growth demanded a steady stream of resources and funds. Only with such support could a ninja's chakra increase rapidly and their body grow ever stronger. Many ordinary people fail to progress in life for one crucial reason: a lack of the right environment and resources. System, show me my personal stats. Hyuga Q issued the command decisively, preparing to thoroughly understand his current state. Host, Hyuga Q, age, 8, bloodline, Otsutsuki Amura bloodline, 46%, caged bird, sage body, devil fruit, fish fruit, mythical beast type, azure dragon form. Talent, absolute control, mastered skills, would release, rotation, fireball jutsu, water dragon bullet jutsu, fire dragon bullet jutsu, lightning release, earth walk, clone jutsu, throwing technique, gentle fist. 16 palms, water release, drizzle, and more. Assets, 7.2 billion. Items, storage ring. Hyuga Q had instructed the system to disregard any irrelevant items, so ordinary weapons were not tallied. My abilities aren't bad, but despite all this power, I still lack enough real combat experience. Satisfied with his capabilities, he remained fully aware of his shortcomings. His gaze lingered on the bloodline entry, and he let out a soft chuckle. 46% purity of Otsutsuki Hamura's bloodline. According to history, Hamura's descendants were split into the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki residing on the moon. Even in those with the purest heritage, the bloodline should only approach 50%. For mine to reach 46%, this difference is nothing to scoff at. As he pondered this, his attention shifted to the fact that he possessed this sage body. Perhaps the sage body compensates for certain deficiencies in my bloodline. After all, the sage body and the bloodline of Otsutsuki Hamura stem from the same origin. If these two can complement one another, it could explain why his bloodline appears so unique. Still, as a member of the branch family, it's no wonder there's always been a faint sense of restraint within my own body. This must be the legendary caged bird. Hyuga Mira's eyes remain calm and steady. Every branch family member is bound by the caged bird fate, an inevitability they cannot escape. He removed the forehead protector, revealing a distinct cerulean wand seal at the center of his brow, like invisible chains that tethered him. Caged bird, an inerasable brand for life, forever shackled by the main house's will? How ridiculous! He smiled faintly. In Hyuga Mira's view, his body was nothing more than a string of data. If a person's will was strong enough, anything could be altered at a whim. He pressed his fingertip lightly against his forehead and whispered, "Release." The caged bird seal was so terrifying precisely because it was etched deep within the brain, and the brain is notoriously complex. Even the slightest mistake could yield dire consequences. But for Hyuga Mira, who possessed absolute control, it was as effortless as breathing. A low hum vibrated through him. The seal in his mind unraveled, and the mark of the caged bird vanished from his forehead, leaving his skin smooth and flawless. In that moment, his untamed spirit and natural authority surged even further, as if no force in the world could bar his path. This is what it means to be a real man. Hyuga Mira let out a cold snort, his gaze now sharp, unwavering, and resolute. Just then, he felt a faint trace of happiness flicker from deep within his body. Hyuga Mira paused in surprise. Was this the lingering joy of the body's previous owner? But it was merely a vestigial instinct. The soul that once resided here had long since faded. This fleeting feeling was nothing but the final imprint left behind. Rest easy. Now that I am the master of this body, I will guard all that is yours. I will lead you to the very summit of the shinobi world, so you may see its most breathtaking vistas. Hyuga Mira's voice was full of conviction, his reflection offering an unflinching, determined gaze. Back in his previous life, whenever he watched Naruto, this particular story arc would fill him with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Hiruzen Sarutobi's indecisiveness always left him disappointed. The actions of Konoha were contemptible, and the other nations were hardly any better. Now that he had found himself in this world, he was determined to rewrite everything, to create an entirely new shinobi world. So, his very first step would be to ignite the fourth Great Ninja War. Tonight, sleep would be elusive. Hinata Kyo made his way swiftly toward the Forest of Death, intent on testing the extent of his current abilities. As long as I can master the Azure Dragon Fruit, grow at a steady pace, and unlock its full power, I'll become stronger and stronger. His Byakugan shone intensely in the darkness. But how will it compare to the Eight Gates technique, I wonder? The Eight Gates was a legendary taijutsu art, one that allowed a top-tier jonin like Might Guy to breach the limits of human ability and stand against even godlike foes. The power of the Azure Dragon Fruit was equally awe-inspiring. His eyes blazed with anticipation for battle. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind sliced through the night. Ninjas were approaching rapidly. Their skills in stealth were formidable, but before Hinata Kyo's Byakugan, they were utterly exposed. One of them was carrying an unconscious little girl in his arms. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga. Isn't today the day Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village signed their peace treaty? In a flash, Hinata Kyo recalled how the original story had unfolded. After the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village had made a show of signing a peace agreement, but restive Cloud ninjas were already plotting in the shadows. Their scheme? To kidnap Hinata Hyuga. He hadn't expected to run into such trouble during a simple training excursion. Hinata Kyo frowned deeply. Truth be told, he had no desire to become entangled in this incident. In a situation like this, regardless of what he did, he would almost certainly be implicated. If these Cloud ninjas died, the Hidden Cloud Village would undoubtedly find an excuse to retaliate, triggering the tragedy that would force Hinata Hisashi to take the blame. But then, a glint of inspiration flashed in Hinata Kyo's eyes. These three before him, weren't they the perfect test subjects? He licked his lips, tried to compose himself, and forced his nervous voice to ring out, trembling just enough to sound convincing. Hinata, who are you people? Why are you taking her? Let her go now. Another Hyuga child? What are the odds? Retsu, should we take him too? With both of them, we could nurture pure Byakugan bloodlines, whispered one of the kidnappers. That's an excellent idea. Why settle for just a pair of Byakugan eyes when we could raise an entire clan of Byakugan wielders? Another agreed approvingly. Three ninjas wearing the headbands of the Hidden Cloud Village appeared on a tree trunk not far away. Their sharp eyes swept over Hyuga Kyo with a predatory glint, excitement flickering across their faces as if they had stumbled upon some precious prey. Their smiles brimmed with malice. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is an exceptionally powerful scouting ability. Unlike the Sharingan of the Uchiha, transplanting the Byakugan comes with almost no side effects. One ninja whispered in a low voice. What an enviable gift to possess, another remarked, unable to hide the yearning in his eyes. A sly smile crept onto the lips of the ninja in the lead. Kid, from this moment on, you're the seed of the Byakugan bloodline for our hidden cloud. Hyuga Kyo's mouth twitched slightly. I just want to test my own strength, but now, you people want to turn me into some kind of experiment? Unforgivable. A sharp sound sliced through the air. The lead Cloud ninja sprang into action, swift as a gust of wind. But through the perspective of the Byakugan, every movement was laid bare before Hyuga Kyo. Even the tiniest twitch of muscle betrayed the enemy's next step. Hold still and don't resist, the leader shouted, his gaze alight with the thrill of dominating his opponent. The rush of superiority nearly sent him reeling with pleasure. Hyuga Kyo gave a careless shrug, his eyes growing icy and dangerous. You talk too much. Villains always fall because they can't keep their mouths shut. Another sharp rush of motion. To his astonishment, the lead Cloud ninja suddenly realized that Hyuga Kyo had vanished from where he stood. How can this be? I'm a seasoned special jonin. I've survived countless battles. How could some brat dodge me so easily? His eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, one of his comrades let out a horrified cry behind him, as if witnessing something truly dreadful. Retsu, above you, move now. Retsu acted on pure reflex, looking up, only to witness a scene he would never forget. There, the Byakugan boy loomed overhead, gripping a massive wooden staff. Purple lightning crackled along its surface, radiating an aura of sheer terror, a force of nature incarnate. A cold, devilish smile played on the boy's lips, wind tugging at the edges of his cloak to reveal powerful muscles tensed at his chest. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Excitement gleamed in Hyuga Kyo's eyes. Not only had he found a weapon large enough in an instant, he had also closed the distance with such speed that his enemy was left paralyzed, unable to react. A deafening crash exploded across the battlefield. Lightning erupted all around as the massive staff, wreathed in thunder, came crashing down, utterly overwhelming the Cloud leader from head to toe. The body was left brutalized, lifeless, vanquished in an instant. There was no breath left in him. Even Hyuga Kyo found it hard to believe at this moment. Is this truly the power I wield now? A special class Jonin couldn't even react in time. I've shattered his body in an instant. A strange light flickered in his eyes. For ordinary ninja, a mere graze from my attack is a guaranteed death sentence. In this world, aside from those who have mastered taijutsu, even the most elite shinobi, the Kaga levels, often lack truly remarkable physical resilience. This meant that throughout the entire shinobi world, only a handful stood a chance of surviving his assault. But this wooden staff is far too flimsy for my strength. He glanced down at the shattered, unrecognizable stick in his hand before tossing it aside without a second thought. Monster, what are you? The 2 remaining Cloud ninja recoiled, pupils shrinking in terror as they backed away, faces drained of color. How can such a creature exist among shinobi? Just brute force alone, reducing people to pieces? Not even Lord Raikage could do that. Fear had seized them completely. The being before them didn't even seem like a ninja anymore, but something truly monstrous. The mangled flesh and widening pools of blood on the ground conjured scenes straight out of a nightmare, churning their stomachs and pushing them to the brink of nausea. Stay back. Seeing Hyuga Kyo approach, Yamanoi cried out, desperate and trembling as he tried to force a tough facade. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll kill her. She's the Hyuga clan princess, isn't she? As a branch family member, aren't you supposed to protect her? So back off. He struggled to remain calm, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as his voice shook uncontrollably. At this point, he'd abandoned all hope of completing his mission. He had only one thought left, to flee back to the hidden cloud village in one piece. The Hyuga Hinata gripped in his arms had become his final bargaining chip. But then he caught sight of a cold, indifferent smile forming on Hyuga Kyo's lips, a kind of composed contempt that sent chills straight to his core. Why are you smiling? Hyuga Kyo's mouth curled up with a mocking sneer. Didn't you just say there's no one else around here? So, why would her life or death matter to me? He cast a dispassionate glance at Hinata, his attitude utterly indifferent. The bond between the branch and main families of the Hyuga clan is nowhere near as harmonious as you might imagine. As far as I'm concerned, the world will be better off if every main family member were dead. His voice was ice-cold as he advanced relentlessly upon the two cloud ninja, contemptuous disdain flickering in his gaze. The air turned thick and heavy. The two cloud ninja exchanged glances, despair and terror mirrored in each other's eyes. The bargaining chip they clung to now held no weight at all. A chill colder than ice gripped them, leaving their whole bodies locked in place. Don't come any closer. Their cries tore through the night, splitting the still air. In the next instant, a flash of lightning exploded. Their voices were cut off abruptly, vanishing entirely into the darkness. Hyuga Q wore a calm expression. I still underestimated my own strength. He gazed at the pit he'd casually struck into the ground, 5 or 6 meters deep, and couldn't help but be amazed inwardly. This only took 30% of my power, even with me holding back. Even so, the force rivals Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength. Through the system's rewards, I've gained not just the Sage Body and the Azure Dragon Fruit, these rare, overwhelming abilities. More importantly, the strength, speed, and physical prowess I've built up over these years have all risen to an entirely new level. He clenched his powerful fist and murmured softly, at this moment, I must already stand at the very summit of the Kage-level ninja. As for whether I can surpass the Kage and reach an even higher realm, that remains to be seen. Just then, a small, timid voice sounded at his side. Hyuga Hinata stood not far away, a hint of nervousness in her gaze as she looked up at the imposing Hyuga Q. Noticing the clan crest on his clothes, she quietly asked, Are you one of my older brothers from the clan? Just now, was Oni-chan trying to hurt Hinata? A pang of guilt struck Hyuga Q as he looked into Hinata's clear Byakugan eyes. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Clearly, Hinata had woken up at some point. She'd overheard everything he'd just said. Of course not. Hyuga Q immediately offered a reassuring smile, crouching down to speak gently. That was just one of my strategies. If I said that, the two hidden cloud ninja would think you were unimportant. Children in the shinobi world are often perceptive and have sharp memories, so he wasn't too worried that Hinata wouldn't grasp his meaning. Hinata nodded, half understanding. Suddenly, a look of anxious stubbornness crossed her face as she struggled to stand. Oh no, Hinata's been kidnapped. Father must be worried sick. Hinata needs to go home right away. She tried hard to get up, but because she'd been drugged with sleeping pills earlier, her body wouldn't obey. Such a worrying child. Watching Hinata wobble unsteadily, yet remain so adorably determined, Hyuga Q couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought Hayashi, so stern, could have such a sweet and well-behaved daughter? He bent down and gently picked Hinata up, feeling how soft and light she was, like holding a bundle of cotton. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. How can I ever repay you? Hinata looked up at him with wide, earnest eyes, her expression full of sincerity and innocence. Hyuga Kyo couldn't help but smile. No wonder so many men want to have daughters. Who wouldn't be charmed by such an adorable and well-behaved little girl? She was not just pretty, but gentle and obedient as well. Soon, he escorted Hinata to a spot not far from the Hyuga clan's main gate. Along the way, he used his wood-release abilities to help mend her body, easing the discomfort that the medicine had caused. If you want to thank me, then promise me just one thing. Hyuga Kyo paused, gently stroking Hinata's hair as he looked into her sleepy face. You mustn't tell anyone that it was your big brother who saved you. Otherwise, it might put me in danger. In the world of ninja, children rarely needed to hide much. But making her promise would help her guard this secret even better. Hinata nodded seriously, her cheeks flushing pink as she replied, I understand, big brother. Her pale eyes sparkled. Will I be able to see you again? Of course. I'm a member of the Hyuga clan too, so our paths will cross again. Watching her face turn warm crimson with excitement, Hyuga Kyo's heart grew heavy with mixed feelings. In the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Hinata skipped and danced her way back to the family residence, full of happiness. Could it be that Hinata already has a fondness for me? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, sitting cross-legged atop the massive trunk of a tree, looking carefree and confident. In the original storyline, Hinata never had her father's approval because of her limited talent. She grew up starved for affection, which made her sensitive and withdrawn. That's why she always felt something special for Naruto, the boy who once rescued her. Especially that tendency of hers to blush all the time. He sighed and pressed a hand to his forehead. I never planned to get involved romantically with Hinata. Not at all. Besides, she's only 3 years old now. There's just no way. At that very moment, furious shouts erupted from not far away. A surge of chakra, infused rage, seemed to explode into the air. Hayashi Hyuga's eyes blazed with fury as he ground out between clenched teeth. Who dares to kidnap my daughter? Hayashi Hyuga's child? I'll kill them. All members of the Hyuga clan, begin a full search of the entire village at once. Don't let anyone harm my daughter. I'll make them pay dearly for this. With those words, he nearly stormed out of the room. But the Hyuga clan alone was not enough. He had to report to Lord Hokage immediately and request all of Konoha's forces to help with the search. Just as he reached the doorway, he came to an abrupt halt. There, right at the entrance, was that adorable little girl, bouncing on her feet, and for a moment, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. In a heartbeat, when everyone was still strung tight with tension, the crisis was suddenly over, and in that moment, the dignified, imposing image of their father took on an unexpectedly comical aspect. Hinata? What are you doing here? Hayashi's voice was thick with astonishment. Hinata's face was soft and earnest. Father, I was kidnapped by a ninja from the Cloud Village. But then a ninja I didn't know saved me. Cloud Village? Hayashi's expression darkened, his tone cold. Just as I thought, Cloud's intentions are sinister. They claim to seek peace, but they're really after the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Only the Byakugan of the main family held true value. If someone seized the branch family's Byakugan, the main family still had a way to destroy it remotely, ensuring the power could never be misused by outsiders. Cloud Village's goal was clear, to steal the Byakugan from Konoha. A frosty glimmer flashed through Hayashi's pale eyes. The brutes from Cloud Village, I swear you'll pay the price. Without another word, he ordered sternly, Go! Report to the Hokage's office now. At that moment, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, hurried to his side. Together, the two made their way towards the Hokage's office. Up in the distant treetops, Hyuga Kage shook his head, utterly uninterested in meddling with the affair. What a pity, Hayashi. In the end, you couldn't make Cloud Village pay the price it deserved, nor protect anyone. You compromised, and in the end, you sent your own brother to shoulder the blame. Was Hayashi truly at fault? In Kage's eyes, he wasn't. The real problem wasn't with Hayashi Hyuga, but with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who no longer possessed the authority or decisiveness of his youth. Under these circumstances, there was no way Sarutobi would support the Hyuga clan. All he cared for was the appearance of stability, nothing more. So, in the end, weakness itself is the greatest sin. If you possessed overwhelming power like Madara Uchiha, who could ever hold sway over your fate? With those words, Hyuga Q turned away, his figure slipping into the shadows of the night. In the days that followed, Hyuga Q's life remained strictly disciplined. Each morning, he would rise with the dawn and run laps in the training grounds, pushing himself through rigorous exercises. Possessing strength is one thing, but to ensure your power grows steadily and to wield it to its utmost in critical moments, now, that is another challenge altogether. This won't do. Q halted mid-stride, his stance straight and upright like a slender bamboo. Though he was only 8, he already stood at a height of 1.70 meters, appearing more like a young man of 16 or 17. He couldn't help but complain aloud. Ordinary training alone does so little for me now. The effects are almost negligible. It was at that very moment that an aggressive voice rang out nearby. Yuyin, we're companions, aren't we? Why can't you agree to be with me? You're just a commoner, and the chance to partner with someone from the Uchiha clan is a tremendous honor for you. No one else would ever get this opportunity. With absolute confidence, Uchiha Lungfing blocked Yuzuki Yuyin against a wall, his gaze unwavering and intense. In his mind, there was no doubt Yuyin was certain to accept his proposal. Yuyin, you know the standing of the Uchiha clan in the village. You should consider yourself fortunate to be with me. Yu Yin's eyes brimmed with fear and apprehension. Her voice trembled faintly as she spoke. I'm sorry, Lungfing. We're just teammates. I don't have those feelings for you. She couldn't fathom why Uchiha Lungfing, who usually seemed so mild-mannered, now appeared so irritable and harsh. The way he looked now made her feel as though refusing him would bring about some terrible consequence. Are you joking with me? Uchiha Lungfing barked, his voice sharp and cold, his expression dark as night. I am the genius of the Uchiha clan, just 14, and I've already awakened Sharingan. I am destined to be the pride of the Uchiha's future. How could you possibly turn me down? Damn it. His breath came in rapid, agitated bursts. In his eyes, the single tomo of the Sharingan spun wildly, seething with resentment toward Yuzuki Yugao. The very first thing I wanted to do after my Sharingan awakened was tell you, I've already lost my brother. Now you want to leave me too? His laughter was on the edge of madness, and a chilling chakra radiated from him, making the air itself tremble. As I thought, women can never be relied upon. There isn't a single one who's trustworthy. With that, his wrist flicked, and in an instant, a kunai appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he lunged for Yuzuki Yugao. He intended to kill her. Yuzuki Yugao's face twisted in panic as she desperately dodged back. He's lost his mind. Uchiha Lungfing had snapped completely, daring to attack a fellow comrade within the village itself. At that critical moment, her eyes suddenly lit up as she noticed a tall figure nearby. She called out at once in a desperate voice. Help! Please, save me! Uchiha Lungfing has gone mad. Only as she fled toward the figure did she realize who it was, Hyuga Kyo. Something about his stature, even his appearance, seemed different for what she remembered, but she had no time to figure it out. Yuzuki Yugao's expression dimmed instantly. For all his effort, Hyuga Kyo's talent was only average. Up against Uchiha Lungfing, who had awakened to Sharingan, he didn't stand a chance. Kyo, let's go. If we don't, Lungfing will really kill us both. Yuzuki Yugao clung tightly to Hyuga Kyo's hand, jaw clenched, determined to drag him away. Even though running together might be riskier, there was no way she'd ever abandon a comrade to save herself alone. Hyuga Kyo, let go of Yugao's hand. You're just a branch family reject, someone shackled by your clan, and you dare to compete with me for a woman? I'll kill you. Seeing them together, Uchiha Lungfing was all but consumed by rage. His eyes blazed blood red, veins bulging on his forehead. You are mine. How dare you hold someone else's hand? What's going on between you and Hyuga Kyo? Whoosh. A sharp slicing sound cut through the air as he moved even faster. Is this what the Uchiha Mad Dogs are like? Awakened the Sharingan after losing a brother, and now letting hatred consume him? Hyuga Kyo frowned almost imperceptibly, reflecting silently. When it comes down to it, no one from the Uchiha clan seemed entirely sane. Every time someone awakened a Sharingan, it brought disaster, or at best, an obsession so deep they'd destroy themselves for the village or the world. Ordinary people would never make such choices. It really did look like pure madness. Kyo, hurry. We're not his match, not against Uchiha Lungfing. He's already as strong as an elite jonin. A look of panic flickered across Mao Yushiyin's face. Her slender fingers clung tightly to Hyuga Kyo's broad hand. Yet, contrary to expectations, Hyuga Kyo stood perfectly still. Shiyin, get behind me. His voice was calm and unwavering. Beneath thick brows, his eyes burned with a resolute and untamable determination. He glanced at Mao Yuxian with a quiet poise. The girl's radiant beauty now seemed even more vibrant and alive. If not for that cascade of purple hair, if it were replaced by black, she would have embodied the quintessential image of a long-haired black-haired girl. And yet, that unusual color, far from making Mao Yuxian seem flamboyant, only added to her gentle and serene presence. I understand. Without thinking, Mao Yuxian did as she was told. But a moment later, she realized she was 2 years older than Hyuga Kyo, so why did she so instinctively obey his command? Hyuga Kyo still did not let go. His hand, broad and warm, seemed to radiate an endless strength. There was an aura of power about him, both reassuring and quietly tense. Hyuga Kyo, do you really think you can stop me? You're nothing but dead weight now, while I'm already a special jonin. Uchiha Lungfing's eyes blazed with fury. When he saw the blush in Mao Yuxian's cheeks, his anger surged all the more. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Xian belongs to me. She's mine, and mine alone. He shouted furiously, slashing down with his kunai toward Hyuga Kyo. Hyuga Kyo merely gave a cold, mirthless laugh, his gaze looking down on Uchiha Lungfing with glacial indifference. No courage at all. Your brother died at another's hand. As a supposed prodigy of the Uchiha clan, what you should do is hone your skill and seek justice for him. But instead of vengeance, all you can do is bully your peers. His voice was deep and commanding, a power in his words that brooked no denial. You really think you're a genius? How laughable. The way I see it, you're just a coward, venting your anger and hatred on those around you, because you can't face the truth. No sooner had he finished than he raised his right hand, and fierce purple lightning erupted from his clenched fist. The crackling thunder seemed to shake the very earth. In a single motion, he seized the kunai in Uchiha Lungfing's grip. Lightning engulfed Uchiha Lungfing, leaving him powerless to resist. With unflinching determination, Hyuga Kyo kicked him high into the air. The rival spun through the sky like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing to the ground in the distance, his fate uncertain. Stop! In that instant, a sharp command echoed through the air. A masked Anbu ninja darted onto the scene, his presence sudden and imposing, eyes filled with vigilance and shock. Everything happened so swiftly that, despite his loud command, the Anbu ninja was powerless to halt Hyuga Kyo's actions. Hyuga Kyo paid him no heed. In the blink of an eye, he had subdued Uchiha Lungfing, who collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless. Attacking your own comrades within the village, Hyuga Kyo, just what do you think you're doing? The voice of the Anbu ninja was cold and resolute. Beneath that fox mask, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes spun wildly. Three-tomo whirled in a maddening dance. He was a member of the Uchiha clan. You've attacked a fellow villager, breaking the rules. I need a reasonable explanation from you. Otherwise, Hyuga Kyo, you'll have to report directly to Lord Hokage yourself. As a member of the Anbu, he knew the name of every ninja in the Leaf Village. Uchiha Shursui stared at the tall Hyuga Kyo before him, inwardly unable to suppress his shock. Was Hyuga Kyo really only 8 years old? Why did he exude such a tremendous sense of pressure? And his height was nearly comparable to a youth of 16 or 17. Those pale eyes of his gave off almost unconsciously an aura of menace, as if the spirit of an ancient beast was staring right through you, sending chills down your spine. The three-tomo Sharingan. Hyuga Kyo's expression was calm, betraying not the slightest concern. He lifted his head a little, showing not an ounce of hesitation or fear as he faced the Anbu ninja. During his service in the Anbu, he once single-handedly defeated an entire ninja squad during the Third Great Ninja War, securing victory with astonishing speed and overwhelming genjutsu, earning the name Shursui of the Body Flicker. He spoke each word deliberately and clearly. It said throughout Konoha that Shursui Uchiha, genius of the clan, is level-headed, a trusted aide to the Hokage. And yet, you come out on a mission without even clarifying the basic situation? Hyuga Kyo let out a scornful laugh. Did you forget to bring your brain with you? His Byakugan was as placid as still water, yet his voice brimmed with authority, a silent promise he could strike at any moment. Seeing Uchiha Shursui's arrival, Uchiha Lungfing struggled to his feet, every movement pained as if his bones had come apart. Fuming, he shouted, "Shursui, arrest this guy right now." His words were dripping with resentment. He's nothing but a branch family member of the Hyuga clan. Who does he think he is, daring to stand in the way of our Uchiha clan? How utterly ridiculous. Today, I'm going to show you, the Uchiha are the mightiest in all of Konoha. Hyuga Kyo didn't even bother sparing Uchiha Lungfing a glance. How arrogant had the Uchiha clan become? Just like what happened today, even if they freely attacked fellow villagers or imposed their will upon others, most of the Uchiha honestly believed it was only natural for them to do so. They viewed the Uchiha as the most powerful force in the entire village of Konoha. What a conceited clan. Hyuga Kyo's cold smile grew more mocking, his expression dripping with sarcasm. No wonder even someone as outwardly amiable as Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer tolerate them. Lungfing, Uchiha Shursui barked out sharply, a dark look clouding his face. He finally realized he'd made a misjudgment. It wasn't Hyuga Kyo who started the fight. Lungfing had made the first mistake. He drew a deep breath and said, "I'm truly sorry, both of you. Lungfeng, your injuries are too severe. I have to take you back to our clan for treatment right away." A wave of headache swept over Uchiha Shursui, a glimmer of helplessness and sorrow flashing through his eyes. He couldn't help but reflect. Why are my clansmen always so impulsive and arrogant? Why do they insist on imposing their will on others? He muttered quietly, "Forcing your will upon others is not the mark of true strength." In that moment, confusion overtook him. He began to doubt whether the convictions he had always upheld were truly right. He nodded apologetically to Hyuga Kyo, then turned and left with Uchiha Lungfeng, not lingering any further. Hyuga Kyo's words continued to burn on his cheeks with a stinging shame. Kyo, the compassionate Uchiha Shursui truly is different from other Uchihas. Hyuga Kyo's public apology was a shock to Yuzuki Yugao. Such behavior might not have seemed unusual in someone else, but for an Uchiha, it was almost unimaginable. Yuzuki Yugao bowed quickly in gratitude, her eyes tinged red. Kyo, thank you, Kyo-kun. If it weren't for you, I have no idea what I would have done today. After what happened, I suppose Uchiha Lungfing will give up and not bother me again. If not for Hyuga Kyo's intervention, Yugao dared not imagine what might have happened. But soon, another worry arose. Kyo, Kuin, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble because I provoked the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan had thrown their weight around in Konoha for as long as anyone could remember. Almost everyone had suffered their bullying in some form. Even the Hokage-san was no exception. They're not nearly as capable of causing me trouble as they think. Hyuga Kyo's expression remained calm as he examined Yuzuki Yugao standing before him. Her eyes were clear as spring water, her teeth dazzling white, and her long violet hair cascaded like silk, carrying a faint, refreshing scent that lifted the spirit. Her lips glowed with a soft cherry hue, radiant with a gentle beauty and quiet grace. It was no exaggeration to say that, with her looks and figure, Yuzuki Yugao could have easily outshone countless celebrities from another world. No wonder Uchiha Lungfing had gone so far for her. If he were punished for this, perhaps he would have thought it worth the cost. The Uchiha clan is nothing but bullies throwing their weight around. As long as you have strength, they're nothing more than a pack of barking curs. Barking curs. Yuzuki Yugao's eyes widened with surprise as she gazed at Hyuga Kyo. His features were delicate, his bearing upright, and his presence effortlessly set him apart from the world. Those pale eyes, cool and detached, seemed unmoved by anything around him. The white robes of the Hyuga clan, plain as they were, took on a free-spirited, unrestrained elegance when he wore them. Is this what a real man is like? A faint tremor flickered in Yuzuki Yugao's eyes as she was overcome with an unshakable sense of reassurance. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Yet, why had she never seen this person until now? She couldn't help herself and spoke up. Next time, if Uchiha Lungfing comes looking for trouble, Kage-kun, would you protect me? Only by truly being strong can one live without fear. Hyuga Kage replied in a calm tone. Instead of complaining, strive to get stronger. No one can protect you forever, not even your parents. After saying this, he turned away and left. Protect Yuzuki Yugao? He had no interest in such things. What a distant, indifferent person. Yugao clenched her fists, a little disheartened. But still, Kage-kun, you did help me today. That shows, even if you appear cold, you have a warm heart. With that thought, a surge of determination suddenly welled up inside her. Just then, a voice called to her from behind, overtaken by delighted surprise. But if you listened closely, you could sense the anxiety shimmering underneath it. Yugao, what are you doing here? Hey, Geku managed a strained smile, the awkwardness playing on his face. What a coincidence. We keep bumping into each other. By the way, who was that just now? He seemed about our age. Yugao's face remained composed, but she didn't answer. Still, there was a faint hint of disappointment in her eyes. He had clearly seen everything just now, but out of fear of the Uchiha clan's reputation, he'd chosen to turn a blind eye, hadn't he? Yugao, do you have time today? Maybe we could take a walk down to the snack street. This calm, almost cool version of Yugao was one Geku Hade had never known. He stammered, hurrying to ask. Maybe next time. I'm a bit tired today. Yugao replied politely, turning away to leave. Some people don't seem different at first glance. But when another person steps onto the stage, the contrast becomes impossible to ignore. At the Ninja Academy, quite a few girls admired Hyuga Kage, but Uchiha Itachi had even more fans. In the world of Naruto, the reason Uchiha Sasuke had so many admirers was not only his good looks, but also his extraordinary talent. In the ninja world, girls appreciated appearance, but skill mattered just as much. Sensei, I want to apply for early graduation as a genin. Hyuga Kage entered the office and addressed his homeroom teacher, Ichiro Ueno. Ueno Ichiro lifted his eyelids. What did you say? You want to apply for early graduation? Although Hinata Q wasn't the worst student in class, he usually hovered near the bottom. And now he wanted to graduate early? Was there something unusual happening today? Still, as a rather disengaged teacher, he didn't pry further. All right, I'll submit your exam application for you this afternoon. Ueno Ichiro handed him a form with a calm expression, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Thank you, Sensei. Hinata Q shrugged, filled out the form, and handed it back. He had expected some resistance in applying for the genin exam, yet the process turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Is it because the Third Great Ninja War only ended recently? During times of war, ninja are more open-minded and eager to prove themselves than in times of peace. So the school must also be more accepting of students applying for early graduation. Hinata Q pondered silently. It did make perfect sense for an era shaped by war. Just then, The office door swung open, and a polite voice spoke up. "Good afternoon, Sensei. I'd like to apply for the Genin exam." Uchiha Itachi walked in as he greeted the teacher. Ueno Ichiro smiled, his eyes flicking between Hinata Q and Uchiha Itachi. "What a coincidence, the two of you. It's rare to have even one student apply for the Genin exam ahead of time in a year or two. Yet today, there are two of you." The two students left the office together. Uchiha Itachi naturally fell in step beside Hinata Q. "Q-kun, you're applying for the Genin exam too? I've heard that the assessment for early applicants is quite tough." Itachi continued. "Rumor has it, the crucial requirement is to defeat at least 2 Genin during the test." He observed Hinata Q's expression from the corner of his eye, only to see a calm composure, as if everything was unfolding as expected. He remembered vividly the shock he felt when he first learned about the exam requirements. Yet Hinata Q didn't seem moved at all, as if it was nothing worth worrying about. "It's just 2 Genin, an easy task." Hinata Q replied in an even tone. 2 Genin? For him, it was a trivial effort, something he could handle with ease. Q-kun really is extraordinary. Inwardly, Itachi was startled. It seems Q-kun's strength has grown even more over this break. That was the conclusion he reached as he gazed into Hinata Q's serene pale eyes, feeling an invisible sense of pressure. This was a true prodigy, someone just like himself. Itachi couldn't help but say, "Q-kun, you really are different from everyone else." Most students squabbled daily over trivial things, like their looks or their classmates' praise. Throughout the year, he'd been challenged by others more times than he could count. But the Hyuga mirror before him was entirely different. He was calm, confident, and independent. Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha asked in slight surprise, "Mirror, have you been deliberately hiding your true strength to avoid unnecessary trouble? That way, you'd have even more time to focus on your training. Why didn't I think of that?" Itachi stared at Mirror with a look of revelation, as if he'd just uncovered a hidden truth. Like himself, Mirror attracted attention from the girls in their class. Yet, Mirror cleverly concealed his abilities, steering clear of all sorts of needless hassles. "Mirror, you're truly smart. You managed to steer clear of trouble and gained yourself that much more time for training." Regret was written all over Itachi Uchiha's face. "Looking back, even though I could always beat those who challenged me, I wasted valuable training time because of it. What's the point of being top of the class? How foolish I've been. Kagami, you're truly brilliant." Excitement suddenly rekindled in Itachi's eyes, and the way he looked at Hyuga Kage was full of admiration and approval. Hyuga Kage thought, baffled. Seeing the expression on Itachi's face, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Itachi Uchiha, just what is going on inside your head? This guy's imagination is wild." Besides their habit of being a bit melodramatic, the Uchiha clan's strongest trait is their tendency to make wild assumptions. Whether it's Sasuke Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, or Obito Uchiha, none are exceptions. Every last one is a master at overthinking. Ninja Academy is, at its core, a place for learning. It's just that many seem to have forgotten that. Hyuga Kage, unwilling to elaborate, merely said offhandedly, "I hope you pass your exam tomorrow." With that casual remark, he turned and walked away. As for Itachi Uchiha, Hyuga Kage had no intention of getting too involved. After all, once Itachi awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would become a complex double agent. At that point, not only would he be tangled up with the Hidden Leaf Village, but he'd be deeply involved with the Akatsuki as well. Simply put, dealing with Itachi Uchiha meant nothing but endless trouble. As he watched Hyuga Kage's figure disappear into the distance, Itachi couldn't help but sigh with admiration. This is the kind of presence a true genius should have. It's just a shame, as a branch member of the Hyuga, Kage has probably already been marked with the caged bird curse seal. Soon after, Itachi returned home. At his doorway, he spotted a familiar figure, short hair a button-like nose, big round eyes, and short sword slung across his back. Delighted, he called out, "Shursui, are you back from your mission?" Shursui Uchiha smiled and nodded. "Of course. This mission was a bit tricky, but I managed in the end. How have you been at the academy lately?" At once, Itachi was energized. "Shursui, I've registered for the graduation exam. As soon as I pass the Genin exam, I'll officially become a Genin." Becoming a Genin meant he could finally start going on missions in earnest, free himself from the confines of the academy, and improve his abilities even faster. "Oh, graduating from the academy at 7? That's the Uchiha genius I'm proud of," Shursui said warmly. "Itachi, your talent is every bit as great as mine. One day, you'll become an outstanding ninja. You'll be a pillar of Konohagakure." His voice was rich with expectation, as if he were already thinking far ahead. At that moment, a sudden thought struck Itachi Uchiha, and his eyes lit up. By the way, sure Sway, there's another prodigy in our class, Hyuga Q. His talent is easily on par with mine. Today, I could feel a powerful presence emanating from him. It was a kind of awe-inspiring authority, a force that left a deep impression. The intensity of his aura was truly overwhelming. Itachi went on to recount the whole incident to Shursui Uchiha in detail. Shursui listened thoughtfully, a trace of curiosity glimmering in his eyes. A new prodigy who can make even you feel threatened? He must be quite remarkable. It seems there's finally a peer among your generation worth calling a rival. And that's a good thing. The two continued their conversation as they made their way toward the training grounds. Soon enough, their friendly sparring began. For the young shinobi of powerful clans, what truly mattered wasn't just talent in bloodline or secret techniques. Having outstanding companions and worthy role models was just as important. Even though I can't yet gauge his true strength, the Genin exam tomorrow is sure to reveal Q's potential. A gleam appeared in Itachi's eyes. This was the first time he had met someone his age who could truly rival him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, Hyuga Q and Uchiha Itachi are requesting to participate in the Genin exams. The teacher in charge spoke with utmost respect, his demeanor full of admiration. After all, the man before him was known as the strongest Hokage in history. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, is it? Both of them are quite gifted. But Aikiru, you do understand what it means to apply for the Genin exam ahead of time, don't you? Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke calmly, gently drawing on his pipe as his eyes casually scanned the profiles before him. In truth, his gaze lingered most on Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, this was the very youth Shursui had spoken of, the one believed to possibly inherit the will of fire. He certainly warranted special attention. As for Hyuga Q, the name was rather unfamiliar. Ranked 5th from the bottom in the class. Still, his willpower appeared strong. Yes, Hokage-sama. Both of them have applied to take the Genin exams early and will be required to face 2 full-fledged Genin in combat. Aikiru Ueno added, they may not pass, but I think they deserve a chance. After all, during the Third Shinobi World War, children of 7 or 8 were sometimes sent onto the battlefield. Sarutobi nodded, then let out a soft sigh. Very well, I approve their request. I'll observe the exam, personally. Tell me, what are your impressions of these two? He looked up at Aikiru Ueno. After all, anyone chosen to carry on the will of fire must first be thoroughly understood, starting with the character of every young ninja. Uchiha Itachi is a prodigy. He's always held the top rank in his grade. As for Hyuga Q, he paused, hesitating for a moment. His grades have always been steady. I suppose he wants to become stronger, but as someone from the Hyuga branch family, he's already been branded with the caged bird seal. Ueno Aikiru couldn't help but sigh. Carrying a shackle like that, how is it any different from being a prisoner? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in understanding. I see. You may go now. His tone was calm, his expression composed. The identity of a Hyuga branch member, in the eyes of the Hokage, simply couldn't compare to the prominence afforded to Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi's gaze grew even deeper, like a bottomless, tranquil lake. Early the next morning, at the number 1 training ground. There are many training grounds in the Leaf Village, but only training ground 1 truly symbolized the will of fire. Whether it's the Chunin exams or official events, they're always held here, and so are the Genin exams. Now, atop the high platform overlooking the grounds, sat Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. This Genin exam isn't just tougher than it was in the original Naruto story. Even after passing, there are new paths you can choose. A thoughtful glint flashed in Hyuga Q's pale eyes. As the Hokage, Sarutobi's presence made it clear that he intended to instill the will of fire from the very start. Yet, what surprised him was that Danzo had appeared as well. So that means if you do well enough in the exam, you could actually choose to follow Sarutobi or Danzo. The corners of Hyuga Q's mouth curled upward, a spark of amusement in his eyes. At that moment, Ueno Aikiru approached and respectfully reported, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, Hyuga Q and Uchiha Itachi have arrived. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile was warm and grandfatherly. Ah, exceptional young ones indeed. The fact that you applied to take the Genin exam early speaks volumes about your talent. One day, I'm sure you'll become splendid ninja of the leaf. With his pipe between his teeth, he spoke gently, almost like a kindly neighbor. I hope I'll live to see you both become the protectors of Konoha. His kindly expression was genuine, but beneath it, his eyes were sharp and unwavering. Danzo Shimura's demeanor, however, instantly cooled. Let's not waste time, Hiruzen. Let them start the assessment right away. If they can't complete even the most basic tasks, such ninja are no different from the useless. His voice was laced with impatience, and a faint chill flickered in his gaze. Hyuga Q stole a quiet glance at Danzo, thinking to himself, this scheming old man so utterly blunt. While Sarutobi works so hard to win hearts and shape his image, Danzo stands here, the embodiment of cold indifference. Anyone with half a brain could tell that no sane person would ever choose to stand by the route, let alone willingly follow Danzo. No wonder Danzo never truly became Hokage. In name, he once held the reins of the village, but that fleeting stint as the 5.5 Hokage hardly counted. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. They're the future pillars of Konoha. They're our family, not merely tools for completing missions. The value of a shinobi is so much more than just carrying out orders. His voice trembled with anger, as if standing up for Hyuga Q and Uchiha Itachi. The next moment, Hiruzen regained his composure, his gentle, grandfatherly smile returning as he addressed Hyuga Q and Uchiha Itachi. Let us begin the exam. It consists of 2 parts. The first is to test your mastery of the 3 basic jutsu, to gauge both your chakra control and reserves. The second part will require you to battle real Genin. Each of you must face 2 Genin alone. He was the very picture of a kind and benevolent elder. Hyuga Q responded with a cold snort. What spectacle! How ironic! Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, was visibly moved and offered a respectful answer. Understood, Lord Hokage. Hyuga Q echoed his reply shortly after. Without delay, the 2 of them performed the 3 basic jutsu seamlessly, passing the first test with little effort. For them, it was nothing to fret over. Next, we move on to the second test. Uchiha Itachi will face off against Shin Yuseong and Tenika Ono. When Oichiro announced the start of the match, Hiruzen's eyes locked onto Itachi, brimming with anticipation. In the past, he'd harbored little fondness for the Uchiha clan, but ever since Shisui Uchiha pledged loyalty to him, everything had changed. Shisui Uchiha had proven himself invaluable. For enemies, the Sharingan was an utterly terrifying force. Yet for allies, it was an unmatched guarantee of power. Uchiha Itachi, this one must not slip away. He must be brought over to my side. At that moment, Danzo Shimura glared with icy resolve. I cannot allow Hiruzen to steal away the Uchiha clan's genius again. The forbidden power of the Uchiha must be brought under my control. Only then can true glory be achieved. Now, both men fixed their unblinking gazes on Itachi. As for Hyuga Q, neither gave him a single thought. Down in the arena, Shin Yuseong sneered. Humph, an Uchiha brat? Don't think a little talent makes you invincible. Geniuses like you are often the first to die on the battlefield. His eyes burned with envy. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained indifferent. Let's begin. Was it jealousy? He had seen this too many times, someone with mediocre talent, envious of prodigies from great clans. You annoying brat. Shin Yuseong spat out viciously. Itachi's calm composure only fueled his fury. With a sudden burst of speed, Shin Yuseong lunged forward, moving as swiftly as lightning. This guy really is the master of pretension. Must run in the family. That presence, that cutting sarcasm. He's taken it to a whole new level. Hyuga Q mumbled under breath, unable to suppress a wry chuckle. It was clear for all to see. Shin Yuseong was the classic example of someone whose resentment toward the talented and strong only exposed his own limitations. And Itachi's cool detachment only deepened Shin Yuseong's sense of humiliation. Suddenly, the air was sliced through by a sharp, ringing sound. Shaoye. Together now, don't hold back. Shin Yuseong shouted. Understood. Shaoye repeated. The 2 exchanged a quick glance, then flanked Uchiha Itachi, attacking from both sides with remarkable speed. In an instant, Itachi found himself surrounded, with almost nowhere to go. Kid, this is the end for you. Shin Yuseong sneered, his lips curling with cruel satisfaction as he stared at his beleaguered opponent. Memories of past humiliations, times he'd been shamed by the Uchiha clan, came flooding back. He could still feel the sting of their scornful gazes, their utter contempt, searing into his pride and shattering his self-esteem. Now, only by defeating this Uchiha prodigy could he hope to erase that disgrace. Only then could he truly feel vindicated. To find hope amidst despair, that is the true path of the ninja. Itachi's voice echoed softly. In the depths of Itachi's black eyes, a brilliant light flickered and grew. A low, tense vibration pulsed through the air. Suddenly, a flash of crimson split through the gloom. A pair of Sharingan, each bearing a single tomo, ignited in his gaze, the blood, red hues burning with astounding intensity. The Sharingan? That's impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo both leapt to their feet, eyes blazing with shock. The Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi awakened his Sharingan at just 8 years old. They locked eyes, each face resolute, neither willing to give ground. Sarutobi whispered, Uchiha Itachi must not fall into the hands of the Foundation. Danzo replied coldly. Such power must be brought under my control. Hunger gleamed in their eyes. But while Sarutobi concealed his greed beneath a well-practiced mask, Danzo made no attempt to hide his ambition. At that moment, Tianzhong Xiaoya bellowed, hands twisting rapidly into seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A roar erupted. Chakra surged within him, transforming into immense energy before bursting from his lips, a colossal fireball hurtling toward Uchiha Itachi. The fireball swallowed Itachi whole in a blaze of crimson flame. With a thunderous crash, the fireball exploded violently. No matter how gifted a child is, he's still just that, a kid who knows nothing of real combat, came the scornful shout. But just then he suddenly heard a calm, collected voice by his ear. You've lost. A cold sensation pressed against him, a kunai's sharp tip at his throat. Tenshu Koyano's entire body froze. Slowly, he turned his head and saw Uchiha Itachi's tranquil, blood-red Sharingan. At this moment, the kunai was right at his neck. What a spectacular fight! Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet, clapping enthusiastically. In his eyes gleamed a look of eager anticipation. He used the body replacement technique ahead of time, predicting his opponent's moves with pinpoint accuracy. Such keen perception is exceedingly rare, even among the strongest shinobi. Most importantly, Xing Yuxian's abilities had already reached the level of a chunin, yet he was still defeated by Uchiha Itachi. An 8-year-old chunin, already awakened to the single Tomo Sharingan. A talent like this must firmly be held in my grasp. Shimura Danzo's gaze, meanwhile, grew colder and more covetous. The first match goes to Uchiha Itachi. For the second match, Hyuga Mirror will face Akimichi Hara and Murakami No. With the referee's announcement, Hyuga Mirror stepped onto the arena. Across from him stood Akimichi Hara and Murakami No. Although both were older, their presence on the field was vastly overshadowed by Hyuga Mirror. His tall, graceful figure and commanding air made it feel as if he were the elder and the true powerhouse among them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he watched the youth standing straight as a bamboo stalk in the center of the stage. Such aura, remarkably strong. His pupils contracted, shock flickering in his eyes. Although just a boy clad in white training clothes, he exuded an unstoppable sense of dominance. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that Hyuga Mirror is still concealing some hidden abilities? Presence is not something one can fake. Shimura Danzo glanced at Hyuga Mirror dismissively, then slowly closed his eyes. A child of the Hyuga clan? No matter how strong, what does it matter? In the end, they're nothing but birds locked in a cage. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across his face. The power to imprison and control one's subordinates should belong to him alone. The Hyuga clan, truly a vexing force to contend with. In the arena, Akimichi Hara smiled amiably and called out, "Shall we begin? Let's be careful with each other." Hyuga Mirror nodded in response. Members of the Akimichi clan were usually gentle and kind-hearted. Hara, as evaluators of our opponent's skills, we can't afford so much as a moment's carelessness. Murakami No gave a cold snort, a sly glint flashing across his lips. His eyes, burning with jealousy, stayed locked on Hyuga Mirror. Only through a harsh contest will these prodigies understand the cruelty of the shinobi world. Hayashi's gaze turned icy as he replied with a faint, mocking smile. "You talk too much. Is bragging the only thing you're good at? You bastard." In this world, there are always people of mediocre ability who push the blame for everything onto others. Might Dewey, born with ordinary talent, once single-handedly fought against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His son, Might Guy, likewise lacking in natural gifts, reached the rank of elite jonin through sheer hard work and dedication. He even nearly defeated Madara Uchiha, leaving powerful peers like Kakashi Hitaki far behind. Narrow-minded, you're stuck seeing only what's right in front of you. Hayashi stood with an arrogant air, exuding the aura of a god gazing down upon mortals. Arms crossed, he looked down on everyone with open disdain in his eyes. Pitiful, that's the true limit of your vision. The atmosphere froze suddenly, and everyone was stunned by what just happened. Ichiro Ueno's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to trust what he was seeing. Was this really the usually polite Hayashi? How did he suddenly seem more like a domineering king? Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were both lost for words, exchanging glances as a single memory crossed both their minds. A unique presence from their childhood, Madara Uchiha. That same posture, arms folded, that same overwhelming presence. Hiruzen took a deep breath. If it were a member of the Uchiha showing this kind of forcefulness, it would make sense. Madara himself was just like this. But the Hyuga clan has always been gentle. Who would have imagined they could produce such a domineering figure? He couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling as if all of this was as strange and dreamlike as an illusion. On the battlefield, Murakami Yo lost all restraint. I'll kill you. At that moment, every strategy he'd agonized over the night before was thrown out the window. All he could think about was making Hayashi pay for his words. Quickly weaving hand signs, he roared, "Earth release, pebble barrage." In an instant, countless egg-sized stones hurtled toward Hayashi in a violent torrent. The feeble resistance of an insect. Hayashi chuckled lightly and, almost lazily, unfurled scroll. With a puff of smoke, he pulled forth a gigantic hammer, the very weapon he'd painstakingly chosen yesterday after searching 5 or 6 different weapon shops. He cut an imposing figure at nearly 1.74 meters tall, and the massive hammer in his hands was nearly as tall as he was. The hammer's thick, brutal design sharply contrasted with his own appearance, creating a powerful visual impact. Isn't the Hyuga clan known for their gentle fist? Since when did they start using hammers? The surrounding spectators were utterly bewildered. In the very next moment, a thunderous sonic boom shattered the air. Accompanied by a roar as loud as thunder, Hinata Kyo swung his massive hammer in rapid succession, effortlessly knocking aside the hard, fine stones before him. How is this possible? Earth style. Fine stone is a B-rank ninjutsu. How could it be undone so easily? Murakami Yano's pupils constricted, and he shouted in disbelief. But Hinata Kyo allowed him no time to react. In an instant, he sprang forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking open. He shot out like an arrow loosed from its bow, hefting his enormous hammer high. With the speed and force of a cannonball, the hammer arced toward Murakami Yano, casting a colossal shadow. A wave of unstoppable might bearing down. I can't win. If that hammer hits, I'll be dead for sure. Yano shook from head to toe, terror overwhelming him and draining away any will to fight. I give up. I surrender, he cried out, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees. A split second later, another deafening crash erupted. The great hammer, wrapped in a fierce gust, struck the wall behind Yano with full force. The impact left his ears ringing, as if all the blood in his body had stopped flowing. His eyes were wide with shock, every muscle frozen. Behind him, the wall crumbled and crashed down. At least you're wise enough to concede, Hinata Kyo said, slowly lowering the hammer. He glanced down at the dents along its head, frowning slightly. This hammer isn't much. Looks like I'll need to find a chance to replace it with something sturdier. After all, it was just an ordinary steel weapon, hastily chosen, much like a kunai in quality, but hardly a match for his sheer strength. Someone nervously swallowed, cold sweat sliding down the foreheads of everyone watching. Akimichi Hara's voice trembled as he involuntarily stepped back. This has to be a joke, right? Is that the kind of strength a human can even possess? He brought down the whole wall with just one blow. Even my dad probably couldn't do that. Such force defied comprehension. They were all gripped by fear. This is supposed to be a sparring match. Why did it become so terrifying? Whispered more than one onlooker. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood utterly stunned. With stiff motions, he turned to look at Ueno Ichiro, still reeling from the shock, unable to regain his composure. Hinata Kyo, to have such overwhelming power, did you know about this as his teacher? Murakami Yano, a chunin, had merely intended to test Hinata Kyo's abilities. By the end, however, it felt more as though Hinata Kyo was the one testing him. Such raw power was truly staggering. Even Tsunade's legendary monstrous strength wasn't this outrageous. Ueno Ichiro's voice quivered as he forced a strained smile. Perhaps, over the summer break, Kyo's gotten even stronger? Even stronger? Sarutobi Hiruzen found it almost impossible to believe. He watched as chunks of stone continued to drop from the shattered wall, growing more incredulous the longer he looked. This is the first time Arena 1 has been destroyed like this. Uemura, Ikaru, even Tsunade with her monstrous strength never did such a number. And you're telling me Hyuga Q just got a bit stronger? His entire face was written with disbelief. The Hyuga clan was always famed for their refined, gentle fist and subtle use of force. How could a berserker like this emerge from among them? Maybe this is what they call the extreme swinging to its opposite, just like Shursui Uchiha, who, despite coming from the rebellious Uchiha, ended up being such an ardent pacifist. On the arena, Hyuga Q paid no attention to the looks from those around him. The first one, eliminated. You're next. He glanced at Akimichi Jin, the massive hammer in his hand, dragging across the ground with a sharp, grinding scrape. Each step he took tightened the air a little more. Akimichi Jin's expression froze. Brother, you're my own brother. Is this really necessary? We're just sparring. No need to go this far, right? His voice quivered, clear fear written in every word. This had to be a joke. Even after rising to Chunin, with taijutsu as his forte, he knew full well that standing against Hyuga Q was out of the question. Don't worry, I'll hold back as much as I can, Hyuga Q said mildly, then raised the huge hammer and brought it down in a flash. Secret technique, partial expansion jutsu. Akimichi Jin's arms instantly swelled, stretching out to nearly 3 meters long. His gaze sharpened as he shouted, deep and unyielding. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I won't just give up. Show me what you're really capable of. The Akimichi clan was always known for their stubborn fighting spirit, especially in the heat of battle. Not bad, good spirit, Hyuga Q commented. The next moment, Akimichi Jin was sent flying by a surge of brute force, a thunderous crash echoing through the arena. In truth, Hyuga Q had restrained most of his strength. Rather than smashing him away, it was more like giving him a mighty shove. Akimichi Jin wasn't really hurt, but his arms were numb from the impact, limp and unresponsive. That strength is just terrifying. His pupils shrank, arms trembling uncontrollably. My expansion jutsu should give me a Jonin's power, but I couldn't even last a moment against you. You're not even human, are you? He gave a rueful shake of his head. I thought I could go easy, but now I see the only joke here was me. I can see. Akimichi Harahara forced a bitter smile and admitted defeat. Your strength is overwhelming. There's no way I can beat you. I can't even lift my arms now. I never imagined that, even after using the expansion jutsu, increasing my own power, I still wouldn't be your match. He still wanted to keep fighting, but his arms hung limp. There was simply no way to continue. What terrifying strength! To punch right through a wall. The walls of the training arena are 3 times thicker and sturdier than ordinary walls. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils constricted as he spoke, full of awe. Even Tsunade, famed for a monstrous strength, might not be able to show such terrifying power. The Hyuga clan is always renowned for gentle fist and technique, and yet, here emerges a ninja with such overwhelming raw strength. His eyes glittered with burning interest. A taijutsu specialist, is it? While it's rare for purely physical combat ninja to be truly successful, and at first they're usually weaker than most, there are always exceptions. Take Might Guy of the Leaf Village, already an elite jonin among the best, with no shame before any other. The boy before him, Hyuga Kyo, was of the same caliber. He must not let Hyuga Kyo escape his grasp. Those poor test scores, clearly just a smokescreen. Hyuga Kyo, your strength has my full recognition now. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly cut in, eyes blazing with feverish greed. He slowly lifted his gaze. Join my organization, the Root. With such unparalleled strength, only within Root can you unleash your true potential. Only there can your talents be honed to the utmost. Though Kyo was of the branch family, he couldn't implant the curse-sealing technique with absolute certainty, but such talent and power was impossible to ignore. Even now, Hyuga Kyo's strength rivaled that of elite Jonin Taijutsu specialists. And he was only 8 years old. Once you join Root, you'll become my most loyal asset, and I will cultivate your abilities to the fullest, making you even stronger, perhaps even strong enough to reach Kage level. Root is the best choice for you. Danzo's gaze sharpened with anticipation. An 8-year-old Hyuga Kyo, already with the power of a Jonin, just how strong would he become in another 2 or 3 years? Danzo didn't dare imagine. Hyuga Kyo was destined to become his greatest support on the road to becoming Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened as he rebuked sternly. Danzo, that young man is a member of the Hyuga clan, not one of your disposable pawns. The Hyuga are best placed in the Anbu, not Root. Their Byakugan would be an unparalleled asset to the Anbu. He snorted coldly, making no effort to conceal his own invitation. Kyo, allow me to personally invite you to join the Anbu under the direct command of the Hokage. What do you say? In Anbu, you'll have the chance to learn a wider array of jutsu, take on greater responsibilities, and build even greater strength. Konoha's top technologist, Kakashi Hitaki, is in the Anbu right now. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile was warm and kind. His face brimmed with confidence. Though the Anbu operated in the shadows, they still moved in the light of day, upholding a just image, unlike the Root, who skulked beneath the surface, hidden from the world's view. Among them, the most illustrious example was Kakashi Hitaki, a name spoken with reverence. Root and Anbu, is it? Hyuga Kyo narrowed his eyes slightly. As he expected, displaying his strength had drawn the attention and invitations of these 2 old men. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Chain quest triggered. Quest 1. Check in at the Hokage Tower. Reward. Armament Haki. Quest 2. Check in at the Senju clan compound. Reward: Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kamui. Quest 3. Check in at the Raikage secret chamber in the Hidden Cloud Village. Reward: Sage Body. Perfect Sage Body of Hashirama Senju. Quest 4. Check in at the Mizukage's office in the Hidden Mist Village. Reward: Observation Haki. Quest 5. Check in at the secret chamber of the Uchiha clan compound. Reward: Mangekyo Sharingan. Quest 6. On the night of the Uchiha clan's destruction, check in at the Uchiha clan compound. Reward: Rinnegan. Quest 7. Check in at the Hyuga clan compound. Reward: Limitless Byakugan. Quest 8. Check in at the Hyuga clan's secret chamber. Reward: 8 Gates Release Formation. Quest 9. Check in at the Land of Waves. Reward: Lightning Release, Chakra Mode. Quest 10. Check in at the Akatsuki's hideout. Reward: Goro Goro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. The mechanical voice echoed again and again in his mind. What caught Hyuga Kyo off guard was that the system had released 10 quest locations all at once. This was getting a bit wild. Are you trying to wear me out? Or do you think I'm on some sightseeing tour? But then, the richness of these rewards was hard to resist. There was observation haki and armament haki, yes. But there was also the Sage Body, the Rinnegan, and even the Rumble Rumble Fruit. Each of these powers was among the mightiest in the ninja world. Any one of them alone could elevate someone to the ranks of the super elite. The Rinnegan and Rumble Rumble Fruit, those especially, could push their wielders straight to the realm of a true legend. Hyuga Kyo touched his nose, giving a low, sly chuckle. Isn't there a late check-in function anyway? If that's the case, then there's no need to rush at all. Whenever I happen to pass by, I can just check in and take the prize. How could that not be enticing? His gaze settled on the first quest. A small, confident smirk played across his lips. All I have to do is check in at the Hokage Tower, and I'll get armament haki. My strength is already fearsome enough. Once I add armament haki to my arsenal, I'll be even more unstoppable. Hyuga Kyo licked his lips thoughtfully. Clearly, sticking with Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't a bad idea after all. Under the tense scrutiny of Danzo, Shimura, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hyuga Kagami lowered his head in thought. The two men were on the verge of an all-out argument. Hyuga Kagami must join the Root Division. Danzo's face darkened, anger smoldering in his eyes. Since the founding of Root, every ninja these years, every last one, have been assembled by me alone. And if not for my efforts, how could Konoha remain so peaceful today? Yet within the village, everyone treats me as a plague, shunning me as if I carry misfortune. He snorted coldly. Now I want Hyuga Kagami in Root. What's the problem with that? Every dirty, grueling task fell to Root. And yet, the one to reap the rewards in the end was always Hiruzen Sarutobi. The bitterness festered within him, but there was little he could do. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression remained grave and unmoved. All assembled by you? Then how do you explain Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun en route? That's because I gave my consent. If not, why would there be so many ninjas en route today? Danzo, do you truly think all of them owe their place to you alone? He scoffed, utterly unreserved. What's more, Kagami is no mere tool, nor can we simply choose for him. Such matters demand his own decision. Bottom line, Root had indeed endured many hardships, but so what? He was the Hokage. All decisions ultimately rested with him. Hiruzen. Danzo's face contorted in fury. He hadn't expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to simply throw the question back to Hyuga Kagami. So the Hokage and the leader of the Root are fighting for Lord Kagami. This is just unbelievable. Uchiha Itachi looked on, wide-eyed in disbelief. Though he was top of his class, he was somehow not the one most sought after right now. He couldn't help but glance at the wall Hyuga Kagami had just attacked, now a pile of rubble. Hard to imagine what kind of terror such force would wreak if unleashed on a person's body. At that moment, Hyuga Kagami suddenly looked up, meeting both their gazes. Lord Hokage, I wish to enter the Anbu. Thank you for your regard. His tone was calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. It was as though he were stating something as ordinary as eating or drinking water. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in admiration. Even at just 8 years old, he already carried himself with the bearing of a true warrior. To stand so composed, even before the Hokage himself, that was the heart of a strong one. Hyuga Kagami, have you considered the consequences of refusing me? Danzo's voice abruptly shattered the calm, darker than ink. A cold, menacing gleam flashed in his eyes. Rejecting his goodwill? That, from today forward, would make one an enemy of Root. You, over 50 years old and still only at elite Jonin level. What tricks could you possibly have left? Hyuga Kagami scoffed, his gaze coldly sharp as he looked down at Danzo, Shimura. If not for the Sharingan, Shimura Danzo, even in death, would never take a single step into the ranks of the Kaga-level powerhouses. Years of stagnation had already proven the limits of his talent. A rat hiding in the sewers beneath Konoha was hardly worthy of his attention. You must have a death wish. Hiruzen, is this really someone under your command? Hyuga Kyo is still a student, yet he dares to defy me, a leader of the Foundation, a high-ranking figure in Konoha. Are we really going to allow a student like this in our village? Shimura Danzo's face flushed an angry, unhealthy red. His expression grew darker, stormy as a gathering thunderhead. He was the leader of the Foundation. He was part of the ruling echelon of Konoha, yet now he had actually been confronted by a mere child. It was humiliating beyond words. Ninjas who disrupt order like this should be sent to the Foundation for proper discipline. Because once someone entered the Foundation, everything would be under his control. Even if they died within, it could always be explained away as a tragic accident. A branch member of the Hyuga clan, hardly worth much at all. Rats lurking beneath Konoha? Danzo, your so-called contributions to the village are nothing but disgrace and defamation. Hyuga Kyo gave a cold, mocking laugh, refusing to back down in the slightest. Shimura Danzo was close to exploding with rage. His gaze was as cold and venomous as a snake. His hand dropped to his kunai, fingers tightening. That's enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out with an iron authority. For now, Kyo is one of my Anbu. As leader of the Foundation, you provoke him without cause. Do you really expect him to endure humiliation in silence? You are meant to set an example as a leader of the Foundation. It was true. Hyuga Kyo shouldn't have talked back to Shimura Danzo. But lately, Danzo had been far too presumptuous. Seeing Hyuga Kyo defy him for once, Hiruzen found it secretly satisfying. Hiruzen, the day will come when you regret the choice you made today. Shimura Danzo barked out this threat, his face mottled with fury. He spun on his heel and left, not even bothering to vie with Uchiha Itachi anymore. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might die of rage. Uchiha Itachi, standing to the side, was completely stunned by what he had witnessed. Eyes wide, he could scarcely believe it. Danzo, that's the leader of the Foundation. Kyo actually pointed at his nose and cursed him out, and nobody stopped him. It was too outrageous to be true. Could it be that Kyo was secretly the Hokage's illegitimate son, and that's why he received this kind of treatment? Otherwise, anyone who insulted Shimura Danzo so openly would have been severely punished. And now, with Kyo joining the Anbu, Itachi's expression was tinged with envy, for this was exactly where he had always longed to be. From this day forward, Kyo, you will be a member of Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thoroughly pleased. With Hyuga Kyo's strength, there was no need for any further trials. He was ready to take on missions immediately. What about you, Itachi? Shouldn't you join the Anbu as well? Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned at Uchiha Itachi. You two are classmates. If you enter Anbu together, you can look out for each other. His gaze was warm with anticipation, brimming with excitement. The addition of Hyuga Kyo was already a most delightful surprise. If Itachi Uchiha could join the ANBU, the organization's strength would rise even further. What's more, through Itachi, he might seize control over the entire Uchiha clan. After all, Itachi Uchiha is the son of Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head. As the eldest son, with Itachi's immense talent, it's practically certain that he will become the next leader of the Uchiha clan. Lord Hokage, I'd like to discuss this matter with my father first. Itachi's face was full of emotion. Although he wanted to join the ANBU, this was something he needed to consult his father about. After all, there were lingering frictions between the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied kindly. You are both Genin now. He handed over the forehead protectors with a gentle gesture. You two should go home and rest. Watching as Itachi Uchiha and Hyuga Kyo walked away, Hiruzen's eyes sparked with excitement. Itachi Uchiha already possesses the skills of an elite Chunin, while Hyuga Kyo's sheer power rivals even the Jonin. Their talent eclipses that of Orochimaru back in the day. These two will surely become invaluable assets for me. He could not hide his excitement. A satisfied smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lately, Danzo Shimura had been stirring up trouble with increasing frequency, leaving Hiruzen feeling stretched thin. Now, with Hyuga Kyo by his side, things would be much easier. Hopefully, Itachi would soon join the ANBU as well. However, a glint of cold calculation flickered in his eyes. He would still need to test their loyalty. Itachi Uchiha and Hyuga Kyo made their way home. Now that they were Genin, there was no reason to linger at the academy. I never expected you to be so strong, Kyo. Itachi couldn't help but marvel. With your power, you could probably rival a Jonin who specializes in taijutsu. You're destined to be brilliant. That strength, that speed, that overwhelming presence, it was terrifying. There was simply no time for anyone to react. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Itachi sighed. Kyo, I really envy that you could join the ANBU so easily. I have to ask my father first, and in the end, I might not even be allowed to join. He sounded a little downcast. After all, there's always this rift between the Uchiha and Konoha. But still, if we're all from the same village, why must there be such a divide? Itachi's confusion lingered. To him, reconciliation seemed so simple. The ninjas and villagers are all part of one family. To protect Konoha is to protect our clan. It's not that simple. Hyuga Kyo cast a sidelong glance at Itachi, who, though destined to become a legend, was now just a naive boy. He didn't even understand why the Uchiha and Konoha had drifted so far apart. From the very founding of the village, the Uchiha clan was shunned by others for their poor social skills, brooding nature, and the ominous change that overtook them upon awakening the Sharingan. Hyuga Mirror narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a measured, deliberate tone. He explained, back in the chaos caused by the Nine Tails a few years ago, quite a few ninja witnessed, with their own eyes, a pair of crimson, uncanny Sharingan shining in the Nine Tails' gaze. His voice remained calm, yet every word struck like a gong, echoing through the room. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted. All at once, realization swept over him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you saying the Nine Tails incident was instigated by the Uchiha clan? That's impossible." In the Nine Tails incident, countless ninja in the village lost their lives. If it truly was the doing of the Uchiha, the whole world would turn against us. Itachi's breath grew rapid, shock written all over his face. Now he understood the reason. The real reason the Uchiha clan is being ostracized is the Nine Tails incident. A sense of hopelessness flickered in his black eyes as they turned dim. Because of the Nine Tails rampage, countless ninja from the Leaf perished. Family after family was torn apart by the disaster. Each lost life was a scarlet testament to that crime. If the Uchiha were truly responsible for such a tragedy, then no matter what they did, everything would be for nothing. Guilt, after all, is a heavy shackle. But there's no solid proof for any of this. Hyuga Mirror let a faint smile play about his lips. His gaze drifted momentarily to the system's mission panel. Mission 5. Check in at the secret chamber in the Uchiha clan's territory. Reward: Mangekyo Sharingan. Mission 6. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, check in at the Uchiha clan. Reward: Rinnegan. Both missions required direct involvement with the Uchiha clan, especially the secret chamber in their compound. For that, he would absolutely need Uchiha Itachi to guide him. TSK. Looks like I'll have to swindle a certain king of cool, Uchiha Itachi, into helping me. Without evidence, all conjecture is pointless. The corners of Hyuga Mirror's mouth lifted again. It's just like those troublemakers at Ninja Academy calling you a slacker. Is what they say necessarily true? Uchiha Itachi was caught off guard. He looked genuinely puzzled. No evidence. But those really were Sharingan. Only the Uchiha possessed them. Hyuga Mirror gave a strained half-smile. Itachi was admirable in every way, except for his stubborn streak, the infamous Uchiha stubbornness. Not just anyone can control the Nine Tails. Even a three-tomo Sharingan doesn't have that kind of power. Hyuga Mirror said coolly, if the Uchiha could truly control the Nine Tails, why not just stage a direct coup? With the power of the Uchiha and the might of the Nine Tails on their side, making one of their own Hokage would be a foregone conclusion. He gave a derisive laugh. But your father, instead of doing what should have been done, was constantly pushed aside by others. In the end, even when the clan had to be relocated, he was powerless to do anything. Everyone knows the Nine Tails had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. That was nothing but a pretext. Some things aren't as simple as they appear. With those words, he chose not to explain any further. There are times when too much explanation can be detrimental. Planting a seed of doubt in Itachi Uchiha's heart was enough. A genius like him needed to discover the truth for himself. Only then would he truly believe. Things aren't that simple. Itachi looked half understanding, as if some realization was dawning. Yet the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. But his obsidian eyes deepened, as if they now held more contemplation. Unexpectedly, however, as Hyuga Kyo approached his own doorstep, he came upon a striking silhouette waiting for him. A head of lustrous purple hair, a graceful figure, delicate and gentle features. A young woman pacing restlessly, clearly having waited for quite some time. Hyuga Kyo. Yugugo Yuzuki's eyes sparkled as she rose slightly on her toes, waving with a radiant smile. When she smiled, it was as if the scenery itself brightened. Sunlight bathed her exquisite face, and her expressive eyes seemed almost able to speak. I had no idea where to find you, so I had to come here to the Hyuga clan. There was a hint of apology in her delicate features. Thank you for what happened last time. If not for you, I really would have been bullied by Uchiha Kaze. As she spoke, a blush crept over Yugogo's cheeks. Her slender, graceful hand extended a lunchbox toward him. Looking up at his upright figure and those sharp, untamed white eyes, she felt an odd flutter in her chest, her heartbeat quickening for reasons she couldn't quite name. This is a bento I made myself. I hope you don't mind. That incident. Hyuga Kyo brushed it off effortlessly. There's really no need to thank me. It was just a trivial matter. If it had been someone else, I think they would have helped as well. He hadn't expected Yugogo to come and thank him in person. It was quite different from those women in his previous life, the ones who would readily accept a meal but never offer in return. Or perhaps, in this world, it was truly the ninja who understood genuine equality between men and women. Yugogo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and lowered her gaze. Not necessarily. What you think is normal, Kyoko, others might not bother to do, even if they saw it happen. After all, going against the Uchiha clan isn't exactly wise. She gave him a dazzling smile. Some people might just watch from afar, waiting for things to calm down, then appear as if nothing ever happened. If Hyuga Kyo hadn't intervened, perhaps she really would have been moved by such distant concern. Is that so? Hyuga Kyo mused, but said nothing more. There's no need to be so formal in the future. We're all ninja from the same village, and besides, I'll rarely be coming home from now on. Ever since becoming an Anbu ninja, the missions had become extremely intensive. There was hardly any free time in a single day. That was exactly why, after Kakashi Hatake left the Anbu, he seemed so laid back and leisurely. It was precisely the high-intensity missions that made the difference. Konoha itself might be at peace, but the ninja world was far from tranquil. Beneath the surface, the great nations and the major hidden villages were locked in their own silent struggles. Just as Yugogo Yuzuki was about to speak, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Yugogo, is this why you turned me down? In the distance, Hei Geku stormed over, his voice roaring with anger. His eyes were practically ablaze with fury. We've been friends since we were kids. Do you really think someone you just met is more important than me? Hayate's chest heaved, and he couldn't help but break into a fit of coughing. He and Yugogo had grown up together. Not only had they been classmates, now they had both become Anbu ninja. Their futures seemed perfectly aligned, as if destined to be together. Yet now, Yugogo had rejected his invitations more than once. And now, she was even making box lunches for someone else. We've known each other all these years, and not once have I tasted any of your cooking. Hayate's laugh was hollow, his expression twisted with displeasure. Yugogo's brows arched sharply, her gaze icy as frost. You've been following me? We may have grown up together, but what I choose to do is none of your business. Hayate panicked in an instant. He rushed to defend himself. I was just worried someone might bully you. No one but me will ever truly protect you. Only your childhood friend would do that with his whole heart. Yugogo's beautiful eyes dimmed with disappointment. Protect me? You honestly think you can? Her disappointment was palpable. If Hayate had truly meant to protect her, then the moment she was bullied by Uchiha Lungfing, he would have stepped in without hesitation. Even if, in the end, he wasn't able to stop Uchiha Lungfing and got a beating for his troubles. She would have been deeply moved, but Hayate hadn't done a thing for her. He'd only come over and greeted her casually after everything was over, acting as though he hadn't seen a thing. Of course I can. Meeting the disappointment in her eyes, Hayate's gaze wavered. Did she know that he had been secretly watching that time? Impossible. With his skills in concealment, there's no way he could have been discovered. That thought only steeled his resolve. If I may interrupt. At that moment, Hiromi Hyuga spoke up, glancing thoughtfully at Hayate. So, this must be the one Yugogo mentioned, the one lurking in the shadows while she was being picked on. Whatever's going on between you two doesn't concern me. Hinata Q's expression became solemn, his pale eyes radiating an intimidating aura. But don't presume to act recklessly within the Hyuga clan's grounds. His voice grew increasingly cold. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to let your Moonlight clan come and fetch you. Come to fetch him? Moonlight Hayate's eyes turned frosty. If he uttered even one more word, he had no doubt this guy would beat him black and blue right then and there, and to be taken back by his own clan. That would be the ultimate humiliation. I didn't do anything. Sure, this is Hyuga territory, but it's still a part of Konoha. Grinding his teeth, Moonlight Hayate forced himself to hold his ground. How could he allow himself to look weak in front of Ugetsu Yugao? His gaze landed on the forehead protector worn by Hinata Q, and a glint flickered in his eyes, as if he'd found some renewed confidence. Besides, you're just a branch member of the Hyuga, branded with the cursed seal, a nobody. On what grounds are you ordering me around? Branch house members, no status to speak of. Surely, he wouldn't dare challenge him. In fact, Q seemed so well-mannered, almost otherworldly, with a gentle elegance about him. Yugao's heart missed a beat. Was Hate deliberately provoking him? She had witnessed firsthand the strength Hinata Q possessed. Even if he appeared harmless, he was no pushover. Oh! Hinata Q's lips curled into a cruel smile, his ivory eyes gleaming with a piercing light. His voice was low, rumbling like thunder. In that instant, it was as if he had become a completely different person. The gentle, refined young man was gone, replaced by a figure exuding wildness and chilling indifference. There was a sudden, explosive sound. Moonlight Hate hardly had time to react before he was sent flying by a stinging slap, tumbling 5 or 6 meters away. Several teeth spun through the air from the force. Ew, how dare you lay a hand on me? Dazed, Hate heard a dull ringing in his skull. He never imagined Hinata Q would strike so hard, or so decisively. Hinata Q strode toward him, the smile on his lips deepening. So, what you're saying is that every branch member of the Hyuga is just a cursed, useless fool. Is that right? Branch members are worthless, nothing but pawns and tools for the main house. Isn't that what you mean? How convenient. He'd been searching for a scapegoat to shatter the balance between the main and branch families within the Hyuga, and Hate had offered himself up. How very convenient. A scapegoat delivered right to his door. No, that's not what I meant. Hayate's voice was laced with terror. I never said that. You're twisting my words. That wasn't what he intended to say at all, but looking into the smiling face of Hinata Q, panic flared within him. Fool, Q said with a hint of scorn. If you're going to make enemies, you'd better make sure you can afford the consequences. His pale eyes gave Hate a chilly glance. Another slap landed with startling force. When dealing with the frail Moonlight Hate, he didn't even need to employ the powerful thunderous 8 trigrams. His simplest physical strength was more than enough to crush him. Lord Q, let's stop this now. Mitsuki Sayaka's beautiful eyes trembled. If this keeps going, someone's going to get killed. Though she was disappointed in Moonlight Hate, she had never wished for him to be bullied like this. After all, the two were not the same. Hyuga Q's expression was calm, not even sparing Mitsuki Sayaka a glance. His plans could not be derailed by anyone. To him, women were merely a distraction, slowing the speed at which one could draw their blade. Hyuga Q, what do you think you're doing? Just then, several Hyuga clan guards arrived, voices sharp as they barked their disapproval. To attack a fellow villager here within the Hyuga clan grounds. Are you out of your mind? Cease this at once. Their faces were ashen with anger. The Hyuga clan had always held itself with the air of nobility. Though they kept their distance from ordinary people, they often lent a helping hand. Thus, they enjoyed an excellent reputation in Konoha. No one could be allowed to tarnish that name. Moonlight Hate looked as if he'd seen a savior, and hurriedly pleaded, Please, save me. This Hyuga Q just attacked me out of nowhere. Your Hyuga clan must not let him get away with this. If you don't, I swear I'll have my father bring this to the Hokage. Your clan will not escape responsibility. A contest is one thing. That is understandable. But to recklessly beat up a villager within the same clan, that is a grave violation. Hugo Wa, the squad leader, looked on grimly at the battered, bruised face of Moonlight Hate. He looked truly miserable. He knew Moonlight Hate as well. This guy was usually quite handsome, but now his face was so swollen he looked like a pig's head, not to mention his missing teeth. 4 or 5 gone. Where was that charm now? Now, he looked far more like a pig than a man. It was Hyuga Q who attacked me, for no reason. Moonlight Hate cried out pitifully. Is this the way of your Hyuga clan? I will not let this go. Your clan must give me an explanation. Rage burned in his eyes. So what if the Hyuga clan was powerful? In Konoha, all clans are equal. I may not dare to provoke those maniacs in the Uchiha clan, but surely I don't need to fear your law-abiding Hyuga? Hyuga Q. Hugo Wa's pale eyes flashed with fury as he shouted, Apologize to Moonlight Hate at once. Then come with me to confess to the clan head. You've gone too far. His expression darkened. Was the Hyuga clan's reputation, preserved for so many years, about to be destroyed by Hyuga Q's hands? His heart seethed with resentment. He could hardly bear the injustice. Hyuga Q let out a cold, scornful laugh. He stood his ground, his voice cold and unruffled. This man said that the branch members of the Hyuga clan are caged birds, all of them worthless, that they have no value whatsoever, and are nothing more than pawns in the hands of the main family. If you were in my place, could you have held back? Could you have just cowered in fear? I did nothing wrong today. He fixed Moonlight Hate with an icy, unyielding stare. Even if this happened all over again, I would still do the same. If you're not satisfied, then have your Moonlight Clan leader speak directly to the Hokage. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing powerfully through the air. It resounded, commanding everyone's attention. Those pale eyes burned with an overwhelming aura. In that moment, Hyuga Q seemed almost divine, untouchable and inviolable. Simply put, he was making one thing clear. Yes, I did hit you. Give it another chance. I'd do it all over again. Unyielding and domineering. Exuding unstoppable might. There was not a hint of retreat. How dare you be so arrogant? I'll report this to the Hokage. You Hyuga are finished. Moonlight Hiate's face turned ashen. He never would have thought Hyuga Q could be this stubborn, not yielding an inch. For a moment, it almost felt as if he, Moonlight Hate, was the one in the wrong. Hyuga-wa, is this truly how your Hyuga clan handles things? His voice grew hoarse, the threat clear. If this is the stance you Hyuga take, I swear I'll report this to the Hokage myself. You must know what kind of consequences that will bring. But before Moonlight Hate could finish. Enough! Hyuga-wa's eyes hardened as he stared him down, stepping forward step by step. Just now, were you the one who called the Hyuga branch family members caged birds? Useless and expendable? Were you saying the branch family are nothing but pawns for the main house? The veins at his temples throbbed with fury, barely contained. The Hyuga clan was split into the main house and the branch family. The branch family bore the brand of the caged bird curse, a scar, a pain all branch family members carried deep in their hearts. And now, Moonlight Hate had ripped that wound open, raw and festering. He exposed a hurt that never fully healed. Moonlight Hate froze, taken aback. This wasn't at all how he'd imagined things would go. There's no need for you to report to the Hokage, Hyuga-wa declared, stirring up discord between our main and branch families. We, the Hyuga clan, will make our own report to the Hokage. And we expect a satisfactory explanation from your Moonlight clan. Hyuga-wa's pale eyes were piercing cold. There is nothing wrong with what Q did today. The Hyuga clan stands by Q. He has done no wrong. His gaze was ice and killing intent. Everyone in the village knew about the caged bird curse. They knew the branch family answered to the main house. Yet on the surface, the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan were always meant to be equals. But with a few words, Moonlight Hate was undermining that balance and testing the fragile relationship between the two sides. We're leaving. Hyuga-wa turned, leading several other branch family members away without another glance at Moonlight Hate. What just happened? Moonlight Hate was left in disbelief. Things had spun completely out of control. A chill ran through his heart. He couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. I never tried to sow discord between the Hyuga main and branch families. Moonlight Hate shouted at the top of his lungs, but Hyuga and the others couldn't even be bothered to look back. How did things end up like this? Clearly, he was the one who'd been wronged. He was the one who'd been beaten black and blue. So how had it turn out that he was the one at fault in the end? Hyuga Q, this is all your fault. Moonlight Hate clenched his jaw, glaring fiercely at Hyuga Q. I didn't do anything wrong. It was you who started this. Hyuga Q lifted his hand ever so slightly. Moonlight Hate's expression changed in an instant, and he fled the scene in a panic. With that little metal, you dare provoke me? What a joke. Hyuga Q had no interest in dealing with Moonlight Hate any further, and simply turned to leave. But this time, he had Moonlight Hate to thank. To check in at the Hyuga clan secret chamber was no simple task. Only the clan head knew its location, and only the clan head was allowed entry. So perhaps it would be for the best if Hayashi was pulled down from his lofty seat. Besides, I can't stand anyone acting high and mighty over me. The check-in was only secondary. What truly mattered was that no one would ever be able to lord over him again. Kikon. As she watched Hyuga Q walk away with that straight-back determination, Yuzuki Yugao's beautiful eyes trembled softly. Just what kind of man was this? Completely unaffected by her beauty, meeting Hayate's provocation with unflinching strength and decisive action, utterly unyielding. That's what a real man should be. Standing off to the side, Moonlight Hayate's eyes burned red with jealousy at Yugao's admiration. Yugao, that Hyuga Q is nothing but a rude, useless brute. He roared. He's a mere branch family member, branded with the cursed mark. All it would take is a single order from the main house, and he'd have no choice but to obey. Is that really the kind of man you want to be with? A man like that is completely unworthy of you. His eyes went crimson with fury. He and Yuzuki Yugao had been childhood friends. Their bond had always been close. But ever since Hyuga Q appeared, everything had changed. He couldn't stand it. Yugao turned, disappointment clouding her lovely eyes. He's unworthy? And you think you are? Besides, it doesn't seem as if Kyokuin has any intention of growing closer to me. She turned away, leaving behind only a cold and distant silhouette. She couldn't understand it. How could Moonlight Hate, who had been so close to her since childhood, shamelessly say such things now? Yugao, Moonlight Hiate's face went pale with despair, his outstretched hand falling limply to his side as if he would never be able to reach her again. His features twisted in anguish, and he ground his teeth in frustration. Hyuga Q, this is all your fault. Elsewhere, within the Hyuga clan's compound, Hyuga Kyo followed Hyuga Wa to the shrine, a place that Hyuga Hayashi favored most. This was usually where reports and important discussions took place. Clan leader, I have something to report. Hyuga Wa's face was clouded with frustration, his expression grim as he recounted what had happened with Hate Gecko, his breath coming in rapid, agitated bursts. Although Hyuga Kyo did strike Hate Gecko, I believe Kyo did nothing wrong. Our Hyuga clan has always valued kindness and harmony, treating others with respect, but that does not mean we will tolerate being bullied by anyone. The members of the Hyuga branch family have all been branded with the caged bird seal. This itself was already a constant source of pain and resentment. Hate Gecko's words only added insult to injury, pouring oil onto the fire. Hyuga Kyo studied Hyuga Hayashi closely. At this age, Hayashi hadn't yet developed the mature look he would have in the future. Now, he still appeared to be a vigorous man in his 30s. Those pale eyes were sharp, scrutinizing, and carried an air of aloof pride. This was the true bearing of the Hyuga clan's main family. He lifted his head, fixing Kyo with a piercing, pale gaze. Raising your hand against a fellow villager, Hyuga Kyo, you have broken the laws of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi's white eyes were ice-cold, bereft of warmth or emotion, as if he were passing judgment on a criminal. Clan leader. A look of dismay flashed across Hyuga Wa's face. He hadn't expected this outcome. After all, it was someone from the branch family who was insulted first, and the provocation had threatened the unity between branch and main family. This matter had its cause. Hate Gecko provoked Kyo first. It was to defend the Hyuga clan's dignity that Kyo could not refrain himself. I beseech the clan leader to see the truth in this. How could this be? Hyuga Wa's pale eyes trembled. Clearly, Kyo was not in the wrong. If he had been in Kyo's shoes, he wasn't sure he could have done better. Are you questioning my authority as clan leader? Hayashi's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable weight that sent a chill straight to the heart. He turned back to look at Hyuga Kyo, letting out a snort, looking down from above with the bearing of a superior. No matter the reason, the Hyuga clan settles matters by our rules. Your conduct has already broken those rules. He paused for a moment. However, what you did was not without provocation. So, for this time only, I will not pursue punishment. But remember, as a member of the branch family, you do not have the right to make decisions on your own. This is your only warning. Once is enough. Do not repeat this. His pale eyes remained frigid, every word an order from on high. With that, he turned on his heel and left. It was only after a long silence that Hyuga Wa let out a heavy sigh, slowly recovering from that suffocating pressure. The clan leader's aura is truly terrifying. Still, I didn't expect him to care so little about what happened, and even accuse us of breaking the rules. He let out a bitter laugh. The light that once shone in his eyes, along with all resentment, vanished. Only a sense of loss remained. Perhaps, not only in the eyes of outsiders, even in the eyes of the clan leader. Those of the Hyuga branch house are equally insignificant. But, how could things turn out this way? This is the difference between the Hyuga main house and the branch house. Main and branch can never be equals. Hyuga Kyo stepped slowly toward the door. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, at first, bringing Hyuga Hayashi down was merely a task for a mission. Now, I have one more reason. No one shall place shackles over my head. Hyuga Wa looked crestfallen, but we have no way out. The moment the caged bird is branded onto us, our fate is sealed. To the main house, we are nothing but puppets and pieces on a chessboard, with no will of our own. He turned and left, head hanging low, like a warrior who had lost all his fighting spirit. Only a shell remained, an empty vessel. When faith and hope are shattered in one's heart, living loses all meaning. As Hyuga Kyo was about to leave, he suddenly caught sight of a young boy, sweat streaming down his forehead as he trained with all his might. Why? Why must I be branded with a caged bird? Is the fate of the branch house truly set in stone? Hyuga Niji's eyes were red, unwilling to accept any of it. His father was the clan leader's own brother. Yet he still had to kneel before him, all dignity stripped away, and he himself had been branded with that ugly mark, the cursed seal of the caged bird. His whole life would now be spent in captivity. This is the 54th year of the Hidden Leaf. Hyuga Hizashi has become the scapegoat, and Hyuga Niji, too, has been branded with the caged bird. Hyuga Kyo's gaze swept across the white band on Niji's forehead. It was an easy guess. The white headband was meant only to hide the shameful mark beneath. With a roar, Hyuga Niji cried, "Gentle fist, 16 palms." He gathered feeble chakra in his hands and struck out in a rapid flurry. A full 16 consecutive strikes. The instant he finished, he collapsed, chest heaving violently, gulping down air in desperate need. I won't accept any of this. I won't be a bird trapped by the caged bird seal. I will break free from my own destiny. He clenched his teeth, fire blazing in his eyes. Anger and unwillingness mingled with his grief. His father was dead, lost on a mission. He could not, would not, accept such an ending. Hyuga Kyo walked toward him, step by steady step. Without real strength, just hot-blooded passion alone will never let you reach your goal. From Niji's viewpoint, there appeared the striking figure of Hyuga Kyo, upright, composed, exuding charisma. You're one of the Hyuga too? Niji froze, a flicker of hostility in his voice. You're from the branch family too. Aren't you marked as a cage bird yourself? You can't escape the main house's control. Who are you to lecture me? He refused to back down one bit. You could say he was challenging everyone and everything. Well. Hayashi's gaze lit up with amusement. He hadn't expected the young Niji to be so combative, unwilling to bow to anyone. I'm not obligated to help you, Hayashi replied offhandedly, just offering a few words of advice, that's all. He shrugged lightly. Whatever Niji chose to do was none of his business. Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly, his thoughts turning inward. Yet in any game, the player needs a piece that charges forward. And in the grand game of the Hyuga clan, Niji, the son of the branch family head, was the ideal piece to move. With a smile that hovered between mockery and mystery, he spoke slowly. Your father's death wasn't as simple as you were told. Hayashi's voice paused, heavy with implication. He was made a scapegoat, a substitute for someone else. If you truly want to change your fate, why not start by clearing your father's name? What? Niji's expression changed in an instant, his breath coming sharp and fast. The clan leader had told him his father died on a mission. But now, he learned that his father hadn't simply died in the line of duty, but had been made the sacrificial lamb? Who was it? Who did this? Tell me. His voice trembled, a low, wounded roar, like a young beast lashing out in pain. Hayashi turned to leave, offering no further explanation. Want answers? Find them yourself, with your own strength. If you don't even have the power to uncover the truth, how can you talk about breaking free from the cage? He looked back, the corners of his mouth curling upward. When Niji dug into the truth, exposing how Hisashi had been made the scapegoat before everyone, it would stir the entire clan. Surely, things would get very interesting. Having the Azure Dragon Fruit doesn't mean every problem is solved with brute force, he mused. Kaido isn't an idiot. Sometimes it's far more satisfying to use your brains. Hayashi shrugged again. He had no intention of giving up Konoha as a prime place to gather rewards. After all, Konoha, the heart of the Hidden Leaf, was the most blessed, the richest land for sign-ins and treasures in the world of shinobi. Causing chaos within the Hyuga and turning against the Leaf? Clearly, that would be unwise. Elsewhere, Niji stood up, resolve shining in his eyes, calm and determined. Father, I won't let your death go unanswered. I swear, I'll uncover the truth behind it all. I will clear your name. His white eyes flashed, and he turned to head inside his room. If he wanted to investigate, he'd need a plan, and there were still many of his father's loyal subordinates he could trust. Night pressed around him. Dusk deepened. The snack streets in Konoha are famous across the shinobi world. You could eat your fill 100 times and never get tired of it. Arriving at the snack street, Hyuga picked up a few unfamiliar treats just to try them out. He was thoroughly satisfied. The tempura is a bit underwhelming. Honestly, it's not much different from frittered shrimp back in Dawa, just presented more elegantly. It tastes fresher, sure, but that's only because it's just been made. The tricolor dango, though, that's a highlight. There was no denying the snack street offered a bounty of flavors. Yet compared to the culinary wonders of Dawa, it was a world apart, hardly even in the same league. Just then, a voice broke through the air near his ear, low, full of arrogant, smug delight. Ha! Who would have thought the once mighty third Hokage, famed as a hero among shinobi, would end up so utterly defeated? From within a private room, hushed tones could be heard. It was obvious they kept their words barely above a whisper. No ordinary passerby could have caught their conversation. But Hyuga possessed the powers of the fish fruit. His hearing was extraordinary. He narrowed his eyes, activating his Byakugan. Through the wooden door, he arriving at the snack street. Hinata, casually picked out a few treats he'd never tasted before. Utterly satisfied, the tempura doesn't quite live up to the hype. It's really no different from fried shrimp back in the great Chinese nation, just a bit more visually appealing and a tad tastier thanks to the freshness. But the three-color dango is truly something special. Indeed, the food stalls here offered all sorts of delights. Yet compared to the cuisine of the great Chinese nation, the difference was like night and day. There was simply no comparison. Just then, a low but triumphant and arrogant voice resounded in his ears. Ha! Who would have thought the legendary Sandaime Hokage of bygone days, the once revered shinobi hero, would end up in such a state? A faint voice drifted out from a private booth. Clearly, the speakers were trying to keep things discreet. Anyone else would have missed their conversation completely. But Hinata Q had the abilities granted by the fish fruit. His hearing was spectacular. A glint flashed in his eyes as his Byakugan activated. Through the wooden door, he peered into the booth. These are ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Inside, 3 Cloud Village ninja were bursting with laughter, their faces filled with pride and smugness. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, our Cloud Village never managed to get the upper hand against the Leaf. The Sandaime was hailed as the hero of the shinobi, utterly unyielding. As the leader, Aoba Reimoku sneered, but so what? Now, he bows and admits fault to us without protest. In the end, he even handed over the Hyuga clan head's corpse. The other 2 teammates chimed in, excitement written all over their faces. That's right. Our Hidden Cloud is truly the mightiest ninja village. It's just a shame that all we got was the branch clan leader's body. If only we could snatch a main family child from the Hyuga, then our village could finally wield the Byakugan, too. The 3 went on, unable to contain their excitement, forcing the Great Leaf Village, the first ninja village, to bow and pay damages to Cloud. What a thrill. Outside the room, Hinata Q shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen these days, he really has become a coward. To think he'd cower before the Cloud, even going so far as to hand over Hisashi Hyuga's body in apology. What a disgrace. Even without Jiraiya or Tsunade in the village, the Leaf still boasted a vast number of capable ninja, not to mention elite jonin like Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy with the 8 gates. Besides, this whole fiasco was plainly a setup, a brazen insult, nothing less than letting them walk all over you. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen simply swallowed the indignity. Embarrassing. But for me, this just opens up an opportunity. If you can't be the matchless Hokage, then I will. If you can't unite the shinobi world, then I will. If you can't shatter the moon, then I will. A radiant smile bloomed on Hinata Q's lips. Wise men have said it well. Our secret to victory lies not in how many steps we take, nor in the brilliance of our strategies, but in seizing the opportunities when our enemies make mistakes. Right now, Hiruzen Sarutobi has made such a mistake. Wood style, seed technique. With a casual wave of his hand, tiny seeds floated through the air, drifting into the private booth and settling upon the 3 people inside. This was an extension of the wood-style jutsu. The seeds, infused with his chakra, meant as long as the seeds remained, the 3 would never escape his pursuit. Hyuga Q turned and left swiftly. His target, the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. In Itachi Uchiha's hands, kunai knives flew through the air. Every single one hit its mark. Even for elite jonin, throwing 10 kunai at once and landing every shot wasn't easy. Yet Itachi possessed an undeniable natural talent for kunai throwing. Q's abilities are incredible, but now I have awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. A confident light shone in Itachi's eyes. I believe these eyes are enough for me to defeat Q. What Q had displayed was powerful taijutsu and brute strength. The opponents he'd faced were also taijutsu specialists, allowing his own abilities to shine even more. But as for himself, he was a ninja of wit and tactics. Through coordination between ninjutsu and the double Tomo Sharingan, he was certain he could best Q. Just then, as Itachi stepped toward the door, he paused in surprise. A sudden whoosh cut through the air. A blurred figure swept past him, swift as the wind. A figure so urgent, it was clear something critical had happened. Q. Itachi was taken aback. What could possibly make Q so anxious? Even while fighting those 2 other ninja, Hyuga Q had remained calm as ever, completely unhurried, almost as if it was all effortless. Yet now, he seemed totally gripped by urgency. Curiosity instantly rose in Itachi's heart. If something can make Q this desperate, it must be immensely important. Maybe I can help. Concealing himself, he quickly set off in pursuit. But what Itachi didn't notice was that after he began tailing, Hyuga Q let out a quiet, knowing chuckle. Was there even a hint of panic in him? Nothing but calm self-assurance and composed poise. Everything was unfolding precisely as he had planned. He cast a glance back at the ever-curious Itachi, softly murmuring, "For a genius, only truths discovered by their own effort can truly be believed." Hyuga Q was certain that if he simply told Itachi the truth outright, Itachi would only become suspicious and would never truly buy it. When dealing with geniuses, you need a bit of finesse. At this moment, the three shinobi from the Hidden Cloud village were racing through the forest of death, eager to make their way back and deliver triumphant news to their village. What exactly is Lord Mirror planning to do? Curiosity was written all over Uchiha Itachi's face. Why come all the way to the forest of death? Could it be for training? No. If it were mere training, Lord Mirror wouldn't be in such a hurry. For Lord Mirror to appear this anxious, it must be something he cares about deeply. Before long, 3 Cloud Village shinobi appeared in his line of sight, moving swiftly along the path, with Hyuga Mirror pursuing them silently from behind, like a shadowy night cat. Not a single sound escaped him. The brash voices of the 3 echoed through the woods. Even though we didn't succeed in capturing the Byakugan this time, we still gained plenty. Lord Raikage is bound to reward us when we get back. That's right, we're Cloud's heroes. Haha. Soon enough, Hidden Cloud will be the greatest shinobi village in the entire world. Though they hurried along the path, their manner was more like carefree travelers on a leisurely stroll, entirely unconcerned. What were they talking about? Itachi's expression shifted suddenly. He couldn't shake the instinctive sense that he was about to uncover a dire secret. No, something even more explosive. Through his eyes, Hyuga Mirror listened to the trio's conversation, crimson flooding his gaze, rage flickering silently at the depths of his eyes. A sharp burst cut through the air. With a speed like a thunderclap, Hyuga Mirror shot forward, his form tearing through space like a human dragon unleashed. Who's there? Aboy Rame's pupils shrank, feeling an overwhelming sense that his life was in the balance. The enemy's speed was simply too great. He couldn't even react. A surge, and then, with a crack like breaking stone, one of his comrades was blasted aside by a single crushing blow. His fate, unknown. What sort of monster is this? Sweat poured down Atsu Rame's forehead. This was terror in its purest form. In grim disbelief, he turned stiffly toward his teammate, now lying crumpled in the dirt, his face a bloodied mess, limbs limp and silent. He would breathe no more. Just one punch. That was all it took for such annihilation. You're from the Hyuga clan, aren't you? He shouted furiously. We're Cloud Shinobi, and we've signed a peace treaty with the Leaf. If we die here today, there will be war between our villages. That's a price Konoha cannot afford to pay. Apologize right now, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you live, out of respect for our alliance. The man before him was simply too terrifying. He couldn't begin to fathom the depths of this opponent. His taijutsu was monstrous, undeniably at the level of an elite jonin. A cold chuckle sounded in reply. You? Worthy of that. Hinata Kyo looked down from above at the two of them, his eyes cold and scornful, as if regarding trash. His expression burned with anger. You didn't come to Konoha for an alliance at all. You're just here to suppress Konoha, to get your hands on our Byakugan. That's all. His voice was icy as he continued. Today, you won't leave the forest of death alive. Ridiculous. If I let you walk away from here, how could Itachi Uchiha see through the true face of Hiruzen Sarutobi? How would he realize the filth and corruption hiding within the heart of Konoha? If I want Itachi's help, I must first make him believe. In the shadows, Itachi Uchiha was utterly confused, murmuring to himself. What on earth is going on here? Konoha and the Hidden Cloud have just formed an alliance. The two villages should be entering a time of peace. Konoha was supposed to have a period of respite. So why is Kyo so furious? He couldn't make sense of it, but he was certain there had to be a secret behind all this. Meanwhile, sweat beaded on the forehead of Aoba Rimoku as anxiety gnawed at him. Damn it, why does Konoha have such volatile shinobi? The alliance is clearly in place, yet this ninja in front of them refuses to let them go. Are you not afraid of being punished by your Hokage? He shouted in anger. If a war breaks out between the Hidden Cloud and Konoha, you'll be the one to blame. At that moment, Aoba Rimoku tried to intimidate Hinata Kyo, hoping he would back down. If you give up now, I'll keep this matter to myself. The Hidden Cloud and Konoha can still be the best of allies, he added, his gaze glinting coldly for a brief instant, quickly concealed. Hinata Kyo let out a mocking chuckle, as if he were dealing with a fool. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? The Hidden Cloud is made up of brutes who worship force. If you had an opening to attack Konoha, would you really pass it up? The Hidden Cloud. Nothing but a band of reckless warriors. War-hungry to the core. In the Naruto movie, all the shinobi believed Naruto could defeat Tonari on the moon, and yet the Fourth Raikage wanted to shatter the moon itself, taking Naruto down with it. Such despicable people. Seeing the coldness in Hinata Kyo's eyes, Aoba Rimoku's forehead broke out in a fresh sweat, his headache intensifying. This guy was impossible to deal with. Captain, why waste words with him? Surely the two of us can take him down, can't we? Another Hidden Cloud ninja beside him gritted his teeth, drew his kunai, and stared at Hinata Kyo with open hostility. "Shut up," Aoba barked. "The two of us together might still not be enough. Damn useless teammate." The enemy's power was easily on par with an elite Jonin. With just his own Jonin-level strength, he was in no way a match for this man. He spoke calmly. "What are your terms? As long as it's within our power, we'll do whatever it takes to satisfy you. After all, fighting isn't always the best solution, is it?" A kind smile flickered across Kangi Leimu's face. But beneath it, unease gnawed at his heart. Despicable bastard. Once I get back to the hidden cloud village, I'll definitely report all of this to Lord Reikage. I'll make sure you're finished, with not even a grave to your name. As for Hiruzen Surtobi, for the sake of peace between the hidden leaf and the hidden cloud, he'd cast aside this fellow in front of us, just as he abandoned Hayashi Hyuga, hand over the body of Hizashi Hyuga. Hyuga Q's voice was icy. "And I want to know how you managed to get your hands on it in the first place." Damn it all. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. How could these people be so slow-witted? So much pointless talk. If it weren't for coaxing them into revealing Hiruzen Sarutobi's filth and hypocrisy with their own mouths, he would have acted long ago. These fools, so foolish it almost gave him a headache. Impossible. The color drained from Kangi Leimu's face. "We absolutely can't hand over Hizashi's corpse. It's our evidence for Lord Reikage." "Evidence of what?" Hyuga Q retorted coldly, fury burning in his eyes. "Is it evidence that your Cloud Village stole the Byakugan from our Hyuga clan, and when your ninja were killed, you dare to slander us instead? Hand over the corpse, or die." His gaze turned icy, and he strode step by step toward Kangi Leimu. A sharp intake of breath escaped Kangi Leimu. This man was dangerously domineering, quick to take a life at the slightest disagreement. He was about to burst into tears, and quickly pleaded, "Fine, take it. I'll give it to you." With a flick of his wrist, he broke the seal on a scroll. A man's corpse appeared on the ground. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Hayashi Hyuga. It was Hizashi Hyuga. "Brother, this is Hizashi Hyuga's body." Kangi Leimu's eyes darted as he explained. "Honestly, this wasn't what we wanted. Your third Hokage handed over this corpse to us, hoping to forge an alliance between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud. This has nothing to do with us." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "But I have to say, your Hokage is really timid, actually making your Hyuga clan hand over Hizashi's body. If it were Lord Reikage in his place, he would never betray a fellow villager, no matter what. Even if it meant going to war, Lord Reikage would never compromise. So really, your Hokage's nothing but trash, brother. In the future, never trust a word from your Hokage." Kangi Leimu took on the air of someone pointing out hard truths for his own good. He spilled everything in one go, with a fair bit of exaggeration, but he didn't care in the least. If he could sow discord between the ninja standing before him and the Hokage, that would, of course, be the best possible outcome. A strange expression flickered across Hyuga Q's face. "Seriously, this guy actually knows what he's doing? Brother, the way I see it, your Konoha has too many rules, and it's just too dark." Kangi Leimu gave Hyuga Q a thorough, exaggerated once-over, pretending to be ignorant of the schism between the Hyuga clan's main and branch families. He pressed on, "Our Cloud Village isn't like that at all. In Cloud Village, everyone looks out for each other. Someone as strong as you is exactly what Cloud Village needs. If you ever can't stay in Konoha anymore, come find us in the Cloud Village. Just mention my name, Kangi Leimu." Kangi Leimu beamed, fully confident and acting like they were already old friends. Hyuga Q was silent. "You really do carry on Cloud Village's tradition of poaching, don't you? No matter when it is, you people are always scheming to lure away talented ninja. Utterly absurd." In the shadows nearby, Uchiha Itachi's face abruptly drained of color. His Sharingan eyes locked on Hinata Nichiza's corpse, unable to accept what he saw. How could this be? No, that's impossible. The twin Tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun with furious speed. Cold sweat beaded on his brow. The Hokage, Lord Hokage, would never do such a thing. Every ninja in the village, every single villager, we are all like family, all people we must protect. Why would Lord Hokage ever do something like this? Lord Hokage is the kindest, most compassionate soul. He collapsed backward onto a branch, propping himself against the sturdy tree trunk. Could it be, all this time, the peace I wanted to protect, the village I wanted to protect, was nothing but a lie? When the things you've always believed in, the things you've strived for and held as your highest honor, are suddenly revealed as hollow illusions and cruel lies. A person's whole worldview can shatter. Despair takes root. Self-doubt festers, eating away at the resolve, even, at its worst, devouring the will to live. Uchiha Itachi looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Though the night was in the height of summer, an icy chill seeped through his bones. Why did things have to turn out like this? He couldn't help but glance at Hyuga Q, his eyes clouded with exhaustion and pain. Kyukin also loves peace, also wants to protect the village. When he learns of this, he must be suffering terribly too, right? Uchiha Itachi's gaze lingered on Hyuga Q. Kyukin, what choice will he make? Back in the clearing, Kangi Lemu grinned and called out, "Brother, the body's yours to take. I'll be on my way." With that, he tugged at his nearby teammate and strode off, cold sweat streaming down his back. That man is terrifying. Just meeting his eyes was enough to feel an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if his very soul was being crushed. Damn it. Why get back to Cloud Village? I'll report to Lord Raikage and make sure you pay with your life. Of course, I wish you both safe travels. Hyuga Kagami spoke slowly, the corners of his mouth lifting into a sly smile. In the next instant, accompanied by the rush of swirling smoke, a massive war hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer was 1.5 meters long. Contrasted with his own height of 1.74 meters, it created a striking visual discrepancy. You shameless liar. I've told you everything and even handed over the corpse. Kangi Lemu's face fell as sudden understanding dawned. Hyuga Kagami had never intended to let them leave alive. From the very beginning, their fate had been sealed. But why bother with all this talk? He truly couldn't understand. Trust. Hyuga Kagami let out a cold, mocking laugh, his expression wild and unruly. When have you people from the Hidden Cloud Village ever honored your word? When have you ever played by the rules? Pathetic fool. His gaze drifted carelessly, and on a nearby tree branch, he caught sight of Uchiha Itachi, slumped in despair, his face etched with hopelessness. In this very moment, Uchiha Itachi's conviction to protect the Leaf Village utterly crumbled. That's as it should be. Otherwise, if Uchiha Itachi still aspired to defend the Leaf Village, it was only a matter of time before he became Kagami's enemy. But now, everything was different. As Itachi's old faith collapsed, Kagami could become his new guiding light. A sharp rush sliced through the air. Hyuga Kagami drove his foot hard against the ground. The earth cracked beneath him. He sprang forth like a rampaging beast, and with a mighty swing, sent Kangi Lemu flying. A spatter of blood, and Kangi Lemu was hurled through the air, his life or death uncertain. "I'll kill you." Another hidden cloud ninja's eyes blazed with fury. He roared, "If you kill us, war will break out between the leaf and the hidden cloud. When that happens, your precious leaf will." His words turned desperate, hoping to shake Hyuga Kagami's resolve. When the next heartbeat, he was met with Kagami's cold, unyielding glare, and the sudden, crushing descent of the giant hammer. With a deafening crash from above, his body was reduced to a bloody pulp. "Fool, you talk too much." Hyuga Kagami commented coolly. "Haven't you ever heard that villains meet their end because they talk too much?" Not bothering to spare the two another glance, he casually sealed Hyuga Hizashi's corpse inside a scroll. Though the body held little value for him, it might yet prove decisive at a critical moment. Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, Hyuga Kagami jerked his head around, as if only now noticing. With another sharp rush through the air, he appeared on the branch in a flash, fixing Uchiha Itachi with a cold stare. For a brief second, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, a look as if his secret had been exposed. "What are you doing here? Did you see everything that just happened?" Uchiha Itachi looked utterly defeated, raising his head in despair. "Kagami, why would the Hokage do something like this? How could he become this kind of person? Wasn't he the hero of Konoha, the valiant protector of the village?" In this moment, the brilliance that once marked Itachi as a genius was nowhere to be seen. His usual composure and wisdom had vanished. Right now, Uchiha Itachi was just like a forsaken child, helpless and lost. A heavy sigh escaped from Hyuga Kagami. Resigned, he sat down beside Itachi, tilting his head back to gaze up at the night sky, a shade of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "I don't understand it either. But I do know this, it's wrong. Just as that ninja from the Hidden Cloud said earlier, being Hokage means protecting other ninja and the villagers. That is what the Hokage should be." He paused, then reached over and patted Itachi on the shoulder. "Maybe it's not that the Hokage changed, but that he was always like this. He only ever played the part of the benevolent and kind leader when we were watching." Itachi's face grew even paler, as white as paper. All the color had drained away. "Why is it like this? Why has Konoha become what it is? Father has always wanted to rebel, and the Hokage's kindness is just a facade. Beneath it, he's ruthless and cold. In this place called Konoha, what's left that's truly worth believing in?" A bitter smile flickered on Itachi's lips. He was lost, as if all hope in life had vanished. "Itachi Uchiha." Hyuga Kagami let out a low, sharp grunt. He stood up straight, posture tall, his face exuding defiance and unyielding spirit. Is that all the courage you have? His voice was harsh with anger, almost like he was shouting right into Itachi's face. Itachi looked on, still pale. But what choice do we have? The Hokage's love for Konoha is just for show, the Uchiha clan harbors treachery, and the very roots of Konoha are rotting away. Konoha is rotten to its core. All we can do is decay alongside it. His eyes lost their light, like someone awaiting death at the end of their strength. If that's all you amount to, then forget we ever met Uchiha Itachi. Leave, now. With a harsh snort, Hyuga Kagami's expression turned to stone, cold and unwavering. People change, Konoha remains the same. Only the hearts of men are fickle. Konoha is like a mighty tree, and if it's ridden with rot, then cut out every last worm. If we can't purge it, then bring the tree down, plant something new in its place. Wild determination blazed across his face, unyielding and fierce. A tremor ran through Itachi's heart. He looked up at this resolute face of Hyuga Kagami and felt an overwhelming sense of strength and charisma radiating from him. Even in the face of such pervasive decay, when the Hokage, the leader of the Root Division, and countless clans have all succumbed to corruption, has Lord Kagami truly managed to hold steadfast to his convictions? What kind of willpower is this to remain so unwavering? Lord Kagami, a faint light began to return to Itachi Uchiha's ashen eyes, as though he glimpsed sunlight, hope, breaking through the darkness. You're right. I must save the Leaf Village. I must make Konoha better. A smile tugged at the corner of Hyuga Kagami's lips. How could Uchiha Itachi, a genius hidden in the shadows, who remained misunderstood even unto his death, be brought down so easily? Despair may have seized Itachi, but only because he lost his purpose in life. If his purpose has been lost, then why not give him a new one? At the core of Uchiha Itachi's soul is the resolve to protect Konoha. Now that Konoha is rotten, why not dedicate himself to restoring it? Excellent. That's the Uchiha Itachi I know. Hyuga Kagami nodded in approval and clapped Itachi on the shoulder. Together, we'll build a new Konoha. Itachi turned his gaze to Kagami, his tall figure, the radiant kindness on his face, the indomitable will, the commanding strength. Every fiber of his being seemed to shine with an aura that compelled admiration. This is a leader worth following. Hyuga Kagami's expression twitched slightly. What got into him now? With sudden resolve, Itachi stood up and gave a firm nod. Lord Kagami, you're absolutely right. His voice faltered for a moment as a thought occurred to him. His eyes drifted to the 3 lifeless bodies lying nearby. Now that the Cloud Village ninja have been killed, when the village of the Hidden Cloud realizes their operatives have vanished for too long, the truth will eventually come out. When that happens, war may really break out. Worry clouded Itachi's face. What should we do? War would drag countless shinobi into its unforgiving grasp. And for Konoha, that would spell nothing but disaster. But Hyuga Kagami's smile only deepened. War isn't always a bad thing. Only in the crucible of conflict can true brilliance shine, whether for a person or for Konoha itself. Purging corruption through war is the most thorough method. What we must do is seize a reputation on the battlefield, one so strong, so indispensable, that it can turn the tide for Konoha itself. Reputation, there's power in it, especially amidst the chaos of war. Why did Minato Namikaze become the 4th Hokage? In part because the 3rd Hokage was compelled to retire. But more importantly, Minato's legendary renown meant that on the battlefield, his slightest command would unite the entire force. He was almost a living god in the hearts of Konoha's ninja, with a reputation so absolute. Even if Minato had ordered them to rebel, not a single shinobi would hesitate. They'd follow him to the ends of the earth. That's why Ichirol could command his army so thoroughly, because his prestige was unparalleled. So war actually has such a purpose. Itachi Uchiha was taken aback. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Something dawned on him, and a chill crept up his spine. Kagami, from the very moment he made his move, he was already thinking several steps ahead, eliminating the ninja from the Hidden Cloud. This wasn't just about reclaiming the body of Hayashi Hyuga. It was also about igniting the flames of war, seizing immense prestige, and purging the darkness from the Hidden Leaf. He trembled all over, unable to suppress a deep, heavy breath. This is madness. To purge the leaf, does it really mean starting a war? It was terrifying. In that moment, he suddenly realized that, in comparison to Kagami Hyuga, the so-called prodigy that he was nothing but an insect. Kagami's vision, his daring, and the sheer magnitude of his ambition. These qualities surpassed his own by untold leagues. How many people run from it in terror? How many people cower before its unknown horrors? Yet Kagami Hyuga showed no fear. Calmly, with poise, he chose to be the very hand that cast the first stone, to set the war in motion and to orchestrate his plans amidst the chaos, like a pair of invisible hands manipulating everything from within the storm. Itachi, this plan is enormous and dangerous. Kagami's expression stayed tranquil, almost encouraging. Once exposed, we'll have no place to die in peace. Even if we happen to survive, we'll become outcast ninja. You are my friend. I don't want harm to come to you. Even now, you still have a chance to walk away. When dealing with a genius, it's best not to simply deceive them. A challenge has far more power. I won't back out. Itachi Uchiha's face was resolute. The word friend struck a deep chord in his heart. Trust me, Kagami, I will become the blade in your hand, piercing the darkness of Konoha and bringing forth its rebirth. Only a reborn leaf is worth protecting. The old leaf is already riddled with decay. The darkness choking Konoha had to be swept away. Kagami brushed his nose. After all, those motivational proverbs from his past life's internet really did work wonders. Then become stronger. Opportunity belongs to those who are prepared. Let's wait for the perfect moment and, together, strike with unmatched power. But until then, you should join the ANBU. There, you'll find more chances. Kagami offered this advice. Once within the ANBU, Itachi Uchiha would doubtless become highly valued, gaining access to sensitive intelligence and the village's secrets with ease. I understand. Itachi's dark eyes shone with determination. I'll make my father approve my entry into the ANBU. His father would almost certainly disapprove. But what of it? To purge the leaf, he was ready even to defy his own family. Night deepened around them. Kagami conjured a blaze, reducing the three corpses to ashes. The two exchanged a final glance and vanished, one after another, into the darkness. A smile curled at the corner of Hyuga Kyo's lips. What a fruitful night it's been. With Uchiha Itachi now serving under me, it's as if I've gained a future master of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was not only a prodigy in battle, he also possessed a remarkable strategic vision. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, while everyone else was locked in grueling combat against the resurrected dead, Itachi had the foresight to seek out a way to break the reanimation jutsu. Ultimately, by sealing Kabuto Yakushi, he turned the tide, making victory for the allied shinobi forces possible. Had it not been for this, the endless waves of reanimated shinobi could have exhausted the alliance to death. This gain is nothing short of extraordinary. The smile played again on Hyuga Kyo's face. Now that I have Itachi, can Shursui Uchiha be far behind? He stroked his chin in thought. Shursui's loyalty to Konoha ran deep and unyielding. Winning him over would be far more difficult than swaying the young Itachi. This would require careful planning and the right opportunity. In fact, perhaps it's time to bring the Fourth Great Ninja War forward. A glimmer of shrewd intent flashed in Hyuga Kyo's eyes. The Raikage may be reckless, but he is far from foolish. He has his moments of cunning and caution. Looks like I'll have to intervene and add a little fuel to the fires of war. His lips curved again. In the darkness, a pair of white Byakugan eyes sparkled. Inside the hospital, Uchiha Lungfing stared out the window, his face twisted with resentment. He slammed his fist hard against the armrest by his bed. Damn it! As a genius of the Uchiha clan, how could I possibly lose to someone from the branch family of the Hyuga? What a disgrace! Though the Hyuga and Uchiha stood as Konoha's two greatest houses, in reality, the Uchiha saw themselves as far superior. To them, the Hyuga were a tier below. Yet now, he had been defeated by Hyuga Kyo, a mere branch family member. Hyuga Kyo, I'll never forgive you. He gritted his teeth. As an Uchiha, there's no way I can accept losing to you. A surge of dark energy flared within him, and with a buzzing force, his single Tomo Sharingan appeared, glowing blood red with a sinister light in the gloom. The next morning, Hyuga Kyo made his way to the Hokage's office. Today was the day he officially joined the Anbu, a milestone that meant, from this day forward, he would be counted among the Hokage's elite, possessed of real status in Konoha. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Hokage's office. Mission reward. Armament Haki. Armament Haki. This ability enhances the user's defense, functioning as an invisible armor. It can also be converted into offensive power. Not only can it be used on the body, but it can also be imbued into objects. Another sign-in successful. A slow, self-satisfied smile appeared on Hyuga Kyo's lips. This, he thought, is the true advantage of making up for missed sign-ins. When you pass by on your way, you can simply make up the missed sign-in, receiving the previous rewards just the same, and there's no time wasted at all. With armament haki, I'll be able to channel it into my warhammer. Not only will it boost the weapon's power, but it'll also protect it from damage much more effectively. Right now, the biggest problem isn't that his weapon isn't strong enough, but rather, his own strength is too overwhelming. The hammer can't withstand it. So far, he's already broken 2 hammers. Kagami, Itachi, you two entering the Anbu is exactly what I've been hoping for. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Hyuga Kagami and Uchiha Itachi before him with a gentle, grandfatherly gaze. What Konoha lacks most right now are young geniuses like you to shoulder the village's future. With you here, I can finally breathe easier. His face was filled with kindness, as if he had the utmost trust in the two of them. This is what we should do, Lord Hokage. The two responded in unison. Their expressions were respectful, and their faces calm and unreadable. Uchiha Itachi's feelings were complicated. If not for Kagami, he might never have understood the darkness lurking within Konoha. Without Kagami's intervention, he couldn't imagine what he might have become. Would he still be blindly devoted to the Hokage, as he once was? Mindlessly guarding Konoha, and in the end, perhaps even becoming the blade in the Hokage's hand, poised to strike the Uchiha clan. Last night, as these thoughts filled his mind, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He shuddered with dread. But before anything else, there's something I'd like to ask you both. Hiruzen's smile faded, and he studied them with a sharp, searching gaze. He spoke slowly and deliberately, his eyes intense, like a judge scrutinizing a defendant. What do you believe makes a true shinobi? Joining the Anbu, it wasn't just about strength, but also absolute loyalty to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi froze for a moment, hesitating before he replied. Lord Hokage, I believe a true shinobi must possess great strength and always place the mission above all else. To prioritize the success of the mission above everything. In fact, that was exactly how he had lived. Later, in the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, it was Itachi himself who wielded the blade. But now he found himself wavering. He wasn't sure anymore if his old beliefs were right or wrong. Ha, a fine conviction. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Just like Shursui Uchiha, another who followed orders without question. As long as they could be led along, there would be no thoughts of rebellion. They'd simply become reliable weapons to wield. Feeling completely at ease, he turned his attention to Hyuga Kagami. And what about you, Kagami? What's your opinion? Hiruzen watched him, genuinely curious. At just 8 years old, he possessed the strength of an elite Jonin taijutsu ninja. What an extraordinary talent. If nurtured properly, he was sure to become invaluable. Hayashi's expression grew solemn, his brows drawing together as if pondering something of the utmost importance. Hiruzen Sarutobi's satisfaction deepened, a satisfied gleam in his eyes as he mused silently. Not only immense power, but also remarkable intellect? That's truly rare, especially among taijutsu ninjas. He narrowed his gaze thoughtfully. At any time, a ninja who can truly think is a rare find indeed. Perhaps, Hayashi was someone who could be entrusted with great responsibilities. In my view, Sarutobi spoke, what matters most as a ninja is, of course, completing the mission. Yet even more important is the duty to protect one another. His eyes blazed with conviction, echoing the weight of his beliefs. I am a ninja, but more importantly, I am a ninja of the leaf. That means my ultimate purpose is to safeguard the people of Konoha. Where the leaves dance, the fire will burn eternal. The flame shall forever illuminate our village. I will dedicate my very life to upholding the will to protect Konoha. His voice rang out, powerful and stirring, reverberating through the entire room. The words struck deep, sending ripples through everyone's hearts. Where the leaves dance, the fire will burn eternal. The flame shall forever illuminate our village. Itachi Uchiha was stunned. He couldn't help but whisper softly, as if in awe. So this was Mirror's will? Such profound resolve. Could it be that this very conviction drove Mirror to tirelessly pursue the truth of Konoha, to unearth the village's darkness, and to seek change for its future? He gazed up at Hayashi in admiration, black eyes sparkling. Yes, well said. Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips parted, and after a heartbeat, he burst into vibrant laughter. A sensation prickled along his scalp, goosebumps rising across his skin. This was the will of fire. Mirror, your words strike true. It's as if you voiced the very thoughts in my own heart. How could anyone share his convictions so fully? Hiruzen felt as if he had found a kindred spirit at last. How long had it been all these years? His old friend Danzo was ever scheming for power. Koharu and Hamura had drifted apart from him, and the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were each preoccupied with their own designs. All this time, how few people he could truly trust. But now, astonishingly, someone had appeared, someone who thought so much like he did. Hayashi. Mirror, you're absolutely right. As a leaf ninja, our duty in life is to protect the village, and when we die, even then our will must guide Konoha forward as fire's light. Hiruzen's face radiated appreciation and approval. With Hayashi's words, he thought, wouldn't it become even easier to rally others to his cause? Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hayashi nodded, his manner deeply respectful. Yet, in the depths of his eyes, a fleeting hint of disdain glimmered. How could he not agree, after all? Is this seriously the kind of trickery you use to fool people? Even at death's door, you still care about keeping up appearances. How insidious. Enough. The longer Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Hyuga Q, the more satisfied he became. The ninja world was never short of geniuses. What it lacked were ninjas who fit his style. Look at Kakashi Hatake. Talented, loyal to the will of fire, yes, but his loyalty leans toward the fourth Hokage. Even now, Hiruzen still sensed a subtle distance between them. My guy, close but not quite. He might be an elite jonin, but he's just not suited for the dirty work. My guy is just too upright, unable to tolerate even a speck of dishonesty. Hyuga Q is different. He's young and easy to persuade. With a sigh, Hiruzen declared, Q, Itachi, starting now, you'll embark on your first mission. Journey to the village hidden in the mist. At this moment, our leaf village has established an alliance with the hidden cloud. A gentle smile played on Hiruzen's lips, though his eyes gleamed with a chill. But the Mist Village still remains hostile toward us. Even though the third great ninja war has ended, turmoil still rules over them. We need to find out whether Mist Village is planning to attack the Leaf. The Cloud Village was no longer a worry. The Sand and Stone villages were neighbors. If there's conflict, each will have their concerns. Mist Village was different. Isolated by the vast sea, they had no natural enemies. We mustn't let our guard down. Yes, Lord Hokage, we understand, came the synchronized reply. Hyuga Q raised an eyebrow. The main story really began in Konoha, year 64, so this scene had never been depicted there. But from the Leaf's perspective, it made perfect sense to probe the Mist Village's intentions. After all, from members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist had fallen to Might Due. These weren't just anyone. Each was an elite jonin. They were on par with Kakashi Hatake. The level of the Mist's grudge against the Leaf, even resorting to sneak attacks, would be completely understandable. Of course, you won't be going alone. I'll assign an Anbu operative to go with you. Please, take extra care. Hiruzen's words were gentle and full of concern. Make sure you come back safe. If this were the old Uchiha Itachi, he would have been moved to tears. But now, for the sake of secrecy, Itachi still felt immense gratitude outwardly, yet deep inside, he was filled with revulsion. An alliance with the Cloud Village? That peace was written in the blood of compatriots. What's there to be proud of? If that's the price, better to have no peace at all. We understand, Lord Hokage. The two responded, then turned and left. Uchiha Itachi's expression was calm, but in his eyes flickered something unspoken, something he could not accept. Ow! How can he talk about making peace with the Cloud Village as if it's nothing? That peace is built atop the corpses of his own people. That's why we need to change the Leaf Village. Hyuga Q cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Itachi and said quietly, work on getting stronger. You're not qualified yet. Uchiha Itachi nodded earnestly. I will, Kyukuin. I swear I'll become a blade in your hand. A blade drawn from its sheath. Matchless and unstoppable. Just say the word, and I'll cleave through this rotten Leaf Village. A village this decade isn't worth preserving. Hyuga Q. Become a blade in my hand? The rotten Leaf Village isn't worth existing? Good grief, you're seriously obsessed. In the original story, when the Uchiha clan wanted to rebel, you wiped out the entire village. Now that you know Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are up to no good, you want them both dead. You, honestly, will eliminate anyone who rubs you the wrong way. If it must be done, so be it. Hyuga Q replied, solemn and righteous. Rot always deserves to be wiped away. Rebuilding the Leaf is imperative. He couldn't help but marvel. Teenagers really are easy to sway. No wonder Orochimaru loved manipulating people. This is addictive. A few carefully chosen words, and you gain a fiercely loyal follower. Who wouldn't enjoy that? The two parted ways. On his way home, Hyuga Q passed through an abandoned district. The grandeur of its old structures was still visible, even if everything had long since fallen to ruin. Ding! Sign in at the Senju clan compound successful. Mission reward. Obtain Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Kamui, Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui, grants access to a separate space and free travel within it. A mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Hyuga paused, stunned. Kamui? That was a skill he knew well. It was a space-time dojutsu, the main reason no one could touch Uchiha Bido for so many years. With it, you could freely shift your body into the Kamui dimension, achieving a state akin to being untargetable. It looked as if you were in this world, but your real body was already tucked away safely in the Kamui space. The ability was the perfect hybrid between a spatial ring and elemental intangibility for survival. It could be used to trap enemies, a simply exhilarating power. Still, he looked ahead at the abandoned buildings. So this is the Senju clan's grounds? Once, the Senju were even stronger than the Uchiha and the Leaf, and now they've fallen to this, just ruins. How tragic. Hyuga Q's gaze gleamed, a flash of azure shining in those pale eyes. The Senju clan was once glorious, producing 2 Hokage and leading the Leaf to greatness. And now, nothing's left but wreckage. The Senju were different from the Uchiha. Boy, could they multiply. Because of the Senju clan's unique constitution, there was never a risk of difficult childbirth. Every member was blessed with robust chakra. And yet, this proud clan was utterly wiped out within the Hidden Leaf village. A cold chuckle escaped Hyuga. The decline of the Senju clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you certainly played no small part in it. During the Third Great Ninja War, besides the Uchiha, it was the Senju who were sent to the front lines. One campaign after another. Hardly 1 in 10 survived. Damn, that's cold. Even your own teacher's clan wasn't spared. Hyuga Q clicked his tongue in disbelief. But then again, it's not exactly realistic to expect a Hokage's heart to be pure or soft. He told himself it had nothing to do with him. Yet, was there a way to use this to his advantage? The problem was, how could he prove this tragedy was tied to the third Hokage's ruthless decisions? 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Today, the team was supposed to gather at the village gate for their next mission, but when Hyuga Q arrived, neither Uchiha Itachi nor their squad leader were there. Instead, a cold, menacing figure waited for him. In those eyes spun a single Tomo Sharingan, burning scarlet with hatred and a thirst for blood. Hyuga Q, today I won't let you go. Uchiha Lungfing gave a vicious grin. I know we can't kill each other as fellow villagers, but that won't stop me from challenging you. Do you dare take me on? Today I'm going to beat you so badly, you'll be picking your teeth off the ground. You need to understand, Yuzuki Yugao is mine. You never even had the right to get close to her. Uchiha Lungfeng had been losing his mind these past days. The woman he loved had started spending time with Hyuga Q. Did it not mean they were together? His heart twisted with pain. I will never let you go. Yugao belongs to me, and only to me. Hyuga Q's expression turned odd, as though looking at a fool. You want to pursue Yugao? Talk to her yourself. What's it got to do with me? Was this kid missing a few screws? Seriously, what did any of this have to do with him? Hearing this, Uchiha Lungfeng's face twisted with misery and anger. It's because of you. That's why Yugao keeps turning me down. She told me she already likes someone else. It has to be you. His eyes flared with rage. So, if I defeat you, if I wipe the floor with you, then Yugao will come back to me. Then she'll see I'm the strongest man for her. If only Hyuga Q wasn't standing there. He would have won Yugao over by now. All of this was Hyuga Q's fault. Kid, are you sure you haven't lost your mind? Hyuga Q finally saw him for what he was. The supposedly talented Uchiha Lungfing was nothing but a lovesick fool, the ultimate simpering devotee. And what, exactly, does this have to do with me? He wore a strange expression, the corner of his brow arching slightly. Evening Primrose in the 4th month doesn't like you. That's only because you don't fit her type. Even if Hinata Kyo didn't exist, there's still Ueno Kyo and Marikura Kyo and so on. Are you planning to challenge each one of them in turn? Love, that elusive thing. So many people just don't get it. When a girl says she already has someone she likes, it may not be the truth, but she's definitely not wrong to turn you down. So what if you can't win her over? Just move on to somebody else. There will always be someone out there oblivious enough, won't there? Life's too short, brother. Don't go hanging yourself from a single tree. Uchiha Lungfing flushed, his face gone crimson as he yelled, I don't care. I have to be with Evening Primrose. Today, I'll trample you beneath my feet, so she can see how strong I am. Come at me, Hinata Kyo. Or are you scared? When it came to provocation, Uchiha Lungfing was smug, arrogant even. If there was one thing he knew, it was how to challenge someone. All right then. Hinata Kyo simply shrugged, unconcerned. Let's do this. Uchiha Lungfeng's expression grew grave, but in his eyes there was a sliver of confidence as well. He had rehearsed this fight countless times for today. There was no way he could lose. Fire style, great fireball technique. A thunderous eruption. The air trembled and rolled. a torrent of searing flames roaring forth in a blazing sphere, distorting the very air with its scorching heat. In the next instant, with lightning speed, he hurled over a dozen kunai, sealing off every possible escape route for Hinata Kyo. Ha ha ha! Hinata Kyo, let's see how you get out of this one. Uchiha Lungfing looked triumphant. With every escape sealed off, there was no way for Hinata Kyo to retreat. Even if he didn't lose outright, he'd still have to waste huge amounts of chakra. Still haven't learned your lesson, have you? Hinata Kyo nonchalantly called forth a giant hammer. Ever since he'd gained access to the Kamui dimension, summoning that massive hammer was just too convenient. A single tug, and it was in his hand. But with the cover of the great fireball, Uchiha Lungfing didn't see the summoning process at all. Armament hockey. A resonant hum filled the air as Hinata Kyo muttered softly, and black armament hockey surged across the giant hammer. In an instant, it became pure black, radiating an indomitable sheen. At this moment, the hammer was harder than any chakra weapon. Another deep vibration. Too weak. Hinata Kyo remained calm and composed, tossing the hammer with a flick of his wrist. A chorus of forceful words filled the field. With another earth-shaking blast, a roaring wave of air surged forth with a swing, as if slicing winds had taken form along its arc. In one fell swoop, the hammer obliterated every kunai and snuffed out the great fireball technique, as if swatting away a handful of flies. How is that possible? Uchiha Lungfing's jaw dropped in disbelief. Without casting any ninjutsu, just a single swing of your hammer wiped out my fire style, great fireball technique, and all my kunai? Impossible. How could you do something like that? For as long as he could remember, no ninja had ever accomplished anything like this. Even a taijutsu ninja couldn't possibly reach this level, could they? All the preparation he had done, in this moment, felt utterly laughable, like a childish joke. Get lost. I've got no time to play house with you. With a sharp whoosh that cut through the air, Hyuga-Q's feet shattered the ground beneath him. He shot forward like a cannonball, landing a kick that sent Uchiha Lungfing flying. He didn't even use his hammer. Otherwise, Lungfing would be dead on the spot. A different start, but the same outcome. Uchiha Lungfing was sprawled face down in the dirt, pitiful as a beaten dog, his fate hanging in the balance. If you're going to challenge people without real strength, aren't you just asking for death? Hyuga-Q clapped the dust from his hands and casually set the giant hammer down beside him. At once, the earth beneath the hammer twisted into an invisible vortex, slowly drawing the massive weapon out of sight. It vanished into the Kamui space. What an unbelievably convenient ability. A few minutes later, Uchiha Itachi and the team's supervising ninja arrived. What took you so long? Hyuga-Q lifted an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the leader. The man wore a fox-faced mask, its red markings all clustered on the right half, and his stark white hair was impossible to miss. A short sword hung at his back. Q's eyes flashed with a glimmer of recognition. Could it be Hitaki Kakashi? As a ninja, you need more than just mission skills. You need patience, like a lone wolf, lurking in the forest, waiting for its prey to draw near. Hitaki Kakashi sized up Hyuga-Q with a sharp look. An impressive strength. Warning bells rang in his mind. This kid was nearly as tall as he was, not at all like an 8-year-old. He looked more like he was 16 or 17. So that's your excuse for being late? Q's eyebrow quirked upward. Typical Hitaki Kakashi. In ANBU, he'd already earned a reputation for his legendary tardiness. Maybe it's not that I'm late, Kakashi replied, looking a little weary. I just lost my way on the road of life. Definitely a problematic kid, he thought to himself. Was he really supposed to mentor these two prodigies? One, genius of the Hyuga clan. The other, Uchiha's pride. Neither would be easy to manage. Without overwhelming strength, getting both of them to listen would be a tall order. And even if you're waiting, how long could you actually wait? Q pointed in the distance, where Uchiha Lungfing lay motionless at the base of a tree, as lifeless as a discarded rag doll. Just long enough to beat someone up. Kakashi was struck speechless. This was absurd. You filled the wait by thrashing someone? Was this guy always so aggressive? Uchiha Lungfing. Uchiha Itachi frowned, his eyes narrowing to slits. Idiot. All this trouble over something so trivial, and you pester Q yet again? When we get back to the village, I won't let this slide. All this just because of a woman, always stirring up trouble. It wasn't the first time Lingfeng had embarrassed the Uchiha clan. Fine, I'll leave him to you. Hyuga-Q waved a hand dismissively. If he could, he'd rather never deal with these kinds of problems again. Who on earth would enjoy being constantly picked on? These two, their relationship is even closer than I imagined. Kakashi Hitaki narrowed his eyes, coming to a realization. A genius from the Uchiha clan and one from the Hyuga clan. Are they really friends? And It even looks like Hyuga Q is the one calling the shots. Hyuga Q, you're pushing this too far. Just then, Uchiha Lungfing slowly regained consciousness, and the first thing he heard was Hyuga Q's rather insulting remark. What do you mean by the amount of time it takes to beat someone up? His face was full of outrage. I, Uchiha Lungfing, am a Uchiha genius, not some kind of unit of measurement. Damn it, a unit of measurement? How humiliating is that? It makes little difference. At this rate, the next time you challenge me, you might not even qualify as a unit of measure. Hyuga Q waved it off. Seriously, does anyone get to be a unit of measurement? Within the world of Naruto, the only recognized standard is Kakashi Hatake, the elite among elite jonin. To be used as a unit of comparison is an honor in itself. Kakashi Hatake, for some reason, he felt a bit offended by the way Hyuga Q was looking at him. Hyuga Q, you're ruthless. Uchiha Lungfing spat out blood, his anger surging, and promptly passed out again. This was just pure bullying. Uchiha Itachi. It seemed his intervention wouldn't be necessary after all. All right, that's enough. Kakashi Hatake waved his hand. His sharp, bright eyes, still not dulled to that infamous deadfish stare, actually made him look a bit dazzling. Our mission won't be easy. I'll fill you in with the details as we travel. The three of them moved on swiftly. Uchiha Lungfing's condition was now uncertain. On the road, Kakashi Hatake said, both of you come from great ninja clans and already have some knowledge about the ANBU, so I won't go over the basics. But you do need to pick a code name. This is to keep your real identities safe. For example, my code name is Dog Handler. Dohenla. Hyuga Q's eyes flickered. Dog Handler could also mean wolf, carrying a similar symbolism to White Fang of the Leaf. So, Kakashi now truly understands his father's choice back in the day, to rescue his comrades instead of completing a mission, and uses this name as a tribute to his father. Then I'll go by Night Crow, Uchiha Itachi said after a moment's thought. He raised crows, and his summoning beast was also a crow. The crow pretty much symbolized him. Hyuga Q stroked his chin. Then call me Azure Dragon. After all, he possessed the phantom beast fruit, fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. Azure Dragon suited him perfectly as a code name. Night Crow, Azure Dragon, huh? Kakashi Hatake mused. Those are all excellent names. I hope all of you manage to survive in the end and become powerful shinobi. As your squad leader, I will do everything in my power to protect you. So, as members of the same team, place your full trust and faith in one another completely. The three of them moved swiftly on their journey. The village hidden in the mist was quite far from the Leaf Village. It would take them at least half a month to traverse the distance, so there was no time to waste. Cloud Village. Unlike the bountiful lands of the Leaf, Cloud Village was surrounded by mountains and thunderous storms were constant. A deafening peal of thunder reverberated across the sky. Rain was rare here, but the thunder sounded as if it exploded right at your ears, sending chills down your spine. What's going on? A flash of lightning illuminated the fourth Raikage's grim face. It's already been a month. Why haven't the shinobi I sent to the Leaf Village returned? Not only did they fail to bring back the Byakugan, but even the shinobi sent to forge an alliance are missing. Don't tell me. They were all killed by the Leaf. His voice boomed like thunder, deep and resounding. His dark skin, fierce and penetrating eyes. He brimmed with an aura so commanding, it felt as if one stood before the god of thunder himself. Raikage-sama, we've already received advance news from Raim's message relay. The woman dressed in coarse cloth remained composed, her bright eyes shining with intelligence. According to the reports, they should have arrived 3 days ago, yet there's been no word. Perhaps they truly met with disaster. Shinobi from the Cloud Village might be reckless, but never once had they failed a mission. United by the sheer charisma of the Raikage, Cloud Village wielded a unity unmatched by any other hidden village. Something like this simply shouldn't happen. Damn it, those damn Leaf villagers. The Raikage slammed his massive palm onto the table before him, his entire frame brimming with violent, crackling lightning. He truly was a force of nature, like the Thunder God incarnate. They actually dared to take out my men? I won't let them get away with this. His eyes flashed with cold, vengeful light. Send the formal declaration of war to the Leaf Village. I want to know exactly what has become of Aoba and Raim. If they're dead, the Leaf will perish with them. A wicked grin crept across his face. Cloud Village now has me, and my prime, leading it. We have Killer Bee who controls the 8 tails, and Yujito Ni who commands the 2 tails. It's time for the Leaf to feel what it's like to be attacked by a hidden village at the height of its power. Back in the day, he was only 22, not yet at the peak of his strength, while the Leaf Village was in its absolute prime. With Minato Namikaze and the Platinum Generation, even when surrounded by many villages waging war, the leaf never lost ground. But now things had changed. Now, the leaf had grown weak, and Cloud Village had reached its golden age. A furious burst of thunder tore through the sky. The entire hidden Cloud Village was briefly illuminated, only to sink back into darkness the next instant. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Hinata Kyo and his companions arrived at the riverside dock. Once they crossed the river, they would reach the hidden Mist Village, their true destination. These days, the mist has closed its borders. Any outsiders will be strictly inspected, Kakashi Hitaki said, his voice tense and cautious. So our best bet is to board a supply ship bound for the Mist Village. That's the only way to slip past their scrutiny. The Mist Village lay on an island nation. They could lock their borders, but they couldn't survive without supplies. Suddenly, Hinata Kyo's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced unconsciously toward the distant forest. Hidden within the trees were three cold, hostile gazes locked onto them. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. At that moment, a sharp command pierced the air. A thick, swirling mist began to envelop everything, rolling across the water's surface with unnatural speed. In just a couple of seconds, the mist smothered the entire sky, drowning out all visibility. One couldn't even see a hand in front of their face. This is bad. It's the Mist Village Ninja. They found us. Kakashi's expression shifted instantly. Looks like the Mist Ninja have been waiting for this. If anyone wants to enter the village, the supply ships are the only way in. That's why they always keep a close watch on them. Damn it. I didn't think the Mist could be this vigilant. Mist shinobi were masters of assassination and espionage. The complete opposite of the muscle-bound warriors from the Hidden Cloud Village. A chilling, sneering voice broke through the fog. You actually think you can infiltrate the Mist Village? How absurd. We are the strongest when it comes to stealth and assassination. So tell me, there are 8 vital points. The throat, the spine, the lungs, the liver, the carotid and subclavian arteries, the kidneys, the heart. So, which fatal spot should I choose? The icy voice echoed in the fog. Its tone as sinister as a nest of vipers. Eyes unseen, yet every inch of their bodies felt pinned by a killing gaze. In the next instant, death could strike at any moment. Enough games, someone barked through the mist. Don't let that woman escape. Her talent is too great. If she grows any stronger, none of us will be able to match her. According to Lord Mizuki's orders, link up with Juzo Biwa and Raiga Kurisuki over there. Together, take her down. At those words, the faces of the remaining Mist Ninja grew grimmer. In the Mist Village, the mission always comes first. Understood. Then let's finish off the ones standing in our way right now. The mist thickened, enveloping them in a bone-chilling cold. Damn it, Juzo of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen and Raiga are nearby too. Those two are elite jonin. Cold sweat streamed down Kakashi Hitaki's forehead. Right now, we're facing 3 jonin. Without the hidden mist jutsu, I could take down at least 2 of them. But with that mist, my field of vision is severely restricted. He never imagined that this mission would bring them up against such troublesome adversaries. Against such powerful foes. Crow Dragon, hang in there. Kakashi's anxiety surged. Every muscle tense, his blood pumping furiously through his veins. As soon as I take out one of them, I'll rush over to back you up. But within the hidden mist technique, his abilities and strength were both hindered. Even his Sharingan couldn't fully penetrate the shroud. Itachi Uchiha's eyes transformed, the twin tomo of the Sharingan spinning blood red in the gloom. No, even the Sharingan can't cut through this mist, he muttered, his expression darkening. How could they fight, cut off from sight like this? It was little better than waiting for death. Just a petty trick. Hayashi Hyuga's face remained impassive, his gaze icy, a faint sneer curling his lips. Trying to tamper with the weather in front of me? Disperse. His words cut through the air like a blade. Instantly, the thick mist vanished, dissolving as if it had obeyed a king's command, a congregation of fog obediently fading away, leaving not a trace behind. Not even chakra could sway it anymore. Everyone was left utterly stunned. The 3 Mist Ninja, just preparing to attack, froze rigid in their stances. With the fog cleared, they stood fully exposed to Kakashi and Itachi's view. The scene, awkward in the extreme. How is this possible? Our hidden mist jutsu. Not even the Sharingan can see through it. How could it be dispersed so easily? He didn't use wind release. He just uttered a single word, and the mist disappeared. The Mist Ninja stared, shocked and speechless. This was beyond belief, beyond absurd. If he'd blown away their jutsu with a wind release, they might have accepted it, but to just speak and sweep away the fog, were they really that incompetent? What a joke. Hayashi Hyuga let out a derisive laugh, contempt written across his face. And your water release techniques? Useless against me, too. A joke indeed. The azure dragon form of the fish fruit. What did it mean? It meant the azure dragon. the master of clouds of flame, thunder, and rain. If the ocean was supposed to be the home turf for water-style shinobi, then Hayashi Hyuga was the absolute sovereign. Impossible. The one mist ninja roared in fury. As a user of water release, how could he tolerate such humiliation? Especially here, with the advantage of the shoreline. His hands blurred through a rapid series of seals, bellowing, water-style, water dragon jutsu. Boom! Where once he could only summon a 4-meter water dragon, this time it extended more than 10 meters, roaring as it surged forth, whiskers wild, jaws gaping. A monstrous wave aimed directly at Hayashi Hyuga. The water dragon was ferocious, as if determined to devour Hayashi whole. Get out of the way! Kakashi Hitaki shouted anxiously, his face full of worry. In a place like the seaside where water flows are abundant, it's a haven for water release ninjas. Their jutsu will become several times stronger here. Even I am not a match for them. Under these circumstances, there's only one viable solution. Unleashing a water release jutsu was the only way out. Yet Hyuga Kyo stood his ground, making no move to dodge. The winds roared and surged, wild gusts whipping at his robes, which billowed open to reveal a strong, chiseled chest. A feral, ruthless smile curled at the corner of his lips. Attacking the Azure Dragon with water release is the most foolish tactic you could use. He extended his hand, speaking each word with deliberate weight. Submit to me. Return from whence you came. To the mist ninja watching, this scene looked utterly absurd, as if this man had lost his mind. Ha ha! One idiot. Ninjutsu is powered by a ninja's own chakra. Do you think it's some child's game? You actually imagine you can control my water release? The water release ninja who had just cast the jutsu was nearly laughing to tears, contempt and scorn written all over his face. You fool, being a ninja isn't playing pretend. You just go and die. But the moment his words fell, a thunderous roar exploded. The water dragon suddenly changed course, and to their horror, it hurtled straight toward the trio. More and more water surged into the dragon, making it swell until it blotted out the sky. What are you doing? This is no time for jokes. No, and no, I'm not joking. The water dragon is no longer listening to me. All three of their faces changed, terror written plainly across them. Panic-stricken, they tried to retreat, but it was already too late. The water dragon crashed down over them with a terrible roar, like a natural disaster itself. In an instant, the three were engulfed in bloody chaos, severely injured by the overwhelming torrent. Ow, how can this be? How can you control my water dragon? A brillant, wolfish smile liuga qs fus. Isn't it only natural for the Azure Dragon to command water? Natural, my foot. This is anything but natural. This is absolutely outrageous. Not even in their wildest dreams could the three have imagined losing in such an unbelievable way. So, does this mean we've already won? Kakashi swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing. Just moments ago, he'd been plunged into despair, convinced they were moments from total annihilation. Yet in the blink of an eye, victory had become theirs. He'd fought for years, but never had he experienced such a heart-pounding reversal. Itachi Uchiha nodded. Yes, we've won. Kyo just took control of the enemy's water dragon. Even the opponents weren't the only ones in disbelief. Even Kakashi and Itachi, his comrades, found it almost impossible to accept what they had just seen. Hyuga Kyo couldn't be bothered to say more. Villains die from talking too much. When facing your enemy, you have to be swift and decisive. A rush of slicing wind sounded through the air. Without hesitation, Hyuga Kyo hurled 3 kunai straight at them. No, please don't. We can give you intelligence on Kirigikure. That's right. We can tell you everything. Just don't kill us. But it was already too late. A kunai sliced cleanly through their throats. There was not a single spark of life left in them. Kakashi Hitaki's expression hardened. His gaze rested on Hyuga Kyo, his eyes full of admiration. Not only is he powerful, but he's ruthless and decisive. He never holds back. If the records are correct, this was Hyuga Kyo's first time taking a life, and yet he remained disturbingly calm. You spoke too late. If you'd said something sooner, maybe you could have bought yourselves a little time. Hyuga Kyo shrugged. When dealing with enemies, there was no reason for mercy. What truly surprised him, though, was how easily he adapted to this kind of life, feeling neither discomfort nor regret. He looked down at his hands. Perhaps it's not just his body and strength that the Azure Dragon form is fortified, but also his heart. Thunk! Just like that, you kill them? Uchiha Itachi's dark eyes shook with unease. It was his first time seeing death up close, his first encounter with mortality. An instant ago, despair had left him convinced all hope was lost. But Kyo never hesitated. With a flash of lightning, he dispatched the enemies without mercy. This is the true cruelty of the shinobi world. Kakashi's voice was steady. Itachi, both you and Kyo are geniuses, but until you truly grow up, you must protect yourselves above all else. In a ninja world, no one will spare you because of your youth. The only people you face are your comrades and your foes. To survive, you must kill your enemies. His eyes grew distant, and he let out a weary sigh. Years ago, it was this lack of vigilance, this failure to strike a finishing blow, that cost Obito his life. Now, watching Hyuga Kyo's decisive actions, Kakashi's feelings were complicated. If only back then he'd acted so relentlessly, perhaps Obito would still be alive. Kirigakure is called the village hidden in the bloody mist. Every shinobi there has fought their way to survival through countless battles. Hyuga Kyo spoke quietly. Even their own allies are disposable to them. Never let your guard down around your enemies. The only good enemy is a dead one. From the moment he crossed into this world, he had known that as a shinobi, facing war was inevitable. The Third Great Ninja War had just ended, yet the world remained a churning sea, with turbulence and hidden currents everywhere. Disputes between villages never truly ceased. Perhaps at this very moment, spies from other villages had already infiltrated Konoha. Damn you! At that very moment, a sharp, feminine voice suddenly rang out. A striking figure with a curvaceous form and chestnut-brown hair appeared, her beautiful face frosted with coldness, and her enticing lips parted slightly as she spoke in a chilling tone. The Hidden Mist Village today is nothing like the village it once was. There is no economic growth here, only bloodshed and death. Meiterumi's gaze was icy as she stared down the two pursuing ninja. Juzo Biwa, Raiga Kurisuki, you are both among the 7 ninja swordsmen. If anything, you should be even more aware of this. If the Hidden Mist continues down this path, destruction is all that awaits. Back when the second Mizukage led the village, the Hidden Mist thrived by fully taking advantage of its coastal position, developing a prosperous fishing industry that brought wealth to its people. But now, with the village closed off from the world, all foreign trade and economic connections have been severed. Today, it's not just a bloody mist, it's a barren, pitiable land. Raiga let out a cruel laugh, licking his lips in a bloodthirsty manner as he swaggered forward. What does any of that matter to us? We've been raised in this blood mist from birth, taught one lesson above all: how to become the perfect executioner. Meiterumi, surrender now, and maybe the Mizukage will spare your life. Juzo's voice was cold and merciless, his eyes devoid of warmth, a chill that crept into the bones of those who heard him. Raiga, enough talk. The only order from the Mizukage is to capture her alive. Even if she's seriously injured, it doesn't matter. His gaze was as frigid as ever, like a venomous serpent waiting in the shadows. Suddenly, his face darkened as his attention snapped toward Hyuga Kyuka and the others nearby. Wait, there are more people here. You, are you ninja from the Leaf Village? Juzo's eyes fixed unblinkingly on Kakashi's shock of white hair and the single Sharingan in his uncovered eye. The copy ninja of the Leaf, Kakashi Hatake. I can't believe you're here, of all places. As the possibilities raced through his mind, a single worrying thought stood out. Is this an invasion of the Hidden Mist? Raiga, we must finish this quickly. With Kakashi Hatake here, this fight just got a whole lot harder. Kakashi is an elite jonin, a seasoned fighter both in skill and cunning, always able to spot and exploit his opponent's weaknesses. And as the copy ninja, he commands a vast array of jutsu, adapting instantly to any opponent and countering their strengths. What a bothersome guy. Raiga shrugged impatiently. Fine then, let's see for ourselves what this legend of the copy ninja really amounts to. He licked his lips with chilling eagerness, a wild grin breaking across his face, recklessness blazing in his eyes. Kakashi Hatake may have mastered countless jutsu, but he wasn't the only one with formidable weapons in his arsenal. My Thunder Sword will show you. No copy ninja's going to outmatch me. They were both elite jonin, each with their own pride. How could any of them accept the idea of being inferior to another? This is giving me a headache. Kakashi Hatake pressed his hand to his forehead and gave a wry smile. Actually, there's more here you should be paying attention to than just me. He turned his gaze toward Hyuga Mirror. Mirror, that guy probably already possesses the strength of an elite jonin now, doesn't he? An elite jonin at only 8 years old. That's an extraordinary gift, almost frightening. Suddenly, his attention was caught by the burning light in Hyuga Mirror's eyes locked with excitement on the thunderblade in Kurisuki Raiga's hands. Even though armament haki can protect a weapon, a truly powerful weapon, when combined with haki, can release an even greater strength. The corners of Hyuga Mirror's mouth lifted in anticipation. The Hidden Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen, those blades would be excellent choices. He grinned broadly. I suppose the Hidden Mist and I are somewhat destined for one another. The giant hammer in his hand was still usable, technically, but now his strength was simply overwhelming. So overwhelming, in fact, that the hammer felt like it was made of paper. It lacked any real heft. There was no impact, no satisfaction in wielding it. Beside him, Meiterumi's beautiful face lit up with hope as she hurried to speak. Kakashi, help me this once, and when I become the Mizukage, I swear I'll forge an alliance with the Leaf. The hidden mist is in chaos. Our people are suffering. We can't let this go on. Her elegant features trembled with anxiety, full of tension. If Kakashi sided with her, not only could she live to see tomorrow, she could even weaken the current Mizukage's grip on power. But if Kakashi refused, she might meet her end right here and now. Don't let your attention wander in the middle of battle. Kurisuke Raiga's expression twisted with madness as he brought the thunder blade down with furious force. Roaring, lightning release. Lightning ball. A tremendous crash shook the air. In the blink of an eye, a sphere of crackling blue-white lightning surged forth, arcing violently as it tore toward Meiterumi, leaving her no chance to negotiate. Damn it! Mei's face turned pale as she ducked frantically to avoid the attack. But just then, a sharp gust of wind cut through the chaos. A figure darted forward like a sudden gale. Slicing past her in an instant, the figure's robe whipped smartly through the air, missing the lightning ball by mere inches, but he didn't even look back. Wait, is that the Hyuga ninja from Kakashi's squad? Matt was momentarily stunned. If Kakashi was in command, it meant his teammates were, at best, regular jonin. There was no way they could stand against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen like Kurisuke Raiga. That would be suicide, wouldn't it? Fool! You dare attack me head-on? Raiga's grin widened, his eyes alive with frenzy and murderous intent. He burst out laughing. Raising his thunderblade high overhead, he jeered, "Then I'll start with you. You'll be the first miserable wretch to fall. Die for me." With a crash, the blade came down. Ferocious lightning raged forth, and the blinding arcs engulfed Hyuga mirror completely. Jing, Kurisuke Raiga is an elite jonin. Don't be reckless. Kakashi Hitachi's face changed dramatically. Although Hyuga Jing had just slain 3 jonin in rapid succession, that was due primarily to his mastery over water techniques. But Kurisuke Raiga not only commanded the most destructive power of lightning, he was also an elite jonin. An elite jonin's strength, in physical prowess, chakra reserves, and the sheer might of their jutsu, was on a level that ordinary jonin could never hope to match. But it was already too late. Hyuga Jing was enveloped by surging lightning, as if he had stepped into the very jaws of death. Damn it! Kakashi's face twisted with regret. Why hadn't he stopped Jing a moment earlier? Ha! This one's a prodigy of yours too, Konoha? Raiga was brimming with pride, his excitement almost manic as he taunted. It feels so good to crush another genius like this. Kakashi, you'd better ready yourself. Wipe that neck clean and wait for me to take your head next. But just then, the storm of lightning faded, and Hyuga Jing burst forth, arcs of electricity still dancing across his body. He descended from above, like a thunder god come to earth. In his hands gleamed a monstrous black warhammer, its metal surface cold and menacing as it crashed downward with tremendous force. Did you really think mere lightning could threaten me? Jing's lips curled in a scornful smile. The size of that massive hammer dwarfed his own form, making the sight all the more astonishing. How is this possible? Raiga stared in disbelief. How can you still be alive? You took the full brunt of my lightning strike just now. It made no sense. Ninja could unleash mightiest ninjutsu, but their bodies remained frail. A single Burank jutsu, or a well-aimed kunai, could kill even an unwary shadow-level fighter. Yet his own lightning attack hadn't left so much as a scratch on the enemy before him. Foolish ignorance. With a thunderous crash, the giant hammer slammed down. Raiga managed to bring up his blade to block, but the sheer weight was unbearable. His feet sank into the earth as he was dragged backwards, gouging a deep trench into the ground for over 10 meters. His hands went numb from the impact, as if he'd been slammed by a rampaging beast. What kind of monstrous strength is this? This has to be a joke. Raiga's voice trembled, his bravado gone. How can such a creature exist? Even the Reikage himself isn't this terrifying. Shaking off ninjutsu without a scratch, and to wield such overwhelming might, too? He took a sharp, shuddering breath, eyes wide with fright. Another thunderous crash echoed out. Jing pressed his attack relentlessly, giving Raiga no chance to recover. The colossal hammer pounded down once more. In his grip, the weapon seemed as light and effortless as a child's toy, but each strike came crashing down with the full force of a lightning storm, faster and fiercer each time, a ceaseless onslaught. What did I ever do to deserve this? Raiga was bitter with despair. His hands were numb. He simply couldn't fight back. And all around them, the onlookers were left utterly stunned. Meiterumi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. A force this terrifying was hidden within this body. In the blink of an eye, the tides of battle had completely reversed. Kakashi Hatake, are Konoha's young geniuses nowadays really this powerful? He's got Ringo Amuri completely on the back foot. Just how old is he, anyway? And he's already reached the level of an elite jonin. Kakashi gave a wry smile. Honestly, I only found out today how strong Kyo truly is. He deliberately avoided mentioning Kyo's age. That was classified information. Meiterumi was left speechless. A prodigy this formidable, and you're just discovering his abilities now? How could that possibly be true? Every shinobi village would spare no effort to nurture and protect such a rare talent, raising him to stand at the very pinnacle. An odd look crossed her face as a sudden thought struck her. You're obviously withholding information, aren't you? I should have known. The copy ninja and the yellow flash's disciple. Kakashi was silent. Seriously? Where do you even get these ideas? I genuinely don't know anything more. They exchanged a glance before turning their attention to the last of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo Biwa. The situation's turned around. Juzo, your turn is next. With a playful little huff, Meiterumi's expression sparkled with delight. Who could have imagined that the outcome would shift so rapidly? Her radiant eyes shimmered with intriguing light, those jade-green irises brimming with charm, as she gazed at Hyuga Kyo, who now stood on the battlefield like a wild beast incarnate, exuding untamed vitality. Now, that is a real man. If only I could lure him to Kirigakure, what a tremendous asset he would be for the mist. She glanced at the forehead protector gracing Hyuga Kyo's brow, envy flickering in her beautiful eyes. But what a pity. He must be a member of the Hyuga branch family, a caged bird, bound in servitude. Within the Hyuga clan, the main house used the caged bird seal to imprison the branch family. And as for the branch members, they held no dominion over their own lives. Orders from the main house must be obeyed without question. A wave of sorrow clouded her eyes. For such a wild and imposing man, the caged bird brand was the cruelest sentence imaginable. Thunder crashed, crackling with savage lightning. The massive hammer in Hyuga Kyo's grip blazed with fierce energy, and in his pale eyes, a tinge of electric blue emerged. He seemed as if the storm god himself had descended upon the earth. Damn it, I am Ringo Amuri, the mighty lightning Fong. How can I lose to some brat? With a furious bellow, Ringo's gaze burned with unwilling rage. It was supposed to be a simple mission. Hunt down Meiterumi, quick and easy. So how had it come to this? Backed into a corner, death looming ever closer? Lightning release. Lightning Dragon's vortex. The very air began to churn, currents of wind and arcs of lightning flocking together. A colossal violet dragon, forged from pure electricity, took shape, the crackling mane wild, the beast lifelike and fierce, its blood-red eyes mirroring Ringo's own rage. It radiated a destructive intent, as if nothing in its path would be spared. Tricks no stronger than an insect's bite. Hyuga Kyo's face showed only scorn as his voice rang out, quiet but contemptuous. Lightning? That is merely another aspect of the Azure Dragon's power. Mythical Zoan, fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. He wielded not only flame and cloud, but lightning as well. Thunder roared. His thunderous war hammer collided with the lightning dragon, and in that instant, the lightning dragon crumbled as if it had encountered its true sovereign. Without pause, the hammer crashed down onto Reia's chest with overwhelming force. A terrifying wound caved deep into his torso. His heart and organs were obliterated, pulverized completely beneath the blow. Black Hole Reia was dead. This ninja blade is quite remarkable, he remarked. Hyuga Kyo picked up the blade, feeling the surging current pulsing from its surface, and nodded in satisfaction. My war hammer is powerful, but it's not nearly as handy as this blade. Still, it falls a bit short in terms of weight and pure destructive power. A slight frown creased his brow. Almost absent-mindedly, his gaze drifted to the sword held by Juzo Biwa. The blade in Juzo Biwa's hands was the executioner's blade. Despite being dubbed a sword for beheading, the executioner's blade felt more like a massive cleaver, capable of splitting mountains with its weight alone. In the original tale, its later wielder, Suijitsu Hozuki, struggled mightily just to handle it. And there was more. It was a bloodthirsty sword, one that could absorb the blood of its victims and heal itself. A sword that can mend itself. Now, that's the perfect match for me, Kyo mused, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Even if it's shattered, it'll restore itself. For me, that's the ideal weapon. He was fond of the lightning blade's attributes. Yet he equally craved the executioner's blade for its imposing weight and self-restoration. All around him, the others stood dumbfounded, stunned into silence by what they had just witnessed. He actually killed Black Ho Rhea. Just like that, someone finally managed in disbelief. Mei Terumi's eyes quivered, her breath catching as she gasped, stunned. After all, even as a fellow elite jonin, she couldn't say with confidence that she could take down Black Ho Rhea. This is terrifying. The Thunderblade in Rhea's hand is already one of the world's strongest ninja tools, and yet that wasn't enough for him. Mei's eyes shimmered, curiosity and awe flickering within them. If only someone like him belonged to Kirigakure, even if he is just a little young. What a genetic marvel. What a waste. Nearby, Kakashi Hitaki wore a bemused expression but said nothing. A little young? Did she know that Hyuga Kyo was only 8 years old, soon to be 9? And she, Mei Terumi, was already 19. But it was hard to blame her. Kyo's appearance was anything but childish. At just 8, he'd already grown to over 1.70 meters. He looked more like a young man of 16 or 17. Has Kyo really become this powerful already? Uchiha Itachi's dark eyes trembled, and he let out a soft, self-deprecating laugh. I once thought Kyo and I were equals, fellow prodigies, standing side by side. But now I see his talent and strength far outstrip my own. He thought back to when he'd considered Kyo his rival, dreamed of them growing strong together, reaching the summit as comrades. But now, Kyo stood at a height already out of reach. Even elite jonin are no match for him. How terrifying. This is unbelievable. Kurisuke Raiga was taken out by a kid. Sweat streamed down Biwajuzo's forehead as he instinctively took a step back, the ambition in his eyes giving way to pure fear. Kurisuke Raiga might not have been as strong as he was, but with mastery over the Thunder Sword, he was only a bit weaker. This was why they managed to survive under Might Dewey's onslaught. Yet now, Raiga had been slain by Hyuga Q in an instant, unable to put up any resistance at all. No, I have to retreat. A chill ran down his back as he spun on his heel, fleeing without the slightest hesitation. But the moment he turned, he found Hyuga Q's half-amused, half-cold face staring straight at him. How can this be? Biwajuzo panicked. How did you get here so fast? Just seconds ago, the boy had been some distance away. How had he suddenly appeared behind him in the blink of an eye? In the heat of battle, letting your mind wander is never a wise habit. It's not that I'm fast, it's that you're too slow. Hyuga Q shook his head. If he were in the same position, faced with an opponent he couldn't defeat, he'd run too. It was simply a matter of anticipating Biwajuzo's escape route. Dambrat! Roaring, Biwajuzo charged forward, meeting him head-on. His blade came down with a savage sweep. I'm far stronger than Kurisuke Raiga ever was. With a thunderous clash, blade met warhammer. Steel rang against steel in a shower of sparks. The warhammer in Hyuga Q's hands hardly trembled, as steady as his calm, indifferent expression. My executioner's blade. It can't even budge you. Juzo's voice was edged with terror. How can you possess such monstrous strength? The weight of that hammer was outrageous. But not only could Hyuga Q wield it effortlessly, he still had strength to spare. Mist conseil technique. He barked the command. Instantly, thick mist coiled heavily through the air. At remarkable speed, Juzo darted away. When facing off against 3 elite jonin, escape was his only option. We can't let him get away, or the Mizukage will discover your presence. Terumi Mei called out, hands flashing through seals. Mist concealment release. But lifting the mist, even with skill, would take time. It was then, in the opaque fog, a wild, resonant voice echoed through the haze. Begone! In the next instant, the mist vanished completely, as if the very air had obeyed the command of the king. Vision cleared. There stood Hyuga Q, striding through the whipping wind, cloak billowing, his pale eyes sharp as ice. Untamed, thick brows gave him a fierce intensity as he shot toward Biwajuzo. Mei's heart leapt wildly in her chest. This man, he's too overwhelming. Why isn't there someone like him in the hidden mist village? Terumi Mei felt tears prick her eyes. A man this fine, this powerful, surely, only someone as strong as she was could be his equal. But how could she ever be a ninja of the Hidden Leaf? Kakashi Hitaki shrugged helplessly. Well, how about you come to the Leaf Village? Or, after an alliance is forged with the Leaf, if you and Hyuga Q end up getting married, that wouldn't be such an unacceptable prospect, would it? He gave a sly, coaxing smile as he spoke. With her prodigious talent, Mei Terumi had already become an elite jonin at 19. Her future as a Kaga-level powerhouse was beyond question. If they could somehow bring Mei over to the Leaf, wouldn't it be worth it for Q to make a small personal sacrifice? A ninja's life is spent braving the elements and constantly facing death on the battlefield. To have a beautiful love story of your own, that's one of life's rare and precious joys. Kakashi continued his gentle persuasion. Mei sighed, her emerald eyes full of resignation. That's true. Love matters, but when it comes to the future of the Hidden Mist, personal feelings are insignificant. I cannot place my own desires above the needs of my village. To save the Hidden Mist, that was her lifelong goal. Love would always come second. She was destined to become the next Mizukichi. Kakashi's eyes flickered with thought. He suddenly spoke, an easy tone in his voice. But if you joined forces with Q, with his strength helping you unify the mist, wouldn't that make things a great deal easier? You could put the mist back on the right path and find love at the same time. Perhaps a win-win outcome wouldn't be such a bad choice after all. With people, you have to know just how to persuade them. Mai stared in surprise. Kakashi, you're absolutely right. Her eyes sparkled with sudden insight. With a man like that at her side, anything she set out to do would yield twice the results with half the effort. On the side, Itachi Uchiha's face had gone completely deadpan. Q's only 8 years old. Captain Kakashi, can you really justify tricking someone like this? Have you no conscience? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the massive war hammer in Hyuga Q's hand clashed fiercely against the executioner's blade. Sparks flew in every direction. Crash! 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 Exhilarating, Q's eyes shone with excitement. You're the first man who's managed even a hint of resistance against me, but your strength is still lacking. You can't truly satisfy me. He was currently only using 40% of his power. Compared to him, Juzo Biwa was visibly struggling. To meet a genius like you, that's my stroke of luck, Juzo exclaimed, his lips curling into a wild, frenzied grin. In this moment, all thoughts of escape had vanished from his mind. Crash! Their weapons collided once more. It was like a thunderstorm erupting. The deafening roar filled the air. You deserve respect. I'll use my ultimate technique to grant you a worthy death, Q declared, his Byakugan eyes ice-cold and merciless. He was thrown backwards, landing at a distance. In his hands, the black warhammer crackled with savage lightning, arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. Armament haki, thunderous 8 trigrams. A deep, vibrating hum resonated. The warhammer darkened further, its surface now a pure, dense black. Above, the thunder raged fiercely, as if it was howling, thirsting desperately for the blood of its enemies. The true thundering bagua is a terrifying technique, born from the fusion of armament haki and conqueror's haki through rapid movement, all brought together with the Azure Dragon's thunderous force roaring within the body. But at this moment, Hyuga Q did not possess conqueror's haki. Yet this was already enough. With a tremendous roar, Hyuga Q shot forward like a living streak of blue and white lightning. I won't die here. Zabuza Momochi let out a wild, menacing laugh, his voice brimming with madness. My power is the strongest in all of Kirigakure. Confronted with such a terrifying blow, he did not retreat. Instead, he leaped high, facing the storm of lightning head-on, as if a moth drawn fearlessly to the flame. Another deafening crash followed. His body was instantly swallowed by the wrathful thunder, sent flying with brutal force, white smoke rising from every inch of his flesh. His eyes glazed over, the last traces of life extinguished. From the side, it was clear his chest had been crushed flat against his back. Every organ inside was destroyed. His ribs were shattered. He was dead, completely and utterly gone. For a worthy foe, the greatest send-off is to be buried by a mighty technique, Hyuga Q said, stepping forward to retrieve the executioner's blade from the ground. You are not wrong. The fault lies with this ninja world. In that sense, maybe death is not such a bad end. Few ninja ever see a peaceful end. Most ninja have long made peace with the fate of dying by the sword. And though the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were infamous for brutality and bloodlust, they were, at heart, loyal shinobi of Kirigakure. Their rebellion began only after the 3rd Mizukichi fell under Uchiha Obito's control, when darkness and chaos poisoned the world and survival seemed impossible. At that moment, a magnetic, dulcet voice reminiscent of a cuckoo suddenly echoed in Hyuga Q's ear. Different from the gentle tones of Yugugo Yuzuki, this voice was vibrant and commanding, a queenly presence in every syllable. Mei Terumi fixed her gaze on Hyuga Q, her satisfaction growing the more she looked at him. My name is Mei Terumi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hyuga Q raised an eyebrow. Sorry, whether it's the Thunder Sword or the Executioner's Blade, they're both my spoils of war. There's no way I'm giving them back to Kirigakure. As if, this woman might be beautiful, but clearly, that eager look in her eyes was all about wanting to snatch the blades away. Mei Terumi was speechless. Seriously? Do I really pale in comparison to a pair of swords? Of course they're yours, she conceded at last. I have no intention of taking back those weapons. They are rightfully your trophies. What a disaster. For the first time ever, Meitarumi felt her own beauty had failed her. She flashed a radiant smile, brushing the awkwardness aside. I just wanted to introduce myself. Nothing more. Hyuga Q sized up Meitarumi. No wonder she was counted among the most stunning women in the ninja world, rivaling even Tsunade. Her figure was striking, her face exquisitely flawless, sculpted as if by the hand of the gods, the very definition of a masterpiece. And then there were those mesmerizing emerald eyes. With an air of exotic allure, she made his heart skip a beat. Yet in the end, nothing was as important as the blade. Of course you may. Hyuga Kyo extended his hand, clasping that soft, delicate palm, smooth and lustrous as silk. But do you know where I might find an exceptional blacksmith? These two ninja blades need to be reforged. Frankly, I find a spike club much more comfortable to wield. Meitarumi was momentarily speechless. A string of suppressed frustration raced silently through her mind. Taking a deep breath, Mei's beautiful eyes lit up with sudden clarity. She laughed, bright and radiant as a blossoming flower. No wonder she had set her sights on this man. If he'd lost composure at her subtle advances, reduced to an infatuated fool, he would hardly be worthy of her interest, let alone her respect. Hyuga Kyo frowned slightly. Is there something wrong with this woman? That certainly wasn't in the original story. Of course, the Hidden Mist Village has excellent blacksmiths. After considering for a moment, Mei glanced at the two blades in Kyo's hands. But whether it's the lightning blade or the executioner's blade, both are already complete weapons. They've each developed their own unique properties as ninja swords. If you reforge them, there's a real risk that those properties could be lost. In fact, it's possible they'll lose their characteristics entirely, or end up keeping only one at best. The special traits of the ninja swords are incredibly rare. That's precisely what made the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist so powerful. Trying to combine two special properties was virtually impossible. Is that so? Hyuga Kyo mused quietly. Well, that makes sense. Then let's focus on preserving the executioner's blade's regenerative ability. I command lightning as it is, so whether the blade keeps that is irrelevant to me. Instead, what I need is a mighty spiked mace, one that can restore itself even if broken. A spiked mace, augmented with thunderous 8 trigrams. That's the true spirit of a man's romance. If you're not in a hurry, you might consider traveling to the Land of Iron. A thought seemed to strike Mei. Currently, there's a god of blacksmiths in the Land of Iron. If anyone in the entire shinobi world claims to be the second greatest bladesmith, no one would dare declare themselves the first. In fact, all 7 of the Hidden Mist's legendary ninja blades were crafted by his hands. It's just, the materials for those 7 swords were so rare that forging more has proven nearly impossible. Forging ninja blades doesn't depend on craftsmanship alone. The right materials are equally essential. Then I'll wait. With a casual toss, Kyo sent all 3 weapons spinning into his Kamui dimension. If waiting meant ending up with a stronger spiked mace, why would he refuse? Besides, he might be able to collect even more legendary blades. In that case, let's make our way to the Hidden Mist Village. Kakashi spoke up, pulling his forehead protector back down over his Sharingan. He turned to Meitarumi. We'll provide you with some support, but only on the condition that we don't reveal ourselves, and only within the limits of our abilities. If we encounter any danger, we'll retreat immediately. As for you, your job is to help us gather intelligence. With Meitarumi on their side, gathering intelligence would become much simpler. Of course. Suddenly, something crossed Meitarumi's mind, and she sighed in resignation. Helping ninja from other villages to investigate Mist Village's secrets. It really is a bitter pill to swallow. But right now, we don't have any other choice. Mist Village now stood at the brink of survival. If things kept going downhill under the Mizuki's rule, Mist Village would be doomed. I have a question. At that moment, Hyuga Kyo spoke up. Meitarumi, as an elite jonin of Mist Village, you should logically know a lot about what goes on there. Do you know if Mist Village is currently investigating Konoha? Or perhaps, are there any spies from Mist Village in Konoha right now? He was well aware of how things had played out in the original storyline. Mist Village was notorious for its ironclad discipline, but due to their policy of isolationism, information wasn't as tightly kept from their own shinobi. It was such a simple thing. Why not just ask Meitarumi directly? Not only was she an elite jonin, she also had good ties with the major clans. It wouldn't be difficult for her to know such intel. Kakashi Hitaki, Yoshi, Itachi Uchiha, The two exchanged glances and looked at Meitarumi. They didn't know her well at all. If she was truly in the know, that would make everything much easier. Meitarumi, she really did know, but she couldn't say so. If she told them, how could Kakashi and the others help her further? She straightened her expression, feigning seriousness as she said, That's classified information of Mist Village. I'm not part of the higher-ups. I need to investigate before I can answer. If it turns out there are indeed spies from Mist in Konoha, I'll hand over the names of all our operatives. But I ask that Konoha returns all our spies safely. Not bad. Hyuga Kyo could read every nuance in Mei Terumi's expression. This girl really did know the truth. She just couldn't spill it right now. He simply shrugged. No matter. It fit well with his own plans. Mission 4. Check in at the Mizuki's office in Mist Village. Mission reward. Observation Haki. Hyuga Kyo glanced at his system panel. Checking in at the Mizuki's office in Mist Village would earn him Observation Haki. If Armament Haki enhances one's strength, then Observation Haki increases the margin for error on the battlefield. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. With Observation Haki, there will be few left in this world who can ambush me. Never again will there be a fiasco like Uchiha Madara, rising to the level of a sage, only to fall to a sneak attack by Black Zetsu. When Observation Haki is cultivated to its utmost, it can even foresee a few seconds into the future, allowing one to remain undefeated, untouchable. The ability of Observation Haki to predict the future was truly terrifying. To foresee what's to come, it meant being able to anticipate every move the enemy might make, to react even before things happened. How could anyone possibly lose under such circumstances? Still, the Mizuki's office, it was indeed a fine place. Mei Terumi looked at the group and said, "Allow me to lead the way. Although the Mizuki has dispatched people to hunt me down in secret, once I appear openly in Kirigakure, the Mizuki will be forced to show some restraint out of consideration for my status, choosing to look the other way. Our rivalry will remain in the shadows. It will never play out publicly." There was a hint of frustration on her lovely face. What a disgrace this was. Kirigakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, had fallen into such a state of internal conflict. Understand. In that case, let's be on our way. Kakashi Itachi's eyes were calm. He didn't dwell on the troubles of Kirigakure. After all, these were the village's private matters. He was only here to gather intelligence. Given Kirigakure's current turmoil, they likely had no strength to challenge Konoha. Yet Kirigakure, renowned for its mastery in infiltration and assassination, surely had spies planted in Konoha. If they could secure a list of secret agents on this trip, that would be a fine achievement. A flurry of movement. Hyuga Kyo and his companions made quick disguises and removed their Konoha headbands. Their figures sped toward Kirigakure. With Mei Terumi guiding them, there was no need to sneak in anymore. They soon arrived at the gates. "Lady Terumi, who are these people?" The guard at the gate looked at her with respectful deference. Mei Terumi wasn't just an elite jonin. She was also a bloodline limit ninja of Kirigakure, a woman of high standing. "They're my subordinates." Mei Terumi cast a glance at the guard, and he immediately got the message, saying no more. They entered Kirigakure. A thin mist hovered over the village, never truly lifting, and its people wore somber, lifeless expressions, their eyes dull and empty. It was as though they were walking corpses. The whole village felt gripped by a tense, suffocating gloom. There was not a spark of vitality to be found. It felt as if the entire place was a city of the dead. This is the state Kirigakure is in now. Mei Terumi sighed, her beautiful eyes clouded with sorrow. Thanks to the Mizuki's iron-fisted rule, even members of the 7 ninja swordsmen have deserted, unable to bear the weight. Now, the villagers go hungry, and even fellow ninjas can't trust one another. There's hardly any trust left in this village. But her gaze turned resolute. That's why we must overthrow the Mizuki's regime, no matter what. Yet the Mizuki is incredibly strong and rarely ever shows himself, so finding the right chance has proven impossible. She let out a weary sigh. Rebelling against the Mizuki, it was sheer treason. Yet, given the dire state of Kirigakure, there was no longer any room for hesitation. The Mizuki used to be such a gentle person. Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes were full of confusion. Why? Why has he suddenly turned into someone so unrecognizable? Her gaze was clouded, marked by bewilderment and uncertainty. Then, Hyuga Kagami spoke up. His eyes were clear, as if they could see straight through to the heart of things. Have you ever considered the possibility that the 4th Mizuki is being controlled by someone? It takes a major upheaval in one's life for a person's character to change so drastically. Outside of that, it's very rare for anyone's personality or behavior to shift so thoroughly. In the original story, it was precisely because Uchiha Bido used the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the 4th Mizuki that Kirigakure declined, growing weaker step by step until even the 7 ninja swordsmen began to desert the village. What? Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The Mizuki was a shinobi of Kaga-level strength, and what's more, he possessed a tailed beast. How could he possibly be controlled by someone else? There aren't many ninja in this world who could control the Mizukage. It's almost unthinkable. She struggled to wrap her head around such a reality. Hyuga Kagami's voice grew calm and distant. Not long ago, Konoha also believed that no one could control the Nine Tails. But what happened? The Nine Tails rampaged through Konoha. If someone can control even the Nine Tails, why not the Mizukage as well? It was a bitter irony. The one who turned Konoha upside down, who bathed Kirigakure in a river of blood, was nothing more than a man behind the scenes. And, unbelievably, just a 13-year-old boy. How absurd. No novelist would dare dream up something so outrageous. Doesn't Kirigakure possess a Byakugan? Kagami's lips curled in a faint smile. You could use it to examine the Mizukage and see whether he's truly himself. If he's being manipulated through Jinjutsu, a Kage-level shinobi who can master a tailed beast is a terrifying enemy to face. The Mizukage, like Killer Bee, was a perfect Jinchuriki, someone who could fully control their tailed beast. His strength was formidable. If not for Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, no one could ever hope to control the Mizukage. Understand. I will definitely investigate this. Thank you. Meitarumi drew a deep, steadying breath and looked at Kagami with profound meaning. This man always offered answers that defied expectation. This was what a true man should be. As the conversation drew to a close, they arrived at a towering building, its classical architecture radiating the timelessness of a traditional Japanese courtyard. This is where Kirigakure's elder sage resides, Mei said with solemn respect. The elder sage is the village's wisest elder, a mind of unfathomable insight. The fact that our village has survived it all is owed entirely to the elder sage's guidance. Soon after, the group entered the building. An elderly man could be seen in the courtyard, a bald head, a face etched deep with wrinkles, and a cane supporting his frail form. He sat quietly on a chair. He was doing nothing outwardly, yet it seemed he was lost deep in thought. Ah, that's Meitarumi, isn't it? The old master lifted his head. Beneath those wrinkled eyelids gleamed cloudy eyes, but now and then a sharp glint flickered, hinting that this old man was anything but ordinary. He slowly rose to his feet and gazed up at the sky. Kirigakure can't go on like this any longer. Meitarumi nodded firmly, her delicate face full of passion. Master, might it be possible that the current Mizukage is under someone's control? Her lovely face betrayed a touch of anxiety. This would be a grave humiliation for Kirigakure, especially for an elder like the master. Such an insult was simply unacceptable. After all, the village hidden in the mist was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. And yet, at present, the master's eyes glimmered briefly, and he murmured in surprise, Meitarumi, you think so too? A spark of admiration shone in the old master's gaze. Indeed, Meitarumi, you possess both vision and capacity. Perhaps you are the one who can restore Kirigakure's prosperity. A shadow of sadness passed through his eyes. Kirigakure had declined to a pitiful state. The 7 swordsmen had deserted the village. Those who remained were overwhelmed. No shinobi felt any true connection or loyalty to their home. If this trend continued, even if powerful shinobi were born, they would inevitably abandon the village and become rogues. This path was a dead end. Master, this wasn't my idea. Meitarumi quickly protested, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It was him. She pointed to Hyuga and recited the terms they'd agreed upon earlier. Oh, the master turned his eyes on the 3 newcomers, finally settling his gaze on Hyuga, who stood calm and undisturbed, a silent presence radiating its own unique air. You're from the Hyuga clan? A shinobi of Konoha, are you? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of awe. Does Konoha have another new prodigy? Truly, Konoha is a village to envy. Since the days of Hashirama Senju, prodigies have always arisen, lifting Konoha through every crisis and securing its place at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Every village coveted what Konoha had, but as the years rolled by, not one had ever conquered it. He paused for a moment, then continued. Still, those terms are not unreasonable. They're merely lists of spies, after all. Hyuga shot a glance at Meitarumi and spoke with calm indifference. Every great village has its own prodigies. And isn't Meitarumi herself a remarkable genius? I have no doubt she'll become a Kage-level force in the future. Indeed, Meitarumi was destined to rise to that level. With her formidable techniques, she could even melt through Susanoo, the ultimate defense of Madara Uchiha. That's true enough. Master Jin didn't linger on the matter. You all should get some rest. If I come up with a plan, I'll let you know immediately. His eyes were deep, dark pools, impossible to read, hiding his true thoughts. With elders like this, Hyuga felt a deep sense of respect. A man dedicating his life, all for the growth and progress of his village. It was only a pity that he was born in the wrong era. If he had lived during Terumi Mei's reign, perhaps he could have truly shown his greatest talents. Not long after, Terumi Mei led a few people to their assigned quarters. The place wasn't large, but it was clean enough, and the three of them weren't picky. Terumi Mei, however, didn't leave right away. Oh, Kakashi wore a look of sudden realization. Well, we'll take our leave then. Kyo, good luck. He winked dramatically, full of anticipation. But as soon as he returned inside, Kakashi's whole expression collapsed. Why is this happening? Kyo is only 8, and he's already giving off vibes like he's about to get a girlfriend. But me, I'm already 17, and still nothing. He heaved a sigh. Comparisons are truly maddening. Captain Kakashi, is finding a partner really that important? Uchiha Itachi looked genuinely puzzled. In his mind, the most important thing was the village's peace, its progress. Kakashi's face slowly regained its composure, hints of meaning in his eyes. Itachi, you haven't reached that age, so you can't understand yet. When you really meet someone you like, you want to spend your whole life with her. He paused, then added, but unfortunately, I haven't met that person yet. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei's smile was radiant. But to Hyuga, it didn't look like she was searching for a partner. This was more like she'd spotted prey. So, Kyo, her voice rang out. Are you interested in dating? She wore an air of confidence, yet her delicate hands trembled slightly, her heartbeat quick and erratic. Beneath the bravado, she was far less calm than she seemed. Hyuga caught every nuance of Terumi Mei's reaction. A small grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. So even Terumi Mei wasn't as collected as she appeared. Sorry, I'm still underage. Getting married would be illegal. He shrugged. Even though this body had matured to look about 15 or 16, he really didn't have any intention of getting involved with someone right now. Marriage sounded like nothing but trouble. Dating Terumi Mei. Wouldn't that just turn him into Kirigakure's logistics department? Where was the benefit in that? You're only a few years younger than me. Terumi Mei, eyes shining, sneaked a careful glance at Kyo's firm chest. Her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. You're impossible. I'm coming on so strong here, and you're still trying to wriggle out of it? I'm not just a few years younger. I'm only 8. Terumi Mei froze, dumbfounded, and then let out a huff. You're obviously the same age as Kakashi. That Uchiha Itachi kid is the only one who looks 8. Standing before them, Hyuga was over 1.7 meters tall, with white eyes that carried a kind of unwavering determination and depth. There was wildness in his looks, accentuated by his thick eyebrows. He had the aura of someone beyond restraint. It was as if nothing in this world could ever bind him. With a helpless shrug, Hyuga spoke, Actually, Itachi Uchiha is a close friend of mine. We were classmates and in the same year. Unfortunately, Mei Terumi didn't believe a word of it. Instead, his words only fueled her competitive spirit. That infuriated guy, no one's ever turned me down like this. The thrill of this chase made her heart race wildly. Just then, a sudden shout cut through the moment. Mei Terumi! Goten Kenichi was on the verge of losing his mind. The woman he liked had returned to the hidden mist village with a group of men. And, worse yet, she was clearly looking at one of them with a particular interest, maybe even showing signs of affection. He absolutely could not accept this. How could you bring other men into the hidden mist village? You're a shinobi of our village. You could never end up with a ninja from another. I'm the only one who's right for you. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door burst open. A plain-looking young man stood in the doorway, panting, eyes ablaze with fury. He was like a beast poised to devour anyone who dared cross his path. Goten Kenichi, it makes no difference to you whom I choose to be with, Mei Terumi replied coldly, lifting her smooth chin with serene defiance. Her eyes shimmered with a layer of frosty determination. And for the record, bringing Hyuga and the others into the village was done with Master Jinshish's approval. Hyuga Goten Kenichi was startled. His bloodshot eyes locked on Q. So, you're from the Hyuga clan? Huh? But what does that matter? Anyone from the Hyuga clan's main branch would never leave their village. At best, you're from the branch family, one of those caged weaklings. How could you ever be worthy of her? He roared. Only I, Goten Kenichi, am qualified to be with you. Hyuga glanced over, quickly piecing together the situation. Great, another pathetic guy hopelessly chasing after the goddess he can never have. This guy's not exactly weak, but it's a shame. Q shook his head. Mei Terumi is all about looks. He doesn't stand a chance. For someone who prioritizes appearance, looks are the first test anyone must pass. Looks. Mei Terumi was caught off guard. The word struck a hidden chord within her. What does that mean? It means caring deeply about appearance and beauty. Someone who's drawn to all things attractive. Hyuga Q answered calmly. That too explained why during the Five Kage summit, when facing Sasuke Uchiha, Terumi ultimately spared his life. The reason was simple. He was just too damn good looking. As for the other person Terumi may has feelings for, it's none other than Uchiha Madara. Both of these men are exceptionally handsome, almost to a heart-stopping degree, and possess a commanding presence. From this, you can clearly see how high Terumi Mei's standards are. That's right, I really am that kind of person. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes lit up. Of course, a man should be good-looking. She couldn't help but glance at Hyuga Kyo, his wild, dominant aura, his refined, almost divine features. He truly seemed godlike. A sudden rush of wind broke the silence. With swift footsteps, Kakashi Itachi and Uchiha Itachi arrived at Hyuga Kyo's side. What's going on? Kakashi, bewildered and wary, eyes cold as frost, said, How could something like this happen right after we arrived? Is this really how Kirigakure treats its guests? Hyuga Kyo replied calmly, Just a nobody causing trouble, that's all. His demeanor was indifferent, as if he barely acknowledged the existence of Kodo Takichi. A glimmer flickered in his eyes, and, without the tacit approval of the patriarch, this guy couldn't possibly be here. So, this is a test of their strength. If they can't pass, well, they simply don't deserve to become an ally of Kirigakure. Kodo Takichi, stand down now. Terumi Mei barked sharply. These are honored guests of Kirigakure. Don't make me say it again. But rather than backing off, Kodo Takichi grew even angrier. For this pretty boy, you're really going to turn against me, your friend? He roared, Hyuga Kyo, if you've got guts, come out here yourself. Face me like a man and fight me fair and square. He had liked Terumi Mei for 13 long years. From the moment he met her at the age of 4, he had fallen for that striking, strong-willed girl. But after all these years, he never once entered her heart. And who exactly are you supposed to be? Hyuga Kyo stepped forward. Terumi Mei tried to stop him, but he pulled her protectively behind him with one commanding, possessive gesture. His wild eyes looked down with utter disdain. You think you're worth my effort? Arrogant. Unbelievably arrogant. Who would have thought that someone could be this brazen in the heart of Kirigakure? Bold, overbearing, he clearly had no regard for the village. Kyo, this isn't Konoha. If we really offend Kirigakure, we might never make it out of here. Cold sweat beaded on Kakashi's forehead. Around them, more and more Kirigakure shinobi converged, all of them looking at the three with hostile, angry eyes. Those were the eyes of enemies. Kakashi, do you really think this fool would be allowed to show up in front of us without someone's permission? Hyuga Kyo's gaze brimmed with disdain, his clear, penetrating eyes seeming to see through everything. What a cunning old fox. He actually treats us all as pawns in his game, hoping to use this spectacle to draw out the fourth Mizukage, to live long and grow even craftier. Master Jin truly is a thief, a shrewd thief. The brilliance of this move lies in shifting the trouble away from himself. He lets us create a ruckus, draws the Mizukage into the open, and even if it's found the Mizukage isn't under Jinjutsu, he can withdraw with clean hands. But this actually plays perfectly into my own plans. I was just planning to check in with the Mizukage anyway. This old fox practically handed me what I wanted on a silver platter. Time to return the favor, tit for tat. Q, you mean? Kakashi Hatake hesitated, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Is this whole scenario just a setup to size up our strength? Hyuga Q shook his head softly. Kakashi hadn't fully grasped it. He understood only the surface. Meanwhile, Koto Kenichi's eyes reddened with fury, teetering on the edge of madness as he roared. Fine. Then today, it's to the death between us. We swear a death pact. If I die today, then no one in Kirigakure will pursue you. But if you die, you'll accept your fate. Such is the death pact of our hidden mist. The whole crowd exploded in shock. A death pact, is it? A wry smile curled at the edge of Hyuga Q's lips. Kirigakure was nothing like the Leaf. In Konoha, rivalry meant you could spar with your comrades, but you'd never threaten each other's lives. In the end, you'd reconcile. But the mist, now that was another story. In Kirigakure, it was survival of the fittest, like raising venomous insects. Dead means dead. Nobody cares. Only the last ninja standing is considered strong enough, worthy of survival. No, don't. Meiterumi's lovely face was stricken with worry. A death pact means one must die for it to end. There's no turning back. Q, please don't agree. But Hyuga Q just arched his lips into a confident smile and turned his head, his white eyes radiating an intimidating, inescapable force. Let the men handle this, woman. Stay out of the way, he called back with a teasing grin, suddenly thrusting his right hand forward. A menacing, black-spiked mace materialized, slamming into the ground with a resounding crash. Hyuga Q fixed Koto Kenichi with a cold stare. I was quite impressed with the strength of Kurosawa Juzo. I hope you'll prove even stronger. Don't disappoint me. He licked his lips hungrily. None of the enemies he'd met so far had truly forced him to use his full power. The onlookers fell into stunned silence, disbelief written on every face. What did he say? Does he mean he actually defeated Kurosawa Juzo, the man who wields one of the 7 ninja swords? No way, he must be lying. How old is he? How could he possibly have defeated Juzo Biwa? That guy, he's the strongest and most ruthless among the 7 ninja swordsmen. No one believed it. They all assumed Hyuga Mirror was lying, just trying to hype himself up. Hyuga Mirror couldn't be bothered to explain. At this moment, Kodo Kenichi's bloodlust had already gotten the better of him. He licked his lips, looking excitedly at Meitarumi. Meitarumi, I'll show you who the true genius is. Only I, Kodo Kenichi, am worthy of you. His expression grew wild with fervor, as if by defeating Hyuga Mirror, he would prove himself, and then he could be with Meitarumi. Go, Kenichi, teach him a lesson. That's right, Meitarumi belongs to us, the hidden mist. He doesn't know his place. Kenichi is a jonin. The crowd cheered Kodo Kenichi on with excitement. Idiot, save your words, Hyuga Mirror sneered, swinging his massive hammer with violent force. A man shouldn't debase himself by fawning and groveling. If you want to be anything, be a battle wolf. Men like Kodo Kenichi lower the bar for all of us. A deafening crash tore through the air. A crater gaped in the earth. Kodo Kenichi was sent flying, smashed so hard he spat blood. The whole arena fell silent in an instant. Everyone stood frozen in shock. They were utterly stunned. Their voices quivered with disbelief. One move. How is this possible? Kenichi is a jonin. No matter how strong the guy is, how could he defeat Kodo Kenichi so easily? They were all in a daze, unable to process what they just saw. This was outrageous. Kenichi was a jonin. How many jonin does a hidden village even have? They're a village's elite, its true strength. And now, to be defeated so simply? Hyuga Mirror. Never mind them. Even he was taken aback. Seriously? Was Kenichi really this fragile? He'd only used 20% of his strength. I haven't lost yet. Kodo Kenichi staggered shakily back to his feet, blood surging, stubborn defiance blazing in his eyes. He drew a deep breath. I haven't lost yet. In that moment, he didn't look at Hyuga Mirror. He turned to Meitarumi, his face full of love and fierce determination. As if to say, see, for you I won't give up. Hyuga Mirror, sometimes I have to admit, love really is a powerful thing. This was just ridiculous. You're here to fight. Stop messing around with all this melodrama. Never mind. Next, he'd use only 10% of his power. After all, his mission was to turn this whole event upside down. He straightened up, face serious, eyes full of admiration. What a formidable opponent. To withstand such an attack from me. Impressive. Kakashi Hata. Itachi Uchiha. Meitarumi. Could he act any more obvious? You're the man who took down Kuro Matagrea with just a single blow. The Hidden Mist Village's ninjas erupted in a frenzy, yelling in excitement. That's Kenichi for you. Go get him, finish that guy off. Take him down, turn his head into a chamber pot. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. Though they were born of the bloody mist, ruthless even to their own comrades, in the face of outsiders from other ninja villages, they united as one, bound together by a common cause. Ha! Of course, I am Goto Kenichi. Goto Kenichi threw back his head and laughed, pride radiating from every pore. He sneered and quickly wove his hand signs. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. A dense fog surged into the air, thickening at a remarkable speed. All sight vanished within the blanketing mist. Hyuga Kyo let out a light chuckle. He'd been quietly worrying about how to shift the battlefield toward the Mizuki's office. Now, opportunity had come knocking. This was perfect. A sharp whoosh cut through the air. Like a gust of wind, Hyuga Kyo shot forth from the mist confines. The hidden mist jutsu is a tough one to face, and I don't have any means to dispel it. But as long as I don't get caught inside, it's useless against me. He sneered, the picture of someone who'd already anticipated every move. He sped off in a swift retreat. What a slippery, troublesome enemy. Goto Kenichi ground his teeth. I'll cover the entire hidden mist village in fog. Let's see how you escape that. With mist on all sides and the village surrounded by sea, Marukigure was the perfect terrain for water-style jutsu. It took far less chakra to cast techniques like this here. That was the only reason he could manage something on this scale. Kakashi Hitaki couldn't suppress a facepalm. I get it. My goodness, Kyokuin, you're taking this to the next level. Uchiha Itachi. I don't know what his goal is, but Kyo doesn't do anything without a purpose. Stay alert. Be ready to support him at any time. After this month together, The two of them had come to understand Hyuga Kyo's patterns and personality well. Kyo never wasted effort. Every action had its intention, and he had a knack for seeing straight to the heart of things. Perhaps he already knows exactly what he needs to do in this situation. Within a grand building, a ninja hurried inside and dropped to one knee. Master Genin, Goto Kenichi has already clashed with Hyuga Kyo. Hyuga Kyo struck down Goto Kenichi in a single blow. But the strange thing is Kyo seemed to hold back afterward, focusing only on escape. The ninja couldn't make sense of it. By the standards of ninja behavior, after felling Goto Kenichi with his first strike, a finishing blow would have been enough to end it. Yet Hyuga Kyo had refused to do so. It seems the Konoha shinobi live too sheltered a life. They've already forgotten the harsh laws of the ninja world. Kill or be killed. That's how enemies should be handled. The ninja's face was full of disdain. He found Hyuga Kyo's actions childish. But in that very moment, the murky eyes of the Elder Master shot wide open, a flash of alarm gleaming within them. Escaping? Where is Hyuga Kyo heading now? How could this be? Could it be that this boy is truly such a prodigy? Had he already seen through all his schemes? Reporting to you, Elder Master, Hyuga Kyo is heading straight for Lord Mizukage. The ninja added, if Lord Mizukage discovers him, there'll be no escape from death. With Mizukage's ruthlessness, his life is finished. His identity won't matter at all. As he said this, a cold, triumphant glint danced in his eyes. Yet the Elder Master's face changed dramatically. He staggered to his feet, voice trembling. What a monstrous genius. So, just because of Goten Kenichi's provocation, he saw right through my plan? What's more, he's purposely making the situation spiral even further out of control. So smart. And yet, he doesn't belong to our hidden mist village. Maid Arumi was powerful, her talent just as dazzling. She was an outstanding leader, but she could never be a true strategist. Many of his moves remained unfathomable to even her. Yet this boy called Hyuga Kyo, it was as if their minds were in perfect sync. He understood every intention, even going out of his way to facilitate the plan, carrying it out to perfection. A hard, frosty glint flashed in the Elder Master's eyes. He barked out a command. Summon every clan's ninja at once. Have the other major clan leaders accompany me to the Mizukage's tower. Today, there must be a resolution to all of this. The ninja was utterly bewildered, frozen where he stood. What was happening? Wasn't that Hyuga Kyo supposed to be indecisive, a coward? Even, how could he suddenly become a monstrous genius in the Elder Master's eyes? He dared not question further and hurried off to notify the clan leaders. Mizukage's tower. A dead-end corridor. No way back. Goten Kenichi threw his head back with a triumphant laugh, beaming with pride. You wretched fool. Now you have nowhere left to run. Where else can you go? Today you die by my hand. Your soul fodder for the dead. And I'll become the true man from Maid Arumi. Howling, he formed hand signs at blinding speed. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A thunderous roar. A ferocious water dragon twisted through the air, its scales gleaming with uncanny realism, crimson eyes burning with murderous intent as it surged toward Hyuga Kyo in a devastating assault. It was as if nothing in its path would survive. But then, in a heartbeat, Kenichi's expression froze. Hyuga Kyo was actually smiling. All this time, I've been waiting for you to launch your jutsu. Hyuga Kyo chuckled softly. He stepped forward, moving right into the charging water dragon, yet suffered no harm at all, passing cleanly through it. Boom! The water dragon roared. With unstoppable force, it howled as it laid waste to the Mizukage tower. Numer Vube. Boom! A gust swept through as the entire Mizukage tower was torn apart by the water dragon with overwhelming might, reduced to utter ruin. Yet Hyuga Kyo stood beside the wreckage, having not even moved an inch. Streams of water from the dragon's impact, along with swirling winds, whipped at his robes and raven hair. His eyes, calm and composed, sparkled with intelligence, as if everything unfolding was just as he had foreseen. This should be dramatic enough, don't you think? A faint smile played at the corner of Hyuga Kyo's lips. Unlike the Hokage Tower, the Mizukage Tower hid a secret chamber beneath it, a place where the Mizukage often resided and tended to confidential affairs. So, now that his lair has been destroyed, how could he possibly not show himself? At that moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. No way. The Mizukage Tower, it's destroyed. How can this be? That's the Mizukage Tower. It's over. With Lord Mizukage's infamous temper, those two are definitely done for. What exactly was the Mizukage Tower? It was the symbol of the entire hidden mist village, power, prestige, and strength. Its destruction was a blatant provocation to the whole village. The most maddening part was, It hadn't even been Hyuga Q who did it, but their fellow villager, the shinobi Goto Kenichi. You bastard. You lured me into attacking the Mizukage Tower on purpose. Goto Kenichi's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he glared venomously, half crazed with fear and rage. I'll kill you. I have to kill you and beg Lord Mizukage for forgiveness. Only by killing you will he be able to forgive me. Terror brimmed in his eyes, almost spilling forth. The Mizukage was known for his brutality. Seeing this catastrophe, he'd surely lash out at anyone in sight. Water-style, great waterfall jutsu. Forming seals with frantic speed, his attacks came down like a raging tempest. Holding a kunai, he launched a wild flurry at Hyuga Q, abandoning any semblance of defense for sheer, reckless aggression. But Hyuga Q's expression remained tranquil, a knowing smile poised on his lips. No matter how fierce or quick Goto Kenichi's attacks were, they never so much as grazed a single hair on him. Damn it all. Goto Kenichi roared, face purple with fury. All you do is dodge. How is that any kind of skill? Are all Konoha shinobi such cowards? Hyuga Q's effortless evasions made him look utterly pathetic, as though his every move had already been read, his strikes destined to miss from the start. Then, the air suddenly tightened. Stepping from the ruins of the Mizukage Tower came a boy, short in stature, but radiating a terrifying, overwhelming presence. His eyes were dark, his expression cold as winter steel. Who destroyed the Mizukage Tower? Do you all have a death wish? Gokitsu Yagura's expression darkened, his violet eyes shadowed with menace. He fixed Hyuga Q and Mitsutake Kenichi with a chilling gaze, as if, in the very next moment, he might snap and unleash deadly violence. And no, it wasn't me. Mitsutake Kenichi panicked, trembling as he tried to defend himself. It was all Hyuga Q. Everything happened because of Hyuga Q. Otherwise, I'd never have attacked the Mizukage mansion by mistake. Lord Mizukage, please, give me a chance to redeem myself. Cold sweat was pouring down his brow. He couldn't help recalling what had happened to others who made even minor mistakes. Their ends were unspeakably gruesome. They didn't leave so much as a corpse behind. Yagura's voice was laced with menace. So what you're saying is, it really was you who damaged the Mizukage's mansion. His features twisted in fury, madness flaring in his eyes. A dreadful surge of tailed beast chakra whipped itself into a frenzy around him. The oppressive power made everyone's skin crawl, as though they stood before some horrific, primordial beast. Mitsutake Kenichi's legs buckled, despair etched across his face. A deafening crash tore through the air. Hyuga Q casually flicked his arm, and Mitsutake Kenichi was sent hurtling backward like a rag doll, tossed aside with no resistance at all, a bloodied, battered wreck on the verge of death. Now that the real player has arrived, you've outlived your usefulness. Don't get in the way, Hyuga Q remarked with a faint, easy smile, his face utterly composed. It was as if he'd just swatted away an annoying fly. Every shinobi nearby felt their eyes widen in shock. He was holding back all along. He was just toying with Mitsutake Kenichi the whole time. What exactly are the Konoha ninja up to? What in the world is going on here? Everyone's mind reeled in confusion. They were survivors of cutthroat training among their peers. None of them were fools, and now an unnerving sense of foreboding crept over them. Yagura was not a fool either. His icy gaze locked on Hyuga Q. You're one of the Hyuga clan from Konoha, aren't you? Causing trouble in Kirigakure. Even if you're a shinobi from Konoha, I won't show any mercy. His eyes blazed with ferocity, like a beast that had thrown away all reason. Suddenly, the air whistled with movement. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi appeared at Q's side, their stares sharp, their postures tense. They took up defensive positions, standing between Yagura and Hyuga Q. Hyuga Q remained calm and upright, a faint smile curving his white eyes as he looked into the distance. But you won't get the chance. The instant his words faded, rapid footsteps echoed from afar, a signature sound of teleportation jutsu in action. At the same moment, a commanding voice rang out. All unrelated personnel, clear the area immediately. The Mizukage has urgent business to attend to. Let me repeat, everyone not involved, clear out now. In the distance, the aged figure of Master Gen approached with slow, measured steps. At his side were a dozen imposing middle-aged men, the heads of other prominent clans, come to witness the unfolding drama. And all around them surged countless hidden mist ninjas. Now, the very pinnacle of the mist village had assembled. All the ninjas were stunned. They stared at this scene in utter disbelief. What on earth is happening? It's the Elder. The Elder himself has stepped in. Is that Konoha ninja really so important? Could it be there's some secret we're not aware of? For the sake of one Konoha ninja, The entire upper echelon of Mist Village was mobilized. They swallowed hard, unable to believe it. This was beyond outrageous. How could that person possibly deserve this treatment? But none dared ask further. They swiftly withdrew. In Mist Village, orders were absolute. Elder, why have you all come here? Yagura Karatachi's expression darkened, like a tyrant on the verge of rage. Are you doubting my strength? Get out of my sight now, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. The elder shook his head, his wrinkled, old face serene. If conflict breaks out between Mist and Konoha ninjas, mishandling it will plunge both villages into war. I hope you can understand our concerns, Lord Mizukichi. He slowly opened his clouded eyes. Within them, there was an undeniable power to persuade. To disrespect the Mizukichi is to disrespect the Mist Village itself. The elder's voice was quiet, but it resounded with authority all the same. This was the strength he'd gained through the years. Having witnessed everything, he now possessed an unshakable composure. The Mizukichi's face grew even gloomier, his gaze fixed tightly on the elder. Like a lion affronted. Elder, are you seeking death? I've had enough of you. Today, I'll take you down myself. A jolt of crimson chakra erupted like wildfire into the heavens. Yagura's body was enveloped in fiery-tailed beast cloak, a single tail lashing wildly. He'd entered his beast transformation. He howled. Lost to reason. You all must die. Hyuga Q carefully observed Yagura. As expected from a perfect Jinchuriki, even with just one tail, the power he unleashes is terrifying. In his hands, the power of the tailed beast is wielded with effortless mastery. A perfect Jinchuriki could not only access the beast's chakra, but also draw upon its unique abilities. That such apocalyptic power would shake the heart of anyone. Coral Palm. With a rush of wind, Yagura's swift figure blinked behind Hyuga Q, striking ferociously at his back. But Hyuga Q didn't dodge, not even a step. The corner of his mouth curled in a faint smile. A thunderous crash. A boom sounded, but Hyuga Q stood rooted to the spot, unmoved. So this is the limit of the tailed beast's power? Heavy coral quickly spread over Hyuga Q's entire body. The coral palm is a jutsu that traps enemies with the weight of coral, rendering them completely immobile. Yet with just a slight twitch, Hyuga Q shook it all off. The coral vanished without a trace. It seems the fourth Mizukichi's power is nothing special after all. Hyuga Q's gaze sparkled with excitement as he felt the lingering ache on his back. This sensation, this is a first. You're courting death. Yagura's eyes were wild and ferocious. As one of the strongest, to be taunted by an ordinary shinobi, this was pure humiliation. Tailed beast transformation. He let out a guttural roar. The crimson chakra swirling around him grew even denser. Once again, two tails emerged behind him. This humanoid form, known as the Three Tails Isebu, this was half transformation into a tailed beast. For most Jinchuriki, this would mean losing all control by now. But Yagura still commanded the power of Isebu. To force me into this state, I must admit you're strong. A cold sneer crossed Yagura's lips. Now, I'll show you my full strength and erase you completely from existence. With such terror in front of them, not a single ninja from the group, led by Master Yuan, dared to step forward. Hyuga Q was left to face Yagura alone. Damn it. Hatake Kakashi's face darkened as he observed Master Yuan and his men. They want us to probe the Mizukichi's power, treating us as expendable pawns. Curse you, hidden mist. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan glinted coldly, the twin Tomo shining with vigilance. I doubt the mist ninjas will let us leave. The mist shinobi weren't just surrounding the Mizukichi. They were encircling the entire group, cutting off any escape. We can't get bogged down. If there's an opening, we must lure the Mizukichi toward the other mist ninja. Kakashi made a swift decision. They were no match for the Mizukichi, so they had to draw him away. No need. At that moment, Hyuga Q stretched out his right hand. In a flash, a menacing black spiked club materialized in his grip. A wild, uninhibited grin tugged at his lips, fierce and free. Perfect. It's been ages since I've had a fight like this. The Mizukichi is worthy of being my opponent. He too wanted to see, with the Azure Dragon Fruit would release and the power of a sage's body, just how strong had he become. Until now, no ninja could last even a single round against him. And the Mizukichi before him was the perfect whetstone to test his blade. Kyo, are you sure? This isn't just any jonin you're facing. Kakashi's expression turned grave, his gaze lowered with concern. The Mizukichi isn't just Kaga level. He's a perfect Jinchuriki who can fully control his tailed beast. Even for me, the only choice against him would be to run. The Mizukichi's power stood at the very peak of the ninja world. There are few in the entire shinobi world who can stand against him. If Hyuga Mirror can truly confront the Mizukage, then his strength must at least be at the Kage level. A sharp, slicing sound tore through the air. Hyuga Mirror didn't answer. A confident smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he shot toward the Mizukage, swift and unstoppable, like an arrow loose from a bow. His eyes flicked, almost unintentionally, toward the Mizukage's tower. To get into the hidden chamber inside the Mizukage's tower, it seemed a bit of clever maneuvering would still be required. Courting death. Yagura barked coldly, his voice echoing. Transformed by the power of the tailed beast, I am the strongest there is. With a resounding crash, he swung both fists with merciless force. The searing chakra of the tailed beast radiated heat and fury as his fists collided with Hyuga Mirror's. A deafening boom shook the air. It didn't sound like fists meeting flesh. It was more like metal clashing with solid stone. A sizzling sound split the air as Yagura's burning chakra-wreathed punch struck Hyuga Mirror, shrouding him in a cloud of acrid smoke. It was as if the sun itself was scorching Hyuga Mirror's body. But Hyuga Mirror's body flickered, shimmering with azure scales that shielded him from every assault. In turn, his fists crashed down again and again with the force of thunder, each blow striking Yagura like a storm, paralyzing his body with waves of destructive lightning. Back and forth, the two traded blows, neither giving an inch nor dodging away. They were like two berserk, primordial titans locked in furious battle. Everyone watched in stunned disbelief, unable to process what they were witnessing. Their atoms' apples bobbed as they swallowed hard. Is this the genius of a leaf village? He can actually stand toe-to-toe with Lord Mizukage. Are these two even human? They're more like savage beasts. This is terrifying. We don't even have the power to join this fight. Faces turned pale all around. When they looked at Hyuga Mirror, their eyes were filled with fear. The Mizukage, despite his youthful appearance, had long been hailed as a legend, old enough to be a grandfather, famed and battle-hardened. Yet Hyuga Mirror didn't even look 20. The elder, with cloudy eyes that seemed both calm and unfathomable, stared intently at Hyuga Mirror, as if pondering something deep inside. Suddenly, he spoke. "Meitarumi, you've looked in a Hyuga Mirror before, haven't you?" Meitarumi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a dazzling light. She couldn't look away from the battlefield, fixated on the wild, thunderous aura, the figure who shone like a storm god amidst the chaos. He seemed to radiate with the power of the thunder god himself, his presence lighting up the entire battlefield. Hearing the elder's words, she nodded, her eyes alive with excitement. Yes, Hyuga Mirror may be from the branch family of the Hyugas, but both his strength and his spirit are far beyond anyone his age. There's no one in the entire shinobi world who surpasses him. Whether it's me or Kakashi, in front of him, we pale in comparison. Meitarumi's eyes gleamed, her words pouring out with conviction. She seemed unable to finish listing Hyuga Mirror's strengths. The elder continued to watch that lightning-clad figure on the field, his clouded eyes as if seeing straight to the heart of everything. He suddenly spoke. "If I were to arrange a marriage between you and Hyuga Mirror, would you agree?" Terumi Mei's voice halted abruptly, her fair face blushing as vividly as the evening clouds. Beside her, Koto Kenichi was stunned. He struggled to his feet, heedless of his injuries, eyes bloodshot with rage as he roared. "Master Genshin, I'm the one who loves Terumi Mei most. We're both ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. We grew up together as childhood friends. If Terumi Mei is to be married to someone from another village, wouldn't that mean our Mist Village is being looked down upon?" Koto Kenichi's chest heaved violently, like a wounded beast refusing to believe what he'd just heard. A flash of resentment and hatred shimmered in his eyes. He glared at Genshin with unwavering intensity. Though the ninja of the Mist Village obey orders, they are infamous for their bloodlust. If they are pushed too far, desertion isn't unusual in the slightest. And at this moment, Koto Kenichi could not feel more disgruntled. "Koto Kenichi, this is for the sake of the Mist Village. It's for our people." Gunshire's voice was steady, and those clouded old eyes seemed to see right through him. In the face of the Mist Village's future, no personal feelings are worth mentioning. His tone was cold, almost mechanical, utterly devoid of emotion. Yet Terumi Mei was moved. She understood all too well. Before her stood an old man who had sacrificed everything for the Mist Village. Gunshire's 3 sons had perished on the battlefield. His wife had been brutally killed by the enemy. Now, Genshin stood alone, having lost everyone dear to him. Everything he did now was for the growth and future of the Mist Village. "That's enough, Kenichi. I accept, Master Genshin." Resolve lit up Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes. "For the Mist Village, I'm willing to make any sacrifice. Please, just tell me what I must do." Her gaze drifted to the wild figure battling on the field. To be with such a man, perhaps it was the best choice she could hope for in this lifetime. Or maybe it was her only chance to choose. You'll regret this, sooner or later. Koto Kenichi's face was ashen. He tossed down these final words and left in disgrace. But the bitterness in his eyes chilled everyone to the bone. On the battlefield, a tremendous roar erupted. Hyuga Mirror shouted with exhilaration. Armament hockey. It wasn't just the giant warhammer. Even his arms turned pitch black, as if they were forged from the world's hardest metal. Fierce blue lightning crackled over the warhammer, electric arcs dancing around Hyuga Mirror. He seemed transformed into the very thunder god soaring above the heavens. Thunderclap 8 trigrams. He gave a thunderous shout. His arms swelled with muscle. His upper garment ripped apart, fabric shredding and fluttering through the air, revealing his powerful physique, his well-defined chest, and abs suddenly exposed for all to see. And then, even more astonishing, Hyuga Mirror's stature began to grow, right before everyone's eyes. He shot up to a height of 1 meter 82. His presence became even more commanding, broad-shouldered and powerful. His entire body radiated an aura of terrifying strength. With a resounding crash, he slammed his hammer down with immense force. Well done. I acknowledge you now. Yagura Kajiku roared with laughter. This battle was exhilarating, a true contest between men. Every punch landed solidly, with no fancy tricks or unnecessary moves. Coral Palm, he shouted furiously, and as their combined onslaught shook the foundation, the entire Mizukage pavilion collapsed, exposing a secret chamber within. In a flash, Hyuga Q's figure darted into the hidden chamber. Mission 4. Check in at the Mizukage's office in Kirigakure. Mission reward. Kinbunshiku Hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Kinbunshiku Hockey. One of the 3 hockey types in One Piece. It sharpens all 5 senses, allowing the user to sense the presence and emotions of others nearby, and even anticipate and dodge danger. A strange sensation buzzed in his mind, as if an entirely new organ, for example, a mind's eye, had just awakened within him. His senses were sharper than ever. Subtle cues from his enemy's every motion gave him an uncanny ability to predict attacks before they came. With the power I possess now, I could stand toe-to-toe with a tailed beast. Hyuga Q felt a surge of confidence, knowing even Three Tails could be forced into submission if he unleashed his full strength. And this is before I've even mastered Conqueror's Haki or fully realized the potential of my fish-fish fruit. The system had granted him the power of the fish-fish fruit. He could already use it freely, imitating Kaido's abilities from memory to manipulate the fruit's power. Still, mastering the full potential of the fish-fish fruit would take time, and his own growth would be a journey as well. Did I grow taller again because I reached another stage of the fish-fish fruit's power? Looking down at his clothes, now torn at the seams, he couldn't help but chuckle. He now stood a full centimeter taller than Hatake Kakashi. You've earned my respect, but you're still no match for me. Yagura Kajiku fixed Hyuga Q with a cold, piercing gaze. Still, for your strength, I'll grant you the mercy of a whole corpse. As ninjas, they stood as enemies. There was no room for mercy or letting the other live. Saw the... You won't even have that chance. From his vantage, Hyuga Q gazed down at Yagura Kajiku. Instantly, his Byakugan flared to life. Byakugan, Jinjutsu release. The Byakugan could perceive the flow of chakra within an opponent's body, so he immediately noticed the illusion Uchiha Obito had cast on Yagura Kajiku. With a hum, as Jinjutsu and reality blurred, the ferocity and madness faded from Yagura's expression. That crimson chakra dissipated, and he began to return to his normal form. He staggered, his face awash with disbelief and confusion. He could hardly believe it, as if saying, I wanted to have a true man's duel with you, but you resorted to a sneak attack. I've already taken the sign-in reward. Only a fool would keep fighting you now, Hyuga Q said with an air of indifference. He watched as the body of Yagura, standing before him, trembled. In the next moment, Yagura's eyes gradually cleared, becoming gentle and composed, as though he were a cultured gentleman. Yet his face was pale as he took stock of the numerous hidden mist shinobi surrounding him, along with Jinshiku, who stood in an anxious, guarded stance as if facing down a great enemy. Jinshiku, what happened here? Yagura asked, his brow furrowing tightly. Why are you all gathered here, and why has the Mizukage Tower been destroyed? His expression darkened slightly, but even with the tower in ruins, there was no longer any of that savage, violent aura from moments before. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically. I remember now. I encountered a man wearing a swirling mask. After he used Jinjutsu to take control of me, Yagura's face twisted in unbearable pain. He clutched his face like a condemned man. his whole body trembling. I use cruel means to rule the hidden mist. I turned this village into the bloody mist. All of it, it's all my fault. His face was racked with agony, unable to forgive himself. With a heavy sigh, Jinshiku slowly stepped forward, then turned and gave Hyuga Q a deep, respectful bow. Mr. Q, thank you for everything you've done for the hidden mist. From this day on, our village will stand as Konoha's strongest ally. You've worked hard. Please take your rest now. The air was split by sharp, sudden gusts as two hidden mist shinobi stepped forward, quietly guiding Hyuga Q and his companions away to rest. They were being politely dismissed. What was about to unfold next would be the mist's deepest secret and their greatest shame. After all, the Mizukage of Hidden Mist had been controlled by an outsider for years. Jinshiku, don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself? Hyuga Q arched an eyebrow, his gaze carrying a dragon's regal might. He looked down at Jinshiku from above, his tone cold. You haven't yet answered for the way you tried to use us for your own ends. He chuckled softly to himself. He hadn't forgotten just how the Mist Ninja had stood by and watched earlier. This cunning old man, devious to the core. All at once, the atmosphere froze. Every hidden mist shinobi in sight stared at Hyuga Q in disbelief, their eyes darkening with hostility. Off to the side, Kakashi Itachi was utterly bewildered. What kind of turn was this? To challenge Jinshiku here in the hidden mist? It was like provoking the Hokage in the heart of Konoha. Q, we don't have the power to walk away unscathed, Kakashi muttered under his breath. But Hyuga Q only smiled with serene confidence, glancing coolly at Mitsutake Kenichi. Kakashi, I'm not here to cause chaos, only to claim justice. That old fox Jinshiku was always using us to further his own plans. Kakashi blinked, following Hyuga Q's gaze to see Mitsutake Kenichi, looking utterly defeated. In that instant, everything became clear. Of course, how could Kuto Kenichi have learned about Mei Terumi and Mirror's situation so quickly without a message from the Master Origin? In other words, they had been used, made into pawns to stir up trouble and draw out the Mizukage. Uchiha Itachi understood at once, and both of them turned to look at Hyuga Mirror in shock. If not for Hyuga Mirror, the two of them would still have been kept in the dark. Just how perceptive was Hyuga Mirror? He'd seen through the opponent's scheme in an instant. How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak so rudely to the Master Origin? At that moment, an angry shout rang out, and a Mist Ninja marched forward, face livid with rage. Apologize immediately to Master Origin, or even if you're a Leaf Ninja, don't dream of leaving here. Fury was written all over his face. Though the hearts of Mist Village were scattered these days, there were still those who remained loyal. Insignificant insect! Hyuga Mirror scoffed, a crackle of lightning flashing in his pure white eyes as he swept his gaze over indifferently, and then the lightning burst forth with savage intensity. His opponent was hurled away with brutal force, left gravely wounded and coughing up blood. It happened so fast. Not only was Hyuga Mirror swift in action, but the lightning itself struck with a speed that left all stunned. He actually attacked, and he didn't even use hand seals for that ninjutsu. Hand seal-less technique? That's terrifyingly fast. To attack here in Mist Village. Are you courting death? Master Origin stood there, his gaze dark and cold, his cloudy eyes as icy as a winter night. He did nothing to intervene. Kill him. A chorus of rage erupted as countless Mist Ninjas charged, kunai clenched in their fists, rushing straight for Hyuga Mirror. Kakashi Itachi's face changed dramatically. Itachi, defensive stance now. The first priority is protecting ourselves. But before he could finish, he saw Hyuga Mirror begin to float steadily into the air. Lightning snaked wildly over his entire body. As if answering his call, clouds thickened above and began to roll, rumbling layer after layer. The whole sky seemed to answer Hyuga Mirror's summons. Bugs like you, do you think you can rival the brightness of the full moon? Hyuga Mirror looked down on the oncoming crowd, surging from all directions to overwhelm him. Slowly, he raised his hand, pointed to the sky, and sneered. Wrath of thunder. A deafening crash exploded. One after another, thunderbolts rained down. It was like witnessing the wrath of a god punishing the ignorant. The thunder boomed in their ears, and in an instant, the ground all around Hyuga Mirror and his two companions was cleared. Only a heap of Mist Ninjas lay unconscious on the earth, eyes rolled back, foaming at their mouths, strewn about like dead dogs. Kakashi Itachi was utterly stunned. That's it. It's over. In an instant, a third of the enemies had been wiped out. Another thunderous crash. Just then, a ninja with the appearance of a fishman stepped forward, wielding a massive sword that almost looked like a giant spiked ball. The ball shuddered gently, as if alive, breathing. The fishman grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, chilling fangs. He hardly seemed human, more like a shark come to life. A bunch of fools. You see your opponent preparing a jutsu and still don't know to dodge? Let me teach you a lesson. Kisame Hashigaki grinned, baring his menacing, shark-like teeth as if he meant to tear Hyuga Kagami to pieces. His hands flashed through a sequence of signs. Water style, super shark bomb jutsu. A massive water shark materialized in midair, its gaping, savage maw enough to send chills down anyone's spine. With a burst of speed, it shot straight at Hyuga Kagami. I'm not some worthless trash for you to toy with at will. Kisame wore a savage grin. The moment the shark attacks Kagami, it would start draining his chakra, causing the aquatic beast to grow larger and larger, until finally devouring him whole. This jutsu only grows stronger against stronger foes. You're nothing but an insect, Kagami replied coolly, hefting his massive hammer. A thunderous roar cut through the air, as if the very wind was splitting with the force, and a sonic boom seemed to echo ahead of him. The fearsome shark was shattered in an instant, torn to pieces and scattered into the air. So this is the extent of the wielder of the shark's skin blade? Kagami scoffed, his gaze sweeping up and down Kisame. He hadn't expected Kisame to eliminate the pufferfish demon of the Hashigaki clan so early and already claim Samehada as his own. Kisame's face grew wary, yet his eyes burned with wild, fighting spirit. He was a combat maniac, yet paradoxically, he always maintained a cold, clear mind on the battlefield. This contradiction existed in Kisame perfectly, utter madness and perfect calm. What terrifying strength! But defeating me? Impossible. Here, this is the domain of a water-style shinobi. With a fierce yell, Kisame formed signs with both hands. Water-style, super exploding water shockwave. Water-style, 4 sharks of rain. He spewed forth a torrent from his mouth, and in an instant, an immense sphere of water several hundred meters across encased the battlefield, swallowing half of the hidden mist village in its depths, turning everything into a sea. Kakashi Hitaki, Itachi Uchiha, and the other shinobi of Kirigakure all drew back in panic. In such a flood, they could not breathe. Death seemed certain. This is insane. Kisame. How can one man have such an ocean of chakra? Is he even human? They call him the tailless-tailed beast for a reason. Haha, Kagami's finished. He'll die for sure in Kisame's hands. The crowd erupted with wild shouting, every eye red with excitement and anticipation, as though they could already see Kagami dying a gruesome death. But then, a terrible thunderclap cracked the air, and the dark sky burst into blinding light. Kagami floated above the battlefield, radiating with power. Lightning danced and crackled around him, as if it were an army of subjects obedient to their king. In a flash, the entire water sphere was filled with roaring thunder. Kisame, you're not the only one with boundless chakra. And water. Water is the perfect conductor for lightning. Kagami's expression remained utterly calm. Thanks to the water sphere, the power of the lightning release had increased by more than a tenth. Instead of granting Kisame a source of stamina and overwhelming strength, his own water sphere had become a cage of his own making. Curse you! Kisame's whole body was charred, trembling, battered beyond recognition. One of his strongest attacks had just been effortlessly neutralized by Hyuga Q. I will never lose to you. With a furious roar, wielding his great blade Samehada, Kisame launched himself like a missile toward Hyuga Q. Apart from water-style ninjutsu, his greatest strength was taijutsu, but in the next instant his vision blurred. An enormous foot crashed down on his face, pinning him to the ground. Dazed, unable to accept what was happening, he looked up at Hyuga Q, who stood on top of him. How? How could you possibly be that fast? Hyuga Q's speed had completely surpassed his perception. You certainly talk a lot. Hyuga Q's expression was calm, his gaze condescending, as if looking at something worthless. Don't you know it's better to act than to babble on? His eyes assessed the living, quivering Samehada. That weapon, it really does look a lot like a spiked club. So that's how it is. Damn it. Samehada, chakra, devour. Kisame's face darkened, and he roared. In an instant, Samehada swelled, countless spikes jutting out like an enraged porcupine. At the end of the blade, a bloody maw suddenly gaped wide, savage and menacing. This was no ordinary ninja blade. It felt almost alive. With a clang, Samehada sank its teeth into Hyuga Q's arm, but the next moment, the sound of metal ringing against metal filled the air. Is that all you've got? Hyuga Q's eyes glinted with mockery, as though watching a clown. Once his azure dragon scales coated his arm, only the absurd would imagine anything could break his skin. Impossible. Samehada's bite can devour chakra, and it can chew through solid steel. Kisame was reeling, his world turned upside down. When he killed Mangetsu, He'd thought himself one of the strongest. But now, facing Hyuga Q, he felt, once again, like that frail, low-ranking ninja from before. Get lost. Hyuga Q grabbed Samehada in one hand and, with a single powerful kick, sent Kisame flying. He fixed his gaze on the massive Samehada, satisfaction flickering in his eyes, a ninja blade capable of growing, self-healing, and devouring chakra. Even better, it bears a striking resemblance to a spiked club. If you looked at it quickly, Samehada and a spiked club were almost identical. Blood-drooling, Kisame's eyes radiated fury and hatred. Give Samehada back. That's my blade. He hadn't possessed Samehada for long, but it had already become an extension of his own body. Samehada, attack him. He roared. And in the next instant, Samehada, clutched in Hyuga Q's hand, erupted in a forest of vicious spikes. Each one of the spikes was a full meter long. They looked as if they were about to pierce Hizashi Hyuga straight through. But what truly unsettled Kisame Hashigaki was the calmness on Hizashi's face, a tranquility that, in his eyes, carried a hint of anticipation. If you betray your master for the sake of tasting better chakra, then come and try mine, Hizashi said, his gaze shining as he released threads of pure chakra. This chakra carried the terrifying vitality of sage physique, as well as the might of the azure dragon fruit. Lightning, water, flame, and tempest. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Samehada trembled uncontrollably, spasming like an addict tasting forbidden pleasure for the first time. It stretched its gaping maw wide, utterly sated, as if a long hunger had finally been satisfied. An electric sizzling filled the room, sharp and crackling. Samehada's spikes retracted, its entire body becoming docile. The hilt's rope twined gently up Hizashi's arm, obedient as a loyal hound. For a ninja blade, loyalty meant nothing, only allegiance to strength. And Hizashi had full confidence. This blade would be firmly under his control. He hefted Samehada, a sly smile playing upon his lips as he pointed the blade at Kisame. From now on, Samehada belongs to me. Kisame's face darkened to a livid shade, so angry he looked as if he might bleed. Samehada was the blade that best suited him, a perfect match. But now, not only did he walk away empty-handed, he lost his blade altogether. This is Kirigakure. If you put Samehada down now, you might yet live. Beside Elder Jin, a clan leader barked in warning, his expression grim. At this moment, every ninja in the Mist Village wore a look of despair. Not one of them dared to step forward. With a casual glance, Hizashi looked at the man, then in one swift motion, he pulled a spike free from Samehada. There was a booming crack as he hurled it. The spike rocketed across the battlefield, smashing the clan head against a wall more than 10 meters away, pinning him there, barely alive. So you're one of those who schemed against me, aren't you? Hizashi stood tall and imposing as he strode toward Elder General All the Mist Ninja in the area scrambled out of his path, leaving the two men face to face. One man stood ramrod straight, like a javelin pointed at the heavens. The other was stooped with age, wisdom etched into every line of his venerable face. Elder Jin, Hizashi's eyes glittered with ice. I want an answer from Kirigakure now. Those who scheme against me must pay the price. Elder Jin slowly closed his cloudy eyes and let out a long, regretful sigh. He regretted it, truly regretted plotting against Hizashi, for now the cost was one Kirigakure could not hope to bear. Involuntarily, his gaze darted toward the Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage, in dismay, stared into emptiness, his eyes faded and grim. There was nothing to hope for there. Our Mist Village is grateful for Konoha's help, Elder Jin said at last, his voice hollow and defeated. We willingly present the Samehada Ninja blade to you. This is Kirigakure's gesture of good faith. No, Elder Jin, you can't. The Mist Ninjas were completely stunned, panic written all over their faces. It was as if they just lost their own father. The ninja swords are the symbol of our hidden Mist Village. They are our pride. We can't let a single one be lost. How can the hidden Mist Village exist without its ninja swords? Everyone's expression overflowed with resistance. The ninja swords are what define the village. They're the village's honor. Without the swords, could this place still be called the Hidden Mist Village? A sly smile curled at the corner of Hyuga Kyo's lips. He couldn't be bothered to answer those grumbling voices. The air shimmered, swirling into a visible vortex. Anyone got a problem with that? A sudden crash. Thunder exploded overhead. High above in the heavens, dragon-shaped, lightning coiled and raged. It felt as if, in the very next instant, the world itself might be brought to ruin. The Mist Ninja were all shaken to the core. Only now did they finally realize the terrifying monster before them wasn't negotiating. This was an outright threat, blatant for all to see. We have hidden mist. Have no objections. The Genin master let out a tired sigh. Thank you for freeing our Mizukage from that illusion technique. This is our gesture of goodwill. His face remained shadowed and heavy. It was a pity the wielders of the other two great blades were nowhere to be found. If the three of them joined forces, perhaps, just perhaps, they could have defeated Hyuga Kyo. But if changed nothing now. Even if the Samahata was taken from them today, so long as the village rose again, the sword would one day return. Well, thank you, Genin master, Hyuga Kyo replied, voice cold. But helping lift the illusion from your Mizukage is one matter. Your scheming against me is quite another. You think handing over the Samahata lets you wipe both slates clean? The Genin master froze. Other clan ninjas stared at Hyuga Kyo, faces filled with disbelief. Kakashi Hitaki and Itachi Uchiha broke out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable. Even the famous Genin master had already backed down. Was that still not enough? Hyuga Kyo's gaze locked onto the Genin master. What I need from you is a formal apology. Right here, right now. A stunning silence fell. It was like a heavy hum inside every mist ninja's mind. He was forcing the Genin master to yield, openly, in front of everyone. One ninja beside the Genin master started to protest, but was quickly silenced by a raised hand. The Genin master bent forward in a slow, solemn bow. I am sorry. The whole crowd reeled in shock. A chill smile remained on Hyuga Kyo's lips. He spoke icily. It's one thing to sacrifice for your village, but to plot against me? Out of the question. You're not worthy. The hidden mist isn't worthy. In fact, no one in the whole ninja world is worthy. All right, let's get going. We've been at this for a long time, and I'm getting hungry. He waved his hand and strode off in long, decisive steps. After such a drawn-out battle, he really was starving a bit. His retreat was so abrupt, so clean, that no one present could get used to his way of doing things. It was too swift, too thunderous. Kyo, are we really just going to leave like this? Kakashi Hitaki and Itachi Uchiha were momentarily at a loss for words. They had only come to gather intelligence. Who would have thought Hyuga Kyo would outright seize their ninja blade? And then he went a step further, making Genshin apologize in front of everyone. What's more, the Hidden Mist Village still doesn't know that Hyuga Kyo now possesses both the Executioner's blade and the Thunder Sword. I'm afraid the Hidden Mist must hate us to the core by now. How could they possibly want an alliance? Kakashi let out a wry laugh. Today had indeed been exhilarating, deeply satisfying, even, but from here on, the Mist would surely hold a grudge. Kakashi, only the weak worry about their enemy's revenge. Hyuga Kyo's pale eyes were calm. Back in the days of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, there was never any talk of compromise. The interests between shinobi villages are determined by strength, not the so-called compromise. Have you been idle so long now that you've forgotten what true glory feels like? Hyuga Kyo's white eyes fixed deeply on Hitaki Kakashi, a meaningful look in his gaze. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, and suddenly something dawned on him. These days, isn't the current Hokage endlessly compromising? Compromising with the stone. Compromising with the cloud. Also, he can cling to that position as Hokage. Such endless compromise, it smothers the spirit, drains all hope. Over time, you really do forget what it's like to fight without restraint. Hyuga Kyo's words rekindled a fire in his heart. And as for me, my strength still falls far short of the true greats. Hyuga Kyo stroked his chin, lost in thought. Compared to the Otsutsuki clan, he knew he still had a long way to go. Uchiha Itachi's young face grew rigid. Kyo, you must be joking. Weak? You're only 8. When I awakened my double Tomo Sharingan at 8, already an elite Chunin, they called me a prodigy among prodigies. But now his pride was shaken. He blurted out, but you, already on par with the Kage? He had always been hailed as a genius since childhood, praised by his father. Among his peers, none could match him. He remembered the way others looked at him, with envy, with jealousy, emotions he'd never quite understood. But now he understood too well. This feeling, envy and jealousy, was almost unbearable. Itachi, the greater one's power, the greater their responsibility. Hyuga Kyo thought for a moment, then glanced at Hitaki Kakashi, his expression suddenly serious. Genius is a double-edged sword. It's only when you shoulder responsibility that you truly deserve the gifts you have. His voice paused, then he added, gifted as you are, it always comes with a loss. Uchiha Itachi froze for a second, bewildered by his words. Even though he would someday be revered as Itachi the Wise. Right now, he was still just an 8-year-old boy. And as for Hitaki Kakashi, his whole body trembled. He whispered, lost in thought, to be gifted is also to lose so much, isn't it? Back during the Third Shinobi World War, Wasn't it precisely his recklessness that led to Obito's death? And wasn't it because he lacked real strength that he could do nothing but kill Rin? Kakashi Hitaki couldn't help but glance at Hyuga Q, thoroughly shaken. Q was only 8 years old, yet he possessed power, wisdom, and maturity far beyond his years. Moreover, he had a unique understanding of responsibility and talent. For a moment, Kakashi thought of his teacher, Minato Namikaze. The two men were very different in temperament, yet both bore tremendous responsibility. This mission in the Hidden Mist is as good as done. Even if we couldn't form an alliance, at least we obtained the list of spies. Kakashi's face lit up with excitement, but his brows soon knit together. But who could possibly control a Mizukage? Someone of Kaga-level strength? Hyuga Q's expression grew odd, but he said nothing. Who? Why, it's your longtime good buddy, Obito. Truth be told, in his previous life, apart from the storylines of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, what tugged most at Hyuga Q's heartstrings was the tangled saga between Kakashi and Obito. It was the stuff of grand epic dramas, the kind that could run for 108 episodes. There wasn't much to eat in the Hidden Mist, anyway. After their meal, the three of them retired to their rooms for some rest. It was a dark, blustery night, so black, you couldn't see your own hand before your face. Hyuga Q was studying the decapitating sword, Samahata, and the thunder sword in his hands when a faint noise came from the doorway. Someone was launching a surprise attack. With his extraordinary sensory prowess, Q had an advantage almost like night vision goggles. Terumi Mei. The next instant, a striking and alluring figure slipped into the room. Hyuga Q's brows arched in surprise as he looked at Terumi Mei, her lovely face filled with anxious uncertainty, standing just a breath away. So, what exactly are you here for? How did you discover me? She stammered. Terumi Mei's emerald eyes glimmered in the darkness, exotic and intense, her breath warm and quickening as if the air itself was charged between them. Her lithe body moved with a subtle, serpentine grace. A faint, alluring scent lingered in the air, curling around the deepest corners of a man's heart. Yet Hyuga Q's white eyes remained icy and unruffled. Has the famed Terumi Mei come for a man, of all things? Her face flushed a deep red. She clenched her teeth, and with a fierce resolve, hurled herself at Hyuga Q. Her lips pressed against his in a fevered kiss. Enough. 19 years. 19 years without meeting anyone that could win her heart. If she were an ordinary woman, she would have married long ago. She'd finally found a man she adored, so why hold back? Besides, maybe she could even bring a child with Hyuga bloodline back to the Hidden Mist. That would be a huge win. No regrets at all. Hyuga Q's brow twitched as he sidestepped Mei's fervent kiss. He leaned back, his large hand gently gripping her slender neck, his face composed yet fiercely commanding. Trying to take advantage of me? You're going to find that far more difficult than you think. And as a woman, you should have a sense of dignity. He stood up, gripping Mei Terumi's waist with both hands. Lifting her effortlessly, he set her outside the door, leaving her no room to resist. It was just like picking up a little chick by the scruff. What a joke. Getting involved with Mei Terumi would mean that from now on, all of Kirigakir's affairs would be dumped squarely on his shoulders. Some people you can touch, others you absolutely cannot. Hyuga Kyo never let his lower body do the thinking. Women, after all, only slowed down the speed of drawing your blade. Mei Terumi was left speechless. The night was deep, and a piercing wind swept by, clearing his mind of the drink. Returning to the house, Hyuga Kyo sat cross-legged. He gazed at the three ninja swords in his hands as a calm voice filled the air. It's getting late, Mei Terumi. You should go back to sleep. In the darkness, the three blades gleamed with a chilling, deadly light. Once these three swords were reforged into a spiked club, that would be the weapon he trusted most. His white eyes shone as they fixed upon the blades. He couldn't help but feel a rush of expectation. A man should wield a spiked club to unleash the power of Raime 8 trigrams. Mei Terumi was, again, at a loss for words. Her chest heaved with anger, her beautiful face flushed. Hyuga Kyo, are you saying I'm worth less to you than 3 swords? When I become Mizukage, however many swords you want, I can give them to you. In this man's eyes, she was no match for a sword. Hyuga Kyo shot her a cool glance. Let's talk about it after you become Mizukage. Bang! The door slammed shut. Mei Terumi's delicate face froze, left abandoned in the swirling night. How infuriating. This Hyuga Kyo really had no sense of romance. People had always chased after her. When had she ever been so bluntly rejected? Yet, suddenly, a smile played on her lips, a soft laugh escaping. Her emerald eyes were full of exotic, alluring charm, her rosy tongue licking at her lips in a gesture brimming with temptation. But a man who can turn me down like that, he only makes me want to conquer him more, don't you think? With a playful huff, she spun on her heel and strode away. Hyuga Kyo sensed it all, his expression wry. Headache. In the original, Meitarumi was always a bit neurotic. I used to think it was because she was over 30 and still single. But now I see, neurosis has nothing to do with age. Meitarumi, that little vixen, is simply a charming lunatic. The more you resist, the more excited you get. Meitarumi, there's seriously something wrong with you. I'm only 8 years old. What do you expect me to do? Wait, someone's trying to kill me. At that very moment, a presence as dark as resentment itself, brimming with fury, appeared within the range of his observation haki. Someone wanted him dead. The perfect night for murder, dark and filled with wind. With observation haki, he could sense the enemy's position and emotional state, making it easy to judge friend from foe and even guess at their intentions. In the hidden mist village, who is it that harbors such enmity towards me? Is it Kodo Kenichi? A subtle arch rose on Hyuga Kagami's brow. One after another. Do they mean to keep me from sleeping at all tonight? His eyes glinted with a frost-cold chill, as piercing as an icy spring. Outside the house, Kodo Kenichi's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fixatedly at the fading silhouette of Meitarumi in the distance. Damn it, Meitarumi, you've only known this guy for less than 2 days. And already, it's come to clandestine meetings late at night? So, what does all my affection over the years amount to? Damn it, I'll kill you, Hyuga Kagami. And as for you, Master Yuan, you're no better. Bitterness coursed through his gaze, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Though by day, he wasn't a match for Hyuga Kagami with a surprise attack. Even a Kaga-level ninja couldn't react in time. No matter how powerful a shinobi is, the human body is still flesh and blood. It can't withstand the bite of steel. Clutching a kunai that caught and reflected the cold moonlight, Kodo Kenichi crept forward. He eased the door open, careful not to make a sound, and, inching closer to Hyuga Kagami's bedside, his eyes blazed, a mix of madness and excitement. As long as I kill you, Meitarumi will be mine. Suddenly, a pair of pale, clear eyes snapped open in the darkness. Hyuga Kagami's white eyes shimmered with mockery as he fixed Kodo Kenichi with a gaze that regarded him like a clown. What are you doing? Planning to get rid of me in my sleep? How did you? Kodo Kenichi blanched, stammering for a moment. But almost instantly, his face twisted into a snarl, and he gritted out in a low, furious voice, Die. It's all because of you that Meitarumi's turning away from me. He stabbed down with a kunai, fierce and desperate. If he acted before Hyuga Kagami could react, he would win. He would end this with a single blow. But Hyuga Kagami merely sneered, making no move to dodge. A surge of hope flickered in Kodo Kenichi, only for it to be dashed the next moment. There was a heavy clang. The kunai struck the chest with a ringing clash of steel, sparks exploding in the night. They were only a hair's breadth apart now. Hyuga Kagami laughed coldly, his hand seizing Kenichi's arm in a grip of iron. Ow, how can this be? My kunai! Why can't it pierce your body? Kodo Kenichi screamed in pain, sweat dripping from his forehead in great beads. Impossible. This kunai was forged from finest steel. A ninja is just flesh and bone. How could anyone withstand such a blow? Suddenly, a terrible thought struck him. He shouted in rage. If you're that strong, why hide your power during our fights? Why not just kill me outright? Despair engulfed Kodo Kenichi. Never had he imagined Hyuga Kagami was so overwhelmingly powerful. The gulf between them was like earth and sky. Fool! Did you really think it was your own idea to challenge me? Hyuga Q let out a mocking laugh. If someone hadn't told you, how would you have known? Your only use was to stir up trouble, a pawn meant to force me to alert the Mizukage. An old man without integrity is nothing but a scoundrel. I have to admit, that old fox, Master Yuan, is truly damn clever. He's a man who sees 3 moves ahead for every step he takes. Everyone is nothing but a piece on his board, each used to achieve his purpose. What? Me? Being used as a pawn? Huta Takichi was stunned. Thoughts raced through his mind, and suddenly, something clicked. The news about Terumi May being with you, it was accidentally leaked to me by one of Master Yuan's subordinates. Now it all made sense to him. He hadn't overheard it by chance at all. In fact, the other side had deliberately let him know. Their goal was to use him to provoke Hyuga Q. As for Hyuga Q, he instantly grasped Master Yuan's intent. Only he, like a fool, had been played so thoroughly, a pawn unaware of the grand scheme. How did it come to this? How could I have been so stupid? He gritted his teeth, a sense of despair washing over him. From beginning to end, he'd been completely in the dark. In your next life, try not to be so foolish. Or if you must, don't become a reckless brute. Hyuga Q spoke in a cold, even voice, his white eyes like frozen steel. With a swift motion, he grabbed the kunai and plunged it into Kuta Takichi's chest. It all happened in a heartbeat. There wasn't a sliver of time for Kuta Takichi to react. No, please. I'm begging you, spare my life. I swear from now on, I will never. His face was twisted in desperate pleading, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. But Hyuga Q's eyes remained icy, utterly devoid of warmth. He pressed the kunai forward once more. From now on, you're not even worth that. Kuta Takichi was dead, his life snuffed out with nothing left behind. Beneath his body, a strange distortion began to swallow him, pulling him into the Kemui dimension. Kemui really is a damned convenience. Perfect for murder and theft, Hyuga Q quipped quietly. But it's time to get down to business. He stood, haki of perception radiating wildly as he scanned every corner of the hidden mist village. Well, aren't they cautious? Around my own dwelling, there are actually 108 ANBU operatives lurking. He melded perfectly into his surroundings, becoming one with the grass, trees, and buildings nearby, and vanished without a trace. There's a reason I decided to go head-to-head with the Mizukage. It's not out of boredom. Right now, the Mizukage is weighed down by depression. What he needs most is a reason to keep living. And isn't this the best moment to win the Mizukage over? A wide grin stretched across Hyuga Q's face, brimming with excitement, turning the hidden mist village into the headquarters for the Fourth Great Ninja War. The thought alone was thrilling. The Kyoju clan. The Kagaya clan is a noble family in the hidden mist village, famed for its prodigious talents. Their mastery of water-style techniques and their exceptional chakra control have earned them widespread renown. In this moment, Yagura Kartachi was overwhelmed by despair. His face was ashen, his entire body shuddering and convulsing with tremors. It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. If it weren't for me, the hidden mist would never have become like this. 2 lines of tears traced their way down his cheeks. Why? Why did I do such things? I slaughtered my fellow villagers, turned the hidden mist into the bloody mist. I am the village's greatest sinner. When a person's beliefs, everything they hold dear, are shattered by their own hands. Even if it was unintentional, it can still destroy the faith that sustains them. Yagura Kartachi was utterly broken. His lifeless, colorless eyes, so empty, so filled with the shadow of death, were proof enough. But just then, a low, resonant voice cut through the gloom. Hyuga Q stepped slowly out of the darkness and spoke. So you would rather languish in sorrow and die a tragic death than learn the truth about the one who worked from the shadows? Hyuga Q approached Yagura, crouching before him, eyeing the haggard figure, exhausted, disheveled, as if he hadn't slept for days. Death is the easiest choice of all, but those who choose to live are the ones with true courage. For they must bear the burdens, the crimes, and the hatred of those who have died. As the Mizukage, do you want revenge? Or will you simply embrace death? Q's eyes were calm, his voice sharp, like a sword thrusting straight into Yagura's heart. You're the Leaf Village shinobi I fought today. Yagura managed, his dry lips parting. I could feel it. You held back your real strength. Revenge? A faint glimmer of hope flickered to life in his eyes, like a spark flaring in the blackness of night. You know who used Jinjutsu to control me? Hope gleamed in Yagura's gaze, but in an instant it vanished, drowned by bleakness as another thought struck him. But even if I learned who it was, he could still use Jinjutsu to control me again, just as easily. That was what drove Yagura into deepest despair. When faced with that man, he had no power to resist. The other's Jinjutsu could snare him in an instant. It's true you don't have the strength to overcome it alone, but I will help you. Hyuga Q placed his hand on Yagura's shoulder. With my Byakugan, I can see through all illusions. And for your opponent, there's only one fate, death. He swept his right hand through the air. At that moment, shimmering threads of water came together in the air, forming the silhouette of a man in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, his face hidden behind a swirling mask. It's him. That's the one. Yagura cried out, excitement rising to a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot, as if he'd just laid eyes on his greatest foe, bathed in an ocean of blood. It was all because of that masked man that his life had been reduced to such a miserable state. If not for that person, he would still be revered as the Mizukage of the hidden mist village. I'm going to kill him. Hyuga Kyo's words gave him hope. He clenched his teeth and said, only by killing him can I wash away all the shame the hidden mist has suffered over these years. But why are you helping me? Yagura turned to look at Hyuga Kyo, a trace of wariness in his expression. You have no reason to help me. Of course, it was for the support of the hidden mist. After inciting the Fourth Great Ninja War, enemies would be as countless as the stars. With Mist's support, his position would be unshakable. 3 years ago, that very same masked man ambushed the Leaf Village and unleashed the Nine Tails. Hyuga Kyo's voice was calm, but there was a restrained power burning in his eyes. A flame of anger and indignation. And because of him, both my parents were killed by the Nine Tails. That is a blood feud that cannot be forgiven. This much was no lie. The original body's parents truly had lost their lives to the Nine Tails. Yagura's entire body shook, and in his eyes, as he looked at Hyuga Kyo, there was a newfound recognition. This was a bond of shared suffering. Hyuga Kyo spoke slowly, his face resolute and determined. Cooperating with you, as the Mizukage. If Konoha were to find out, I would definitely face punishment. They'd see me as a hidden miss spy. But so long as I can kill the masked man, I can bear any consequence. Yagura was deeply moved. To avenge the blood feud of his parents, even if branded a spy, he still had to kill that masked man. Wasn't that exactly like him? Even if it meant death, he would clear his own name and destroy the masked man. Here were two men, bound by the same thirst for vengeance. Hyuga Kyo, from this day forward, you are a brother to me, Yagura. Yagura's violet eyes blazed with resolve. If ever the leaf has no place for you, the hidden mist will be your staunchest refuge. As long as I live, anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my cold body first. Brother, my true brother. Hyuga Kyo was stunned. He had only transmigrated here and felt no real attachment to the parents of his vessel. He'd only been pretending. He never expected that Yagura would truly see them as comrades in suffering, brothers forged through understanding. He nodded with sincere conviction. Between men, some promises needed no words. Yagura, I have been pursuing this masked man for many years. The latest intel is that he is the leader of the Akatsuki. This is an organization made up of Kaga-level powerhouses. Hyuga Kyo explained steadily. The Akatsuki's purpose is to gather all the tailed beasts and ultimately ignite the fourth great ninja war to unify the world. He didn't reveal everything. There was no need to give Yagura all the details just yet. Unify the world? They're all Kaga-level powerhouses. Gyuki Yagura was shocked, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Such grand ambition. If they gather all nine-tailed beasts, they truly would have the power to unite the world. The power of the tailed beasts was cataclysmic, far beyond what any ordinary ninja could ever withstand. Oomph. Hyuga Kyo gave a cold snort. If they plan to secretly provoke a fourth great ninja war and collect the tailed beasts, why can't we gather the forces of Konoha, Kirigakure, and even the other villages to turn our blades first against the Akatsuki? One organization challenging the entire ninja world. What foolish delusion. That was his conviction. Unite the power of the entire ninja world. To reach the realm of the Sage of Six Paths requires an unimaginably vast amount of chakra. Only by uniting the strength of every ninja in the world could one hope to step into the domain of the gods. And the first step was to win over Yagura. Yes, Kyo, you're right. Yagura trembled all over. The idea was almost too audacious. Unite the entire world's strength and destroy the Akatsuki? Why did it feel like they were becoming the villains instead? Still, the fierce sense of vengeance set his eyes ablaze with anticipation. That's settled then, Yagura declared, nearly bursting with excitement. Kyo, our mission is to ignite the fourth great ninja war and gather the entire ninja world to obliterate the Akatsuki. Absolute revenge. That was the greatest exhilaration one could feel. Then here's to our plan's success. Yagura, it's late. You should get some proper rest. A faint smile curved Hyuga Kyo's lips as he cast a Genjutsu to lull Yagura to sleep. Yagura didn't resist at all. He drifted into a deep slumber, a faint, hopeful smile playing on his lips. Within the Mist Village, inside a grand, ancient hall steeped in tradition, a dozen middle-aged men gathered in a reception room. The air was thick with tension. Oppressive. At the head of the room sat the Elder Master. Elder Master, we absolutely cannot hand over the ninja swords. A clan leader spoke out, barely containing his anger. The ninja swords are our pride, the glory of Kirigakure. If we lose them, it would be a profound disgrace. The words found immediate agreement among the others. Bang! The Elder Master tapped the table lightly, his clouded eyes sweeping over the assembled crowd. But tell me, which of you can defeat Hyuga Kyo? Now that the Mizukage has lost his drive, and even Kisame, a near Kaga-level ninja, isn't his match, which one of you dares face him? His tone was calm, yet a heavy silence fell across the room in an instant. Not a sound, not even a whisper. Indeed, none of them possessed the strength to resist Hyuga Kyo. His presence seemed near divine, overwhelming the entire Mist Village. The Elder Master spoke quietly. Let him take Samahata. it matters little. When the Mist Village regains its former strength, that will be the day Samahata returns home. The ninja blades have been lost before, but haven't they always found their way back? His voice paused. Those murky eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he continued. But as for forming an alliance with Konoha, that is out of the question. Our hidden Mist Village is not a plaything for others to twist and control. A chill passed over everyone. Their eyes grew sharp and forbidding. This was the hidden Mist Village. This was the Bloody Mist, notorious for settling every score. The following day, at noon, just as expected, Jinshur held a banquet. He invited Hyuga, Q, and his companions. But Jinshur's expression remained distant and cold, betraying no hint of any intention to form an alliance. Sigh, it seems the hidden mist has no plans for an alliance anymore. Kakashi Hitaki gave a weary sigh. Failing to ally with the mist was truly disappointing. Their strength, their intelligence network, they were formidable. An alliance with Konoha would have been a powerful boon. But after Hyuga Q single-handedly defeated the whole village yesterday, it made sense that they'd have second thoughts. A faint smile played at the corner of Hyuga Q's lips. It's not for him to decide whether there's an alliance. The real power in the hidden mist is the Mizukage. Kakashi looked taken aback, confused. But the Mizukage's been despondent. He didn't even attend the banquet. And even if he showed up, what makes you think he'd agree to an alliance with us? All around, the Mist Ninja eyed him with open hostility. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Under these circumstances, how could an alliance even be possible? At this point, not ending up in open conflict was a small victory. But then, a youthful yet commanding voice echoed through the hall. Haha, Jinshur, how could you host a gathering like this and not invite me? Without the Mizukage, wouldn't this banquet be unbearably dull? All eyes turned as Yagura Karatachi strode forward, calm and radiant. Determination and confidence lit up those violet eyes of his. He was completely changed from the despondent figure he had been just yesterday. Mizukage, Lord Mizukage? Jinshur could hardly believe his eyes. He sprang to his feet, trembling. You've recovered. If the Mizukage hadn't been out of commission, how could things have gotten so out of hand yesterday? He shook all over, as if someone had just restored his backbone. Lord Mizukage. The Mizukage is back. Our hidden mist has its leader again. With Lord Mizukage's return, no one can push us around anymore. Countless mist ninja erupted with emotion. Some were even moved to tears. To completely master the three tails, Yagura Karatachi's power was truly formidable. Taking the stage, he stood at the highest point in the room. I have returned. From this day forth, the Hidden Mist Village enters a new era. In addition, the Hidden Mist will officially form an alliance with Konoha. Hyuga Q is not just an ally, but a brother to me. From now on, any mist ninja who encounters Hyuga Q should treat him as they would treat me. A bombshell announcement. One wave after another. The revitalized spirit of the Mizukage was truly electrifying. But right after that, talks of an alliance between Kirigakure and Konoha. Yesterday, they had just been bullied by Hyuga Q, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had become the sworn brother of Lord Mizukage. How could this happen? What right does Hyuga Q have? He stole our ninja's sword from Kirigakure. The Kirigakure shinobi's eyes burned red with indignation. All of them were filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, a surge of dreadful, crimson chakra radiated from Yagura. He swept his cold gaze over the crowd, his voice glacial. So, do you want another powerful ally at my level? Or another enemy? Kirigakure and Konoha will form an alliance. That's my order. It's unanimous. No one gets to object. Everyone was struck dumb. But in the next instant, reality set in. Of course, Hyuga Q's strength was truly beyond compare. If he could become an ally of Kirigakure, it would be an enormous boon. And, truth be told, it was Genji who schemed against him first. So, when they turned their gaze to Hyuga Q, their eyes were filled with complexity. Some among them had even started to feel a growing sense of admiration. And before long, someone was already raising a toast to Hyuga Q. More and more followed, one after another. In Kirigakure, strength is absolute, and it is their law to submit to the strong. Konoha, just like that, making an alliance with Kirigakure? Genji was utterly dumbfounded. What a humiliating turn of events. Just yesterday, he had sworn there was no way an alliance would ever happen. And now, in the blink of an eye, he's eating his words. At this very moment, Hyuga Q's standing in Kirigakure was every bit on par with his own. Forget it. Genji exhaled in resignation. He bore a grudge, but now that the Mizukage had regained his fighting spirit, that mattered more than anything. Maybe, Lord Mizukage's decision really is the wiser one. He slowly slipped away from the banquet, vanishing into the darkness. An old-time shinobi. No longer belonged in this era. Kakashi Hitaki and Itachi Uchiha both stood slack-jawed. Is this really happening? Q, how did you even pull this off? But right then, Hyuga Q was being toasted by a sea of people. He barely had a moment to spare for a reply. Never mind. Kakashi sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Maybe that guy really does have a way of making miracles happen. But becoming the sworn brother to the Mizukage, and now sealing an alliance with Kirigakure. Those two things alone will give the Konoha elders enough headaches for a year. And off in the distance, Mei Terumi watched the merrymaking around Hyuga Q, her face awash with mixed feelings and confusion. In the blink of an eye, Q has become the Mizukage's sworn brother. It was almost unbelievable. She was well aware that just yesterday, every major clan had made it crystal clear. Forming an alliance with Konoha was absolutely out of the question. But now, everyone's plans had backfired spectacularly. Her lips parted slightly. Does this mean we can finally be together? The banquet lasted well into the night. It wasn't until the next morning that Hyuga Kyo and his companions prepared to leave the hidden mist village. Kyo, you must come and visit me often. Yagura's voice was earnest. I'll try to come see you in a leaf whenever I can. But right now, things are too chaotic here. I'm afraid I won't be able to get away for quite some time. Kyo smiled and nodded. Get going then. He gave Yagura a playful punch on the shoulder. I have no interest in men, you know. And with that, he turned and walked away, laughing heartily, leaving behind a frustrated and helpless Yagura. He always acted so free-spirited and forthright, giving people around him a sense of reliability and trust. Yagura glanced at Terumi, Mei standing nearby. What's this? Are you reluctant to let them go? Terumi, Mei shook her head. I'm not sure, but perhaps. I'll never meet another man like Kyo. When it comes time to establish the alliance, do you want to go? Really? Ido. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and her mood instantly brightened. She watched Hyuga Kyo's receding figure. This man was forever a mix of heartache and adoration. It would also be a chance to see if, back in the leaf, Hyuga Kyo had any other women around him. She certainly didn't feel at ease about that. Time slipped quietly by. The journey back was uneventful, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. But just as they were about to cross into the borders of the land of fire, Hyuga Kyo's brow furrowed. Through his senses, he detected several ominous and violent presences. A metallic, bloody scent hung heavy in the air. It was just like those ninjas from the hidden cloud village before. Suddenly, Kakashi's expression turned serious. Stay alert. There are ninja approaching. Ninja appearing in a land of fire without warning. Are they from another village, or perhaps mercenary ninja for hire? His eyes were sharp with vigilance. Whoever they were, their presence was overwhelming. Clearly no ordinary foes. Well, I was wondering why I felt uneasy. So it's the famous copy ninja of the leaf, Hitaki Kakashi. From the forest, four figures emerged slowly. They wore headbands engraved with the symbol of the hidden cloud, and their eyes glittered with hostility. Unlike the ninja of the leaf, these men were tall and powerfully built, their skin the shade of deep bronze. Ninjas from the hidden cloud. What are you doing here on the territory of the land of fire? Kakashi's gaze was icy as he scanned the surroundings. Our villages have already formed an alliance, but even so, you need proper paperwork to enter the land of fire and the Leaf Village. What you're doing now is no different from an invasion. Why would Cloud Ninja act like this? Hadn't the Leaf and Hidden Cloud already become allies? The iron tang of blood in the air sent shivers down their spines. So, what's finally happening? Itachi Uchiha's expression grew tense, tinged with a hint of unease. The reason for the Hidden Cloud Village's unusual actions was clear now. Jing had killed their ninja, with none of their messengers returning. Naturally, the Cloud Shinobi had acted so rashly and out of line. He couldn't help but look at Hyuga Jing, only to find him calm and unruffled. Not a hint of panic. There was that the shadow of a knowing smile, like someone watching a play unfold. That smile seemed to offer a sense of reassurance, and Itachi found himself relaxing as well, his face returning to serenity. Hyuga Jing shot a sidelong glance at Itachi, a smirk on his lips as he remarked, "You're still too inexperienced, young man." Then, his gaze shifted to the Cloud Ninjas, amusement hidden deep in his eyes. He looked for all the world like a master tactician moving pieces across a board. Darui fixed Kakashi Hitaki with a chilly glare. "Alliance, you say? Our Hidden Cloud has never heard of such a thing." Their messengers had yet to return. Yet Kakashi dared speak so shamelessly of an alliance? Laughable. Kakashi Hitaki, the Hidden Cloud, demands an explanation. The ninjas we sent to your village have yet to return. If Konoha cannot give us a satisfactory answer, you know what the consequences will be. Darui's voice was glacial. The kunai in his hand flashed with a cold gleam. Kakashi's face darkened. The coppery tang of blood in the air was aggravating, oppressive. What sort of explanation do you need? Hyuga Jing stepped forward, cutting off the conversation, his Byakugan eyes blazing with rage and coldness. Before we get to explanations, why don't you explain the blood on your own hands? To massacre the people of the land of fire and provoke Konoha's authority. Is this the Cloud Village's attitude toward us? A deep, resonant clash pierced the air as a great hammer materialized before Hyuga Jing. Wielding the massive weapon, he pointed it across the divide at the Cloud representatives. If your village cannot offer an explanation to Konoha, then you'd best be ready. The Raikage will come himself to drag you back. Kakashi's expression echoed Hyuga Jing's. Jing had voiced the anger that burned at his heart. It was as though a heavy burden had lifted. Ever since their teacher's death, Konoha had felt stifled, cowed. Except toward the Sand Village, they'd shown undue restraint with every other shinobi nation. Was this still the same Konoha that had once been the mightiest of all the ninja villages? A shadow of a smirk crossed Darui's lips. So, you figured it out? He didn't seem the least bit concerned. His gaze swept up and down Hyuga Jing, growing colder. I never thought someone from the branch Hyuga family could show such resolve. Quite the rarity. He raised his voice, speaking with chilling finality. The Hidden Cloud officially notifies Konoha. Konoha has wantonly slaughtered our ninja and broken the terms of our alliance. The Hidden Cloud hereby declares war on Konoha. These are the very words the Raikage had spoken to him. The Hidden Cloud did not fear war. He has the absolute authority to independently represent the Hidden Cloud Village in initiating war. Kakashi Hitachi's pupils contracted. Was Darui's status really that high? He can actually declare war on behalf of the Hidden Cloud? Lightning release, chakra mode. A thunderous roar erupted. Lightning surged from his entire body, arcs of electricity coiling around him, making Darui seem like a living incarnation of the god of thunder descended upon the battlefield. Lightning release, chakra mode. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. You're a member of the Yatsuki clan. Only the Yatsuki clan is permitted to learn this fearsome lightning chakra mode. Worth noting, every Raikage across generations has hailed from this family. Even the current Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails is no exception. How troublesome to face a ninja so skilled at sensing and intelligence. They're always a headache. A flicker of impatience crossed Darui's expression. Yet his actions grew all the more fierce. Sparks split the air as Darui launched himself directly toward Itachi Uchiha, crashing down with a devastating strike. One down right away, but in the next heartbeat, another figure burst forth, wreathed in lightning, effortlessly redirecting Darui's attack. Hyuga Kyo gazed down at him from above. Darui, the right hand of the fourth Raikage, and also a master of the storm release. His abilities are on par with Kakashi Hitaki, an elite jonin. Darui's eyes narrowed. He had appeared briefly during the Third Great Ninja War, but due to his young age, not many should know who he was. By rights, the opponent shouldn't know a thing about him. How do you have information on me? He leapt back in a flash. Those usually lazy eyes now grew razor-sharp with alertness. This Byakugan user standing before him seemed to see straight into people's souls, and that sent a chill through his heart. Behind Hyuga Kyo, beads of cold sweat trickled down Itachi Uchiha's brow. Such incredible speed. If it wasn't for Kyo, just now I might have been seriously injured. The speed was extraordinary, faster than most elite jonin. He himself was only an elite chunin at this point. The gap between them was simply too vast. He had no time to react at all. Storm release. Kakashi blinked in surprise. Suddenly something clicked in his mind. This is that bloodline technique combining water and lightning. Storm release, isn't it? The Hidden Cloud Village has produced yet another powerful prodigy. Storm release possesses the terrifying might of lightning. But thanks to water release, it compensates for lightning's difficulty to control. The result, attacks that far surpass the destructive force of ordinary lightning release. No wonder he's so fast. Storm release, laser circus. Darui let out a fierce shout, well aware that victory demanded speed. Such was the law of thunder itself. In a flash, he pressed his palms together. From his hands burst dozens of searing laser beams, spinning wildly like the blades of a meat grinder. All three of them were caught within the storm. No escape. What terrifying storm release. Kakashi Hitachi's face darkened. This ninjutsu was nearly impossible to evade. He couldn't help but glance over at Hyuga Q and Uchiha Itachi. He could escape if he chose to, but if he did, Hyuga Q and Uchiha Itachi would almost certainly perish in his place. Meanwhile, the three-cloud shinobi wore expressions of complete confidence. Haha, Lord Darui's technique. No one can dodge this. Nonsense. If they had the rakeage speed, maybe, just maybe, they could escape. But that's not happening. Them Konoha shinobi prepared to die. And it wasn't just them. Even Darui himself looked supremely confident. The power of storm release, one of the most formidable forces in the entire ninja world. What's this supposed to be? Hyuga Q scoffed, a trace of mockery in his tone. Using lightning release in front of the Azure Dragon? Is that not just courting death? Out of my way. A deep, explosive roar sounded. In an instant, Hyuga Q was engulfed by violent, terrifying lightning. The crackle and rumble of energy surged around him, power roiling from his form. Compared to Hyuga Q, Darui's lightning was like a child's play. Every assault, every strike, all of it, Hyuga Q drew together and gathered into a single, gentle sphere of lightning floating silently in his palm. Bloodline fusion of lightning and water release, is it? Hyuga Q smirked. But it seems I hardly need storm release. I command the lightning just as I please. Then, in a heartbeat, thunder gathered at his back, coalescing into a magnificent azure dragon. Every hair, every scale seemed tangible, those luminous eyes swirling with a living, restless energy. It looked as though a true thunder dragon had taken form. Destroy him, Hyuga Q commanded, his tone powerful and sovereign. A deafening crash split the air. The thunder dragon roared to life. With a wrathful howl, the dragon shot forth, its fury zeroing in on the four from Cloud Village. This can't be. Darui's eyes went wide in utter disbelief, his entire worldview upended in that moment. You don't possess storm release. How can you wield lightning to such a degree? It's impossible. It was nearly universal knowledge. Only storm release could control lightning so effortlessly. Yet the man before him had just shattered that certainty. The ferocious, monstrous lightning thundered toward them, overwhelming, like the wrath of heaven itself. His own techniques were nothing in the face of such might. Retreat were no match for him. Darui's heart was pounding with shock and unwilling defeat, but there was no choice. Fleeing was all he could do. But the others, none of them had Darui's resilience or speed, nor his resistance to lightning's power. In mere moments, they were consumed by the storm, lost in the raging sea of lightning. Konoha, Cloud Village will never forgive you for this. Darui shouted, voice hoarse with rage, his eyes wild, hair on end. But now, all he could do was flee in utter disgrace. Running with your tail between your legs, spouting threats. What's the point? Hyuga Q sneered. Lightning burst from his hands, the sheer force of thunder slicing the air, crackling with dazzling arcs, and he struck Darui down in one decisive blow. Darui let out a cry of pain, but even so, he stubbornly forced himself back to his feet. His eyes burned crimson with anger, yet there was nothing he could do. Of course, this was far from Hyuga Q's full strength. If he were to kill Darui outright, how would the Raikage ever realize that Konoha was behind it? For the sake of a brand new ninja world, I really have racked my brains, Hyuga Q said with a click of his tongue in mock admiration. At this point, Nagato had not yet matured, and the tailed beasts were still scattered. The conditions for everything were not in place, but he was already looking forward to Black Zetsu's bewildered expression when the time came. With a bellow of rage, Darui vanished from sight, shouting, Konoha, our Cloud Village will never forgive you. Wait for the wrath of the hidden cloud. Fury blazed in his eyes, and he could hardly believe that he, an elite Jonin, would be forced into such a humiliating retreat. Worse still, 3 fellow Jonin had lost their lives here. We can't catch up to him, Kakashi Hitaki said, his face grave. From what Darui said, it seems the Cloud Ninja, who once formed an alliance with us, never made it back to their own village. Now we've gravely wounded Darui and his men as well. It seems war is now inevitable. We'd better report back to the Hokage at once and prepare for what's coming. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across his expression, as if recalling something troubling. If his teacher were still alive, he would never have tolerated Cloud's arrogance. But now, with a Hokage who treats peace above all, would he hand them over to appease Cloud? In that instant, Kakashi Hitaki thought of the tragedy of Hyuga Hisashi, lost so senselessly. He felt a chill pierce his heart. Would his fate, too, be sealed, ending up just like Hyuga Hisashi? Humph! Hyuga Q snorted coldly. Cloud is nothing but a pack of hotheads. If they want war, let them come. Let's show them who truly stands at the top of the ninja world. Konoha has slept for too long. People have forgotten the glory this village once possessed. Kakashi's eyes trembled. Those words struck something deep within him. Had he not, too, longed for Konoha's resurgence? Yet the third Hokage was simply too timid. Let's go back to the village first, he said. We'll report everything to Lord Hokage. Now that we have Miss Support, there's nothing to fear from Cloud. Though Kakashi's tone was steady, he failed to notice the sneer in Hyuga Q's eyes, mocking and contemptuous. For ninja like Kakashi, loyalty to Konoha always came first. But these days, the village was led by two kinds of leaders. One, clinging desperately to the seat of Hokage, refusing to launch any war. The other, seeking only to seize that position for himself. What was left of Konoha now, if not a nest of hollow figureheads? 3 days later, Hokage's office. Hyuga Q and his two companions stood before the Hokage, their faces solemn, and reported all that had happened. Kakashi did not conceal a single detail. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes blazed with intensity as he stared at Hyuga Kyo in disbelief. Your strength, Hyuga Kyo, is enough to stand against the fourth Mizukage for a short time, and you've become sworn brothers with him. From this day forward, the Hidden Mist and the Leaf are to form an alliance. He sprang to his feet with a loud bang, his breath coming short and fast. It felt absolutely outrageous. Kakashi, are you sure this isn't some sort of joke? The fourth Mizukage's water release techniques rival even those of the second Hokage. And as a perfect Jinchuriki, even I would only be able to fight him to a standstill. Hyuga Kyo merely gave him a silent look. He shot a sideways glance at the balding third Hokage, his expression cool. This old man could spin a tale better than anyone. The sort of stalemate you mean. Do you mean sacrificing everything a Reaper Death Seal just to take him with you? Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi replied earnestly. I'm not sure what transpired, but Kyo has truly earned the fourth Mizukage friendship. Here's the official alliance document. The Mist will send their own ninja in due course to formally seal the alliance. If I remember right, Kyo, your strength until recently was only at elite Chunin level, wasn't it? A glint of suspicion flickered in Sarutobi's eyes as he pressed on, his voice cold. Was Hyuga Kyo hiding his true strength all this time? For what reason? Could it be he's harboring some other intention? That's not quite right, Lord Hokage. I really was the bottom of the pack once, but then, one deep night I saw a figure. Kyo's gaze grew distant, recalling the memory deeply. He was a man with golden hair and gentle blue eyes. In the dead of night, he appeared in my bedroom and sealed a purple dragon right into my body. He recounted the tale with complete conviction, and he told me that from then on, I was to carry the will of fire. When I woke, I found I possessed a tremendous store of chakra. He looked genuinely puzzled as he explained, and he asked that I take care of a boy called Naruto Uzumaki, should I have the chance. Golden hair, blue eyes, a purple dragon, the dragon vein, and he wanted Kyo to look after Naruto Uzumaki as well. Sarutobi's eyes widened in momentary shock. Could it have been Minato Namikaze? Back during the Lulon mission, the records mentioned that exact purple dragon vein, a force said to alter time and space itself. Could it be Minato once fell into a rift in time, appearing in the present day, and handed the dragon vein over to Hyuga Kyo? Is it really that far-fetched? As preposterous as it sounded, Hyuga Kyo's utterly earnest manner, that innocent gaze and faultless expression, everything about him looked utterly genuine. And besides, there was simply no way to verify any of it. Sarutobi stared at Hyuga Kyo for a long, searching moment. Yet aside from the so-called will of fire, he found himself unable to glean anything more. He still chose to trust Hyuga Kyo, or at least on the surface, that was his choice. No one could ever put on an act in front of him. Besides, wasn't Hyuga Kyo now the brother of the Mizukage? What else could he do about it? You've handled the affairs of Kirigakure well, Kyo. Forming an alliance with the Hidden Mist means Konoha's standing is even more secure. Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his usual composure. Now, his position as Hokage was safe and sound. Kyo, you're the backbone of Konoha. The future of our village will depend on your protection. There was unmistakable excitement in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He painted a promising future. If it were anyone else, they'd be beside themselves with joy by now. Hyuga Kyo, however, remained serene, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Of course, the future Konoha will naturally be under my protection. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. Look at that, so steadfast, embodying the will of fire, never causing trouble, never seeking it out, only bringing allies to Konoha's door. But he never noticed the glint of scheming in Hyuga Kyo's eyes, nor did he catch the hidden implication that Hyuga Kyo's protection was about seizing control over Konoha itself. Hokage-sama, there's another matter we must be wary of. Kakashi Hitachi's face darkened as he began recounting their encounter with a ninja from the hidden cloud, and then unfurled a storage scroll. These are the corpses of Cloud Ninja. With a sudden burst and a puff of smoke, 3 lifeless bodies appeared right in the middle of the Hokage's office. The room fell utterly silent. The smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips froze instantly. He stared at Hyuga Kyo and the others with cold fury in his eyes. You killed shinobi from the hidden cloud? They had just allied themselves with the Cloud Village. And in the blink of an eye, they had slain Cloud Ninja. Wasn't this a prelude to war? Hokage-sama. Kakashi's expression was gloomy, his voice laced with disappointment. So it was true. The Hokage didn't care in the least if they had faced danger. Hyuga Kyo scoffed inwardly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that two-faced old fox. Now he was shrinking back. Nothing but a coward bullying his own. Hokage-sama, we never intended to fight, but the Cloud Ninja murdered citizens within the Land of Fire. Hyuga Kyo's face was lit with righteous indignation, his words charged with conviction. To let them go unpunished would only enrage the populace. His anger was palpable as his voice boomed through the room, thundering like a dragon in the storm. Those white eyes carried a chilling authority and steely resolve. Hokage-sama, you taught us about the will of fire, to protect the people of our land, to watch over every friend and villager in Konoha. In the face of brutality like this, the Cloud deserves to pay the price. He barked out. Their only destination was death. Hyuga Kyo's passion surged, as if he were a general awaiting accolades. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened to the shade of ink. Never before had he so deeply despised the will of fire. Wasn't all of this just absurd? And now, at its peak strength, the hidden cloud was not to be trifled with. With the 4th Reikage present, along with 2 Jinchuriki capable of controlling their tailed beasts, if war were to break out, Konoha wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. But this would be the end of my time as Hokage. But he wasn't finished. He didn't want his tenure to end yet. Kagami, is this truly what you think? A glimmer of light flashed in the darkness of Kakashi Hataki's eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face clouded over as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Kagami, you are right. In the face of such brutal slaughter of the Land of Fire's people by Kyomobikure, we cannot stand by and do nothing. At this point, what more could he say? Especially now that Hyuga Kagami was on good terms with the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure. That was a relationship they absolutely could not afford to strain. You've all done well. Take a rest for now. The leadership of Konoha needs to have a proper discussion about this matter. With a wave of his hand, Hiruzen dismissed them, his impatience clear. Behind the drifting smoke, his face flickered in and out of shadow, as changeable as his unsettled thoughts. Once the trio had left, he suddenly spoke up. Call together the Council of Elders. This matter could very well spark a war between Konoha and Kirigakure. And someone invite Hayashi Hyuga. Now that Hyuga Kagami had formed such a close bond with the Mizukage, it was high time for the Hyuga clan to reap some benefits as well. He massaged his aching forehead, weariness written all over his face, muttering softly, Hyuga Kagami, if only you hadn't become sworn brothers with the Mizukage of Kirigakure, how much easier things would be. But then, a murderous glint flashed in his clouded eyes. If that were the case, I could have just killed you. Kakashi and Kagami parted ways, each heading back to their own homes. Unlike the deep worry etched into Uchiha Itachi's face, Kagami strolled along, as carefree as if he had all the time in the world. Mission 7. Sign in at the Hyuga clan. Mission reward. Unrestricted Byakugan. Unrestricted Byakugan. A pair without the cursed caged bird seal. Kagami had just stepped through the gate of the Hyuga compound when the electronic notification chimed in his mind. His expression turned odd. What's the point of this? Am I supposed to give it to someone else? To put simply, no one in the Hyuga clan could use it. The cage bird seal is branded into the mind, so even if you got a perfect 360-degree Byakugan, your life and death would still be controlled by the main family. This thing could only be given to someone outside the clan. But just then, a harsh shout rang out. Niji Hyuga, get over here now. A middle-aged man shot him a glare, his eyes cold and filled with disdain, as if he were looking at garbage. How dare you look at a member of the main family with such eyes? Are you tired of living? He sneered. How fortunate for me. My favorite thing is punishing insubordinate members of the branch family. With just a look, Niji doubled over in agony, writhing on the ground. Veins bulged on his forehead, and it looked as if he might explode at any moment. Yet he gritted his teeth, fierce as a cornered beast, never taking his eyes off that main house clansman. What an infuriating brat. Hayashi Tanichi's face twisted with anger. The stubbornness, restraint, and hidden hatred in Hyuga Niji's eyes felt like a direct challenge to his authority. But no matter how you struggle, you'll always be a bird in the Hyuga clan's cage. You'll never be free. With that, he aimed a fierce kick and sent Niji flying. venting the rage festering in his heart. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. He spun around, only to catch sight of a towering figure. Those dragon-like eyes radiated a majesty that brooked no defiance. "You? Who are you? Why don't I recognize you?" Hayashi Tanichi barked out, unsettled by the stranger's cold, invading gaze. It was understandable. Hyuga Q had changed so much. Just a month before, he'd been just a child, barely over 4 feet tall. But now, not even 30 days later, he stood over 6 feet tall. His very presence carried a natural authority that made hearts tremble. Hayashi Tanichi, for a moment, felt as if he were facing the clan's head himself. "And who do you think you are to deserve to know my name?" Hyuga Q let out a cold snort. "Step aside." His voice was quiet, but edged with command. The force of a dragon's aura swept forth. Hayashi Tanichi's throat tightened, a sickening sweetness rising. He buckled to his knees on the spot, crumpling to the floor like a whipped dog. Every part of him dared not resist. Without even sparing him a glance, Hyuga Q strode by, utterly indifferent. So strong. What an incredible clansman. Niji stood dumbfounded, eyes wide with awe. He's a branch family member too, isn't he? But how can he act this way before the main house? It simply didn't add up. Why did he always get bullied by the main house, while this man could turn the tables so easily? Damn it. Only after Hyuga Q had gone did Tanichi dare to breathe again. He felt as if he had just been fished out of an icy river. His body was slick with cold sweat. Teeth clenched, he muttered. The headband. He must be from the branch family. How dare he defy the main house like this? I'll make him regret it. As an idea struck, bitterness and malice flickered in his gaze. He turned to leave. His destination, the branch family's compound. There, he'd command the branch family to punish that arrogant upstart. What's he planning now? Confused, Niji watched Tanichi march away with a swagger, madness shining in his eyes. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Anxious, he quickly hurried after. Hyuga Q, meanwhile, returned to his courtyard, stretched out on the wooden floor, and basked in the sunshine. He was ready for a well-earned rest. A true man, after a fight, naturally deserves a good long nap. With that thought, he cast a glance toward the courtyard gate. However, as things stand now, the tension between the Hyuga clan's main house and branch house is growing ever sharper, yet the branch house offers no resistance. It's become nothing but a pool of stagnant water. Hyuga Q spoke calmly. Perhaps it's possible to win over those from the branch house. He stifled a yawn. After all, having someone looming over your head like this is always uncomfortable. He didn't really care for the divide between main family and branch. But above Hyuga Q, no one should claim that place. Just then, a sudden shout pierced through the air. "So, you're Hyuga Q, aren't you?" Hyuga Tiani glared, his face clouded and cruel with arrogance. "And nobody from the branch house dares talk back to the main house? Are you tired of living?" He'd only just learned Q's name after asking around. But to him, Hyuga Q was a stranger. "No impresión whatsoever. All of you, teach this insolent fool a lesson he'll never forget." Behind him stood more than a dozen members from the branch house. When they heard his order, their faces drained of color, turning grim with shock. None of them expected Hyuga Tiani would actually command them to bully a fellow member of the branch house. "What are you waiting for?" Hyuga Tiani sneered coldly, enunciating each word as if cutting through iron. "Unless you're all itching for death. You people of the branch are nothing but the weapons in our hands. Your very existence is to serve the command of the main house. Unless you intend to betray us?" Hyuga Tiani's shout sliced through the silence. His icy, menacing gaze made every branch house member lower their heads. In those pale eyes, there was only helplessness, despair, and a deep, hollow sorrow. They belonged to the branch house, and yet they looked more like servants. "It's true, we're the branch house," said an older member quietly, struggling to summon some backbone. "But if Hyuga Q has truly done something wrong, it should be reported to the clan leader first. Only if the clan leader confirms his fault should there be punishment." He looked away, his voice timid. "That is the rule of the Hyuga clan. To hell with your rules." Hyuga Tiani kicked him off his feet, face twisting into a sneer. "Rules? Does the branch house even deserve to talk about rules?" He jabbed a finger at their faces and shouted, "The rules of the main house are the only rules that matter. Who do you branch rats think you are?" It was a joke. The main house held power over the curse seal that could decide the fate of every branch member. Before the main house, the branch was nothing, just pawns. And pawns had no rights to speak of. What gives you the right to just assault others? Hyuga Niji glared back, his whole body trembling, his hatred and fury locked on Tiani. "You owe him an apology. You owe all branch house members an apology. Take back what you said. Was this how the main house treated the branch?" Back in the days before the caged bird seal was branded, there was none of this. They always claim there's no difference between the main house and the branch house, that the caged bird seal exists only to protect the branch family. But now, to the main house, the branch are nothing more than free labor. Mere pawns and slaves to be used at will. Hyuga Niji, what a joke. A sneer curled at the corner of Hyuga Tiani's mouth. Your father already gave all he was worth to the main house. As the son of Hyuga Hizashi, you should learn your place like a good dog. With a sudden motion, he lashed out with a vicious kick. But the next moment, a thunderclap tore through the air. I really didn't want to get involved in this mess, but you're just unbearably noisy. Hyuga Kyo's eyes turned ice cold. He honestly hadn't planned to meddle, but now, seeing a crowd of branch house members punished just for standing up for him, he never felt like he belonged with a branch house, but that didn't mean he had no feelings for them, or that he forgot those who'd helped him. Crack! With a resounding slap, thunder seemed to echo as Hyuga Kyo smashed Tiani violently aside. Tiani slammed into the wall, his body crumpling as if it had come apart at the seams. You dare lay a finger on me? Stunned, Tiani scrambled up, trembling all over. He forced a fierce grin. I'll show you today that the branch house is nothing but insects under the main house's boot. He formed hand seals, face twisted with rage, and roared, Caged bird seal, kneel before me. Kneel and beg for mercy right now. If not, I'll kill you. His shrill shout rang through the room, as if he could already see Hyuga Kyo, helpless and broken, brought low beneath the curse of the caged bird, groveling at his feet. Ha ha, Hyuga Kyo, no matter how strong you are, you can't escape my control. The words died on his lips, his laughter cut short. In his sight, Hyuga Kyo's face remained indifferent, his eyes full of cold mockery, as if staring at a clown. How tiresome. Hyuga Kyo let out a scornful chuckle. Finished talking yet? Impossible. Why aren't you under the caged bird's control? Hyuga Tiani stared in disbelief, his eyes wide at Kyo's pale, impassive gaze, a gaze that viewed him as nothing more than a fool. Instinctively, he shrank back, his heart skipping a beat. Boom! Thunder crashed again. Hyuga Kyo, unwilling to waste another word, lunged forward. Crackles of electricity and thunder lit the air as he moved, formidable as a god of lightning. Crack! 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 Slap after slap landed on Tiani's face, ringing out in quick succession. His face swelled grotesquely, almost beyond recognition. This scene, an open challenge to the dignity of the main house. All the branch house members froze, voices rising in anxious whispers. But Hyuga Tiani is one of the main house. Can he really be treated like this? It's over. We've gone against the main house. They'll never let us off easy. Did you see? Hyuga Kyo wasn't affected by the caged bird seal. Could it be that someone from the branch family has actually found a way to break free from the caged bird? Every gaze was suddenly ablaze with wild hope. The term caged bird was the prison that kept their freedom and were locked away. For them, life had long since lost its meaning. Death seemed almost preferable. But now, as they watched Hyuga Kyo standing tall and unbound, it was as if they glimpsed the promise of a future. One branch family member glanced nervously around, his movements shifty as he hurriedly slipped away. Hyuga Kyo cast him a cold, mocking glance, his eyes dripping with disdain. But he didn't stop him. Watching Hyuga Kyo's mighty display of power, Hyuga Niji's breath quickened, the light in his pale eyes gleaming as if a ray of hope had pierced the darkness. Kyo, your name is Hyuga Kyo? You are the hope that will save the Hyuga branch family. As for Hyuga Tiani, his face was now swollen and bruised beyond recognition, and in his heart, terror reigned. He had gone from bold threats to desperate pleas for mercy. Hyuga Kyo, you dare defy your betters. The clan head will never forgive this. Stop. Please stop. I'm going to die. I beg you. I was wrong. Just let me go this once. His voice was shrill and broken, not unlike the desperate yelping of a beaten, wild dog. Why? Why couldn't the caged bird seal control Hyuga Kyo? Could it be the branch family would really overthrow the main house? A bleak, desperate thought flickered through his mind. At that moment, a sycophantic, urgent voice suddenly rang out. Elder, Hyuga Kyo has dared to raise his hand against Lord Tiani. He must be punished severely. He must be taught the main house's true power. He must be reminded what it means to be a Hyuga. A branch family member came forth leading Hyuga Depang, whose expression was cold and stern. All of the branch family members erupted in outrage. They fixed the traitor with looks of disbelief and fury. Hyuga Shu, how could you do this? Have you betrayed your own family? Have you forgotten all the years of oppression at the hands of the main house? Every pair of angry eyes seemed ready to pin Hyuga Shu to a pillar of shame. Yet, faced with all that venom, Hyuga Shu was nonchalant, even smug. Idiots, all of you. Did you really believe you could fight the main house? From a moment the caged bird seal was branded on you, you became nothing but pawns, waiting for orders. And when you're finally crushed today, I'll rise above you and become the head of the branch family. His face was twisted with greed and pride. He saw no reason to break the caged bird's hold. As long as his life was better than the rest, that was good enough. Besides, the caged bird seal cannot be undone. You've done well, Hugashu. The main house will remember your service. Hyuga Depang finally spoke, his voice full of praise and paternal encouragement. I'll see to it you become the head of the branch family. His expression brimmed with confidence and authority. This was how the main house ruled. The few they rewarded, the many they crushed. A heavy, ominous hum filled the air. At this moment, a terrifying thunderclap shattered the air. A bolt of lightning suddenly pierced straight through Hinata-ki's forehead. With his finger still raised, Hinata-kyo spoke coolly. Sorry, he no longer has the right. He grinned, a wild, untamed smirk shining with defiance. How could a dead man ever be eligible to become the clan head? Hinata-kyo arched his brow with a quiet disdain. The branch house members erupted. Damn, that was ruthless. Could it be that we branch house members will rise up one day? I've never liked Hinata-ki. Traitors deserve to die. Well done, Kyo. We branch house members aren't just pawns. Outrage swelled among the branch house crowd. Hinata-kyo had become a lightning rod for years of pent-up frustration and resentment. They waved their arms, eyes burning red, releasing every ounce of long-buried fury from deep within. Noisy, Hinata-teping let out a cold harumph, his eyes cold and predatory. Suddenly, the uproar stopped. The branch house members trembled, holding their anger in check, unable to do anything. This was the instinctive fear and dread that comes from years spent under an iron rule. Great Elder, save me, help me please. Hinata Tiani shook all over, mouth twisted, eyes wild. He raised his hand, as if clinging to his last shred of hope. He howled, Kill Hinata-kyo, kill him and avenge me, Great Elder. Only by killing Hinata-kyo could he finally relieve the hatred in his heart. He'd kept quiet just now, but now that the Great Elder was here, his arrogance returned with a vengeance. Hinata-kyo, you're dead, huh? You're finished. The Great Elder is second only to the clan head in controlling the caged bird curse. There's nowhere you can hide. Through clenched teeth, he spat. I'll make sure you beg for life, but I won't even let you die. Unfortunately, he never finished his words. Hinata-kyo glanced at him indifferently and swung his fist like a hammer. The punch crashed down and tore through Hinata Tiani's chest, leaving him lifeless in an instant. So much useless talk. You're still at my mercy, and yet you dare still threaten me? Hinata-kyo looked at him as though he were a fool, casting one last glance at Hinata Tiani. TSK. What a wretched end. Dead with his eyes wide open, filled with grievance. Get lost. With a kick, Hinata-kyo sent Hinata Tiani's corpse flying, no longer an eyesore. A dozen or more branch house members were stunned, faces frozen in absolute shock. They just couldn't believe what they'd witnessed. Killing off one of the branch house was one thing. After all, branch members were always disposable. That notion ran through the entire Hinata clan. But a main house member, those were always the ones to be protected. No one ever dared even talk back before. And now, a main house member had been killed. A main house member. Kyo killed a main house member. That was someone from a main house. The ones we're supposed to protect, struck down by the branch house. Is this really happening? Well done. Are we really protecting the main house? We're being enslaved by them. What right does such a main house have to exist? That's right, well done. Fury surged through the members of the branch house, their hands raised in passionate defiance. The dullness and despair in their eyes vanished, replaced by bloodshot gazes filled with burning resolve. Anger and chaos blazed through their minds. Fine. Very fine. Hyuga Depang glared at the incensed members of the branch house. He shook with rage, feeling the authority of the main house being openly challenged, and all because of Hyuga Kyo. What's more, Hyuga Shu, who had just met a tragic end, fell less than half a meter away from him. Had the lightning struck a little off, it could have been his own life snuffed out. Hyuga Kyo, do you realize what you're doing? Hyuga Depang's eyes burned with indignation as he glanced at the disheveled Hyuga Tian-e, his fury mounting. Striking a main house member, defying your superiors, killing your kin without remorse. Kneel now and confess your crimes. Await the family's judgment. Perhaps then, the family might show you some leniency. Let you keep your last shred of dignity. Let your corpse remain complete. He still saw Hyuga Kyo as a branch house dog, easy to bend in order. Hyuga Tian-e's beating, he thought, happened only because Tian-e hadn't reacted quickly enough to activate the caged bird seal and control Kyo. He looked down from his lofty perch, acting as if he were tossing Kyo a favor with his choice. You old fool. Who do you think you are? Hyuga Kyo sneered with scorn. He looked at Hyuga Deping as if at a raving idiot. Ever since awakening the gift of absolute control, he had purged the caged bird seal from his body. He had no reason to fear it, none at all. Or did a life of luxury just rot your brain? Hyuga Kyo's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He had no interest in wasting more words on this old man. He remembered Hyuga Deping well. As a member of the main house, he'd treated the branch house with cruelty and humiliation. In recent years, no less than a dozen had died by his hands. His crimes were far too many to count. Suddenly, a sharp sound split the air. A fierce wind swept through. Hyuga Kyo's figure vanished in an instant. Kaket beat said, Hyuga Deping's facet twisted in shock. He formed the hand sign and barked. Kneel before me now. Too fast. No wonder Hyuga Tion, he had been caught off guard. It must have happened for the same reason. Tion, he hadn't managed to activate the caged bird seal in time. With a buzzing sound, in the blink of an eye, every member of the branch house collapsed to their knees, forced prostrate, powerless to resist. They were like fish laid out for slaughter, their faces twisted with despair. Their brief hope for rebellion was doused, as if by cold water. They were still branch house, still so easily controlled by the main house. Is Hyuga Kyo under their control now? That thought rose in everyone's heart at once. Right now, Hyuga Kyo was their final hope. Smack! A crisp slap rang out as Hyuga Kyo sent the Grand Elder flying with a single swing of his hand. What few teeth the Elder had left were knocked loose. Another two sailed out from his mouth. Grand Elder Hyuga Deping was utterly stunned, his senses rattled to the core. Even the power of the caged bird seal slipped from his control, and the branch members quickly regained command of their bodies. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, as if the very world had flipped upside down. How is this possible? Why aren't you under the caged bird's control? He turned to the other branch family members. Their caged birds work just fine, so it's you. What did you do, Hyuga Kyo? How did you break free from the caged bird's shackles? No, it can't be. Unless, have you discovered a way to lift the caged bird seal? A shocking realization flashed across his mind. Such a situation must never be allowed to continue. If there was one branch member who could break free, there was sure to be a second. He must eliminate Hyuga Kyo. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Hyuga Deping roared. Kill him. All branch members, kill him now. He triggered the caged bird seal once more. Agony twisted the faces of the branch family. The deadly compulsion left them with no choice. Disobedience to Deping's command meant death. And so, with expressions full of despair, more than a dozen Hyuga branch members surrounded Hyuga Kyo and charged at him. Unwilling, but without any other option. Oomph. Hyuga Deping wiped blood from his lips and scoffed coldly. So what, Kyo? You broke free from the caged bird, but I doubt you have the heart to kill your fellows in the branch house. As long as you have weaknesses, you'll forever remain nothing but a puppet in the hands of the main family. Hyuga Hayashi returned from the Hokage's office in high spirits. To think that Kyo actually forged a brotherhood with the Mizukage from the hidden mist village. A rare smile spread across his calm features. A flicker of excitement even shone through his traditionally unflappable pale eyes. Today, the Hokage summoned me purely to win over the Hyuga clan. This means the Hyuga will receive support from the Hokage's lineage. We might even rise to become the foremost clan in all of Konoha. We'll finally have the leverage to suppress the Uchiha. Just then, a clan member came rushing in, face flushed with worry. Bad news, clan head. Hyuga Kyo and the Grand Elder have come to blows. A swell of anxiety hit. Hayashi's mind went momentarily blank, a low buzz ringing in his ears. With urgency, he followed the messenger, dashing forth with the swiftness of a gale. He flew into the courtyard in a blur. A sharp, commanding shout rang out. Enough, stop this. Hayashi's face darkened like storm clouds, his anger barely contained. Are you even Hyuga clan members anymore? Have you forgotten all sense of order and tradition? Such brutishness. What happened to our dignity? Frosty eyes swept across the scene, taking everything in. The situation was well beyond his control. The branch family's eyes instinctively filled with fear, yet there was unmistakable resistance, defiance, and raw fury burning in their stares. Never before had such vivid emotions surged forth from the branch side. And on the ground lay the body of Hyuga Tenichi, once of the main family, still cold, lifeless. And then there was the body of Hyuga Ki, a member close to the main family. His eyes swept over everyone present, intending to find Hyuga Kyo first. Deep down, he hoped that Hyuga Kyo wasn't the mastermind behind all of this. Clan leader, it's all Hyuga Kyo's fault. Upon seeing Hayashi, Hyuga Deping clung to him like a drowning man grasping at straws. His expression turned arrogant and triumphant once more in an instant. Blustering though inwardly weak, he spat out his words. Hyuga Kyo not only killed Hyuga Ki, who made significant contributions to our clan, but he also murdered Hyuga Tanichi from the main family. And just now, he even raised his hand against me. He has defied all hierarchical boundaries. No respect for rank or tradition. Someone like this is a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. Clan leader, I strongly suggest we execute Hyuga Kyo at once. A look of venomous hatred flashed in Hyuga Deping's eyes. He was, after all, the grand elder of the Hyuga clan, a man of unquestioned authority and respect. Never before had he suffered such humiliation. The clan leader had always been unsympathetic to the branch families. Today, justice would surely be served on his behalf. With that thought, his arrogance and sense of superiority swelled. There must be some misunderstanding in all this. Hayashi's face darkened, his expression severe. I will thoroughly investigate the cause of this incident. The Hyuga clan will never wrong an innocent person, nor will we ever spare one who is truly evil. What? Uchiha Lungfing was stunned. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. His eyes reddened as he protested. Clan leader, the facts could not be clearer. Hyuga Kyo has shown nothing but contempt for our clan's rules. He's slaughtered members of the main family without restraint. There's proof. Both Hyuga Ki and Hyuga Tanichi's bodies are right here. What more evidence could you possibly need? Before he could finish, Hayashi shot him a chilling glare, sharp and icy as a blade, that sent a shiver through him. Grand Elder, are you questioning my judgment as clan leader? If not, then hold your tongue. In that instant, Hyuga Deping trembled from head to toe. Fear overtook his eyes, and he lowered his head at once. No matter how many doubts plagued him, he had to swallow them and hold his tongue. Everyone from the branch families was left in shock, whispering among themselves. When did the clan leader ever show so much consideration for the branch family? Could it be that the status of the branch family is truly about to change? If the clan leader is genuinely willing to show us a little kindness, we'd ask for nothing more. Hope shone in the eyes of those from the branch family. They had never wished for much from the main family, only for one thing: to live like human beings, not as slaves. What are you all doing, gathering around? Are you inciting unrest? Hayashi's fierce gaze swept across them. It was colder than a mountain spring. As the manager of the branch family, Hyuga Asuka, you are responsible for failing to maintain discipline among your men. His steely eyes fixed on a certain middle-aged ninja, and his Byakugan gleamed with silent warning. Kaket Pete, Kursetzel. In the next instant, Hyuga Asuka collapsed to his knees in agony, his forehead hitting the ground hard. His pale eyes were shot through with blood. The caged bird branded upon your foreheads is both your protection and your shackle. Hyuga Hayashi spoke icily. As members of the Hyuga clan, you must follow the rules. Or do you need a reminder of what happens if you don't? The hearts of all branch family members plummeted into icy despair. Their backs prickled with cold. Those eyes, which had just begun to glimmer with hope, turned ashen and lifeless once more. Their bodies trembled faintly. Wasn't this how the clan head had always been, ever since years ago? Cold and merciless? Why had they ever dared hope for change? The wretched fate of the branch house had never changed. Hyuga Kyo, come with me. Hayashi let out a cold snort, issued his command, and turned to leave. He didn't even pause. It was as if he was certain Hyuga Kyo would obey him like a slave. But just then, a lazy, indifferent voice rang out. After so many days of missions, I'm exhausted. I'm going home to sleep. Footsteps faded, growing more and more distant. Hayashi's expression turned to ice. Hyuga Kyo. He whipped around, eyes flashing. He had just used the cage bird curse seal to torment Hyuga Asuka, a warning to the others. A display, meant to make it clear to Hyuga Kyo that the Hyuga clan answered only to Hayashi. But to his surprise, Kyo didn't even flinch. No fear, no hesitation. He dismissed Hayashi's words as if they meant nothing at all. This is the Hyuga clan, and I am its leader. Are you refusing to follow orders? Hayashi's face darkened. A bruise of frustration and foreboding formed in his mind. Hyuga Kyo was proving far harder to control than he'd ever imagined. The entire branch house was stunned. They had never dared to imagine that Hyuga Kyo not only could kill a member of the main family, but now faced the clan head himself without fear, even with open defiance. And yet, for reasons they couldn't explain, their blood surged, their hearts pounding with excitement. A low, mocking laugh. No matter what's going on, nothing outranks a good sleep. What in the rule-loving Hyuga clan are we banned from even taking a nap now? He shot Hayashi a disdainful look, then turned and walked straight into the house. Follow orders? What a joke. Who does he think he is? He really believes he's untouchable? If Kyo weren't planning to let this conflict simmer, to let the tension swell and spread through both main and branch families, making the whole situation boil over, he would have acted already. Hayashi glared hard at Kyo. Kyo met his gaze, refusing to look away. The tension crackled, thick enough to choke on. Everyone nearby was drenched in a cold sweat, adrenaline rushing through their veins. But along with the tension, there was even more excitement, thrill, an unstoppable surge of passion. Hyuga Kyo, you? Good. Very good. Hyuga Hayashi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. With a cold snort, he turned on his heel and strode away. An hour later, at the Hyuga clan ancestral hall, the council of elders had convened. Everyone's gaze fell upon Hyuga Hayashi, whose expression was as dark as ink. They couldn't help but feel perplexed. After all, Hayashi was known for his composure. Never before had they seen him so angry. It was almost unthinkable. The purpose of today's meeting is simple. Hayashi swept his eyes over the assembled elders. From this moment on, no one is permitted to openly take action against Hyuga Kyo. His words were heavy, his face clouded with frustration. It was maddening. He had realized that dealing with Hyuga Kyo was simply impossible through reason. Kyo seemed determined to oppose him at every turn. Yet, because of Kyo's increased importance, he couldn't lay a finger on him. What? The Grand Elder sprang to his feet, his face twisting in indignation. Clan leader, Hyuga Kyo has not only slaughtered members of the main branch, but even dared to speak to you so insolently. Someone from the branch family like that deserves to be punished. Killing him would hardly be too much. Hatred gleamed in his eyes. As the Grand Elder, to be humiliated by a branch family member was something utterly intolerable. What? A branch family member dared to kill someone from the main family? That's absolutely unacceptable. Shock rippled through the elders' ranks. Their expressions flared with fury, bristling as if every hair stood on end. The dignity of the main house could not be challenged. Anyone who dared defy the main line must pay with their life. Hayashi's expression was grim. After a moment of deep silence, he finally replied, "As if I wouldn't want that myself?" He let out a weary sigh. "Just now, the Hokage summoned me to his office. He promised that from now on, the entire Hyuga clan will have his full support." For a moment, all the elders were stunned. Then, their faces lit up with astonished joy. It was almost too good to be true. Has the sun started rising in the west? The third Hokage, a man always obsessed with his own power, is now pledging support to us. Incredible! With the Hokage's backing, our Hyuga clan could become the greatest clan in the village. Excitement spread across every face. To become the foremost clan in Konoha, surpassing even the Uchiha. This had been their hope for years. Now, with the Hokage's support, that dream was closer than ever. Still frowning, the Grand Elder asked, puzzled, "Clan leader, this is tremendous news for the Hyuga. But what does this have to do with Hyuga Kyo?" He couldn't quite make sense of it. Hyuga Kyo is just a member of the branch family. How could he possibly be involved in such a matter? Hayashi Hyuga let out a sigh and spoke slowly. During his mission in Kirigakure, Hyuga Kyo forged a deep friendship with the Mizukichi. They even became sworn brothers and facilitated an alliance between Konoha and Kirigakure. His expression was full of distress and exasperation. Now, if he were to take action against Hyuga Kyo, the first to come after him would be Hiruzen Sarutobi. What? All these elder clan members, each over 40 years old, stared in disbelief, jaws dropped. This was simply unbelievable. The situation is clear. From this moment on, no one is to lay a hand on Hyuga Kyo. Hayashi's voice was cold and resolute. Everyone nodded in agreement. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. They understood what was at stake. For the sake of the Hyuga clan's future, Hyuga Kyo was now their most precious asset. Hayashi's expression darkened. There's one more thing. Though Hyuga Kyo belongs to the branch family, none of our curse marks have any effect on him. This was an even graver matter. The cage bird seal had failed. If Hyuga Kyo could break free from it on his own, it meant anyone from the branch family might do the same. If we let this continue, Hyuga Kyo could become a threat to the entire Hyuga clan. Hayashi's face was clouded. That's why we must bring him in under the main family's banner as soon as possible. If that means offering him the position of branch leader, so be it. All the elders nodded. Comparing it to the honor and authority of the main branch, the title of branch leader was nothing to them. The meeting came to an end. Hayashi turned to leave, his expression icy cold. He's still too young to understand that the tallest tree in the forest bears the brunt of the wind. Arrogance comes at a price. For now, Hyuga Kyo enjoyed unmatched prestige, untouchable by anyone. But as time passed, dying on a mission or falling in battle wouldn't be so surprising. When Hyuga Kyo awoke again, it was already the next morning. He'd enjoyed the best night's sleep he'd had in a long while. Hayashi didn't bother me at all last night. Looks like he's caught wind of my connection with the Mizukage, Kyo thought, splashing water on his face. If not, Hayashi, given his underhanded ways, would have made a move, whether out in the open or in the shadows. Just like when he ambushed Hizashi back then. Just then, Kyo noticed a small figure kneeling at his door. Kyo and I, will you teach me how to become a strong ninja? Niji's young face was filled with determination. He'd waited there all night, just for the chance to take Kyo as his master and grow strong. I don't want to be shackled by the main family any longer. I want freedom and real strength. Yesterday, Hyuga Q's display left him utterly astonished. Even the usually aloof and proud Hyuga Hayashi. In front of Hyuga Q, his words meant nothing, and not even the curse seal could control Hyuga Q. This was what thrilled Hyuga Niji the most. Could it be that he, too, might break free from his cage? What a poor child. Hyuga Q sighed helplessly, taking a seat on the steps. He gently stroked Hyuga Niji's soft hair, beneath which was a stubborn little face. Hyuga Niji, what a prodigy. And yet, in the original story, his death was too tragic. As one of the strongest among the Konoha 12 in their early days, he still died so quietly during the Fourth Great Ninja War, cut down merely by enemy weapons. Utter nonsense. But winning over Hyuga Niji wasn't enough. He needed to stoke the flames. With a calm voice, he said, Niji, do you know how your father died? If memory served him right. Hyuga Niji knew his father, Hizashi, died for the clan, but he didn't know he'd been made a scapegoat. Do you know? Hyuga Niji's eyes flickered, filled with desperate hope and trembling. Ever since the day his father disappeared, he'd searched everywhere for any sign of him, any trace. But there had been not a single clue. His father had vanished completely. There was no way for him to find him now. This filthy, wretched clan, it's long overdue for a change. Hyuga Q said softly, let me tell you a story. 2 months ago, Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village signed an alliance. His expression drifted, thoughtful. On the surface, the Cloud Shinobi came to sign a treaty. But in reality, they coveted the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. They tried to abduct Hinata, but in their attempt, failed terribly. Instead, the one who fell was the would-be kidnapper. Afterward, the Cloud Village accused Konoha of murdering their ninja, and demanded that the culprit be handed over. And your father was chosen to be the Hyuga clan's sacrificial lamb, offered up to the Cloud as penance. There were, of course, parts of this story left untold. Otherwise, how could he persuade him? Hyuga Niji trembled all over, unable to believe it. I thought my father died on a mission to serve the main branch. That he fell gloriously in battle, a hero. I never imagined he was just a scapegoat. His eyes grew bloodshot, his teeth clenched tight, like a young beast driven mad. To think his father had died in such humiliating fashion. In those last moments, how much had he suffered? Sarutobi, the Hokage, did nothing to stop the Cloud's abuse. And Hayashi, head of the Hyuga, never stood by his own kin. This clan, this Konoha, utterly pointless through and through. Hyuga Q's expression was calm as he untied the ribbon on Niji's forehead. The 4-year-old boy turned away, his face clouded with pain and shame. For the caged bird seal was there, the mark of his prison. From this moment on, the caged bird will no longer bind you. He rested his palm gently on Niji Hyuga's forehead, unleashing his power of absolute control. In a flash, chakra pierced through the curse mark of the caged bird engraved in Niji's mind. The azure symbol started to fade, dissolving slowly, until his forehead was smooth and unblemished once more. From now on, Niji, you are free. No one will ever control you again. In Niji's gaze, Hyuga Q stood tall, his smile gentle, radiating a strength that could inspire anyone. Sunlight spilled across his shoulders, as if he was the last glimmer of hope left in this world. It's gone, Niji whispered, his face awash with shock. The caged bird seal, it's truly gone. His Byakugan no longer had any blind spots, and that suffocating pressure deep in his mind vanished without a trace. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He looked like someone finally rescued from the depths of despair. Thank you, Brother Q. All at once, he felt his knees before Hyuga Q. Brother Q, from this day forward, you're my master. I'll become the sharpest blade in your hand, and I'll never bring you shame. Niji shouted with conviction. Branded with the caged bird, he had once been hopeless. If not for Hyuga Q, he would have been a prisoner in that cage for his entire life. It was fair to say, Hyuga Q had given him a new life. Go begin the life of freedom you deserve. Never again will shackles hold you. A smile tugged at the corner of Hyuga Q's mouth. He had won the loyalty of a devoted follower. Mission accomplished. He couldn't help but marvel at how easily it had all gone. No wonder Orochimaru liked to kidnap and recruit youngsters. It was honestly a piece of cake. And so, he found himself with a new shadow. No matter where he went, Niji followed, a loyal guardian ever at his side. Meanwhile, elsewhere, cold sweat trickled down Asuka Hyuga's forehead. Above him loomed a massive boulder. He couldn't help but glance around at the dozen or so branch family members, all of them yesterday's rebels against the main house. Every one of them had an enormous stone threatening overhead. Their hands were clenched so tightly the tendons stood out. Teeth gritted, jaws clenched. They couldn't bear the weight much longer. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of my reckless actions yesterday, I dragged you all into punishment today. Asuka offered a wry smile. Had he not led the charge yesterday, these branch family members wouldn't have been so riled up. Maybe they wouldn't be suffering this retribution at all. What are you saying, Asuka? You weren't alone. We've all had enough of the main family's arrogance for a long time. That's right. We're the branch family, not their slaves. We're supposed to be their shield, not their servants. Oomph. Sooner or later, the main house is going to regret treating us this way. The group took turns encouraging Asuka. Their faces wore expressions of forced nonchalance. Yet in the depths of their eyes, ashen, lifeless, steeped in hopelessness, there was not an ember of fighting spirit to be found. These people are all searching for one last glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Everyone, Hinata Asuka's sobs left her speechless. A person can persist in despair only as long as there is not even a sliver of hope or sunshine. But yesterday, when they defied the main house, that was hope. Yet who could have known that hope would vanish in an instant? Curse the main house. Asuka's voice was hoarse, trembling with rage. Why do they have to be so cruel? They promised back then that branding us as caged birds was meant to protect those of us from the branch family. We were told that the branch existed to safeguard the main house, to be its shield, not its slaves. All we're asking for is a bit of dignity. Is that really so much? All we need is a little respect, and the branch family would be willing to risk everything for the sake of the main house. His eyes were bloodshot, wild with fury, like a cornered beast. He'd had enough of living like this. Is that really all you want? Just then, a calm voice cut through the silence. As every pair of startled eyes turned, Hinata Q stepped forward with a faint smile, and at his side stood the ever-loyal Hinata Niji, standing guard. Is gaining just a bit of respect all you aspire to? Q let out a cold laugh. Is that the full extent of your resolve? Disdain and ridicule shone in his eyes as he looked down on the group. Is it truly enough for you if you only receive some superficial respect? A few polite words on the surface, but mockery behind your backs. Or do you simply want those who order you to die to at least soften their tone? Are you nothing but chained hounds to them? Or do you honestly think your entire life is only worth a scrap of dignity? His words were ruthless and cut deeper than any blade. Every phrase drove home like a needle to the chest. The faces before him twisted with pain, for didn't they know all this already? But nothing seemed to change, and all they wanted was a little dignity. Where's the fault in that? What are you saying? One of the branch family snapped, finally driven past the breaking point. We're being punished only because we helped you yesterday. If we hadn't stood up for the main house, would we even be suffering now? Exactly. And after all that, you still have the nerve to lecture us like this. No one would choose to be a dog if we could break free of the cage. Well now, that last line, surprisingly, had a bit of poetry to it. A slow, satisfied smile spread across Q's lips. Those white eyes, brimming with approval, regarded the defiant, furious crowd. Good. Very good. I'm pleased to see you still have fight left in you. Lowering his gaze, his tone grew, laced with a bewitching promise. What if I told you I could give you freedom? What if I could shatter the caged bird seal burned into your very soul? The air fell utterly still. Every member of the branch family stood frozen in shock, their faces stiff with disbelief, eyes wide open in astonishment. Hinata Q removed the headband from his forehead. Hinata Niji ripped off the light gauze covering his head. A flawless, unmarked forehead was revealed. There was no curse mark. No caged bird. The caged bird seal is gone. Cries of surprise burst out from the crowd. Their eyes brimmed with uncertainty and disbelief, breathing suddenly growing short and rapid. Hinata Niji was a talented but sensitive child. Since the day he was branded with the caged bird seal, he'd wrapped his forehead in white cloth. Everyone knew this. But now, the caged bird seal on Niji's forehead had vanished. Hyuga Hayori shook from head to toe, stammering nervously. Does this mean? Q, you found a way to lift the caged bird seal. Could it be that we members of the branch family might have a chance at true freedom? They all looked up to Hinata Q with hope shining in their eyes. Every vein seemed to pulse with renewed vigor, hearts pounding wildly in their chests. To be free of the caged bird's curse was a wish they'd never dared whisper. the lifelong hope finally taking shape before their eyes. Of course, from this moment on, become my followers. Let us overthrow this chaotic and cruel clan once and for all. A subtle smile curled on Hinata Q's lips. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, heavy stones were thrown aside by the crowd, as if casting off the shackles from their hearts. In their pale eyes, hope now gleamed, mingled with a fierce longing for freedom and a new future. Hinata Q held out his hand, and the crowd bowed their heads reverently, as if they were devout followers accepting faith. Kumobikure. Darui, gravely wounded and bleeding, his eyes red with rage, finally let his taut nerves relax as he caught sight of the endless mountain range. Clenching his teeth, he cried out in fury, Konoha, Darui, will never forgive you. They killed our Kumogakure shinobi, then dared to boast about it. Between cloud and leaf, there can be no peace, not until one side is utterly destroyed. And especially that one called Hinata Q. A flicker of terror flashed in his eyes. That power was overwhelming, utterly terrifying. Even as an elite jonin, he was outmatched, left astounded and powerless against that force. Perhaps only Lord Raikage, or Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, stood a chance against such a terrifying enemy. Half an hour later, Raikage's office. Raikage stared at the bloodied, battered Darui, his fury erupting uncontrollably. Lightning crackled around him in his wrath, and he brought his fist down, smashing his desk to pieces. Who was it who dared attack our cloud village? His breath came in hot, ragged bursts, each exhale carrying a thunderous roar of rage. Only blood can wash away this humiliation. Darui, burning with anger, recounted everything that had happened. Raikage's eyes flashed with storm, his anger mounting with every word. So, it was the leaf all along. He let out a cold snort, his voice thunderous with rage. I once thought Konoha acted by the rules, but I never expected such shamelessness. They've murdered the ninja from the cloud who were headed to Konoha, and now they've left Darui gravely injured. Konoha must pay the price they owe us. Darui, begin your recovery immediately. I will see to it that this grudge is avenged for you. Lightning crackled with fury. In this instant, the fourth Raikage seemed the very incarnation of the Thunder God himself. The entire Raikage's office pulsed with his overwhelming might, the energy shooting straight up into the heavens. Yet, throughout all this, the Hidden Cloud Village had never once considered that they themselves were the ones who first set their sights on the Byakugan in Konoha, the very ones who first raised a hand against the people of the Land of Fire. Hyuga Kyo had not yet chosen to lift the caged bird seal from all members of the branch family. The time simply wasn't right. After all, saving those who've never wanted for food or clothing pales in comparison to rescuing those who teeter at death's door, desperate and hopeless. Only then can true loyalty be won. Hyuga Kyo, come with me. It was at this moment that a familiar voice rang out. It was the Hyuga clan's great elder, Hyuga Deping, the very same elder from the day before. His expression was sour. As the grand elder, to have to deliver messages himself, this was downright humiliating. But there was no other option. Hyuga Kyo won't even listen to the clan head. How could he possibly heed anyone else? Thus, the elder had to come himself. What are you all gawking at? Get those stones back up now. Seeing the bold, unrestrained gazes from Hyuga Asuka and the others, their eyes full of unbridled aggression, the elder barked with fury. Was yesterday's lesson not harsh enough for you all? Do you yearn for another taste of agony worse than death? He let loose a cold chuckle. His gaze was icy, condescending, a look that regarded them all as nothing more than worthless refuse. Even if he couldn't control Hyuga Kyo, keeping the branch family in line was another matter. Yu, one of the branch family members trembled as he spoke, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He wanted to act out, but in the end, he simply couldn't take that step. Hyuga Kyo took all this in without a change in expression. Once habits take root, they're hard to break. A tiger raised on the lashings of wild dogs may never muster the courage to rebel, even when grown. That is simply how it is. Hyuga Kyo, come now. Hyuga Deping's face twisted between anger and restraint, forced to bite back his fury. From today on, you will no longer be counted among these fools of the branch family. You are to become the new face, the very image of the main house. As if granting a rare favor, he declared, you will come to thank the clan for its trust in you. His tone brooked no doubt, as though convinced that, upon learning he would become the next head of the branch family, Hyuga Kyo would finally yield to the main house. Could it be? The main house means to win Hyuga Kyo over? A shadow of dread crept through Hyuga Asuka's heart. But in the next instant, a cold rebuke echoed through the air. Are you out of your mind? Hinata Q's voice dripped with disdain, utterly blunt, as if he were staring at a fool. I've got no time to waste on you. So if you've got something to say, say it. And if you need to let something out, don't hold it in. What a joke. Never mind the head elder of the Hyuga clan. Even if Hayashi himself were here, Q wouldn't give him the time of day. The branch family members were dumbfounded, but excitement swiftly erupted, breaking forth in a jubilant outcry. As expected of Lord Q, even the main house is nothing but a passing joke to him. Since when did the main family have the right to order Lord Q around? In Lord Q's eyes, the main family amounts to nothing at all. Their bottled-up frustrations suddenly dispersed, eyes shining with newfound vigor. It felt as if they'd at last discovered a way to deal with the main house. Hinata Takahira was stunned, his hand trembling as he pointed at Q. Do you even realize what you're saying? The clan leader wishes to grant you the position of head of the branch family. From this day forth, you would be the single most powerful figure beneath the main house. No one would dare order you around, while all the branch families would fall under your command. It is an honor beyond compare. He genuinely hadn't expected this. That even before he could finish stating such generous terms, Q would jump straight into angry scolding. Takahira did his best to contain the seething anger inside. So long as you accept, from this day on you'll be the clan head of the branch family, second only to the main house, standing above everyone else. He fixed his gaze tightly on Q, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Such an offer. For the branch family, this was a leap into the skies. He couldn't believe anyone from the branch family would refuse such terms. The other branch members looked baffled, abuzz with quiet chatter, faces split between disbelief and anxious uncertainty. Head of the branch family, they're really offering that. To no longer have to bow and scrape to the main house, and to command all branch family members, that's already supreme status. They couldn't believe the main family was willing to give such favorable terms. And yet that anxiety lingered, afraid Q might simply walk away. Q let out a soft, derisive laugh. But what if? I want to be above all, beneath no one. He regarded them with an indifferent expression. Do you mean to ask me to give up my freedom, to be your main family's watchdog instead? To become a lackey, subordinate to just one of the main house, no matter how high I climb? The only reason the main family was offering such terms was because he was now sworn brothers with the Mizukage. Even the Hokage had to speak politely to him. If not for that tie to the Mizukage, Q had no doubt Hayashi himself would have stormed him by now and torn him apart with his own hands. Hinata Asuka trembled with emotion. Lord Q has no need for the title of branch family head. He was shaking all over, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. So many years in the shadows had filled his heart with endless bitterness and pain. But now, Hyuga Q had saved them from a living hell, and he even refused the offer from the main Hyuga house. He felt a blinding surge of hope. Do you have any idea what you just turned down? Hyuga de Ping roared, his face flushed an angry, unhealthy red. Countless branch family members have longed for the position of branch family head. Some have even surrendered themselves willingly to the main house for this very title. And now, the main house is offering you the role of branch family leader. This is proof of their trust in you. It's an honor. Don't push your luck. No sooner had his words faded. Hyuga Q moved like a sudden gale. With a heavy smack, he slapped Hyuga de Ping hard, sending him flying. How many times do I have to say it? I don't want it. So stop with your nagging. What? Are you trying to force my hand? Hyuga Q looked down at him, as if at a ridiculous fool. Or is your brain simply useless? Are you a hopeless idiot? He didn't hold back in the slightest. He lashed out at Hyuga de Ping with biting words, showing utter contempt, like cursing out a mangy old dog. Uchiha de Ping was it. His face darkened to a shade of iron. The clan leader offers you the headship as an honor, but clearly, you're blind to your own good fortune. His gaze turned cold, and in it blazed a murderous insanity. I don't care who's backing you, today you die. He shouted, rallying the branch family members. All of you now, kill Hyuga Q. If you hesitate, I'll make sure you live in agony, unable even to die. You, branded with the caged bird seal, are nothing but pawns in the hands of the main house. Even though Hyuga Q was no longer under their control, the rest of the branch family still bore the seal of the caged bird. A twisted, crazed smile crept across de Ping's lips. Hyuga Q, you may be able to fight one man, but can you stand against the entire branch family? He grew more excited, exclaiming, that's the true purpose of the caged bird seal. One command, and every branch family member must obey like mindless puppets. But at that very moment, a sharp sound split the air. Hyuga Asuka sprang into action, but rather than attacking Hyuga Q, he delivered a vicious punch straight into Hyuga de Ping, sending him crashing away. I've had enough of you, you old bastard. We in the branch family are not your playthings, here for you to toy with at will. Asuka's breath came in ragged bursts, sweat pouring down his forehead, as if he'd just made an impossibly difficult choice. But then, slowly, he straightened his back, his expression grown calm and resolute, as if fully accepting what came next. You, Hyuga Asuka, how dare you lay a hand on me? Hyuga Deping's voice was shrill with disbelief. For so many years, Hyuga Asuka had bowed and scraped before him, groveling like a docile hound, for the sake of the branch family. But now, the dog had turned on its master. Hyuga Asuka, you are as good as dead. Deping screamed. I'll see to it you die, and not even your corpse remains. His eyes bloodshot, he formed the hand signs. Kaket pute, kursetzel. Die, you bastard. He attempted to command the caged bird seal, trying to seize control of Hyuga Asuka's very life. But 10 seconds passed. Hyuga Asuka stood there, his face utterly indifferent. Unscathed. You, how can you, be completely unharmed? Hyuga Deping panicked. A dark premonition crept into his heart. He suddenly turned to look at Hyuga Q. But in the very next instant, Asuka's fist came crashing down. You old scoundrel. I put up with you long enough. We branch house members are human too. All these years of injustice, you're going to pay them all back. For the sake of the branch family, I've begged like a dog before you. You may be the main family, but what have you ever done for the Hyuga clan? I've risked my life on the battlefield every single day, and the thought that I was doing it all for people like you just makes me sick. Punch after punch landed mercilessly on Hyuga Deping's face. No matter how Deping begged for mercy, it made no difference. I was wrong, Asuka. I should never have treated you that way. I know now. I know I was wrong. Please don't know more. If you keep this up, you'll kill me. From desperate screams to the faintest whispers, his voice faded to almost nothing. Hyuga Deping's face was swollen and beaten, barely recognizable. His life or death, unknown. Blood ran down Asuka's fists, his eyes red with rage, consumed by hatred, like a demon risen straight from the underworld. He walked up to Hyuga Q, dropped to his knees with a thud. From this day forth, Master Q, you are my clan leader. I, Hyuga Asuka, will acknowledge only you as my clan head. His voice rang out, clear and unwavering. His gaze was resolute. I'm willing to live and die for you, clan head. The other branch family members, stunned and shaken, glanced at one another, then stepped up behind Asuka, kneeling before Hyuga Q. We are willing to live and die for you, clan head. Before the Hall of Thunder, demons bowed low, reciting vows of compassion and fealty. It was a scene of utter awe. Hyuga Deping, barely alive, saw, in his blurred vision, the branch family kneeling before Q and crying out clan leader. His mind went blank. He felt the world collapsing around him. Mad. They're all mad. The caged bird seal no longer works, and the branch house has chosen their own head. The very heavens of the Hyuga clan have changed. He muttered weakly, his head rolling limply to the side as he lost consciousness. Hiya, huh, hiya, huh. A small figure, sweat-drenched and determined, practiced gentle fist with all her might. Watching Hinata train so earnestly, Hayashi's brow furrowed in disapproval, his voice sharp and stern. Too slow. Far too slow. Your stance is all wrong. Although it's called gentle fist, in reality, it's full of force and power. You must be fast, keep your form precise, and strike with real strength. Are you truly my daughter, Hinata? How is it that your talent is so lacking? Disappointment filled Hayashi Hyuga's eyes. His own daughter had failed to inherit his skills. Compared to Niji, who was only a year older, the difference was as stark as night and day. I'm sorry, father. I'll try even harder. Hinata's face was taut with anxiety. Her punches grew a bit faster, but the increased speed only made her technique even sloppier. There were openings everywhere and no coordination at all. It was worse than when she'd started. Useless. Hayashi let out a cold exhale, harsh and dismissive. His brows were tightly knit, his mood darkening. He couldn't help but think back to the figure who had dared to defy him just yesterday. Hiramasa Hyuga. Hayashi's eyes glittered with frost. So what if you become sworn brothers with the Mizukichi? You're still a member of the Hyuga clan. You'd best accept my terms and become the head of the branch family. The pawn in the hands of the main house. Cross me, and you'll find nowhere safe in this world. Hiramasa did have his uses. He could help further solidify the Hyuga's standing within the Leaf Village. But the authority of the clan head was paramount. Even if it meant the Hyuga would stagnate, he had no intention of raising a potential rival. Just then, a heavy footfall echoed in the corridor. Rhythmic, forceful, like a battle call sounding through the air. Hayashi spun around. Behind Hiramasa stood more than 20 branch family members, every face respectful and steadfast. Hayashi's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered, revealing a look of satisfaction and approval. Hiramasa, You've done well. Choosing to lead the branch family is the wisest path. From this day forward, you'll be my right hand. Who knows, maybe one day you could even become head of the main family. He spoke with lofty pride, the arrogance of one born to command. For those in the branch house, even this meager show of favor was a luxury. Hayashi's gaze swept over all those reverent, fervent faces. How odd, he thought. The members of the branch family never used to act like this. Could it be that they revered Hiromasa above all? The idea irked him more than he cared to admit. Even as clan head, he'd never been greeted with such unreserved devotion. Have you completely lost your mind? Hiromasa shot him a look as if he were gazing at a fool, lifting his wild, untamed brows. What makes you think I would ever submit to you? Throw him out. Hiromasa's tone was cool and regal, as if he stood above all others. Asuka stepped forward, seizing Depei Hyuga and tossing him aside, leaving him sprawled and humiliated. Are you rebelling against me? Hayashi's face went ashen, realization dawning at last. Hyuga Mirror never once considered surrender. The reason the branch family exists is to protect the main house. That is your duty. And with the cage bird seal etched onto you, with just one command, I could end your lives as easily as crushing ants. His gaze was cold, shadowed with doubt. He could understand Hyuga Mirror's rebellion. After all, the cage bird seal couldn't control Hyuga Mirror. But why, then, were these other branch family members already under the control of the cage bird seal, so fiercely defiant? This is what the main house has always believed. Hyuga Asuka's face twisted with indignation, his eyes as cold as frost. It's ridiculous. The branch family has always rushed onto the battlefield for the main house, fighting for the pride of the Hyuga clan. Yet in the eyes of the main house, the branch family is nothing more than a set of pawns, disposable at any time. He pointed directly at Hyuga Hayashi. His back straightened, unyielding. He showed no fear. It was as if, in this moment, he was releasing every grievance he had buried over the years. Now, standing before the Hyuga patriarch, he was finally equal, no longer shackled by the cage bird seal. Hyuga Hayashi's face darkened, shadowed deep and stormy. Hyuga Asuka, do you have a death wish? To defy the main house as a branch family member means death. He glared coldly at Hyuga Mirror, a chill creeping into his heart. This man was like a vortex, wildly drawing in those around him, making them his followers, driving them to madness. Only yesterday, Hyuga Asuka and the other branch family members were still bowing and scraping before the main house. But now, they gave Hyuga Mirror their utmost respect and loyalty. He hissed with icy venom. Without hesitation, he activated the cage bird seal. If he did not stop Hyuga Mirror now, disaster would surely follow, a tidal wave that might overturn the entire Hyuga clan. Yet in the very next moment, his expression twisted in shock as he stared at the utterly unscathed Hyuga Asuka. Impossible. How can this be? Why are you completely unharmed? Why doesn't the cage bird seal affect you? This can't be. His face darkened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What had happened? The cage bird seal had already failed to control Hyuga Mirror, and now, it had no hold over Hyuga Asuka either. If this continued, did it mean soon not a single branch family member would remain bound by the cage bird? When that day comes, the authority and glory of the main house would vanish without a trace. There would be no distinction left between main house and branch family. Your era is over. From this moment on, it is the clan leader's age. Hyuga Asuka's gaze was frosty as he turned toward Hyuga Mirror. His eyes shone with reverence, almost a wild, feverish devotion. The clan leader will lead the Hyuga clan to salvation, to new heights, a new future. A Hyuga clan without the divisions of main house and branch family. Revitalized, reborn. The Hyuga clan would once again blaze with glory. The clan leader? Hyuga Hayashi was momentarily stunned, confused. Isn't the clan leader of the Hyuga clan supposed to be me? His expression was clouded with uncertainty. But in the very next instant, he caught sight of the reverence and respect in the eyes of the crowd as they turned toward Hyuga Kyo. His face froze, growing rigid with shock. You're rebelling. As branch family members, instead of thinking to protect the main house, his voice trembled in disbelief. You want to support a false clan leader? I am the rightful leader of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi's gaze was icy cold, a chilling intent gleaming in his eyes. He looked as if he would tear Hyuga Kyo apart then and there. No, you're mistaken. Hyuga Kyo stepped forward, a faint smile lifting the corners of his mouth. A true king is never self-proclaimed. A true king rises from the heartfelt cries of their supporters. His bearing was transcendent. He seemed almost divine, more a king than Hayashi himself. Hayashi roared, his voice furious and bristling like a cornered cat. In a flash, he launched himself toward Hyuga with the speed of a raging storm. Who cared any more about elevating the Hyuga clan, becoming the #1 family? If he couldn't even hold on to his position as clan head, what use was it all? Gentle Fist, 108 palms. The Hyuga clan, not unlike the shinobi of the Cloud Village, specialized in taijutsu, channeling chakra through their unique gentle fist techniques, unleashing their energy to devastating effect. Don't you dare hurt Lord Kyo. Hyuga Asuka's sharp voice rang out. With no hesitation, he sprang between Kyo and Hayashi, taking up a defensive stance with both arms. Rotation. In an instant, a shimmering blue dome of chakra burst forth around him, tightly woven like a shield of absolute defense, capable of blocking any attack in this world. Rotation. How is this possible? That's a secret technique of the main house, a skill only passed down within the main family. How can you know it? Hayashi stared in disbelief at Asuka, who stood serenely guarding Hyuga Kyo. Hyuga Kyo gently patted Asuka's shoulder, signaling for him to stand down. His voice was cold as steel. Rotation? The most difficult of the Hyuga techniques? That's only true for those protected inside the main house greenhouse. On the battlefield, where Hyuga branch members face death at any moment, we've learned more than just rotation. We've unearthed countless secrets meant only for the main house. Genius isn't determined by bloodline. It knows no main or branch house. The Hyuga clan, under the same name, the sheer number of the branch house members fostered the birth of true talent. Yet, just because they were from the branch family, no show of extraordinary ability ever changed their fate. And so, many chose to hide their talents rather than draw too much attention to themselves. Hayashi's mind reeled, his worldview shaken to its core. So what if you've learned rotation? Do you think you can stop me? With a thunderous roar, Hayashi attacked again, fury blazing in his every move. Asuka's brows knit tightly in concern. Careful, Lord Clanhead. Hyuga Q shook his head gently and waved his hand lightly. To everyone's astonishment, the faint barrier conjured by Hyuga Asuka immediately grew thicker and more impenetrable. It absorbed every strike of Hyuga Hayashi's gentle fist. Hyuga Hayashi retreated swiftly. You wolves in sheep's clothing. You must have planned this rebellion from the very beginning. His expression was as cold as ice. You are the parasites of the Hyuga clan. Only by eliminating you can I preserve the Hyuga clan's peace. At that moment, a swarm of branch family members rushed in, hundreds of them, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Hyuga Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. If you had managed to remove the caged bird curse from all of them, perhaps you really could have succeeded in your rebellion. But now, they're still the most loyal servants of the main family. He brushed his fingers over the caged bird seal. He could feel it. The mark still existed within the minds of these people. Hearing Hayashi's words, hundreds of branch family members were stunned. What? Remove the caged bird? Does that mean we could regain our freedom? No. It must be that those who can remove the caged bird have been discovered, and now they're about to be destroyed. Despair colored every face. Hope was so close, yet still beyond their reach. They could only become the blade that punctured their own fleeting dreams. Hyuga Q and Hyuga Asuka intend to rebel. They want to plunge the Hyuga clan into chaos and ruin. Hyuga Hayashi spoke coldly, absolute confidence burning in his eyes thanks to the hundreds of branch family members at his back. He stood high above them all, his face full of disdain. Eliminate these people. Only then can the Hyuga clan reclaim its peace and stability. He shot Hyuga Q a frigid glare and said arrogantly, Hyuga Q, if you had accepted the main family's goodwill from the start, you'd now be second only to the head of the clan, answering to no one else. But now, your only fate is death. Hyuga Hayashi's face was awash with arrogant satisfaction, finally able to vent the resentment that had built up within him. Ever since Hyuga Q had developed the means to break the cage bird seal, his fate had already been sealed. The Hyuga main family would never tolerate any force of destabilization. For a clan with a 1,000-year legacy, no one would be allowed to threaten its foundation. Kill him. With a single sweeping gesture from Hayashi, the hundreds of branch family members surged forward like a swarm of locusts, blotting out the sky and earth. They shot toward Hyuga Q and the other 24 companions like arrows loosed from taut strings. There was nothing they could do to fight back. The pain flaring in their minds warned them. To resist was to die. There are too many of them. Clan leader, what should we do? Hyuga Asuka's voice trembled with panic. Hundreds of branch family ninja, even if they're holding back, were still hopelessly outmatched. Panic swept through the 24 men and women at Q's side. They did not fear death. What chilled them to the bone was the nightmare that their children might one day bear the brand of the caged bird. That was a path shrouded in endless darkness, one with no hope for the future. Hyuga Kagami let out a mocking laugh, eyes fixed on Hyuga Hisashi, who was still rambling on with a look of smug satisfaction. You're all talk. Look at Uchiha Fugaku. He's already at Kage level, yet he still keeps a low profile, doesn't he? As the clan leader, shouldn't you be focused on growing stronger, instead of plotting endless internal strife? You're nothing but a coward, taking it out on your own. Hyuga Kagami's expression was calm as a tide of shadowy ninja surged in from every direction, blotting out the sky. And yet, he stood tall as a spear, unyielding, pointing straight to the heavens. With a sudden motion, he pressed his hands together, shouting, lightning style, rotation. In an instant, a low, thunderous hum filled the air. A colossal dome of crackling blue thunder enfolded Hyuga Kagami and those near him, forming a protective barrier over 10 meters across, blazing with an awe-inspiring force. Every ninja who rushed close was hurled away, powerless. Lightning surged across their bodies, leaving dozens of attackers instantly defeated, unable to resist. A rotation infused with elemental power. Hyuga Hisashi gasped, his breath caught in shock. His eyes were wide with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Rotation was already an A-rank jutsu, but now, with an elemental infusion, it's become S-rank. How is this possible? Could rotation truly rise to the level of an S-rank technique? He had never even dreamed of such a thing. Hyuga Kagami strode forward, casting his gaze down on Hyuga Hisashi as if he were nothing but trash. There are countless jutsu within the Hyuga clan to grow stronger. Gentle fist infused with lightning, wind, or fire can unleash even greater might. Just like rotation, it can be elevated to A rank or even S rank. Not only does it seal off the enemy's chakra, it also bursts forth with devastating elemental power, striking deep into your opponent. That's the true path of the gentle fist. His white eyes flickered with electricity. He was like a thunder god descended into the world. And yet, as clan leader, you've never considered how to elevate the strength of the Hyuga. All you care about is manipulating the branch family, forcing them to be mere pawns of the main house. With a mindset like that, how are you worthy to call yourself the clan leader of the Hyuga? In my eyes, you're no different from garbage. Everyone watched Hyuga Kagami in stunned silence. This wild, thunderous figure, tearing to shreds the rules the Hyuga clan had followed for centuries. He trampled the old order beneath his feet, preparing to build a new throne atop its ruins. So this is how Hyuga techniques were truly meant to be used. I never imagined rotation could be wielded like this. So even the gentle fist can fuse with different elements, making it far more powerful. Hyuga Kagami's words flung open a new door in everyone's minds, showing them a path to true strength. They saw hope in the art of growth and transformation. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hisashi's face had gone ashen. His features twisted in fear, unable to accept what he was witnessing. You're only 8 years old. How can you be this strong? How did you accomplish this? Why did you never reveal your true strength before? He was just an 8-year-old child. At this age, he should still be in the ninja academy. How could he possibly provoke such turmoil within the Hyuga clan? Only now did everyone suddenly realize. Standing before them was Hyuga Kyo, towering at over 6 feet, radiating an aura like the thunder god. And yet, he was only 8 years old. His power and presence alone made people overlook such details. Fool! Hyuga Kyo glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, as if he were looking an idiot. Otherwise, how could I have gained the trust of the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village? How could I have become sworn brothers with Yagura Karatachi? Do you honestly think he allied with me simply on a whim? How could a true powerhouse casually acknowledge someone as a brother? The reason he was able to win over Yagura Karatachi was, in part, because he knew the true goals of the Akatsuki organization, as well as the real identity of Uchiha Bido. On the other hand, it was because his overwhelming strength matched Yagura in every way. Otherwise, why wouldn't Yagura have captured him and forced out his secrets through torture? I understand. I understand it now. From the very beginning, I underestimated your true strength just because of your age. At last, Hyuga Hayashi realized the truth. He couldn't help but exclaim, so you possess the power of an elite jonin. No, perhaps even of a Kage candidate. A Kage candidate at 8 years old. He uttered the words slowly, unable to believe them. A Kage contender at just 8. It was beyond outrageous. After all, even as clan leader, he himself had never risen above the rank of elite jonin. He wasn't a Kage-class ninja. How could he accept that an 8-year-old boy could even approach such a level? Yet soon, Hyuga Hayashi's expression returned to normal. His gaze grew even colder and more forbidding. But even if you're Kage level, you must die here today. A ninja's fight is never fought alone. Even a Kage can fall before overwhelming numbers. There are 500 Hyuga clan ninjas here. No matter how formidable you are, Hyuga Kyo, you will meet your end today. From Hayashi's perspective, Hyuga Kyo's fate was already sealed. But Hyuga Kyo's lips curled slowly into a smile. Yes, a ninja's strength lies in teamwork, not in fighting against the world alone. That is a core principle of the shinobi world. And the best example was the third Reikage, who fell after being beset by 20,000 Stone Village shinobi. But that was in a time without monstrous outliers. Back in the era of Hashirama Senju or Uchiha Madara, no one would dare utter such words. A single Susanoo, a single would release, and they could destroy all 4 great nations. Do insects believe they can outshine the full moon? Hyuga Kyo's pale eyes crackled with lightning. You talk so much. Are you just afraid people won't notice how clueless you are? In the face of a mass assault, especially when you cannot harm your enemies. What is the best way forward? Hinata Kagami's lips curled into a confident smile as he shouted, his voice sharp and commanding. Bringing his hands together with force, he declared, would release. Advent of a world of trees. With an earth-shaking roar, monstrous vines burst violently from underground, surging and writhing in a frenzy. In mere moments, they swallowed everything, houses and shinobi alike, blotting out all resistance. In an instant, the waves of greenery swept out 100 meters, maybe more. The branch family's shinobi hadn't even time to react before the vines ruthlessly ensnared them. Their chakra was drained away, vanishing completely as it was fed into the ever-growing vines, making the verdant tide spread even faster, even wilder. This is the terror of wood release, Kagami murmured with awe. It is the bane of tailed beasts, capable of trapping all foes and even absorbing their chakra to strengthen itself further. When power grows on one side and falls on the other, it's only natural that Uchiha Madara could never defeat Senju Hashirama. Susanoo was formidable in its own right, but wood release was on an entirely different level. The crowd was utterly stunned, retreating in terror, as if faced with venomous serpents. Their fear was visible in their wide eyes. What is this thing? Not only does it move at incredible speed, but if you happen to smash one of these vines, it instantly regenerates. The vines seem endless. There's nowhere safe left to stand. Look, what's happening to those who've been caught? They're not moving at all. Are they dead? Panic rose among the people. Their eyes brimmed with horror. They had never seen power like this before. Overwhelming. Unfathomable. It eclipsed the sun, blotted out the sky, and seemed unstoppable in its path of destruction. Is this wood release? This is the power said to belong to the first Hokage himself. With wood release, the first Hokage founded the Hidden Leaf, and as long as he lived, the other great ninja villages never dared cross him. How on earth could Hinata Kagami possess such power? As the clan head, Hayashi Hyuga was hardly ignorant. Yet even he could not believe his own eyes as he stared at the endless surge of unstoppable vines. In that instant, it was as if the entire Hyuga clan had slipped back to a primordial era. This was power, power enough to change the very course of the world. His face was pale, fear etched into every line. He could no longer keep calm. Could it be? Is the Hyuga main family truly finished now? Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was still one other hope. Yes, the third Hokage. With the third Hokage's intervention, surely Hinata Kagami could be stopped. Desperately, Hayashi seized a trusted clan member and bellowed, "Go get the third Hokage! Immediately! If we delay even a moment longer, the Hyuga clan will be wiped out." Hayashi's expression was dark as thunder. This was a family disgrace. If it weren't a matter of life and death, he would never have brought himself to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for help. The roaring destruction continued throughout the compound. Shrines and buildings of the Hyuga clan, ancient and revered, were shattered, vast vines devouring every trace. "Stop destroying the Hyuga clan!" A main house shinobi shouted in blind fury, desperate enough to wish he could personally tear Hinata Kagami limb from limb. Kagami only laughed, a cold, dismissive chuckle. Hyuga Q let out a cold laugh, his gaze disdainful. "And who do you think you are? If you want to stop me, come at me yourself if you have the guts." The other man stood atop a rooftop dozens of meters away. He shouted from afar, not daring to come any closer, like a defeated mutt that only dares to bark from safe distance. "There are plenty of branch family members. I don't see why I should bother myself." The main family member wore an arrogant expression, cursing loudly. He even took a few steps further back. He barked orders at the other branch family shinobi. "What are you all standing around for? Are you blind? Go kill that brazen fool for me." In that instant, the branch family members' faces darkened. The main house member cowered at the back, ordering them forward as fodder. A tremendous crash. Thunder burst in the sky. Hyuga Q moved like a bolt of lightning. Jagged arcs of electricity tore through the air as he appeared before that main family ninja in a flash. Looking down from above at the man's trembling, terror-stricken eyes, he sneered. Since you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. A deep hum, and the air itself trembled. In the blink of an eye, a sharp vine pierced straight through the man's heart. In the next moment, Hyuga Q summoned his ninja blade, Samahata, into his hand. He brought it down hard, and smashed his foe into a bloody pulp. So weak like worthless trash. Just hide at the back and eat dirt where you belong. Hyuga Q was like a thunder god. His gaze was scornful as he said, all that barking. Aren't you just begging for death? In only a few short minutes, Hyuga Q had ruthlessly stamped out all resistance. It wasn't just the Hyuga main family. Even the entire clan, faced with Hyuga Q's overwhelming power, didn't stand a chance. A colossal boom. Vines burst forth and spread wildly, swallowing everything in an instant. They surged toward Hyuga Hayashi. In Hyuga Hayashi's eyes, the world was swallowed in darkness. Vines thick and massive blotted out the sky and wrapped around him from every direction. There was no hope of escape. I won't lose. I absolutely will not lose. Hyuga Hayashi clenched his teeth, his eyes wild with terror and desperation. If he lost today, the main family would be finished. Worse yet, he might not even survive. Rotation. He roared, moving into his fighting stance. In a blink, a pale blue shield spun rapidly around him for 2 meters in every direction, deflecting the encroaching vines. Hope flickered on Hyuga Hayashi's face. It works. Rotation can hold off the vines. But in the next instant, his expression collapsed. The vines were endless, swarming ever faster, twining tightly around his rotation, spinning and squeezing with terrifying force. The vines tore and splintered, but an instant later, even greater, even more monstrous vines burst forward. No, my chakra, in less than a single minute, it's already nearly gone. His face turned pale, his eyes wide with dread. A sickening sound. In the instant the heavenly spin weakened, vines pierced through its protective shell and tied Hayashi Hyuga up tight, binding him from head to toe. All the chakra in his body was drained away in a flash. Right now, he was no different from any ordinary person. What exactly do you think you're doing? Hayashi's face darkened as he hung, suspended in midair by the vines, trussed up like a failed specimen put on display. He roared angrily. Though his tone was fierce, there was fear beneath the bluster. There wasn't a hint of threat in his voice. Instead, he came across more like a dog driven out of its home. Don't get cocky, Hiromasa Hyuga. I've already sent for the 3rd Hokage. When he arrives and sees this, he'll never let you get away with it. You dare to defy your superiors, to slay members of the main house, and lay hands on the clan head himself. Your crimes are enough to warrant death. As he stared at the calm, almost mocking figure before him, Hayashi couldn't help but feel a chill of foreboding rise in his heart. But if you let me go, perhaps I could be lenient. I might even let you off with your life. He was gripped by panic. Powerless, utterly unable to control his own fate. He felt as if he were plunging into an abyss. He, the head of the Hyuga clan, reduced to nothing more than a fish laid out on a chopping board. And you're still trying to act tough? Hiromasa snorted, looking at him as though he were an idiot. If I don't let you go, what exactly do you intend to do? With no chakra left to activate your caged bird seal, or to command the other branch family members? Hayashi's face turned purple with humiliation. His chakra was completely gone. There was no way he could use the caged bird seal now. As for the other branch members, every single one was hanging helplessly from the vines. He forced a wry smile. The road ahead was blocked. This was the end of the line. One branch member, who had not yet been bound, stared at the clan members strung up on the vines. Despite shaking all over, he shouted with unwavering resolve, Hiromasa, what have you done to them? Did you kill all of them? That's the ninja force of the whole Hyuga clan. Many shinobi have a fierce love for their clan. Even if the main house cares nothing for them, it doesn't lessen their dedication to the family as a whole. His eyes blazed with hatred and fury. You've got potential, Hiromasa replied with a faint laugh, waving a broad hand. Like dumplings dropping into soup, the ninja, bound by the vines, plummeted to the ground, one by one, and slowly began to regain consciousness. Tinka, Ryuka, you're alive? The branch member's jaw dropped in astonishment, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks. They were all his closest friends. After I was caught by that vine, it just sucked all the chakra right out of me. Nothing more. Same here. Everyone began talking at once. Aside from having their chakra absorbed, They had suffered no harm. Suddenly, someone spoke up. But why did he let us go? At that moment, hundreds of hearts chilled in unison. All eyes couldn't help but dart toward that upright figure, straight as a banner, radiating raw, untamed power. Their gazes brimmed with fearful awe. This man was simply too powerful. Even if the entire Hyuga clan gathered together, none could stand against him. The difference in strength was vast, a chasm that could never be bridged. Just then, Hyuga Asaka hurried onto the scene, clutching a sealed scroll in his hands. Chieftain, the secret scroll has been found in the hidden chamber. His expression was fervent, almost reverent in its excitement. Hyuga Kyo's strength was overwhelming. This was the clan leader the Hyuga should have. At the sight of the scroll, Hyuga Hayashi's face changed. That's the scroll that records the caged bird seal. And then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his lips twisted into a mocking sneer. A laugh, dry and disdainful, escaped him. So, this is the new clan head you've chosen? Even if you overthrow the current main house, what difference does it make? In the end, isn't he after the caged bird seal too? His pale, bloodshot eyes swept over the assembly, brimming with ridicule. Hyuga Kyo won't set you free. Once he masters the caged bird seal, you'll simply be trading one master for another, a new tyrant, still bound by the same chains. You'll be prisoners to the caged bird seal all your lives. Just pawns to the main house, slaves of the clan. Faces across the courtyard went ghostly pale. All eyes turned, incredulous, toward Hyuga Kyo, fear flickering in their depths. Hyuga Kyo, however, remained serene. He casually unfurled the scroll of the caged bird seal, scanning its contents with a sudden, clear understanding. In the blink of an eye, he mastered the curse technique. Flames flared from his right hand, and, in a moment, the script of the caged bird seal was reduced to ash. He leveled a mocking gaze at Hyuga Hayashi. To you, the caged bird is the only way to control the Hyuga. But to me, it's worthless, mere scraps. A low, humorless chuckle. You think it's so discord? Hyuga Kyo was beyond such petty schemes. Only the weak fear tricks and intrigues. Those with absolute power need fear nothing. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the halls. A whoosh. The air split as Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in the courtyard in a blink, flanked by a dozen masked Anbu, radiating a chilling authority. He swept his eyes around the scene, and his expression instantly darkened. His pupils contracted in shock. These vines, this is with style. What on earth has happened within the Hyuga clan? There was Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader, bound helplessly among the vines. In Hyuga Kyo, he had used wood style. Wood style. That was the technique of the first Hokage, a jutsu that had once brought peace to a world at war. Shimura Danzo had been obsessed with wood style, conducting secret human experiments. It had produced Tenzo. Lord Hokage, please save me. Hayashi's face lit up, as if he'd found a lifeline, the last hope amidst disaster. Hyuga Kyo is plotting rebellion. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Such a man is not worthy to be called a Hyuga ninja. His cry rang out fiercely, sharp and desperate. Lord Hokage, please help me capture Hyuga Kyo, dead or alive. Hyuga Hayashi's voice was hoarse. He let out a harsh, rasping yell. It was as if all the grievance and injustice in his heart erupted at this moment. His throat had nearly given out, a testament to the stifled anger and resentment clawing at him inside. I will render a fair judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he turned to Q. Q, what exactly happened? Hyuga Hayashi, as the head of the Hyuga clan, hold a position of high honor. So why would you commit such a brazen and unfilial act? Q had already sworn brotherhood with the Mizukage, and wielded strength at the level of an elite on the verge of Kage rank. Now, with would release under his command, if additional restraints were not imposed on him, controlling him would become nearly impossible. And the best restraint for Q was none other than the Hyuga clan itself. Untie Hyuga Hayashi immediately. Sarutobi's voice rang out with authority, laced with displeasure. Before things spiral out of control, apologize to the head of the Hyuga clan. I believe he'll forgive your earlier rash behavior for the sake of the clan's peace. As the Hokage, he saw Hayashi as an ideal clan leader. A seasoned jonin, he was both disciplined and principled. No matter the circumstance, he upheld the rules, maintained neutrality, and could, when necessary, even keep the Uchiha clan in check. But if Q were to become the head instead, judging by his actions today, it was clear he was no docile soul. Lord Hokage, this is an internal affair of the Hyuga clan. Why should it concern you? Q arched an eyebrow, a faint, elusive smile curling at his lips. Huh, trying to take sides, huh? Old man, when everything's peaceful, I'll go along with whatever you say. But the moment my interests are threatened, I won't just sit back and take it. What are you implying, Q? Sarutobi's face clouded. Q's words were a blatant rebuke, accusing him of meddling where he shouldn't. This man, Q, truly was a rebellious spirit. Such a wolf in sheep's clothing could never be allowed to seize power and grow unchecked. Every clan needs rules, grounded in traditions handed down through generations. His voice thundered with admonition. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, your duty is to safeguard the main family, not to attack it. Any power seized through violence is doomed to vanish by violence. And besides, even if you wish to take the helm of the Hyuga, you'll need the support of others. Look around. Do you see anyone supporting you now? Someone who can't win the people's trust or their backing will only end up cast aside. Quoting ancient wisdom and speaking with the weight of reason, none could rival him in this. A slow smile turned up the corners of Q's mouth. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice echoing like thunder. I promise you this. The moment I become clan head, the caged birds of the Hyuga shall vanish forever. No longer will the Hyuga be bound by shackles. Our clan will be free to master even greater jutsu and rise in strength as never before. There will no longer be a distinction between the main and branch houses in the Hyuga clan. Chunin of elite rank may now train in gentle fist. 108 palms at will. Jonin may now freely practice the rotation technique. All resources are now open to everyone, and I will lead the Hyuga clan to a new peak. His voice thundered, resonating like a storm. The sound shook the beams and rafters overhead. Within his pale eyes, it was as if lightning flickered, startling, electric, and impossible to ignore. An aura of a dragon's majesty slowly unfurled, pressing down on all present, compelling submission, leaving listeners stunned. Clan head, Hyuga Asuka pledges to follow you. Hyuga Asuka turned to face all those of the branch house behind him, and with a swift motion tore off his headband, revealing a smooth, unmarked forehead. The 24 branch house members at his side did the same. Foreheads unblemished, no longer shackled by anything. My friends, Hyuga Q looked upon the gathering with a ringing, resolute voice. Follow me, and every one of you will regain your freedom. The caged birds will be set free. The whole Hyuga clan will be reborn. No one will ever be bound in chains again. Our descendants will never again have to live beneath the shadow of the caged bird. His words carried the force to shake hearts and move souls. As he spoke, Hyuga Asuka and the 24 others dropped to their knees. Behind them, hundreds more Hyuga clan members trembled with emotion. And then, row after row, they all knelt in unison. Together, they shouted with one voice. We pledge to follow the clan head. We pledge to follow the clan head. We pledge to follow the clan head. Their voices rose together, powerful as rolling thunder. They soared skyward, piercing the clouds. In their eyes, fires of freedom burned bright, as if nothing in the world could stand in their way. They were people of dignity. They yearned for freedom just as deeply. They did not want their children and grandchildren to end up like themselves, forever shackled, living as slaves and prisoners within the cage. You heartless traitors, ungrateful wretches. Hyuga Hayashi shook with rage, his whole body trembling. His eyes were bloodshot with fury. He had never imagined, not even in his nightmares, that his position as clan head would come to such a sudden, unstoppable end. And all in just 3 days. It had only been 3 days since Hyuga Q returned to the village. He thought it was the Hyuga clan's blessing, but it soon turned into his greatest nightmare. Hyuga Q. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply. This was beyond anything he could have anticipated. Lord Hokage, do you have any further questions? Hyuga Q's expression was unrestrained and calm. A faint, confident smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, a smile that hinted he had already won it all. Sarutobi's voice was low and grave. Hyuga Hayashi is still the clan head. Unless he steps down, how can a Hyuga clan simply choose a new leader? This breaks all the rules. It was utterly terrifying. His brows furrowed deeper. Hyuga Q not only possessed strength, but his ability to captivate and rally people was truly alarming. He could not be allowed to succeed. Yet at that moment, even he was stunned. For Hyuga Q was already calmly walking step by step toward Hyuga Hayashi, serenity and composure in every move. What are you trying to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically. Hayashi Hyuga is, after all, the head of the Hyuga clan. Absolutely no harm must come to him. Do you want to become the subject of public outrage? Hayashi has made great contributions to the Hyuga, but his objections fell on deaf ears. Hyuga Q didn't even so much as spare him a glance. He strode straight toward Hayashi, whose eyes were wide with terror. Stop! Sarutobi barked out a sharp command. With a single look from him, over a dozen Anbu ninjas moved instantly, swift as a storm, determined to halt Hyuga Q by any means from reaching Hayashi. Yet in the next moment, hundreds of Hyuga clan members surged forward as one. They formed an unbreakable wall around Hyuga Q, shielding him completely. The Anbu were unable to get anywhere near. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Sarutobi ground his teeth, his gaze sweeping over all those unwavering eyes, a chill creeping into his heart. Only a few minutes had passed, yet these people now revered Hyuga Q as if he were almost divine. Of course we do, Lord Hokage. Hyuga Tobio answered solemnly. We are protecting our clan leader. Forgive us, Lord Hokage, but please do not interfere. This is an internal affair of the Hyuga clan. A tense buzz crackled through the air. Sarutobi bit down, forcing his words through clenched teeth. His face flushed a deep, unhealthy red. On the other side, Hyuga Q placed his palm on Hayashi's forehead. A burning, searing mark slowly appeared there. What are you doing? Hayashi was panic-stricken, a chilling realization dawning on him. Take your hand away. I said take it away. I don't want the brand. But his struggles were pointless. That blue-caged bird's sigil blossomed across his forehead. In that moment, it was as if Hayashi's very soul was wrenched from his body. Hyuga Q turned back toward Sarutobi, a cold smile playing about his lips. Lord Hokage, now that Hayashi bears the caged bird seal, he is no more than a member of the branch family. He is unworthy to serve as clan head. His tone was even and serene. Do you have any further objections? Why is this happening? I'm the clan leader. I am not a branded member of the branch family. Hayashi was utterly broken. He had been the head of the Hyuga. How could he bear the mark of the caged bird, become one of those foolish branch members? Yet the brand on his forehead served as a ceaseless, agonizing reminder. He was caged, no longer above but brought low. The devastation to his mind was far worse than anything physical. I have nothing left to say. Looking at the ruined Hayashi, Sarutobi's face darkened, filling with gloom. Surrounded at the heart of the crowd, Hyuga Q stood calm and composed, like a deity upheld by his followers. A faint smirk tugged at Hyuga Q's lips. That's right, this old man always folds in the end. Sarutobi's mouth contorted, the attempt at a smile uglier than a sob. Well, if this is truly a Hyuga family matter, then it is none of my concern. We're leaving. And with that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and walked away. His face was dark and brooding. In front of him, Hyuga Kyo had branded the caged bird seal onto Hyuga Hayashi, right before his eyes. He paid absolutely no heed to his orders. This was outright defiance and open challenge. Hyuga Kyo is inherently rebellious. I cannot allow him to continue down this path, or one day he'll become a dire threat to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned icy as he looked to the Anbu ninja by his side. Immediately pass along the news of Hyuga Kyo wielding would release to Shimura Danzo. I imagine he'll find that very interesting. Even if it would release, if it can't be used by me, what's the point of letting it exist? As Hokage, no matter the circumstance, he must always maintain his upright image. He wouldn't dirty his own hands. 3 days went by. It wasn't until then that Hyuga Kyo had removed the cage bird seals from everyone. After being forced to face death by Hyuga Hayashi's control, they had fallen into complete despair, especially after witnessing the terrifying power of wood release. They all believed death was their only fate. Yet Hyuga Kyo didn't kill them at all. Instead, he undid the cage bird seal. Gratitude for Hyuga Kyo overwhelmed them. He was like a second father, giving them new life. This is what a real clan should be like. If not for the clan head, we would still be bound by that wretched family system. All these years, I felt like I was living in darkness, until Lord Kyo appeared, and I finally felt alive. Exactly. I was branded with the cage bird seal when I was 4. I never thought I'd see it removed in my lifetime. We owe it all to Lord Kyo. The members of the clan prayed together, their faces brimming with gratitude and excitement. Without Hyuga Kyo, they would have forever muddled through life, never knowing hope. Wherever Hyuga Kyo walked, he was met with radiant smiles and warm, respectful greetings from every corner. This is how a clan should truly appear. Hyuga Kyo chuckled softly. As troublesome as the Uchiha's Sharingan may be, since it devours their chakra, people still covet its power. Plenty have tried to steal a pair. But why has nobody succeeded? It's not because of its side effects, nor because the Sharingan is weak. It's because the Uchiha are just crazy enough. Just imagine, you snatch a Sharingan from them today. Tomorrow there will be a dozen Uchiha, each with 3 Tomo Sharingan, coming straight for your whole family. That is the reality of Uchiha in the shinobi world. They're too extreme, too obsessed. No one dares to even think about taking their Sharingan. But the Hyuga don't have that same fierceness. Instead, they chose to mark their kin with a caged bird seal. Utter foolishness. What a wonderful day. Hyuga Kyo stretched lazily, his pure white ceremonial robe lending him an air unlike any other. Nothing compares to the freedom of having no one above you and living without anyone's restrictions. Who else can control me now? He strolled out from Hyuga clan grounds, waving off the two Hyuga ninja trailing behind him. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Gecko, I've told you already. There's nothing between us anymore. Yugugo Yuzuki's delicate face was full of disappointment, burning with anger. How could there be nothing? Hate protested, his expression fierce. We're still dating, aren't we? He spoke with rising agitation. Is it because of Hyuga Q? Is that it? I used to think he was trustworthy, but it turns out you only finished a single mission together. And now, just for him, you're willing to abandon me. His whole face bristled with anger as he accused Yugugo, as if he were the deeply wronged one. Yugugo's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as if she'd just heard something preposterous. What are you talking about? Hate. It was you. While I was away on a mission out of the village, you chose to be with someone else. Now that she thinks your illness is a burden and has dumped you, you come running back to me. But let me make myself clear. It's not going to happen. She could hardly believe Hayate's shamelessness. He was the one who betrayed her first, yet now he twisted the whole story against her. Hayate's face stiffened. He pleaded, Yugugo, I was wrong. I swear on my life, I'll never do anything like that again. Please, just forgive me this once. Who doesn't make mistakes, right? Please, let this be the last time. I promise I'll never do it again. He took a step forward, attempting to grab Yugugo's slender arm. Only after being abandoned did he realize just how wonderful Yugugo was. Always gentle, always patient, never angry, and above all, understanding of others. If Yugugo left his life, who would care for him in the future? He couldn't let Yugugo slip away, no matter what. Tisk TSK. Hyuga Q watched the spectacle with relish. Didn't expect I'd get to see a full-blown romance soap opera unfolding here. His expression was peculiar. So, the mistress dumps the second lead, who suddenly regrets everything and now wants to get back with the female lead. But she's already wise to the world and not looking back. This is classic strong female protagonist drama. He had to admit, curiosity got the better of him. Just who was that mistress? Who could make hate abandon Yugugo? What a ridiculous mess. Cute. Right at that moment, Yugugo suddenly noticed him, as if catching sight of a lifeline. She quickly clung to his sturdy arm. A faint, intoxicating fragrance lingered in the air, as if the crashing waves of the ocean had suddenly erupted and flooded the shore, a force that would overwhelm anyone. Yugugo turned back, her face now as cold and sharp as frost. Hey, you were right about one thing. I am together with Q now. We have nothing to do with each other anymore, so stop bothering me. Go find your little nurse. She's much more interested in looking after you anyway. In an instant, Moonlight Hayate's face turned an ashen gray, and he suddenly doubled over, coughing violently, his complexion pallid as paper. With trembling fingers, he pointed accusingly at Hyuga Kage. He looked like an abandoned stray, crying out in despair and accusation. I knew it. I knew from the start it was you. It's because of you. You're the reason Yugao left me, you shameless pretty boy. Grief and indignation twisted his features. He looked every bit the dumped, hapless protagonist, while Hyuga Kage was cast as the shameless, seductive troublemaker. Moonlight Hate, do you know what kind of man is truly beneath contempt in this world? Hyuga Kage's tone was oddly amused. It's the kind of dog that gobbles filth, then complains it tastes bad, and in the end still expect to be fed from a silver platter. At that, Hayate's face flushed a dark, ugly red. Wasn't this just saying he'd fooled around, but now wanted back what he'd thrown away? Your infidelity might be immoral, but fine. At worst, we never see each other again for the rest of our lives. Hyuga Kage's gaze turned scornful. But you've already made your bed, and now you keep trying to worm your way back. Aren't you sick of yourself? And let me add, there's nothing worse than love that comes too late. Late remorse is more worthless than a stray dog. So listen up, since I'm feeling generous. Get lost while you can. You cheat, and now you want your old love again? What a joke. Ew. Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs? Moonlight Hate bristled, lifting his chin defiantly. Gazing up at Hyuga Kage's 6-foot stature, he felt a shiver run through him. Since when was this guy so tall? I'll have you know, I'm a special jonin. You're just a chunin. You're no match for me. Don't make me use force. Hayate's eyes glinted with cold menace. He was sure Hyuga Kage couldn't possibly be his rival. After all, he knew the strengths of every jonin and elite jonin in the entire Leaf Village by heart. The only reason Hyuga Kage had won last time was because Hate wasn't prepared. There was no way he could lose again. Moonlight Hate, Don't push your luck. Yugao Yuzuki's face turned frosty, her voice cold as a winter morning. She hadn't expected hate to be so shameless. He cheated, yet acted like the wounded party. Listen to me, Yuzuki Yugao. If you live, you're mine. If you die, you're my ghost. You'll belong to me this lifetime and the next. Hate shouted, voice harsh and desperate. It was only after being rejected by the nurse that he realized just how gentle Yugao had been. Enough of your nonsense. Hyuga Kage snapped irritably, swinging his arm in a powerful arc. There was a heavy smack. Moonlight Hayate's body flew across the room like a kicked shrimp, sent sprawling by the blow. Hyuga Kage spoke with impatience. If you want to fight, then fight. Or did you come here just to run your mouth and put on a show? You actually hit me? Moonlight Hayate was stunned. He hadn't even said anything out of line this time. Yet Hyuga Kyo struck without a shred of mercy. This was absolutely outrageous. It's you I'm hitting. Hyuga Kyo sneered, swinging his palm hard across his opponent's face again and again. Whap! Smack! Crack! His hand was like iron pincers, gripping both of Hayate Gecko's arms, while his right hand landed blow after stinging blow on Hayate's face. In no time at all, Hayate's face had swollen like a pig's head. Kyo, that's enough, that's enough. If you keep going, Hayate Gecko will die. Yuzuki Yugao's delicate face was filled with disbelief. This was too domineering. Before Hyuga Kyo, Hayate Gecko was as helpless as a chick, utterly powerless to resist. Get out of my sight. Hyuga Kyo tossed Hayate aside with a casual motion, as if he were throwing out the trash. Are you sure this won't cause trouble? Worry crept over Yuzuki Yugao's lovely features, afraid that this incident would drag Hyuga Kyo down as well. There's no trouble, unless you keep holding on to me. Then I really won't be able to leave. Hyuga Kyo teased, glancing down at Yugao's hands still clutching his arm. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yuzuki Yugao flushed bright red and hurriedly let go. She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks glowing as she gathered her courage. Kyo, actually, there's something I wanted to ask. No need. Hyuga Kyo raised his hand to cut her off. I don't date. Not looking for a relationship, goodbye. Ha! Whether it was Mei Terumi or Yuzuki Yugao, they were all after his body. What a joke. He was an innocent 8-year-old boy. How could he let a woman win him over so easily? Hyuga Kyo sighed in mock distress. Sometimes being too handsome, too manly, what a burden. Who knows how long it was before Hayate Gecko finally regained consciousness. He looked terrible, anger blazing in his eyes. Hyuga Kyo, I won't let you get away with this. I don't believe there's no one in Konoha who can deal with you. He'd been thoroughly humiliated in front of Yuzuki Yugao. Even had his woman taken away. This was the greatest disgrace. After all, he and Yuzuki Yugao hadn't even held hands before. A sharp sound cut through the air. Suddenly, an Anbu shinobi in a fox mask landed in front of him, frowning as he took in Hayate's battered state. What happened here? Hey, Gecko, how did you get injured? It was an Anbu operative. Hayate's spirits rose, and he immediately cried out. Please inform the Hokage for me. It was Hyuga Kyo. He attacked a fellow villager without cause and left me severely injured. The Hokage must not let him off easily. The Hyuga clan needs to harshly punish someone so unruly. I want him to apologize to my face. Hayate's gaze was cold and venomous. As long as he brought this matter to the Hokage's attention, he was certain that the Hokage would make Hyuga Kyo pay dearly for his actions. He could almost see Hyuga Kyo groveling before him, apologizing in utter humiliation. Are you sure about this? Uchiha Shursue's brows furrowed with concern, and he looked at Moonlight Hayate with a trace of pity. Just yesterday, he had accompanied the Hokage to visit the Hyuga clan. That overwhelming presence, those wild, unrestrained actions. It was the kind of aura possessed only by the strongest of the strong. The domineering pressure he exuded had made even Shursue's heart tremble. What do you mean by that? Moonlight Hayate was taken aback and demanded suspiciously. Don't tell me you intend to cover for the Hyuga clan? He was the one who attacked and humiliated me. Uchiha Shursue shook his head, unruffled. There are still many who do not know about the affairs of the Hyuga clan. But now, the head of the Hyuga clan is no longer Hayashi Hyuga, but Hyuga Kyo. And that's not all. Hyuga Kyo isn't just the new clan leader. He is also a sworn brother to the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, and it was through their bond that Konoha and the Mist Village formed their alliance. My advice is to think things through very carefully. He paused for a moment. If, after considering all this, you still want to report to the Hokage, you're welcome to come to me anytime, or go to the Hokage yourself. With that, Uchiha Shursue's figure vanished without a trace. What? Moonlight Hayate stared after Shursue in speechless astonishment. How could this be possible? How could Hyuga Kyo possibly be the head of the Hyuga clan? And how could he possibly become sworn brothers with the Mizukage of the Mist? That can't be true. A look of horror washed over him. He was seized by terror. If Hyuga Kyo really was the clan leader of the Hyuga, and if he had indeed become sworn brothers with the Mizukage, a bond that secured the alliance and the peace between Konoha and the Mist, what would that make Moonlight hate? Nothing. Less than nothing. How'd it come to this? He collapsed, landing hard on the ground. He gazed up at the sky, feeling so insignificant, so small, like nothing more than an ant caught underfoot. According to the information we have, Hyuga Kyo is only 8 years old. How could someone so young possess such terrifying strength? Uchiha Shirsue's brows tightened with worry. It was unreal. When he himself was 8, he had only just become an elite jonin, lauded as a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Yet, compared to Hyuga Kyo, his own talent seemed trivial and unremarkable. To become the head of the Hyuga clan, to forge brotherhood with the Mizukage, the future of the shinobi world will surely count Hyuga Kyo among its giants. With purposeful steps, he entered the Hyuga compound. Looking up, he saw the sky was shrouded in gloom. The entire Uchiha clan seemed cloaked by oppressive clouds, an air of suffocation weighing down on everything. Shirsue. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi hurried toward him, his brows furrowed, his face tense. In a low voice, he whispered, "This is bad, Shirsue. Father is looking for you. It seems it's about the matter of rebellion." Rebellion. The light in Shirsue's eyes hardened, suppressed, and grave. Ever since the clan leader learned he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, rebellion seemed inevitable, as if fate had already hammered in the final nail. I understand, Itachi. The Uchiha clan must never rebel, nor disrupt the peace in Konoha. Itachi hesitated, words caught in his throat. After a long pause, he spoke at last, his voice low and serious. Shirsue, have you ever wondered if the Hokage isn't as just and upright as he appears? What? Shock coursed through Shirsue. He spun around to fix Itachi with a sharp, searching gaze. Itachi, do you realize what you're saying? The third Hokage has devoted himself to Konoha for years, working tirelessly, sacrificing everything. How could someone like him, an elder beyond reproach, ever harbor selfish motives? He couldn't believe it. Inside, his trust was battered by a relentless storm. Hiruzen Sarutobi, his grandfather, had always vouched for such a man, a mentor worthy of trust. Itachi's expression was somber, tinged with complicated emotions. I used to believe that, too. But I witnessed the third Hokage exchange Hyuga Hizashi's corpse for peace with the Hidden Cloud village. To use the life of someone from our own village to buy the forgiveness of the Hidden Cloud. What humiliation! To barter peace at the cost of a comrade's life. It was a peace he'd rather reject. Impossible. Shirsue's gaze trembled ever so slightly. That can't be true. The Hokage would never do such a thing. If it were true, then what meaning did the will of fire he had defended all these years have? Shirsue, I know you have doubts. But as a member of the Anbu, think carefully. Why did the Hidden Cloud's ninjas withdraw so easily back then? Itachi let out a weary sigh. If you want proof, I can take you to meet someone. A long silence followed. Shirsue finally managed to compose himself. He nodded heavily, a new weight clouding his eyes, and strode toward the clan's sanctuary. Suddenly, a chill prickled his skin. He looked up and saw countless delicate snowflakes filling the sky. So, winter had come at last. Shirsue felt his heart grow as cold as a mountain spring in midwinter. Hyuga Q's eyebrow arched with mild surprise as he felt the cold touch his face. Winter's here already? A cold wind swept past. Yet for Hyuga Q, such chill meant little. With the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, cold held no threat for him. If memory serves, once the year turns, in the 55th year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan was originally destined to rebel. Hyuga Q stroked his chin in thought. But because Shirsue Uchiha was killed by Shimura Danzo, they lost a Mangekyo Sharingan, and so the Uchiha clan's rebellion had to be postponed. At the same time, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was intensifying. He glanced at the system. Mission 5. Sign in at the secret chamber of the Uchiha clan estate. Mission reward. Mangekyo Sharingan. Mission 6. On the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, sign in at the Uchiha clan. Mission reward. Rinnegan. The rewards for signing in at the Uchiha clan are incredibly generous, he thought. Hyuga Q narrowed his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. These are the most fearsome powers in the ninja world. If I gain these abilities, my strength will reach new heights. But there's no hurry. I'll wait for the right moment and sign in when the time comes. He walked into the Hyuga clan's secret chamber. This was a place only the clan leader could enter. Inside the chamber, there were no grand secrets, Mostly it was about how to control the Byakugan, alongside a phrase left behind by Hyuga Tenin. The Hyuga clan is not the sole possessors of the Byakugan. Perhaps there is an even greater power hidden within these eyes. Q shook his head. As the clan of the Byakugan, rather than perfecting this power to rival the Uchiha Sharingan, we've been treating it as a mere aid and focusing on Gentle Fist. It's completely backwards. Without the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, the Byakugan truly cannot evolve into the Tensigan. But, based on Q's speculation, the Byakugan can grow just like the Sharingan, and might reach the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. That very day, Q made a decisive declaration. Everyone in the clan was to shift their training focus onto the Byakugan. With so many people in the clan, every one of them possessing a Byakugan, surely by sheer numbers someone will achieve a breakthrough. It's just like cultivating the best from masses. We all understand that. Meanwhile, Q also distributed techniques such as lightning release, gentle fist, 108 palms, lightning release, rotation, and more for everyone to study. Whether they could master them would all depend on their own abilities. Unsurprisingly, this declaration caused quite a stir in the Hyuga clan. What? Devote ourselves to mastering the Byakugan? Is the Byakugan really something we can cultivate? Wasn't the Byakugan merely a supporting tool for Gentle Fist? How could it become the foundation for development? Well, since the clan leader has spoken, let's give it a try. After all, there was nothing to lose. So, out of curiosity, more people decided to take up the challenge. Just then, a clan member hurried over to Q with respectful urgency. Clan leader, the head of Root, Shimura Danzo, requests your presence. Q's brows arched slightly. Danzo, very well, I understand. He put on his pure white ceremonial robe, narrowing his eyes. That old schemer, Danzo, never moves without an ulterior motive. Is it that the news of Wood release has finally reached him? In Konoha, no one is more obsessed with Wood release than Shimura Danzo. Now that it's known he possesses Wood release, how could anyone simply let it be? This old scoundrel, he mused, is the kind of man who even dared to lay hands on Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. He did so fully aware that Shursue possessed the fearsome power of Kodoame Tsukumi. Yet he struck without hesitation. This alone revealed the sheer scale of Danzo Shimura's ambition and daring. Too bad, Hyuga Q scoffed. That grand ambition unmatched by strength is nothing but the farce of a clown. If only Danzo's strength matched his drive, he might have achieved greatness. Unfortunately, without the Sharingan or Wood release, he's doomed to be a Jonin elite at best, forever barred from joining the ranks of the Kage. Not long after, he reached the Foundation's hideout. The air was heavy, shrouded in gloom. Root shinobi flickered past him like shadows, swift, silent, and alert. He brought no subordinates. He had no need for any. Well, I didn't expect the Hyuga clan leader to arrive so promptly. Danzo stepped from the darkness, his face stretched in a wide smirk that didn't reach his eyes, scrutinizing Hyuga Q from head to toe before speaking. I wonder, clan leader Hyuga, how exactly did you acquire the power of Wood release? His single eye blazed with a fanatic greed. Danzo seemed almost deranged with longing. After all, this was Wood release. Hiruzen Sarutobi himself had said that the Wood release Hyuga Q could wield was potent enough to shield the entire Hyuga clan. Such vast, overwhelming power. Enough to make anyone tremble in awe. If only he possessed Wood release himself. With the reverence it commands in Konoha and the faith it inspires, wouldn't becoming Hokage be a foregone conclusion? The Hyuga clan has never intermarried with the Senju, so there's not a trace of Senju blood in you. And before this, you'd never shown the faintest sign of Wood release ability. Danzo's gaze was feverish. In other words, your Wood release manifested all of a sudden. If you're willing to tell me how you obtained it, he enunciated slowly, I guarantee you unimaginable rewards. It wasn't just the secret of Wood release that transfixed him. What was even more crucial was that Hyuga Q showed no adverse effects whatsoever. No hint of rejection, no sign of strain at wielding this power. Whereas he himself, having only transplanted a sliver of Hashirama's cells, now needed both Sharingan eyes just to stay balanced. As if to reassure himself, Danzo absently touched his own arm. My Wood release did indeed come to me later. Hyuga Q's lips curled in a lazy, almost indifferent smile. But tell me, why should I share that secret with you? To put it differently, he said, eyes glinting with a mocking light. All your efforts, and you're still only an elite Jonin. What makes you think you're even fit to negotiate with me? His gaze was sharp, a scoff in his voice. He looked at Danzo as one would a fool. His words rumbled out like a sudden crack of thunder. In those white eyes flashed an intense, electric light, commanding and majestic. Trying to bait me with empty promises, Danzo Shimura. Who's the fool here? You or me? You're in no position to talk terms with me. To put it bluntly, even if Danzo Shimura now possessed that arm full of Sharingan, he would never be a match for him. A fool like Danzo Shimura was only suited to be someone else's puppet wearing white gloves, but Hyuga Q had no need for such a thing. Hyuga Q, are you defying me? Danzo's face darkened, twisting into a mask of fury in an instant. It suddenly struck him. Why had Hiruzen Sarutobi chosen to reveal this information to him? It was because Hyuga Q was an unyielding opponent, a tough bone to crack. I am the head of Root, one of the highest authorities in the Leaf. Even if you're the current leader of the Hyuga clan, you cannot act so brazenly. His gaze grew cold and sharp as a blade. Do you intend for the Hyuga clan to be erased from the Hidden Leaf? His voice was raspy, heavy with threat. Though the Hyuga clan was formidable, they were, in the end, only a single clan. For power as great as the Hidden Leaf, wiping out one clan would never pose a real challenge. Suddenly, with rapid swishes, the silence shattered. A number of fierce figures dropped out of the shadows, and in the darkness, pairs of cold eyes gleamed beside kunai that flashed with icy light. It was as though the sword of Damocles hung, suspended above them all. A frigid aura covered every inch of Root headquarters. It seemed that if Hyuga Q uttered a single wrong word, his life would be snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Do you really think you can threaten me with this pack of weaklings, Danzo? Hyuga Q scoffed. His Byakugan gleamed like arcs of lightning. A rushing wind began to howl. Thunder rumbled. Fiery clouds rolled. Whirlpools of water gathered at his feet. All of these forces swirled around him, transforming him into a veritable god of destruction. The power radiating from him warped the very air itself, and any who approached would be shredded to pieces. No matter how strong you are, you cannot possibly fight all of Root's shinobi at once. Danzo spoke, brimming with a confidence as cold and biting as winter. An icy gleam flashed in his eyes. As long as you tell me how to obtain and master would release, I will let you leave here alive. If not, then today you die in this place, and not one person in the Leaf will dare avenge you. Your death would be as insignificant as the squashing of an ant. He finished, his voice hoarse, thick with murder. Over the years, Danzo had slain countless shinobi of the Leaf. Hyuga Q would simply be one more added to the pile. Fool! From above, Hyuga Q looked down pitilessly at Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi treats you like a rag, a useless remnant at best. You're the kind of person who not only never achieves anything, but ruins everything you touch. Once upon a time, the White Fang of the Leaf could have become Hokage. But because I would have blocked Danzo's path, rumor and slander drove White Fang to his death. Uchiha Shursui could have put an end to the Uchiha Rebellion, making their clan the Leaf's most loyal weapon. Yet, due to Danzo, the Uchiha were annihilated as well. Cases like this were endless in Konoha's history. To Hyuga Q, Danzo's only use had been to maintain Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation. Besides that, he was little better than garbage. Capture him, leave him with just a breath. Shimura Danzo gave a sharp wave of his hand. His gaze was ice-cold and deadly. Hyuga Q's choice couldn't have been any clearer. Danzo was determined, cripple Hyuga Q, and he would force out the secrets behind Mo-Katan, no matter what. The air was suddenly split by a barrage of rapid movements. Countless Root ninjas surged forward from every direction, raining down upon Hyuga Q like a cloud of bats swooping through the night. A pulse shimmered in the air. The Samahata sword materialized in Hyuga Q's grip, shuddering with excitement, each of its barbs trembling as if sending out a thirst for blood. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Hyuga Q's voice rang cold and clear. With a deafening crash, terrifying lightning coiled around Samahata, detonating within the swarm of Root operatives as if set to destroy everything in its wake. But instead of recoiling from the thunder, Samahata trembled with ecstasy, reveling in the lightning's glow. This chakra, it was the most delicious thing it had ever tasted. Q swung hard, and a storm of lightning mixed with gale force wind cut through the battlefield, hurling Root ninjas aside in droves. It was as effortless as crushing a swarm of ants beneath his heel. You had every chance to live. Why insist on courting death? A low hum resonated as Q struck with Samahata once more. All the Root ninjas between him and Shimura Danzo were swept away, leaving nothing in their wake. His gaze pierced the air, locking onto Danzo, and with measured steps, he began to advance. Don't let him harm Lord Danzo. A Root operative lunged forward. The next instant, he was sent flying with bone-shattering force. His chest caved in, his heart stopped, and life left him in a breath. This is impossible. How can you possess such overwhelming power? Danzo's pupils contracted, terror swirling in his eyes. He swallowed hard. As a Hyuga, Shouldn't your forte be gentle fist techniques? How? How do you wield such devastating might? Even Tsunade herself couldn't muster such terrifying strength. Hyuga Q, he was a monster. Wind style, great scythe weasel. Danzo's hands blurred through seals as he roared his technique. In a flash, razor-sharp blasts of wind screamed through the air, hurtling towards Hyuga Q. This was his signature jutsu, countless scythe-like gusts capable of slicing through any foe. No one had ever withstood the assault of the great scythe weasel. Wind release, is it? Hyuga Q gave a derisive chuckle. He planted Samahata upright in the ground with his right hand and extended his left. Let me show you what true annihilation is. A shimmer pulsed in the air. The raging wind blasts seemed to falter, as if bowing to a king's command. In the blink of an eye, they vanished before reaching their target. The air returned to utter silence. Not a sound disturbed the tension. Shimura Danzo stood dumbstruck. He gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. Even when Hyuga Q had unleashed that monstrous strength before, he'd never been so shaken. But now, Hyuga Q had snuffed out his jutsu with a single hand. This was madness. You obliterated my ninjutsu just like that? How can this be? He panicked. After living so many years, he had never seen such a bizarre power. Didn't this mean that his most trusted wind release would become completely useless, and he'd be forced to rely on taijutsu alone? You talk too much. Hyuga Q was in no mood for small talk. His wild eyes were cold and domineering. He shot forward like a cannonball. Every enemy that tried to stand in his way was blasted aside, sent flying with a single blow, as if swatting away insignificant ants. Cries of pain broke out one after another. It was like the final, mournful movement of some desperate symphony. Old man, wind release isn't all I've got. Shimura Danzo's eyes darkened, and in a flash, a blade of razor-sharp wind chakra condensed over his kunai. As an elite jonin, wind release, vacuum blade. The kunai in his grasp morphed under the wind release, forming a longsword. It must be said, as an elite jonin, Danzo did have some skill, transforming a simple kunai into a sword in an instant, turning a lack of long weapons on the battlefield into an opportunity, and unleashing even greater destructive power. Be destroyed. Danzo leapt backward, just as Hyuga Q's attack missed its mark. Suddenly, he thrust toward Hyuga Q's chest. But Hyuga Q was even faster, darting away in a split second. In the blink of an eye, hammer and wind-forged blade clashed over a dozen times. What terrifying strength! I cannot let this drag on. If this continues, I may truly die here. Danzo's face was an ugly shade of gray. His hands were numb. Waves of searing pain shot through him. He could barely withstand Hyuga Q's strength. All right, enough games. Time for the real thing. Hyuga Q withdrew his massive hammer, channeling a sudden surge of chakra into the Samahata. Instantly, the blade swelled to an enormous size, stretching 2 meters long. Its width expanded as well, to a truly alarming extent. What? Danzo froze, his body enveloped by the huge shadow of Samahata. That wasn't your real strength just now. From the very beginning, Hyuga Q had never fought in earnest, but he himself had already gone all out. A thunderous crash. Samahata came sweeping down like a bolt of lightning. Thunder exploded overhead, as though the thunder god himself had descended to obliterate the world. Too fast. Danzo's face went pale, his legs almost collapsing beneath him. There's no way I can dodge that. With another shattering crash. It was as if a wild beast had struck him down and sent him flying. His organs were ruptured, the bones in his chest shattered. He went limp, flung through the air like a shrimp tossed aside. Pitiful, leader of the root, yet you're not even at the Kage level, and you want to compete for the Hokage's seat. Hyuga Q sneered, his eyes never leaving Danzo, as if he were waiting for something. A long moment passed. Finally, Danzo's body stirred. He climbed unsteadily to his feet, his expression darker than ink. How did you know I wasn't dead yet? His wounds healed completely, as if nothing had ever happened to him. It was as though the pain he had just endured had never existed at all. With a somber expression, he ripped off the eye patch over his right eye, plucked out a dull grayish eye, and crushed it in his palm with a furious grip. Because of you, I've wasted a Sharingan. Hyuga Q, you deserve to die. Fear flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, his heart churning with suspicion. He had been on the brink of death just now, feeling the pull of the underworld. If it hadn't been for his use of the 3-Tomo Sharingan to cast Izanagi and rewrite reality itself, he would have perished. The Hyuga's cage bird seal wasn't just created as a defense against enemies on the battlefield. It was also made to protect the clan from those in the village coveting the Byakugan. Hyuga Q's gaze remained calm. It was only after reading the secret scrolls of the clan that he had learned the truth. Unlike the Sharingan, even the weakest members of the Hyuga clan possess the Byakugan. That means the Byakugan can be stolen and exploited, which is why the clan is treated like livestock for safeguarding. If ever the head of the Hyuga clan became weak, that would be inevitable. The village would act against them, and the seal exists to prevent that. To guard against ambitious people like you, Shimura Danzo. That's why the cage bird was born. Hyuga Q let out a cold laugh. And as for the Uchiha clan, who never had a seal of their own, it's no wonder you succeeded in stealing the Sharingan from them. To be honest, he hadn't expected Danzo to already possess the Sharingan, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Damn you! Danzo's face darkened even further. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine Hyuga Q would be so cautious. From the outside, he seemed savage and untamed, a man of wild action and sweeping gestures. Yet his mind was as meticulous as a needle's tip, sharp enough to make anyone's heart pound with anxiety. Was today truly going to be his end? Summoning Jutsu, Baku! Danzo shouted with all his strength. With a thunderous boom and a cloud of smoke, an immense brown beast appeared, towering and elephant-like, its trunk curling menacingly. It unleashed a relentless gale, a monstrous, never-ending storm, as if nothing could bring it to a halt. Perish! With a cold snap of Hyuga Q's fingers, the roaring winds abruptly reversed course, swirling back and crashing down upon the Baku itself, whose wide, terrified eyes barely had time to process the disaster. The beast vanished in mid-scream, dissolving into smoke, gone in less than a minute, leaving not a trace behind. So you're trying to buy time to escape with your summon? Hyuga Q scoffed, turning to leave, his gaze as piercing and cold as the heart of winter itself. Shimura Danzo, as long as you remain in the leaf, there will be no escape for you. His face was devoid of emotion, his eyes fixed on Danzo as if already looking upon a dead man. They say even King Yama is easier to appease than a troublesome brat, and Shimura Danzo is the most troublesome brat of all. Danzo's greatest menace is not his strength, but how he seizes every single opportunity the moment he spots a crack. He will be like a fly, constantly searching for your weaknesses. He's determined to finish you off without mercy. So, strike first, show no hesitation, show no leniency. On the other side, Shimura Danzo, feeling the disappearance of his summoned beast, wore an expression darker than thunder. From the moment the dream taper appeared to when it vanished, not even a minute passed. If I'd stayed there just now, I'd be dead by now. A chill of terror ran through his heart. He couldn't stop himself from trembling all over. It was far too terrifying. Hyuga Mirror possessed overwhelming strength. No matter what jutsu Danzo used, it was useless. Even his most prized wind-style techniques crumbled instantly before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he shouted hoarsely, "You old fox! You knew full well how powerful Hyuga Mirror is, yet you sent me to provoke him. You were sending me to my death." Brimming with fury, he stormed toward the Hokage's office, as if he had suffered an unbearable loss. To put it bluntly, if not for the dream taper in Izanagi, he would already be dead. "Lord Danzo, are you here to see the Hokage?" Narashikaku instinctively asked. "Out of my way." Danzo's eyes flashed coldly, bloodshot like a venomous serpent's. He shoved the door open forcefully. Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat leisurely in the Hokage's chair, quietly smoking his pipe. His anger nearly made his chest explode. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you owe me an explanation. Why didn't you tell me about Hyuga Mirror's true strength?" Danzo was so enraged that it felt like smoke was coming out of his ears. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't made things clear, he'd wasted a precious 3-tomo Sharingan. "What explanation do I owe you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss, frowning as he sized Danzo up and down. There wasn't a single hair out of place. He didn't look remotely like someone who just suffered a blow. With a composed look, Sarutobi replied, "And since when have I ever reported Hyuga Mirror's information to you? Or could it be, you picked a fight with Hyuga Mirror and lost?" Sarutobi's heart sank as the realization struck him. Danzo, the old fox, might only be an elite jonin in terms of power, but he was notoriously cautious and ruthless. Even Kaga-level shinobi could fall prey to his traps if caught off guard. And even after mobilizing all the force of Root, he had still been defeated by Hyuga Mirror. If I hadn't run for my life, I'd be a corpse right now. Danzo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want an answer from you." His eyes were frigidly cold, his voice chilling to the bone, direct and unyielding. Sarutobi's brow twitched. He had never seen Danzo so angry, never seen him so utterly unhinged. It was as if the man had become a raving beast. What is the meaning of this? He couldn't help but ask. Shimura Danzo let out a cold snort, his gaze as sinister and venomous as a lurking snake. Hiruzen, I don't believe you don't have your own thoughts about Hyuga. Otherwise, there's no way you'd let his information reach me. And don't bother claiming the news didn't come from you. If it wasn't your intention, his whereabouts would never have reached me so swiftly. His voice was frigid as he continued. I've seen firsthand just how troublesome and ambitious Hyuga can be. Someone like that, if left unchecked, will definitely become a hidden threat to the Leaf. I trust you wouldn't want such a man to pose a danger to the village. So, why don't we join forces to get rid of Hyuga? Lowering his gaze, Danzo's single eye shone with a chilling, predatory gleam. He was burning with a desire to tear Hyuga to pieces. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. He was the face of Konoha, the ever-upright and honorable Hokage. But before this old companion, any masks he wore were rendered meaningless. Hyuga strength has already reached Kage level, and he commands a terrifying mastery over wood release. Even I can't guarantee victory against him. At last, Hiruzen spoke, his eyes cold as winter steel. Danzo had a point. They simply could not allow Hyuga to continue rising unchecked. Are you forgetting someone? A sly, twisted grin curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth as he suddenly said, if I remember correctly, among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui has awakened those legendary eyes, and he wields a power known as Kodo Emitsukami, doesn't he? His smile warped into something full of greedy anticipation, brimming with desire. Hiruzen's brow knotted tight as he shot to his feet, shock written all over his face. What did you learn about that? He himself had only recently learned of Uchiha Shursui's Manjikyu Sharingan and his use of Kodo Emitsukami, and the power disturbed him deeply. The ability to control another's will. It was enough to inspire fear in anyone. You want to use Uchiha Shursui to control Hyuga, is that it? Hiruzen's voice was grave. Shursui is loyal to me, but he's also inherited the will of fire. If Hyuga hasn't rebelled, there's no way Shursui would agree. In fact, it might even make him begin to doubt me. A shadow crossed his eyes. A genius like Uchiha Shursui was a double-edged sword. His loyalty was to the village itself, not just the Hokage. And with just one misstep, the blade could turn on its wielder. Danzo's expression twisted into a cold, sinister grin. Leave that matter to me. The day Shursui awakened the power of Kodo Emitsukami, his fate was already sealed. A power that can't be fully under our control. How can we ever rest easy? At that, Hiruzen's brow twitched. In that moment, he fully understood Danzo's true intentions. Yet he did nothing to stop him. Compared to the Uchiha clan, he placed much greater trust in this old friend of many years. Although the two of them were rivals, they would never turn on one another. What Hyuga did not expect was that someone from the Hyuga clan had truly managed to develop a new ability for the Byakugan. Oh, what sort of ability have you developed? With an intrigued lift of his brow, Hyuga looked at the boy before him, Hyuga Niji, genuine interest gleaming in his eyes. In the original story, he was first introduced as a prodigy with extraordinary power and talent, called a genius, the first among his peers to become a jonin. Yet in the end, he was the only one among the Konoha 12 to fall in battle. Now, already, he was revealing that same remarkable talent and strength. Honor Clan leader, sir, I started to feel a sort of swelling in my Byakugan 2 days ago. Then I could sense a new force inside, something I can only describe as pressure. Hyuga Niji's eyes shone with excitement and admiration as he looked up at Hyuga. If it weren't for the clan leader, he would still be marked with the caged bird seal, forever unable to break free. But now, for the first time, he had gained true freedom. Yes, clan leader. Hyuga Asaka, standing nearby, spoke up in astonishment. Even as an elite jonin, I could feel the shock of that power. Most genin would never be able to withstand it. Bear in mind, Niji was only 4 years old. He barely possessed any chakra at all, yet already wielded such formidable power. Come, show me this so-called pressure technique. Don't hold anything back, give it all you've got. Hyuga couldn't hide his curiosity. Could it be the pressure ability of Kagaya, Otsutsuki's Byakugan? I'm afraid I might hurt you, clan leader. Worry clouded young Niji's face. He hesitated to use the technique. If that little bit of power could hurt me, I wouldn't deserve to be the clan leader. Use your full strength. Hyuga offered an encouraging smile. To me, your attack would feel like nothing more than a tickle. Reassured at last, Niji gathered himself. He called out in a clear voice, pressure. A deep, resonant force surged forth. The sheer magnitude of the repulsion made Hyuga robes billow dramatically, yet he himself remained completely unmoved. Incredible. Niji's mouth fell open in awe. I couldn't budge the clan leader at all. It's already an impressive ability. Hyuga Kyo mused. Though you call it pressure, it's more accurate to describe it as repulsion, albeit far weaker than the almighty push or Tensigen's power. This can be considered a diminished or introductory version of that force. But as your Byakugan grows stronger, this repulsive power will only grow with it. You've done extremely well. Keep cultivating your Byakugan. Hyuga Kyo gently ruffled Niji's hair, his tone filled with quiet hope. Perhaps one day, you'll become the very pillar of the Hyuga clan, the one to protect us all. To think that a Hyuga could awaken a new power in the Byakugan. How far might the Hyuga clan go? Could it be possible to gain a power comparable to the Mangekyo Sharingan? He was deeply curious about this. He hadn't been guiding Niji Hyuga in his training for long. When something unexpected happened, someone came calling. Clan leader, Lord Uchiha Shursui requests your presence behind the mountain. What are you? Asuka Hyuga spoke with a respectful, yet anxious tone. Not long ago, you had a confrontation with the Hokage. Now Uchiha Shursui, an active member of the Anbu, seeks you out. There might be a secret agenda. And Uchiha Shursui is no easy opponent. He fought in the Third Great Ninja War, earning the title Shursui of the Body Flicker for his mastery of Jinjutsu. No one can truly fathom his strength. Any ninja graced with a title on the battlefield could hold their own against an entire squad, capable of annihilating whole enemy teams single-handedly. It was just so with the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, and with the White Fang of Konoha. He's just another ninja, nothing more. Hyuga Kagami's expression remained cool, radiating an indisputable confidence. No one in all the ninja world has ever managed to detain me, and even Shursui of the Body Flicker is no exception. He squinted up at the sky, eyes narrowing in thought. A bitter winter wind swept by, biting with the chill of the season. Soon, the new year would mark Konoha's 55th year. By now, Shursui Uchiha had most likely awakened Mangekyo's power. He possessed Kodoamatsukami. In terms of raw strength, Shursui can't threaten me at all, but his Kodoamatsukami that demands vigilance. To fall under that Jinjutsu's control would be quite the joke. Hyuga Kagami pondered for a moment. Before meeting with Shursui, he needed to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan himself. He headed straight for the Uchiha compound. Before long, he arrived at the gates. The Uchiha clansmen stared in confusion and alarm, watching Hyuga Kagami with wary eyes. Clan leader Hyuga, what business brings you to our family's grounds? Their tone was taut with caution, a flicker of fear in their hearts. They'd all heard of the Hyuga clan leader who rose to power by absolute force. Though he wasn't one of their own, he was worthy of respect. Now this was a real man. Itachi Uchiha is my classmate. What? Are friends forbidden from paying each other a visit here in Uchiha territory? Hyuga Kagami replied with a slight chuckle, confounding the Uchiha clansmen with words that left their jaws on the floor. Wait, what did he just say? The Hyuga clan leader is a classmate of the young master, who's just 9 years old. All those present were struck speechless, as if the world itself had gone awry. Hyuga Kagami appeared every bit an adult ninja. How could he possibly be Itachi's peer, who was still just a child? Kagami is my classmate, and more than that, he's my friend. Just then, Itachi's voice sounded from nearby, his gaze tinged with curiosity. Kagami, what brings you here? That didn't seem right. Shouldn't Kagami be with Shursui now? When Uchiha Itachi appeared, the crowd parted to let them through without any trace of arrogance or hostility. Even arrogance and swagger must be measured against the person. Hyuga Q commanded their respect. Didn't you get word that Shursui would be visiting you? Uchiha Itachi asked with a hint of puzzlement. Shursui planned to call on you today. He went on to explain, I told Shursui about the darkness lurking within the leaf. Shursui loves the village deeply, so he wanted to see for himself whether the leaf is truly as corrupt as it seems. That's not important, Hyuga Q replied calmly. Itachi, take me somewhere. Where do you want to go? The secret chamber of the Uchiha clan. A sharp gasp slipped from Itachi's lips, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Q, do you realize what you're asking? That's the heart of the Uchiha clan. Only the clan leader has the right to enter that place. I may have access as the eldest son, but you're the leader of the Hyuga. It was a closely guarded secret of the clan. How could he possibly take Hyuga Q there? You Uchiha have been deceived, Hyuga Q said, his voice steady and deeply serious. Long ago, someone altered the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Anyone who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan is led astray because of it. That's the real reason your father wished to rebel. Itachi was utterly stunned. What? He had seen the stone tablet before. His father once said that once he awakened those legendary eyes, he would understand the true mission of the Uchiha. So this was the truth. His father was manipulated, drawn into rebellion under false pretenses. I'll take you. Itachi clenched his jaw. My father must not be allowed to make any more mistakes. He led Hyuga Q directly to the secret chamber of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Q was pleased. His earlier persuasion had already secured Itachi's complete trust. Now, whatever he said, this young man believed him without question. Soon enough, after pressing a concealed button and following a long corridor, the two of them arrived at the stone tablet. Yet some strange force seemed to cloud its letters, rendering them impossible to decipher. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've checked in successfully. Congratulations, host. You've received a reward. Mangekyo Sharingan. A surge of pressure swelled behind Hyuga Q's eyes, followed by a powerful wave of pure spiritual strength that made his mind incredibly sharp. Everything before him had always been clear, but now the world seemed to move in slow motion. Nothing seemed to truly possess speed any longer. Perhaps because he already possessed the Byakugan, the moment he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he instantly grasped its powers. With the Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, I now possessed the powers of Black Oblivion and the Timekeeper's Realm. He reveled in the sensation, feeling the might of the Mangekyo Sharingan coursing within him. Even Hyuga Mirror found himself startled by this. Black Oblivion, a lightning as dark as flowing water, bearing the power of destruction. Anything touched by Black Oblivion will be erased from the world, vanished without a trace. This isn't just thunder and lightning. It's annihilation itself. This power far surpasses Amaterasu. Amaterasu is known as the undying flame, but even it can be sealed away. Yet Black Oblivion, though it lacks the property of being unquenchable, will disassemble and obliterate all things it touches. And then there's the Still Time Room. It allows you to record any state of yourself within an hour. After activating it, your body can revert to a previous recorded state. Hyuga Mirror's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't that just like Izanagi? And better yet, this version comes without any side effects. No risk of blindness. The only drawback is the limitation. It can only be used once per day, and that's thanks to my possessing the powers of Sage's body. Otherwise, it might be restricted to once a year. A Mangekyo Sharingan powered by Sage's body. Compared to a Mangekyo Sharingan without Sage's body, these are two completely different abilities. In the original story, Kamui could only be used for a single minute, but with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, its duration surged to 5 minutes. Kotoe Tsukumi, an ability that might only be usable once every several years. With the power of Hashirama's cells, it could be wielded once every few days. It's downright terrifying. Uchiha Itachi, standing off to the side, looked visibly anxious and urgently asked, "Has the stone monument truly been altered?" This is a grave matter. Hyuga Mirror's brow furrowed, his expression grave. The changes to the stone monument are extreme. In his vision, the monument was a blank slate. But that didn't stop him from making things up on the spot. The original inscription told of the Uchiha and Senju clans aiding one another. But now, it urges them to fight among themselves. A sharp breath escaped Uchiha Itachi as his face fell dramatically. What? Itachi was stunned, unable to believe it. The Uchiha stone monument's been changed? That's impossible. It's always remained in Uchiha hands. He couldn't comprehend any of this. It was simply too outlandish. Unbelievable nonsense. But this is the truth. Hyuga Mirror's voice dropped to a somber tone. What was common knowledge to all seasoned fans of Hokage seemed like an earth-shattering secret to Uchiha Itachi. So you must inform your father. I am, after all, an outsider and shouldn't linger here any longer. Farewell. He turned and walked out. Offhand, he tossed out an excuse. And just like that, he'd managed to obtain a Mangekyo Sharingan, along with the powers known as Black Oblivion and Still Time Room. With the Still Time Room and the might of Kamui, there are few in the shinobi world who could ever outmaneuver me. Still Time Room, a second chance at life. Kamui, being a space-time ninjutsu, is an ability both for offense and defense, and the ultimate in both aspects. It allows its user to evade any attack entirely. With Kamui, Uchiha Obito could dance before 5 Kage-level powerhouses and, in the end, remained utterly unscathed. It's clear just how rare and formidable space-time ninjutsu truly is. Let's go to the back mountain. Hyuga Q turned toward the rear mountains for Uchiha Shursui, a man with a heart full of compassion, if he could be persuaded, would make for the most loyal of companions. But if Uchiha Shursui raises a hand against me, Q's gaze turned icy. I won't hesitate to take you down. Soon enough, he arrived at the back mountain. Uchiha Shursui was visibly anxious, pacing nervously like a cat on hot bricks. Hyuga Q raised an eyebrow slightly. So impatient. It seems what Uchiha Itachi said is true. Uchiha Shursui, after learning of the shadow lurking within the leaf, is completely unsettled. Hyuga Q, clan leader Hyuga. As soon as Shursui saw Q, he rushed over, his expression full of worry. He looked hesitant and conflicted. For a brief moment, he seemed at a loss for words. After all, this was the village in which he had believed for more than 10 years, and the home he had protected for just as long. Gritting his teeth, Shursui gathered his courage, his voice trembling. Clan leader Hyuga, I want to know what the leaf is really like. I heard. You have evidence, is that true? It was Itachi who told you, wasn't it? Hyuga Q sighed, his expression tinged with helplessness. But in the next instant, his face hardened, as cold as frozen steel. A terrifying aura radiated from him. His pale eyes blazed with thunder, giving the sense that with a single word, he could reduce the world to ashes. I warn you, if this is just idle curiosity, there's no need for you to dig deeper. He gave a mocking little smile. Ignorance can sometimes be a blessing. What's so bad about continuing as an ANBU captain, a life of simple contentment, to strive for such a leaf, to fulfill the hopes in your heart? Isn't that happiness, too? Shursui's face went rigid. If Hyuga Q had greeted him kindly, perhaps he might still have doubted, wondered whether Hyuga Q was merely deceiving Itachi. After all, Itachi himself was still a child, only 9 years old. But now, Hyuga Q's demeanor made it clear he had no intention of further discussion. Their paths were clearly diverging. Could it be what Itachi said was true? Was Hyuga Q the only one in all the leaf who truly saw the truth, saw through the darkness, the one who kept striving to change the village, unafraid of the Hokage's authority? Shursui straightened, resolve shining in his eyes. I'm not acting out of curiosity. I want to protect the leaf. I want to protect a village bathed in light, not one shrouded in darkness. His expression was sincere, utterly free of pretense. This is the will of fire I inherited from my grandfather. The one I've always obeyed and protected is not the Hokage, but Konoha itself. His voice was forceful, resolute. In those jet-black eyes shone a gentle determination. Forget it. Hyuga Q let out a sigh, a sound of helpless resignation. As a friend of Itachi's, I can trust you, just this once. But if you reveal any information about us, I promise you, even if I am branded a rogue ninja, I will never let you off. Well, now that he'd put it that way, didn't that upright, righteous image just fall perfectly into place? Sometimes, you can't take the initiative yourself. You have to let the other person fill in the details. What they imagine becomes their truth, and far more convincing. I promise I won't breathe a word. A chill ran through Uchiha Shursui's heart as he hurriedly agreed. His own heart thundered in his chest. He hadn't imagined someone like Hyuga Q could be hidden within Konoha. What a blessing for the village. See for yourself. Hyuga Q's voice was low and heavy as his wild brows knitted together, unwilling to meet the sight. A body appeared on the ground. The figure looked pitiful, completely drained of color. This is Hyuga Hizashi. Shursui's whole body trembled. Staring in disbelief at the corpse, his heart seemed to freeze. Why is he in your hands? Hyuga Q let out a cold snort, as deep and dull as distant thunder. Isn't it obvious enough? This is the price Hiruzen Sarutobi paid to the Hidden Cloud Village to keep himself in power. The life of a living, breathing ninja, a comrade who made great contributions to Konoha. A thunderclap crashed, striking through Shursui's mind like lightning on a clear day. His Sharingan spun wildly, 3 tomo blazing crimson. This can't be. How could it come to this? Lord Hokage chose to sacrifice Hyuga Hizashi's life for the sake of peace with the Hidden Cloud Village, just to keep his position. His eyes were filled with pain, struggling to face such a truth. The Uchiha clan loved deeply and judged harshly. No, this body, didn't the Hokage already deliver it to the Hidden Cloud? He jerked his head up, fixing Hyuga Q with a piercing stare. Could it be? A sudden possibility dawned on him, shock filling his eyes. Hyuga Q's expression was calm, but a chill of killing intent flickered beneath his gaze. That's right, I killed those Hidden Cloud ninjas. His tone was as even as water, as if he were merely talking about swatting a stray cat or dog. A sharp breath escaped Shursui as cold dread washed over him. The consequences were dire. So, you mean, the entire Hidden Cloud squad was annihilated? Not a single one returned home. This, Hidden Cloud will find out sooner or later. It could even spark a war between them and Konoha. A war between Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha. A war will undoubtedly erupt in the ninja world. When that happens, it will unleash a torrent of bloodshed and violence. This would be an unmitigated disaster. So what if it does? Hyuga Q let out a cold snort, standing his ground without a hint of fear. His expression was serene and unshaken, as though he was a deity gazing down from the heavens above. No one from Konoha can be bullied, especially not here on our home soil. If the hidden cloud dares lay a hand on us in our own village, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. His voice was piercingly cold, brimming with resolve. The people of Konoha will never be humiliated. If the hidden cloud seeks war, then I shall teach them the true meaning of regret. Dominating and unyielding, he stood unwavering, ready for anything. Uchiha Shursui felt his blood surge with passion. In his eyes, which had begun to dim, a fierce light blazed again. For the sake of Konoha, and for the ninjas of my village, I will face war without flinching. Shursui murmured, unable to hold back his excitement, as emotion glimmered in his eyes. Was this not the Konoha he had always yearned for? No wonder he had always felt a vague sense of discomfort. It was because, no matter the situation, the Hokage always spoke in righteous platitudes, yet in critical moments, never once shielded any ninja from harm. The only reason I told you all this is to help you see the true state of Konoha. Hyuga Q spoke with quiet detachment, then turned to leave. Be wary of Hiruzen, Sarutobi. Be wary of Danzo, Shimura. On the surface, Sarutobi and Danzo appear to be enemies, but in truth, they have been close friends for years. Danzo simply deals with the enemies and problems Sarutobi cannot handle himself. So keep your guard up around them. Otherwise, you may end up dead and forgotten. When facing someone as astute as Uchiha Shursui, it is often pointless to deceive him. Instead, one must guide with intention. Only when he comes to realize things through careful observation will he truly believe what he discovers. Understand. Shursui's expression was complicated, but he bowed his head in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Lord Hyuga." The Hyuga clan leader truly cared for Konoha. Long before anyone else, he had already noticed the darkness festering within the village and had been quietly working for its betterment. Now, his lack of candor wasn't out of disdain. It was simply because Shursui still hadn't earned his trust. Indeed, what right did a stranger like himself have to demand the Hyuga leader's full attention? But what about the fate of the Uchiha clan? Right now, as the Uchiha drift toward rebellion, he had pinned all his hopes on the Hokage. But it was now clear, if he trusted the Hokage, his entire clan would be doomed. Lord Hyuga, would you be willing to help the Uchiha clan? Shursui bit his lip and pleaded earnestly. Right now, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha grows worse by the day. Do you have any way to resolve it? He truly had run out of options. With tensions escalating between the Uchiha and Konoha, if nothing changed, within 2 years, Konoha would see violence and carnage sweep through the village, bringing disaster upon them all. Hayashi's brows arched in amusement. This Uchiha Shursui fellow certainly knew how to play his role. His expression grew solemn, marked by resignation and a sense of trouble. Uchiha Shursui spoke up urgently. I know the Uchiha clan situation is incredibly complicated, but if a conflict erupts between us and the Leaf Village, it's the entire village that will suffer. Pain and confusion clouded his face. I don't want war to break out in the Leaf. In the end, it's always the ordinary citizens and ninja who pay the price. It had to be said. Among the Uchiha, Shursui possessed the broadest heart, and perhaps the most naive mind. Hayashi's gaze remained distant and unmoved. In the original tale, even when Shursui was murdered by Danzo Shimura, he clung to his loyalty for Konoha's peace and begged Itachi not to avenge him, a loyalty bordering on blind devotion. To me, the Uchiha have done nothing wrong. Suddenly, he spoke, while determination etched across his face. At that moment, a figure flashed onto the scene. Uchiha, Itachi himself, worried for both men, had hurried to join them. What? The Uchiha clan has done nothing wrong. The two of them were stunned. Shursui frowned deeply, unable to comprehend. But the Uchiha's actions now are undermining the peace in the Leaf. If war breaks out, everyone in the village will suffer. Maybe even spark another great ninja war. As shinobi, how can we let our village fall into chaos? Such thoughts revealed the true measure of his heart. He had always stood on the side of peace. Foolish ideals. Hayashi scoffed. As one of the young, Shursui, you inherited your grandfather Kagami Uchiha's ways and the will of fire. You're willing to sacrifice everything for the village. But on what grounds do you ask the rest of us to do the same? The Uchiha are one of Konoha's founding clans. Since the time of the first Hokage, they've been pushed to the edges. The second Hokage treated the Uchiha as a dire threat, constantly forcing them away. The third Hokage, though outwardly impartial, turned a blind eye to the Uchiha's isolation, even forcing them to relocate their home. All of this represents only a fraction of what the Uchiha have endured for years. He fixed Shursui and Itachi with an unflinching stare. How do you expect the Uchiha to simply let go of all that? Amongst all the clans of Konoha, the Uchiha alone have gained nothing from the village, only exclusion. So, you tell me, give me just one reason why the Uchiha and the Leaf shouldn't come into conflict. His tone was calm, but each word struck deep into their hearts. Like thunderous blows. They were young. They hadn't truly experienced, face-to-face, Konoha's cold rejection. To say they are filled with great love is not quite accurate. Rather, it would be truer to say they have been sheltered all their lives. So much so that a few words from Hiruzen Sarutobi were enough to sway them. The Uchiha, as one of the founding clans of the village, haven't produced a single Hokage to this day. Hyuga let out a mocking laugh. If it were me, I'd have rebelled long ago. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stared wide-eyed. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. Was this really something a clan leader could say? It was outrageously blunt. Yet at the same time, both of them fell silent. Looking from the perspective of the Uchiha, it seemed they hadn't done anything wrong. So what, then, was the point of everything they had insisted on until now? For a moment, the two were at a loss. So what should we do now? Shursui asked in confusion. Konoha has its faults, but the Uchiha can't just blindly revolt either. What am I supposed to do? How can I truly preserve peace in the village? Hyuga smiled. See, there was kindness to a fault. Even now, he was still clinging to the idea of the greater peace. A sudden crack of thunder boomed. Hyuga white eyes flared with power, as if he were a storm god descended from the heavens. His voice was resolute. There is no perfect solution. Only through revolution marked by blood and tears can Konoha recover true peace. Only by rooting out all the rot at its core can the village be truly reborn. The two young men shivered. A hint of understanding seemed to dawn upon them. It was as though at last they knew what must be done. Kyo, please help us. Uchiha Itachi's expression was firm and sincere. The Uchiha clan needs your strength. We don't want our people to vanish from history. More than that, we hope for a Konoha without darkness. Uchiha Shursui nodded, his gentle gaze steady with resolve. And so, had not two loyal followers shown up willingly? Hyuga narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance, the direction of the Cloud Village. There's no need to rush, he said. We must wait for the right moment. An opportunity powerful enough to turn the tide for Konoha. The two followed Hyuga's gaze. Itachi's heart skipped a beat. That direction. Isn't that the way to the hidden cloud? Hokage Mansion. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was almost as dark as thunderclouds. What nightmare. How had things come to this? He stared grimly at the ninja standing before him, his breath coming fast. Are you certain that Cloud Village's shinobi have reached the Land of Fire's border, and that the Raikage is refusing any form of negotiation? Yes, Lord Hokage. The ninja, covered in wounds and gritting his teeth against the pain, replied. The Raikage himself is on the battlefield. In just one day, he's swept through a tenth of the Land of Fire with overwhelming force. If this keeps up, the entire country will be lost. It was happening too fast. Cloud Village had launched the war with terrifying speed. There had been no warning, no chance to prepare. And the Raikage himself taking the field was all the proof one needed of his volcanic fury. Why is this happening? Hiruzen Sarutobi clenched his teeth, his face twisted with anger. All of this, it's all Hyuga fault. If Hyuga hadn't killed those Cloud Village shinobi, would the Raikage be seething with such fury? Would he have ever attacked the Leaf? Veins bulged on his forehead. He was beside himself with rage. The Land of Fire had suffered such tremendous losses. If they could not smash the Cloud Village and secure victory, he could very well be removed from office. That would be an intolerable humiliation. But given the current situation, we still need Hyuga's strength, as well as the support of the Mist Village, with whom he's on good terms. Only then can we strike down the cloud, with overwhelming force. His very lungs felt like they might explode from anger. And yet, in this moment, he had to restrain himself, convene a council at once, summon the heads of all the major clans. He commanded with a sharp, urgent tone. Less than 2 hours later, the heads of every clan in the Leaf Village were gathered. Fugako Uchiha, Shikaka Nara, Chose Akimichi, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, Danzo Shimura, Kohori Yuditane, Hamura Mitokado, and of course Hyuga. This was truly the core leadership of the entire Leaf. Their faces were grave. News of the crisis had already spread. Danzo sat upright, as if he had never met Hyuga before in his life. The corner of Hyuga's mouth curled up in a subtle sneer. Old foxes like him. When it came to sheer nerve, none could compare. I trust you're all aware of the gravity of our situation. Hiruzen's brow furrowed, his voice draped in shadow. Cloud Village launched its assault on our borders with no warning. As of now, they occupy a full tenth of the land of Fire's territory. If this continues, our country will suffer irreparable damage. He swept his gaze across the assembly, letting each word land with weight. Faced with such actions from Cloud, what are your perspectives? At last, his eyes settled on Shikaka Nara, his chief strategist. If negotiations were possible, Hiruzen dearly hoped to avoid open war. For if they failed, he would surely go down in history as a villain. But Shikaku averted his gaze, his expression deeply ponderous, yet he said nothing. I believe our first priority should be to negotiate directly with the Reikage. Koharu was the first to speak. If Cloud goes to war with the Leaf, the toll on them will be significant as well. It's not in their interest. If we offer them certain resources, that just might compel Cloud Village to withdraw. Hamura Mitokado nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Leaf is still recovering. Now is not the time to rush in a battle, especially since Cloud itself lacks substantial resources. Even if we conquer them, there's little to be gained. A spark of hope flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. Yes, that's exactly what he'd been thinking. In crucial moments, the old guard was the most reliable. The elders make a sound point. What do the other clan heads think? Hiruzen's smile was genuine, his spirits finally lifting. To his mind, although several people from the hidden Cloud Village have died, as long as the compensation is sufficient, the village may still be willing to accept it. If they don't accept, then it simply means the money offered isn't enough. I have no objections. Lord Hokage, please make the decision yourself. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was low and somber, but his eyes brimmed with derision and disdain. The Cloud Village has already dared to invade, and yet here we are, turning a blind eye, thinking only of making peace. If it were the Uchiha clan in this position, even if only a single member remained standing, they would never choose to bow their heads. They would fight until the sky turned dark, until their enemies truly understood what ruthless resolve meant. Konoha has become too soft. I don't see it that way. Just as Hiruzen Tsurutobi thought he was about to make a final decision, Hyuga Kyo let out a light chuckle and spoke, his white eyes filled with cool arrogance. Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. What is this guy up to now? The elders speak of negotiations, but did you ever consider how much of the land of Fire's territory the Cloud Village has seized? How many shinobi they have slaughtered? His gaze was icy, carrying authority and judgment. In a single day, how many of our people have perished at their hands? This is blood debt. This is vengeance. The Cloud Village has already dumped a bucket of filth onto Konoha's head, and yet you're suggesting we wipe it clean for them, and then, with a forced smile, say it's fine? Hyuga Kyo's stare was cold as ice. When did Konoha become so weak? Or have you been kneeling for so long that you've forgotten what it feels like to stand tall? His voice thundered, his words quaking the very foundations. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were hearing from Hyuga Kyo. He'd just called the two elders cowards to their faces. Well said. Uchiha Fugaku was bursting with excitement, laughing heartily. Now, that's what I call spirit. When did Konoha become this weak? Back in the days of the first Hokage and our clan ancestor, Madara Uchiha, when did the other four nations ever dare act so arrogantly? He laughed again, nodding with clear approval at Hyuga Kyo. A kindred soul, truly a kindred soul. I heard just a few days ago that the Hyuga clan had replaced its leader. I thought it would be another pushover like Hayashi, but to think the current clan head would be this resolute, this proud. Admiration shone in his eyes. To be a man is to be strong. To have the resolve to protect everything dear. What did you say? Koharu Yutane's face turned ashen, flushed with anger. She snapped. Everything I do is for the lives of the other citizens of the Fire Country, for the greater good. Are you saying we should sacrifice everyone else for the sake of a few? Protecting the lives of the majority is what matters most. Her chest rose and fell with fury. How many years had it been? Never once had she been rebuked like this. That's right. Clan leader Hyuga, you're still so young. You don't know the true horrors of war. Mito Minyan nodded in agreement. If you haven't experienced the horrors of war, you have no right to speak. Unbelievable. He always starts off lecturing others like a grizzled old veteran. Yet Hyuga Q was never one to just take it lying down. So that's your excuse for kneeling? Hyuga Q let out a mocking laugh. If what you want is a peace achieved by kneeling, then I propose that elders Koharu Yutane and Mito Minyan personally head to the battlefield and negotiate with the Reikage. His gaze dripped with sarcasm. That way, you can actually contribute to peace. A stunned silence fell. Koharu Yutane and Mito Minyan were left completely dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, ringing with shock. What kind of reasoning was this? All they wanted was to secure their own seats of power, not to go to the battlefield and get themselves killed. See, you can't even make this small sacrifice, yet you talk about peace for the majority? Hyuga-Q's face was a mask of scorn, tearing away their last shred of pretense. You're just cowards who fear death. Spare me the spectacle. The crowd was left speechless. He really dared to say it. Kohyutatane and Mito Minyan might be frail and aged, not particularly powerful, but they were the second Hokage's disciples, pure-blooded, noble in status, held in high esteem. Now, all their dignity was stripped away in public. Hyuga-Q, what did you say? Kohyutatane was on the verge of exploding, her eyes blazing with fury, teeth clenched in rage. You can eat your meals carelessly, but you can't speak without thinking. She roared. As a senior leader of Konoha, as a disciple of the second Hokage, I would never cling to life out of cowardice. Everything I've done is for the land of fire. At this point, her words were nothing but hollow boasting. No point in arguing further. Fine by me. Arms crossed, Hyuga-Q sneered. Let's settle it your way then. Go negotiate and see if the hot-tempered Reikage is willing to listen. His eyes brimmed with contempt and scorn. The enemy was already at the gates. Yet all these people wanted was to talk peace. What a bunch of spineless cowards. He sat down again, but his recent words ensured that no one dared look down on him in the slightest. This was a man unafraid to openly challenge the Hokage's faction. We all want what's best for Konoha, for the land of fire, said Hiruzen Sarutobi, his tone jovial and his thick skin unmatched. Since there are no other objections, let's go with Kohyutatane and Mito Minyan's plan. Negotiate for peace. But let be clear, we have not forgotten our grievances. It is all for the peace of the majority. He looked on with a show of benevolence, as if he had made some enormous sacrifice. Hyuga-Q regarded him with disdain. In a sense, if retribution can't come soon, then after 10 or 20 years, what's the point? By then, those who deserve to pay would already be gone. Were they supposed to seek vengeance against their children? No wonder. Konoha had been rotten to the core from the very beginning. Sure, Sway. Kakashi, I'm entrusting this mission to you. Lead 10 Anbu and go to the front lines to negotiate with the hidden cloud village. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze was grave. This mission must succeed. Shursui Uchiha possessed the formidable body flicker technique, and Kakashi Hatake, with his Sharingan, had power to be reckoned with. The two of them were more than capable of handling things on their own. Yes, Lord Hokage. Both responded in unison. Yet there was disappointment in Shursui Uchiha's eyes. If he were the same person he once was, perhaps he wouldn't have seen any issue with Sarutobi's actions. But now, Sarutobi abandoning vengeance and choosing to negotiate filled him with revulsion. The lives of those who died in vain were being callously disregarded. Half an hour later, Shursui Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake, 10 Anbu at their heels, departed with solemn expressions, ready to face death with resolve. Reikage will never agree to peace talks. Hyuga-Q murmured, rubbing his chin, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. The fourth Reikage may not appear reckless, but in truth he's sharply perceptive, though when his comrades are harmed, he's consumed by sudden fury. These traits might seem to contradict each other, but together they define the fourth Reikage. It was this very force of character that granted him unquestioned authority in the hidden cloud village. Still, I should take action. If, by some chance, the negotiation is actually successful, that would be a problem. Hyuga-Q's eyes narrowed, his pale gaze crackling with electricity. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. He melted into the shadows, silently tailing Shursui Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, what do you think of this negotiation? It was rare for members of the Uchiha clan to forge close bond with others, but there were always exceptions, and Shursui Uchiha was just such an exception. Kakashi's expression remained calm, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. We follow Lord Hokage's orders. Maybe the Hokage has his own reasons. Achieving peace through negotiation, it may be the best outcome possible. Yet for reasons he couldn't quite explain, his thoughts drifted to a golden-haired figure. If only Sensei were still here, things would be different, wouldn't they? He was someone who, for the sake of his comrades, could deal with his enemies with unmatched ruthlessness and resolve. Noticing Kakashi's uncertainty, Shursui murmured thoughtfully, I once heard another shinobi say, a shinobi who cannot complete the mission is a failure, but a shinobi who cannot protect his comrades isn't even worthy of being called a shinobi. Kakashi's body trembled. In his eyes flickered both nostalgia and guilt. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at the location where the hidden cloud village was camped. Leaf shinobi, the Reikage sighs, icy with anger, fixed on the figures before him. Shursui the body flicker, and Kakashi Hatake. Have you come here seeking death? The fallen of the hidden cloud must be honored with more death and blood. Kakashi's gaze grew somber. This presence was overwhelming. Truly, he deserved his reputation as the strongest in the ninja world. We haven't, he replied, voice steady. After a careful discussion among the highest ranks of Konoha, we wish to open peace talks with the hidden cloud. None of us wanted the tragedies that have happened. Shursui Uchiha spoke boldly, his voice ringing clear. If Hidden Cloud and Konoha go to war, the flames of conflict will spark the fourth great ninja war. Every nation will be consumed by fire. Both Konoha and Hidden Cloud would suffer heavy losses. For both our peoples, negotiation is the best path forward. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes. Or perhaps, using Koto Emetsukami to control the Reikage wasn't such a bad idea. Ridiculous. The fourth Reikage's voice cracked like thunder, booming through the air. It roared in their ears. He stared coldly at Shursui and Kakashi. To kill Hidden Cloud Ninja, to slaughter our messengers journeying to Konoha. I never thought Hiruzen Sarutobi had the resolve for this. With a snort, he said, if Sarutobi were to declare war, I'd still respect him as a true warrior. But now, cowering like this? It's a joke. There could be no peace between Hidden Cloud and Konoha. Go back. Tell Hiruzen Sarutobi, only blood and war can wash away the humiliation Hidden Cloud has suffered. His furious outcry echoed, eyes blazing with rage, as if he could set all of Konoha aflame with his wrath. What power! So this is the fourth Reikage. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Though Reikage stood dozens of meters away, his voice struck Kakashi's ears like a bolt of lightning. Thunderous, deafening. What should we do, Shursui? Kakashi couldn't help but look to Shursui Uchiha, whose strength surpassed his own, and who is the leader of this mission. Retreat, Shursui replied without the slightest hesitation. He glared toward the Reikage and called out sharply, Konoha does not seek war, but nor do we fear it. If Hidden Cloud wants war, then so be it. His words sliced through the air, unyielding, unbowed. A deep, booming laugh burst from the Reikage, his face shining with excitement. That's what I'd expect from Uchiha. Stubborn, yes, but you match my spirit. A pity, though. Reikage shook his head, a hint of regret. You're not among Hidden Cloud's shinobi. Shursui, Kakashi, and the others fell back without hesitation, vanishing from sight. When two armies prepare for battle, emissaries go unharmed. That is the rule. Suddenly, a massive explosion of thunder erupted behind them. The Reikage whirled around, disbelief etched on his face, looking toward his own camp. Lightning crashed in wild fury. His main base was obliterated. How did you end up in the heart of the Hidden Cloud's base camp? Darui stared at the wild, untamed figure before him, unable to believe his eyes. A chilling fear seemed to claw straight at his soul. There are tens of thousands of Cloud Ninja outside. How could you possibly have made it this far? It was beyond comprehension. For someone to slip through so many vigilant ninja unnoticed was nothing short of a tale from fantasy. Why are you targeting me? Cold sweat streamed down Darui's forehead. Aren't the Leaf and Cloud in peace negotiations? If we're negotiating peace, why would you try to assassinate me? No, you're not here to talk peace at all. Suddenly, as if struck by realization, a light of understanding flashed across Darui's face. The Leaf might want peace, but you're determined to plunge us into war. He didn't know the reason, but last time, Hatake Kakashi had gone to such lengths to warn against war. Yet this man, Hyuga Kyo, acted without a moment's hesitation. Darui let out a bitter laugh. Never imagined both the Cloud and the Leaf would wind up as pawns in your hands. No need to stall for time. Hyuga Kyo's voice was calm, almost detached. With a sweep of his hand, a swirling distortion in space appeared. A chilling kunai streaked with lightning pierced Darui's chest in a flash. Darui's pupils shrank in sheer disbelief. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the last of his breath slipping away. His presence faded from the world. That should ensure nothing goes wrong. Hyuga Kyo's expression remained impassive. The fourth great ninja war. The world needed its flame stoked, otherwise, what was the point? Better that than returning to boring, old mortgage payments. This is terrible, Reikage-sama. Disaster. A dust-streaked ninja stumbled to his knees before the Reikage, voice trembling. His face was etched with terror. It's terrible news, Reikage-sama. Lord Darui. He's been struck down, a kunai straight through the chest. The terror was plain on the ninja's face. The Reikage had summoned Darui here, so the whole world could witness the Leaf's devastation. To avenge Darui's death. But before the world could see what had become of the Leaf, he'd been assassinated. What? The Reikage's eyes went wide in disbelief and blinding fury. Who dares act with such arrogance right under my very nose? His gaze blazed with anger, Darui had been his right-hand man, the one he trusted most, and perhaps even the next Raikage. But to think Darui was assassinated, it was a humiliation beyond words. It must have been a leaf ninja. It had to be one of them. The Raikage's breath came short, eyes flickering with crackling anger like a thunderstorm. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui had just left, and then Darui was killed. A classic diversion. The leaf never had any intention of talking peace. Their true aim was to put the hidden cloud in its place. Now, the Raikage's fury knew no bounds. Ever since Killer Bee fully mastered the Eight Tails and his own body approached its peak, when had Kumogakure ever suffered such humiliation? He roared, "Attack Konoha! Begin the assault at once. I want Hiruzen Sarutobi to understand what it means to provoke Kumogakure." Lightning erupted from his entire body, arcs of electricity crackling through the air. In that moment, he seemed less a man and more a thunder god descended from the heavens. Far off in the distance, Hyuga-Q let out a quiet chuckle, his gaze deep and enigmatic. This time, victory is in our grasp. And in the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Kumogakure and Konoha had always been enemies. In war, there is no such distinction as noble or base. 3 days later, when the news reached Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi was almost driven mad with rage. What? His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could this have happened? Slumping heavily into his chair, Hiruzen's face was etched with shock and bewilderment. Konoha had never done anything to provoke Kumogakure. They had even formed an alliance agreement with them. By all accounts, even if some shinobi's lives were lost, there should have still been room for negotiation between Kumogakure and Konoha. So how did things spiral this far out of control? Worse still, Lord Hokage. As soon as we left, Kumogakure launched their attack without delay. Uchiha Shursue's eyes were icy and cold. Kumogakure now occupies a third of the land of fire. If we don't mount a defense soon, they'll seize the entire country. This is a disgrace for all of Konoha, the mightiest of all hidden villages, now crushed and overwhelmed by Kumogakure. Yet Konoha had not made a single move to counterattack. They had become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world. Call a council meeting immediately. Hiruzen's face was ashen as he forced the words out with great difficulty. Half an hour later, clan leaders of major families gathered around the conference table, somberness heavy in their eyes. In Uchiha Fugaku's gaze, only mockery and scorn could be found. I trust by now everyone is aware of the situation. Hiruzen's tone was grim. Not only did Kumogakure reject our attempts at negotiation, but they also launched a swift and unrelenting attack, seizing a third of our land. This is a grave humiliation for Konoha. Kohoro Udatane and Hamura Mitokado looked utterly stricken, not daring to utter a single word. It was, after all, their counsel that had led to such catastrophic losses for Konoha and the Land of Fire. We must now strike back with thunderous force. Otherwise, Konoha and the Land of Fire will remain the world's laughingstock. Hiruzen's gaze swept across all the clan heads, resting firmly on Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga-Q. After all, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans possessed formidable power. Is there anyone willing to volunteer for this task? His expression was solemn and grave. But no one spoke up. Konoha, who among them now had the strength to face the Raikage head-on? The Raikage was a powerhouse at the very peak of Kaga-level might. There were many elite jonin in Konoha, but at this critical moment, the village lacked anyone who could tip the scales. Fugaku, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt forced to break the silence, his face dark as he turned to Uchiha Fugaku. With such a powerful enemy before us, only you as the Uchiha clan leader, and the Uchiha clan itself, have the strength to turn the tide. Just 4 years ago, he had driven the Uchiha to relocate their clan, and had even suspected they were behind the Nine Tails attack, manipulating the beast from the shadows. And now, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and ask the Uchiha for help. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. My health hasn't been good lately. I'm in no condition to shoulder such a heavy burden. A mocking smile played on Uchiha Fugaku's lips. Besides, I fear that should I step on a battlefield, who knows what accidents might occur. After all, the Uchiha don't have the best reputation. People are all too quick to cast suspicion. That was resentment, plain and clear. The Uchiha clan had never manipulated the Nine Tails. Yet they'd been slandered without a second thought. He felt a deep, private satisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I bet you never imagined you'd come running to us again so soon. Uchiha Fugaku, don't be unreasonable. Shimura Danzo suddenly cut in, his eyes cold as steel. Konoha faces a grave threat. Every ninja here is duty-bound to give everything for the village, even your very life. Don't say you're unwell. Even if you had but a single breath left, you'd have no right to refuse. Danzo's expression was dark with menace. Right now, Uchiha's strength was overwhelming, and only by weakening them in war could he seize the power of the Sharingan for himself. His gaze flickered with cunning, and the way he looked at Uchiha, Fugaku brimmed with greed. Danzo, you dare court death? Fugaku's face turned icy, and his palm slammed down on the table, eyes glinting with chilling fury. Huh, what a joke. When you were blaming the Uchiha for every mishap, where were these high and mighty speeches? Why talk of sharing the same village only now? Why was no one interested in the truth before pinning every crime on the Uchiha clan's head? He let out a cold snort, his face iron-hard. And now, when you need someone to fight up front, you want the Uchiha clan to lead the charge. Just where is your shame? This was years, decades of injustice boiling over. Now, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo at a loss, Fugaku felt nothing but grim satisfaction. You! Danzo's face flushed an ugly purple. Do you even know what you're doing? With Konoha's very survival on the line, how could your petty grievances possibly matter? His shout rang out sharply. Who could have guessed Uchiha Fugaku would stand strong like this today? He might as well have slapped Konoha hard across the face. Ridiculous. At that moment, a scornful voice cut through the tension. Hyuga Q let out a derisive chuckle, casting a contemptuous glance at Shimura Danzo. Wouldn't it have been better if you just stayed hidden, out of sight? Why insist on meddling in things that don't concern you? What did you say, Hyuga Q? Danzo showed not the slightest trace of fear. After all, this was the Hokage's tower, surrounded by countless ANBU and root ninjas lying in wait. There was no reason for him to be afraid. No matter how powerful Hyuga Q might be, he couldn't possibly go up against all the ninja of Konoha. Old Fox Danzo, don't think I've forgotten. We still have unfinished business. A smile curled at the edge of Hyuga Q's lips as he looked down with unmistakable disdain. Suddenly, with a dramatic sweep of his arm, a fierce gust surged through the hall. A thunderclap echoed. Danzo's bandages were torn away in an instant, vanishing without a trace, as the golden seal of iron was violently shattered. What was revealed to all was a grotesque gray-white arm, looking as if it had been crudely stitched together, a fearsome sight to behold. But even more startling was what was embedded in that arm. A single, crimson Sharingan, marked with 3 swirling tomo, was staring out chillingly. Its eerie, unnatural presence was undeniable. Don't look! In a fit of madness, Danzo desperately tried to hide his arm. Yet the grotesque sight was already burnt into everyone's memory. Tell me, old Fox Danzo, can you explain this? Hyuga Q's eyes shimmered with scorn. Why would someone from the Shimura clan have an Uchiha Sharingan? Or are you hiding your true identity, masquerading as one of them? The onlookers stood there dumbstruck, unable or unwilling to believe their eyes. They stared at Danzo, now a figure of ruin and disgrace, their faces twisted with shock and horror. That's the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Why is it on Danzo's arm? How revolting. Why would anyone have an eye growing from their arm? Could it be Danzo actually killed an Uchiha ninja for it? A tide of disgust and revulsion surged through the crowd, their gazes burning into Danzo, making him wish he could sink into the floor and vanish from sight. And at the heart of all this chaos stood Hyuga Q. Danzo stared daggers at him, seething with a venomous hatred, his glare as poisonous as a viper's. Danzo! Uchiha Fugaku's roar shook the hall like a furious lion. A hum filled the air. In an instant, his eyes ignited into a pair of scarlet Sharingan, 3 tomo spinning with ominous energy, while a cruel, icy smile spread across his lips. So that's it. Now I know what happened to that lost Sharingan during the 3rd Great Ninja War. No matter how hard the Uchiha searched, it never turned up. All along, you kept it hidden, Danzo. Fugaku's gaze was as cold and merciless as the edge of a blade. The Uchiha clan will not tolerate any sacrilege, nor will we forgive this violation. Danzo, you must pay for this with your life. Cold sweat beaded on Danzo's forehead. He knew well that what he'd done could not bear the light of day. Exposure meant ruination. Now it was the end for him. How interesting. Hyuga Q only looked more amused by the minute. What a spectacle this had become. If only there were popcorn and a soda, then it would be perfect. However, this is exactly why no one in the ninja world dares to covet the Sharingan. Because if you cross the Uchiha, their madmen will truly hunt you down for revenge, no matter who you are. Even in the original story, the 12-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, upon glimpsing the Sharingan in Kakashi Hitaki's eye, let loose a chill of murderous intent. This shows just how fanatical the Uchiha are about their Sharingan. What on earth is going on? Danzo Shimura? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened, casting a hard look toward Hyuga Kagami. All this mess, it was because of him. If not for Hyuga Kagami, how would Danzo's use of the Sharingan ever have come to light? His tone was cold as he spoke. You'd better give Fugaku an explanation. Otherwise, you're headed straight for the Konoha prison, with no hope of ever leaving. Fugaku's expression flickered with delight. He knew old Hiruzen was offering him an out. I didn't, Danzo began, but before the sentence could form, Uchiha Fugaku cut him off, voice cold and sharp as winter spring. There's no room for negotiation. He turned to Hyuga Kagami, gratitude softening his icy gaze. Thank you, Kagami. If not for you, the entire Uchiha clan would still be kept in the dark. From this day, our Uchiha clan owes you a debt. Whatever you ask, so long as we are able, we will never refuse. Fugaku's words rang with sincerity, his pledge given with all his heart. Of course, but allow me to say something as well. On this point, Kagami held real faith in the Uchiha. Say what you will. If there's one thing the Uchiha truly value, it's keeping their word. Suddenly, the air seemed to warp. The giant blade Samahata crashed onto the ground. Kagami gripped the sword with a single hand. The tremendous blade moved as if it weighed nothing, slicing the wind with a razor's edge. He cast a piercing glare at Danzo, lips curling in contempt. Old Danzo, you still owe me for what you pulled en route. I haven't forgotten. His voice rumbled like thunder, echoing among shattered stones, a storm crashing at ear's edge. Everyone stood frozen, hearts pounding as they watched the killing intent flare between Hyuga Kagami and Uchiha Fugaku. Today, something was terribly, dangerously off. The Uchiha and the Hyuga. Were they actually planning a coup? Danzo faltered, panic breaking through his composure. If it were just the Hyuga, or just the Uchiha, he could stand firm. But now the Senju clan was all but gone. With both remaining great ninja clans eager to see him dead, he realized there was no way out. Enough! Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand down on the table. His eyes were grim and unyielding, hard as forged iron. To make a scene in front of him, wasn't that a direct challenge to his authority? The Hyuga and Uchiha clans clearly didn't take him seriously. Kagami, Fugaku, he spoke in a deep voice. The most urgent task right now is to address Konoha's crisis. The Hidden Cloud Village already occupies 1/3 of the Land of Fire's territory. Are you all really planning to ignore this and turn on each other instead? Protecting Konoha is what matters most at this moment. If we fail, people will keep dying with every passing moment. Hyuga Kyo let out a low chuckle. What a move. Truly worthy of a shrewd elder statesman. With just a single statement, he'd immediately painted both himself and Fugaku Uchiha as the ones unaware of the bigger picture. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words earned the support of most of those present. That's right. Solving Konoha's crisis is the most important thing now. The two of you should stop being so reckless. Let's put Danzo Shimura's issue aside until after we've dealt with the Hidden Cloud Village. What matters now is that we stand united against our enemy, not feud among ourselves. Everyone began chiming in, echoing these sentiments. In no time at all, Hyuga Kyo and Fugaku Uchiha became the scapegoats, cast as those with no sense of propriety, the ones who needed to reflect on their actions. Fugaku Uchiha's face darkened, disappointment gleaming in his eyes. But when the Uchiha clan was being wrongly accused, where were these calls for unity then? My clan suffered baseless slander, and when we were humiliated, everyone expected us to swallow our grievances in silence. What kind of logic is that? His voice rang with bitter indignation. The Uchiha, it was true, lacked representation among Konoha's highest ranks, nor did they sit at the peak of the village's power. But the Uchiha were no fools. Fugaku, I understand how you feel. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew solemn. He spoke with utmost sincerity. Please trust the village. Konoha will give the Uchiha clan the justice it deserves. But right now, with such a formidable enemy before us, let's focus on addressing the threat from the Hidden Cloud Village. His expression was earnest. That genuine look in his eyes made Fugaku Uchiha's heart waver, just a little. Would the Uchiha clan truly see justice, truly receive a proper accounting of what was owed to them? Justice and fairness that come too late. Can it even be called fairness at all? At that moment, Hyuga Kyo scoffed, his gaze filled with scorn and derision. Third Hokage, Lord Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura lured me to the root division under false pretenses, coveting my wood-release method, and even tried to have me killed. His eyes grew cold. Is it really possible that a high-ranking official like Danzo, who can freely attack his fellow villagers without consequence, will face no punishment? A cold laugh. Try to brush it under the rug. Not so easily. This? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly clouded over. He cast an angry, biting glare at Danzo Shimura. No matter how one looked at it, Danzo's attempt on Hyugakyo's life was a crime that could not be excused. Or is it that, as long as you're high up in the hierarchy, as long as you're the Hokage's close confidant, you're exempt from responsibility, no matter what you do to your fellow villagers? Hyugakyo gave a scoffing laugh, his eyes brimming with ridicule and disdain. And in that instant, everyone's expression changed instantly. There are some things you can talk about, and others that must never be spoken aloud. Shimura Danzo was, after all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's close friend. No matter how many heinous acts he committed over the years, his position remained unshakable. But that could never be spoken aloud. Hyugakyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes grew dark and cold. This village belongs to all of Konoha, not just to me. Should anyone make a mistake, myself included, they must face the consequences. However, faced with a great enemy at our gates, Danzo's combat skills are still crucial to the village's defense. He can prove himself on the battlefield once more. When we've driven the forces of the Hidden Cloud from our lands, there will be time to punish Danzo as he deserves. He delivered his words with a dignity that brooked no argument. He spoke grand principles, the kind that persuaded everyone around him. Hyugakyo let out a derisive laugh, contempt glinting in his eyes. 2 years will pass before the Hidden Cloud is repelled. Who'll even remember Danzo's crimes by then? And even if someone remembers, Sarutobi Hiruzen could always use Danzo's contributions in these 2 years as compensation for his sins. Watching Hyugakyo fall silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze grew colder, tinged with a hint of smug satisfaction. What of it if you were the head of the Hyuga clan? I'm the Hokage of Konoha, and running this village takes real political prowess. I recall there's a rule in our village. Hyugakyo spoke suddenly, his tone unhurried, his expression calm. Anyone who raises a hand against a comrade is considered a traitor, and it is everyone's duty to sentence traitors to death. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows knitted. His face transformed in an instant. A tremendous thunderclap thundered through the room. The air before Hyugakyo rippled and twisted. The Samahata sword, a monstrous spiked blade, trembled hungrily as it appeared in his grip. Now is the time to carry out that justice. Everyone's face turned pale with shock. Oh my god. Hyugakyo really dared to make his move in the Hokage's chambers. This was nothing less than a challenge to the Hokage's very authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned livid with fury. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaka froze for a heartbeat, then lit up with wild excitement and admiration. What a man! Riveting. Exhilarating. Go for it. This is what a real man does. This is pure, unfiltered freedom. Hyugakyo, stop this at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was sharp as a whip. This is the Hokage's chambers. Laying hands on a comrade here is unforgivable. Hyugakyo didn't spare him a glance. He just grinned, full of mockery and derision. When Danzo attacked me, there was always a convenient excuse. But when I go after Danzo, suddenly it's a crime beyond forgiveness. Lightning crackled up and down the Samahata blade. It came crashing down with unfathomable fury. Danzo's eyes filled with terror, the threat of death finally overriding any thought of jutsu. He summoned up all his chakra, every ounce of strength, throwing up one last desperate defense. But, in the next instant, he was crushed into bloody scraps. The entire Hokage tower shook, a calamity as if summoned by the gods themselves. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The image of Hyuga Mirror, ruthless, decisive, and cold, was etched into everyone's mind. Hyuga Mirror, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was ashen with fury. To strike within the Hokage tower itself, that was a blatant humiliation. Lord Hokage, there's no need to worry. Hyuga Mirror slowly raised his ninja blade, Samahata. Bloody flesh, shredded muscle, and bone fragments from Shimura Danzo still clung to its edge. The sight was grisly, revolting. He bared his teeth in a brazen smile. The war is about to begin. The village will need my strength. It's not too late to punish me once we've driven out the forces of Cloud. His grin was wild, unrestrained, outright defiant. In that moment, he was grinding Hiruzen's dignity into the dust. Sarutobi's face twitched with suppressed rage. The words Hyuga Mirror now flung back at him were the exact words Sarutobi himself had just uttered. Then, Danzo's form flickered, his shape grew translucent. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the same spot, miraculously unharmed. His eyes were filled with terror, staring at Hyuga Mirror as if witnessing pure madness. Hyuga Mirror, you dare lay hands on me? The whole room gaped in disbelief, staring at Danzo. What on earth was happening? How could Danzo, who had just died, be standing there perfectly fine once again? Shimura Danzo. Fugaku Uchiha's expression was thunderous, as if his ancestors' graves had been desecrated. You stole the Sharingan from my Uchiha clan, and now you even dare to steal our secret jutsu, Izanagi. His voice came out like a bitter curse, thick with outrage. In an instant, Fugaku's black eyes blazed red. His Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, aglow with a sinister, mesmerizing light that made the heart quake. Dream of malice. A dreadful stillness fell. Danzo's eyes dulled to emptiness, their light snuffed out. His face contorted in fear, his whole body shaking, as though trapped in an endless, hellish nightmare. What the? Hyuga Mirror burst out laughing. Fugaku Uchiha actually revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, hiding it all these years, and today he lets it slip in a moment of rage. He could hardly believe the drama of it. In the original story, Itachi was the only one ever to see Fugaku's Mangekyo. Now, in this moment, everything had been laid bare. Fugaku Uchiha stopped. Hiruzen barked out, harsh and commanding. He didn't understand how Danzo had resurrected, but as long as Danzo stood, Hiruzen could maintain his righteous facade. Mirror, you've only just become clan head, and already you have the courage to defy orders. Fugaku's eyes glinted cold as steel. So am I, as clan head, supposed to remain a coward? Like a gale, his form blurred, launching straight for Danzo. Enough, stand down. Hiruzen's voice cracked like a whip. Kunai, multi-shadow clone jutsu. In a flash, countless kunai exploded towards Fugaku, ready to pierce him through if he dared advance a single step. Hiruzen's face wore an expression of utter confidence. As a master of ninjutsu, his intelligence in the art far surpassed that of ordinary people. At that very moment, Hyuga Q suddenly let out a thunderous shout, and his figure flashed like lightning. Shimura Danzo must die today. I said it. Shimura Danzo must die. I said it. His voice echoed through the air, reverberating with dominance. An overwhelming presence radiated from him. Everyone was utterly stunned. Hyuga Q's face was filled with untamed wildness and dominance. Bang! In an explosion of murderous fury, he struck in an instant. The sword, Samahata, in his hand crackled like the fury of heaven. Amid Hiruzen Sarutobi's shocked and furious gaze, he ruthlessly brought down Danzo's body. Shimura Danzo fell straight down, lifeless. Blood gushed and flowed everywhere. I don't want to die, Hiruzen. Even as he spoke, blood poured faster from his neck, and, finally, his life slipped away. A suffocating silence filled the scene. No one spoke. Everyone was struck dumb. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned so dark it looked almost purple with rage. But Hyuga Q remained calm and composed, as if he had simply done something insignificant. Uchiha Fugaku was beside himself with satisfaction, bursting out, "Ha ha! In all these years as clan leader, I have never felt so vindicated." He stared icily at Danzo's corpse. To steal the Uchiha's Sharingan, to secretly learn our forbidden techniques, such offenses the Uchiha clan will never forgive. The shame brought upon the Uchiha can only be cleansed with blood. And for that, we have Lord Hyuga to thank. He turned a face full of gratitude to Hyuga Q, whose untamed, wild spirit shone like a true leader. From a certain perspective, Hyuga Q was even more of a clan head than himself. He, Fugaku, had been far too cautious. Rage burned in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. "Hyuga Q, how dare you act right in front of me?" Hyuga Q replied with a faint, cool smile. "Lord Hokage, right now the real threat is upon us. We should put the bigger picture first and resolve the matter with the Hidden Cloud Village. For that, the Hyuga clan is willing to send 200 of our own ninja. What do you think, Lord Hokage?" His smile was calm, even tinged with a trace of mockery. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, you old fool. If I didn't still need you for the next phase of my plan, do you think you'd still be sitting safely in your chair as Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku caught on at once, his expression earnest as he added, "That's right, Lord Hokage. With such a crisis at hand, we must put the village first. The Uchiha are also willing to dispatch 200 ninja." Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Hyuga Q sighed, his expression sincere. "Besides, had Danzo not attacked me, I wouldn't have fought back, would I? And if he hadn't stolen the Uchiha Sharingan and their clan secrets, would clan leader Fugaku have been so enraged? In the end, all of this happened because Danzo was the one in the wrong. Our only mistake was not getting rid of Danzo Shimura sooner and returning a bright and just Konoha to its people. Otherwise, who knows how many more would have lost their lives at Danzo's hands." "What the?" Fugaku Uchiha was utterly stunned. Everyone else was just as dumbfounded. Come to think of it, that actually made sense. Danzo was to blame. If not for him, why would the Hyuga clan head or the Uchiha clan head ever take action against him? But still, something about this felt distinctly off. And furthermore, a cold sneer flickered across Hiromasa, Hyuga's face. To put it mildly, Danzo attacked his own comrades. To take it further, if rifts ever formed between Konoha and the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, that could lead to open conflict. The Hyuga, the Uchiha, and Konoha turning against one another, all because of Danzo Shimura. He declared this boldly, every word ringing clear, resonating like a crashing cymbal. Huh, so we're playing the blame game now? Who doesn't know how to do that? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew stiff. He had to admit, Hiromasa Hyuga's ability to twist the story rivaled, even surpassed, his own. He glanced down at Danzo's lifeless body. Without a sigh. The truth was clear. The dead could never be as valuable as the living. You're absolutely right, Hiromasa, Hiruzen affirmed wholeheartedly. Now, we must immediately dispatch our ninja. The Land of Fire's defensive line cannot fall back another step, or the cost will be catastrophic. As for who should lead them, let Fugaku Uchiha take command. Meanwhile, I'll send urgent orders to recall Jiraiya at once. Only a Kaga-level powerhouse like Jiraiya can truly stand against the Raikage. There was a steely, calculating glint deep in his eyes. As he looked toward Hiromasa and Fugaku, a hidden, frigid intent glimmered within. Those who refused to serve his will had no place in his world. Hiromasa and Fugaku had both slipped beyond his control now. And what better opportunity than this war to get rid of them both? Very well, let Jiraiya's return be ever so slightly delayed. With that, the gathering dispersed. Preparations for war officially began. Hyuga clan head, what is your perspective on Konoha? Fugaku Uchiha, having slipped up beside Hiromasa as he was heading home, spoke with a candid tone of admiration. We've never really talked before, but now it feels as if we've known each other for years. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to seek out the Uchiha clan. If there's anything within our power, we'll never refuse to help. His expression was earnest, his sincerity shining through. Whatever else could be said of the Uchiha, their word was their bond. Of course, Hiromasa's eyes narrowed slightly. As it happens, there's something I might need. Oh, what is it? Fugaku immediately perked up. It's not the right time to discuss it yet. Once we've driven the Cloud Village back, there may be something I'll need the Uchiha leader's help with. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Hiromasa's lips. Uchiha Fugaku nodded thoughtfully, and after a brief pause, the two men went their separate ways. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully sealed Danzo Shimura's corpse inside a ninja scroll with a sealing technique, his expression clouded with gloom. From the top of the Hokage tower, he watched the distant figures of Hyuga Kyo and Uchiha Fugaku as they walked away. There has always been friction between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, with the threat of rebellion never far from hand, he muttered, his voice low and conspiratorial, eyes flickering with calculation. Ever since Hyuga Kyo became the head of the Hyuga clan, the clan has slipped further beyond control. Today's chaos was fueled by Hyuga Kyo making the first move and turning hostile. That's what pushed Uchiha Fugaku into action, and even made him reveal his trump card. Fear crept into Hiruzen's eyes as he recalled the crimson Mangekyo Sharingan he had just witnessed. That power! That is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not since Uchiha Madara himself has such a dark power resurfaced among the Uchiha. He took a deep breath, mind racing. He had to curb both Hyuga Kyo and Uchiha Fugaku. If not, the position of Hokage might soon be snatched away. Konoha itself could fall into the hands of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Then, the Uchiha must be the first to go. His eyes grew steely, cold, and suffused with murderous intent. Even Danzo's death does not disrupt my plans. Uchiha Shursui remains the best weapon against the Uchiha. In possession of Kodoeme Tsukumi, Shursui alone is a match for the entire clan. This was his secret ace. Uchiha Shursui's Kodoeme Tsukumi. A sharp rush of air sliced through the silence. In a blink, Shursui appeared at Hiruzen's side, dropping to one knee. Hokage-sama. Shursui's manner was respectful, kneeling on one knee. Shursui, from this moment, you are the new leader of the Foundation. From today on, you will serve as my right hand in the shadows, overseeing all of Konoha's covert operations. Hiruzen turned toward him, his face radiating anticipation and trust. He looked, for a moment, like a kindly old grandfather. All traces of coldness and severity in his gaze had vanished. What? Shursui was stunned. Me, the leader of the Foundation? Here he was, already following Kyo's orders and contemplating rebellion. Yet now, he was being asked to head the very foundation? How absurd could this get? This is a sign of my trust in you, Hiruzen said gently, his face full of benevolence. In all of Konoha, you alone are up to this task. As the grandson of my old friend Uchiha Kagami, you have both the right and the responsibility. But before you take up this post, there's one more mission I must ask of you. His tone shifted slightly, his expression growing grave and resolute. He looked every inch the kindly elder, burdened with the village's safety, even if it meant making painful sacrifices. Lord Hokage, please give the order. A warning bell rang in Shursui Uchiha's mind. So this, he thought to himself, is what Hiruzen Sarutobi truly intends to say. Yet outwardly, his expression remained nothing but respectfully sincere. Fugaku Uchiha now harbors thoughts of rebellion. It's time for you to use Kodoamitsukami. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh. I truly hadn't wished to use the power of Kodoamitsukami. After all, that means manipulating someone's heart. But now, for the sake of peace in the leaf, for the peace of the Uchiha clan, and so that no blood needs to be shed, your Kodoamitsukami is the best solution. Use it on Fugaku Uchiha. Make him heed my command. From this day forward, the Uchiha clan will be Konoha's most loyal family. And in return, they will earn the village's trust. Hiruzen gave Shursui's shoulder a firm pat. Shursui, this difficult mission is in your hands. Shursui's tone was dutiful. I will not fail you. But deep within Shursui's gaze, behind that gentle mask of Hiruzen Sarutobi, all he could see was barely contained excitement and greed. Like a venomous serpent poised to bite. A chill ran through him. His heart grew cold as ice. The squad led by Fugaku Uchiha, with Hyuga Kyo as a second, began their march to the battlefield with 10,000 leaf ninjas in tow. A somber chill pervaded the ranks. War is, and has always been, merciless. The Third Shinobi World War had ended not so long ago. The shadow of conflict still haunted many hearts, their faces drawn tight with worry and unease. Who would have imagined that barely after the Third Great Ninja War, we'd be thrown back into battle? This time, who knows if we'll survive? Sigh. Both my parents died on the battlefield during the last war. If I die now, my children will be left as orphans. When will this endless war come to a close? A cloud of sorrow hung over every face. War meant wrenching separation, life torn from life. All of this, Hyuga Kyo took in with calm, pensive eyes that seemed to grow darker still. He had realized something. The will of the people could empower his system. What he truly sought was a new shinobi world, a world where he could bring his own vision and ideals to life. He didn't want to be a solitary, legendary figure, feared for his strength, who wiped everyone out and ended up utterly alone. What meaning could there be in that? How would that make him any different from Tyrant? Would loneliness really be a reward? Was his fate just to spend each day talking idly with a machine? If it came to that, he'd rather return to his old world and read novels. At least then he could post a comment, maybe even complain about the author. Suddenly, a swift rush of air. Shursui Uchiha appeared by Hyuga Kyo's side in the blink of an eye. Had Hyuga Kyo not possessed such keen perception, he might never have detected Shursui's arrival at all. The surrounding Hyuga clan ninja didn't even sense Uchiha Shursui's arrival. Jing! Uchiha Shursui lowered his voice. The Hokage has assigned me to join the route. He paused for a moment before continuing. But I received another mission, to cast Kodoamitsukami on Lord Fugaku. From then on, I'm supposed to follow his every order. Hyuga Jing couldn't help but laugh. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just issued a command to Uchiha Shursui. And now, hardly a moment later, Uchiha Shursui himself had come to tip him off. Such a double agent. Truly impressive. Your Kodoamitsukami might not even work. Hyuga Jing replied with a calm expression. Uchiha Fugaku has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kodoamitsukami and the Mangekyo are powers on the same level. And besides, Uchiha Fugaku can even foresee the future. I suspect he's already aware of your abilities. The power of Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan is truly terrifying. He can foresee countless possible futures and, depending on how reality unfolds, pick the one he desires. By all rights, his rebellion in the original story should have been a sure thing. Yet fate had him face his own beloved son, Uchiha Itachi. What? Shursui's face betrayed his shock as he looked up abruptly. He can foresee the future, and the clan leader has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. It all seemed unbelievable. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was extraordinary. Even with his own Mangekyo, Kodoamitsukami might not succeed. Let's talk about something else. Hyuga Jing suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming with interest. What do you think about taking control of the Fourth Raikage? The Fourth Raikage was a terrifying powerhouse. a genuine Kage at the peak of his strength. He could even deliver devastating blows to Susanoo itself. If they could control the fourth Raikage, it would mean gaining a formidable ally. And should anything go awry, the Raikage would make for the perfect scapegoat. I've actually considered that myself. Uchiha Shursui let out a sigh. But Kodo Amitsukami has a range limit. It only works within 10 meters. That's the utmost extent of my ocular power. And during that time, I can't be interrupted. So I need a quiet window. It's nearly impossible to create those conditions on a battlefield. No interruptions allowed. Must be released within 10 meters. Hyugajin pondered for a moment. That explained why, when Shimura Danzo tried to use Kodo Amitsukami on Mifune, he ended up exposed. Even though, once cast, Kodo Amitsukami was utterly silent and undetectable. During the casting itself, the surge of chakra could still be sensed. Well, we'll just have to wait for the right opportunity. Hyuga Q didn't press the issue. It's best if we can bring it under control. If not, then just kill it. His tone was calm, as if ordering the slaughter of a chicken or a dog. Nothing could be more mundane. A sharp intake of breath. Uchiha Shursue's pupils contracted in shock. Was he really that ruthless? He still couldn't forget the threat the Raikage once posed. That fearsome Raikage, and yet Q spoke of ending him with such casual ease? Besides, Hyuga Q continued, his voice cold and eyes glinting with a piercing chill. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi has given you an order, you don't necessarily have to carry it out. Just give him any excuse you like. Sarutobi's time as Hokage is drawing to a close. Understand. Uchiha Shursui nodded vigorously. Indeed, following Q was the right choice all along. Ever since the Hokage had shown the depths of his madness and greed, Shursui knew he was no longer fit to lead. And Q would never allow such incompetence at the top. His face was filled with hope and resolve. Q is the best candidate for Hokage. Little did Hyuga Q expect Uchiha Shursue's imagination to run so wild. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the group found themselves on the battlefield. Compared to the ninja of Konoha, the shinobi of the hidden Cloud Village stood out, darker and visibly more muscular. We can't let the Cloud Ninja advance any further. Uchiha Fugaku stared at the ranks of the Cloud Ninja, morale high in their eyes. The Scarlet, three-tomo Sharingan in his own gaze spun with a hint of concern. Q, what's your assessment of the Cloud's ninjas? His tone was grave. The Cloud Ninja excel in taijutsu and are especially skilled in the combination of ninjutsu and physical attacks. That gives them an edge on the battlefield. They wield remarkable strength and endurance. Hyuga Q narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the distant Cloud defenses. Their towering, exaggerated muscles were a sight to behold. If Konoha prized balance and proficiency in chakra control, then the Cloud Village was all about wild power, developing the body and chakra together in a brute force blend. Cloud Ninja are formidable in close combat. They thrive in hand-to-hand fighting, said Q in his composed way. But just as they have strengths, they also have weaknesses. That's why, except for specialists in taijutsu, no one should engage in close-range combat. Focus on long-range ninjutsu attacks. Uchiha and Hyuga clan members should support each squad as force multipliers. This against the Cloud Ninja was the best approach. You're right, Q. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brightened, admiration evident in his voice. You're not just powerful, but so insightful in dealing with the other ninja villages as well. He was floored. All his worries vanished in a breath. Q was truly a genius, remarkable in every way. Immediately, follow Jing's instructions. From this moment on, in every squad, the ninjas cooperating with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans will focus on ninjutsu, attack from a distance, and must not engage in close combat. In no time, the great army of shinobi split into well-organized squads. In the distance, the Raikage's voice, booming like thunder, rumbled across the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku, so you're the one leading them this time. His words dripped with disdain and ridicule. The fourth Hokage is long dead. Jiraiya and Tsunade are nowhere to be seen in Konoha. Even the Nine Tails, Konoha can't control it any longer. But now, the hidden Cloud Village is at its peak. You Konoha shinobi are destined to lose to us and end up as nothing more than Cloud's vassals. His voice crashed down, thunderous and overwhelming, rolling across the sky like a tempest. As the two armies faced off, true battle began with the war for the enemy's mind. Fugaku's face darkened. On the surface, everything Raikage said was true. Even though Fugaku had the Mangekyo Sharingan, an elite power worthy of Kage, he had never revealed its full strength. Worse, the Mangekyo's side effects meant he could not sustain long battles. Whoever thinks the fourth Raikage is just a brute will suffer dearly when facing him. Hyuga let out a quiet chuckle. Look, the war hasn't even begun, and he's already trying to crush our spirits. Such subtlety and calculation. He's anything but a mindless brawler. The fourth Reikage only seemed like a blunt instrument. In truth, he was sharp-minded and dangerously clever. A pack of treacherous trash like you have no right to speak, just as Fugaku struggled for words. Hyuga stepped forward, his voice resonant, commanding, like the voice of divine judgment. Suddenly, thunder ripped across the heavens. Dark clouds gathered overhead, boiling and roiling, as if echoing his condemnation. The hidden cloud sent envoys to Konoha to sign an alliance, but in truth, they schemed to steal the Hyuga's Byakugan. Then, breaking every promise, they sent their elite, Darui, to slaughter in the land of fire. Cloud has no right among the 5 great nations. They are no better than garbage. His words were thunderbolts, crashing in every ear, resonating through every soul. With this surge of energy, the Konoha forces, just moments ago constrained and restrained, now glowed with renewed morale. Particularly when they saw the twisted scowls on the Cloud Ninjas' faces, their fighting spirit soared even higher. Nonsense! The Reikage erupted in fury, his eyes icy cold. He had prepared those lines for a long time, waiting for this very confrontation, to strike first and break Konoha's morale before battle was joined, hoping to undermine their strength from the very start. But in just a few words, Hyuga had shattered his advantage, and even sowed doubt among the Cloud's own ranks. What? Did we, Cloud, really try to seize the Hyuga's Byakugan? Does this mean that we are in the wrong in this war? Even if we seize the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, so what? As long as the hidden Cloud village grows stronger, what do these dark deeds matter? The Reikage's face turned as dark as thunder. He roared, enough talk. On the battlefield, strength is all that counts. And in this battle, your Leaf village will be utterly defeated by the hidden Cloud. Hyuga sneered, showing no deference to the Reikage. Defeat the Leaf? What gives you that confidence? Haven't the first, second, and third ninja wars taught your hidden Cloud village enough lessons from a Leaf? His white eyes crackled with lightning, dripping with mockery. When has your hidden Cloud ever defeated the Leaf? This time will be no different. The hidden Cloud will be routed by the Leaf, running off like a pack of stray dogs. In an instant, the Leaf shinobi's spirits surged. They shouted, hearts pounding, their faces alight with admiration as they gazed at Hyuga. After all, the hidden Cloud was infamous for their thunderous blustering, always belittling the Leaf before battle. Yet the Leaf rarely had shinobi with voices that could match them. But today, Hyuga's scathing words slicing through the air left them exhilarated. Damn it! The fourth Reikage's expression darkened further. Infuriating. He was completely thrown off. Because Hyuga was right. The hidden Cloud had never truly and squarely beaten the Leaf. Attack! The Reikage bellowed angrily, swinging his massive hand. Crush the Leaf. Show them the true strength of the hidden Cloud ninja. Let the Leaf pay the price for offending our village. Damn it! He had originally planned to hurl a few more insults. Normally, it would be the Leaf completely subdued and unable to talk back. But now, he was the one left speechless by the Leaf's biting retorts. With a sudden rumble, the endlessly vast forces of the hidden Cloud surged forward, shadows streaking forth like death himself emerging from the night. Kunai in hand, glinting cold and deadly beneath the moon. In every ninja's eyes, there burned only killing intent and the resolve to never retreat. They advanced like an overwhelming storm, a sea of black clouds rolling in. Take him down. Uchiha Fugaku's breathing grew heavy. With a sweeping gesture, he warned, be careful. Avoid close combat with a hidden Cloud if you can. Use ninjutsu. Engage from a distance and coordinate with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Everyone, the future of the Leaf rests in your hands. Uchiha Fugaku's breaths came hard and fast. He couldn't help but glance at Hyuga. He looked out toward the mass of shinobi gathering in the distance. With both armies on the brink of clash, right now, it's ordinary ninjas who take the field. But once the battle reaches its fever pitch, whether it's the Reikage, Killer Bee, or Yujito, they will all step onto the battlefield to become one of the most troublesome foes on the battlefield. His face darkened, thick with worry. The fourth Reikage is a top-tier force among Kaga-level shinobi. On top of that, with Killer Bee and Yujito Ni, who both control tailed beast powers, Konoha will immediately find itself at a terrible disadvantage. This was the very issue he had always feared. To face 3 Kaga-level opponents. How on earth was Konoha supposed to hold out? Hyuga cast his gaze toward the battlefield ahead. The Reikage stood there, arms folded, his eyes as cold as the winter wind as he surveyed the chaos. At his side stood Killer Bee and Yujito Ni, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. They possess the most overwhelming and terrifying powers in the entire ninja world. The strength of the tailed beasts is indeed nearly impossible to resist. Hyuga Q mused, his tones steady and calm. A glint of determination flashed through his eyes as he continued. But the wood release technique I've mastered is the perfect counter to the tailed beasts. He calmly declared, leave the 2 Jinchuriki to me. His eyes flicked to Uchiha Shursui beside him. Shursui, you'll assist Fugaku. The 2 of you must bring down the Raikage together. I understand, replied Uchiha Shursui, giving a respectful nod. Uchiha Fugaku. He hadn't fully grasped the situation. Wasn't Uchiha Shursui one of their Uchiha clan's own elite? So why did it feel as if Hyuga Q commanded him with such ease? And fighting a war isn't a one-on-one tournament. Hyuga Q added, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Shursui, your mobility is unmatched. Even against the Raikage, you can retreat without fear. Before Fugaku engages the Raikage, you have only one mission. Exterminate the enemy Jonin. Use your incredible speed and Sharingan Genjutsu to decimate every cloud Jonin you cross paths with. A steely light gleamed in Hyuga Q's eyes. Don't play the support. Your role is to be a butcher, an executioner. The word pulsed in Fugaku's thoughts, a cold gleam igniting in his gaze. It was true. With Shursui's speed, formidable eye techniques, and raw skill, he could become a nightmare of any foe on the battlefield. I understand. Shursui nodded, then disappeared in a flash. Alongside him, there were other renowned shinobi, Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, and Kurenai Yuhi had come as well. Yet not even Guy, Kakashi, or Kurenai could shift the tide as Shursui could. From here on, a drawn-out siege awaits us, Hyuga Q murmured calmly. The battlefield was merciless. Lives were snuffed out without warning, and ninjas fought like demons possessed. The ones dying were their closest comrades. Only by slaughtering the enemy could they silence the fury in their hearts. On the battlefield, Shursui moved like a phantom, every flicker of his presence a silent omen, every flash followed by the quiet fall of yet another enemy's life. It's the body flicker Shursui. He's here. He's stronger than ever. Even Jonin are no match for him now. On the battlefield, it is often the ordinary ninja who begin the skirmishes, while the shadow-level commanders wait, choosing the pivotal moment to enter the fray, striking in one fierce sweep to rout the enemy. For a commander, understanding the flow of battle is more important than joining the fight itself. This is bad, big bro. Killer Bee's usual rap is gone. His voice has turned grave. Brow furrowed, he stares toward the field. Big bro, look. Uchiha Shursui is reaping our Cloud Village Jonin. Raikage's gaze follows, and he sees it. Uchiha Shursui moves like the Reaper's scythe itself. Every time he appears, it's with terrifying speed and a deadly precision. Each sweep of his blade claims the life of a Jonin in an instant. And in a blink, he vanishes again. No ninja can keep up with the shadow. B. Stop him. Under no circumstances can we allow Uchiha Shursui to continue like this. Raikage roars, fury crackling in his eyes like a brewing storm. Shursui is a phantom, never lingering more than a couple of minutes at a time, too swift for anyone to brace against. It tears at Raikage's heart. Not everyone can be a prodigy. Training a single Jonin takes 20, sometimes 30 years. And now, these elite soldiers are snuffed out in an instant. Those treacherous dogs of Konoha. Raikage's fists spark with lightning, anger boiling over. With a single crash, he splits the ground at his feet. Yujito, it's your turn. Hold nothing back. Show Konoha the terror of the tailed beasts. I'll make them pay in blood. Yujito bows deeply, her face earnest. Understood, Lord Raikage. She and Killer Bee shoot toward the heart of the battlefield, exploding onto the scene with the force of emotionless war machines. The very instant they arrive, every ninja within 3 meters falls to silence. Only despair flickers in their eyes before it fades away. Raikage's icy stare fixes on the battle raging before him. Word by careful word, his voice cuts through the clamor. With Killer Bee and Yujito entering the field, Konoha has no hope left, no strength to mount a counterattack. Their defeat is already sealed, and when I step in, their despair will only deepen. With Bee and Yujito alone, Konoha will be crushed, swept away like dust by a storm. And when Raikage joins the fray, he will hasten the death of Konoha itself. When the time comes, what price should Konoha pay? Cruel satisfaction glints in his eyes, a wicked curve playing on his lips, teeth shining stark and white. Demanding the 9 tails, Jinchuriki, and half the land of fire. I being unreasonable? This time, Konoha will be utterly defeated, left with no room to fight back. And the weak have no voice in the realm of diplomacy. Meanwhile, Mirror, watching Killer Bee and Yujito knee rampage across the battlefield, Uchiha Fugaka's expression was grim. Countless Konoha shinobi were being slaughtered without mercy by the pair. There was no room for resistance. Killer Bee and Yujito Ni, with the power of the tailed beast behind them, have already reached the level of Kage. Ordinary ninja stand no chance against them. If we don't stop them now, the Raikage won't even have to step in. Konoha will be crushed before long. The power of Kumobikure right now was overwhelming. Konoha's ninja were utterly helpless, like fish laid out on a chopping board, waiting to be carved. They slipped into despair. Are these two even human? My jutsu can't touch them at all. They're monsters, the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. They haven't even unleashed the full might of their tailed beasts, and already they're unstoppable. If they let the beasts loose, could any human even withstand such power? Someone, please help us. Horror filled the eyes of the Konoha shinobi. To mere ordinary ninja, this was an absolute force, one they could never hope to reach in their lifetimes. They were shinobi, tasked with winning wars, not sent to their deaths. Leave this to me. Hinata Mirror's expression was calm as he glanced over the despair-stricken Konoha ninja. Only when hope is lost can faith shine through most sincerely. Why did the fourth Hokage have such legendary prestige during the Third Great Ninja War? It all came down to him. Thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared across countless battlefields, pulling comrades from the jaws of despair. War, after all, forges heroes and gods. You think mere-tailed beasts can dance before me? A deafening crack split the air. The shark skin blade materialized in his hand, crackling with blinding lightning. In a flash, Hinata Mirror vanished from sight. A streak of lightning sliced through the air. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Another explosive burst rang out. The shark skin's barbs bristled, each tip sparking wildly. Endless lightning suffused the blade, and even shark skin seemed to savor the surge of power. To all observers, for a moment, it was as if Hinata Mirror had seized the thunder from the heavens themselves. He reappeared instantly before Killer Bee and swung Sharkskin down toward Bee's chest with terrifying force. What kind of speed is that? Killer Bee's face twisted in shock. Konoha still has someone this strong? Cloak of the Tailed Beast. In that instant, he didn't even get the chance to raise a defense. He simply couldn't react in time. The crimson-tailed beast cloak surged, boosting his defenses to their very peak, but the hammering force landed squarely. His chest bone shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth. He went flying, battered and broken, like a wild dog struck aside. The Raikage's face contorted with fury. His eyes burned with rage. Lightning crackled around him as he shot toward the battlefield with all the speed he could muster, not daring to waste even a moment. Everyone was utterly stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. What kind of monster is that? Lord Killer Bee was defeated in a single blow. Does that mean the other party also has a tailed beast inside them? Only a Jinchuriki can stand up to a tailed beast. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninja were going wild. Their eyes shone with boundless admiration and excitement. Kagami. It's Lord Kagami. Lord Kagami just crushed the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. Ha ha ha. So what if they have a Jinchuriki? It's nothing before Lord Kagami. Our revered Lord Kagami. Crushed those reckless brutes from the Hidden Cloud. Everyone shouted with fervor, as if gazing up in awe at the god they placed their faith in. Yujito herself was caught completely off guard and trembled uncontrollably. For reasons she couldn't understand, she felt a sense of mortal fear emanating from Hyuga Kagami. This can't be real. It just can't. Why am I feeling like I'm staring death in the face? Killer Bee's strength far surpasses mine, and yet he was overpowered in a single move. There was something about Hyuga Kagami. It was as though an unfathomably terrifying force existed within him, a force that utterly suppressed her. Yujito, run. Escape now. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Yujito was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. Matatabi? Is that you? She said uncertainly. It was the first time Matatabi had ever spoken to her. She could indeed wield Matatabi's power, but that was only because the two-tailed beast was mild-tempered. It never resented her for using its strength, but until now, it had never spoken to her. Yet at this very moment, Matatabi reached out because of Hyuga Kagami. It's me. Leave this man's side at once. There's a power within him that even I fear. In Matatabi's eyes, blazing with ghostly blue fire, only terror could be seen. This can't be. Yujito trembled in disbelief. He's just a shinobi, yet he scares you, a tailed beast? Just then, Hyuga Kagami's gaze swept toward her, his eyes cold and fathomless. And you, Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the two tails. His gaze seemed to pierce right through to where Matatabi slept within her, a smile playing on his lips. The power of a tailed beast alone was fearsome, but all 9 together, forming the 10 tails, were even more terrifying. In the original story, Uchiha Madara's method was flawed. The real way is not to absorb the god tree, but to provide it with ample chakra, allowing it to produce a chakra fruit. His eyes gleamed with insight. That is the true path to bloodline fusion. Uchiha Madara took a wrong step. Once Kagaya Otsutsuki ate the chakra fruit, she herself became the god tree. She was in essence the 10 tails. Uchiha Madara's approach was not to seize Kagaya Otsutsuki's power, but to borrow it. This was why Kagaya Otsutsuki could be resurrected within him. To cultivate a new chakra fruit. The plan to gather the tailed beasts. This was Hyuga Q's second scheme. But uniting all the tailed beasts would inevitably turn every village against him. It would be impossible to maintain a righteous and shining image. That would be a fatal error. He had already sensed it. The will of the people had a tangible effect, empowering the system. So, just lay all the blame at Hiruzen Sarutobi's feet. Danzo was dead, so the mantle of scapegoat should fall to him. That was also the reason Hiruzen Sarutobi had managed to survive this long. A faint, sly smile curled at the corner of Hyuga Q's lips. The power of Kagaya Otsutsuki is utterly terrifying. If only she wasn't just a big, well-meaning fool when it comes to battle. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Yujito in front of him. The plan to collect the tailed beasts. Let's begin with you. The ground beneath his feet shattered with a deep rumble. In a flash, he became a bolt of wrathful lightning. He brought his massive hammer down with a merciless swing. Enough! Get away from her! The Reikage roared, muscles tensed and veins bulging. Lightning release. Chakra mode. With a thunderous crash, Reikage's arm intercepted the blow, his brooding, cold, and furious eyes locking with Hyuga Q's. Hyuga Q's gaze flickered to the metal bands wrapped tightly around Reikage's arm. Relying on those iron bands and your body's formidable strength to stop me, are you? He nodded with grudging respect, as expected from the strongest Reikage since the third. In the entire shinobi world, you alone can withstand my attacks. But even that isn't enough. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A surge of even greater lightning burst forth. The air exploded with the sound of crackling thunder. From the heavens above, lightning plummeted down, converging into the Samahata within Hyuga Q's grip. Endless streams of lightning gathered, their blue hue deepening, shifting steadily toward a brilliant violet. Power crackled in his hands, terrifying in its raw intensity. What overwhelming power! Reikage's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Can a human truly command lightning like this? The thunder in nature is far more fearsome than anything a shinobi can conjure. But in his hands, it behaves like a docile child following its master's command. He spun around, shouting to Yujito at his side, "Head to the other battlefield. Leave this enemy to me. He's the kind of opponent who deserves my undivided strength." Amidst storm and rage, a spark of excitement flared in Reikage's eyes. He let out a wild, booming laugh. "How many years has it been? You're the first opponent I've ever faced head-on. The fourth Hokage may be powerful, but our fighting styles just never lined up. Every time we fought, I always felt frustrated like I could never go all out. But now, I can finally unleash everything I have." The very sky seemed to crack and roar. A terrifying burst of thunder erupted. Lightning release armor. Full power, unleashed. Every strand of his yellow hair stood on end. The veins on his arms bulged. His entire body surged with power, muscles swelling to their absolute peak, as if every drop of blood was surging with raw energy. "This is my ultimate form." His eyes, cold yet exhilarated, fixed on Hayashi Hyuga before him. "And now, with this power, I'll crush you completely. You're worthy of my full strength." Lightning release. Heavy current storm. A deafening explosion split the air. Even as Hayashi unleashed his resounding 8 trigrams thunderbolt, the Reikage stood his ground, his eyes ablaze with excitement. A wild, unrestrained laugh echoed through the chaos. Hayashi laughed loudly, gazing down at the Reikage from above, a look of pure admiration on his face. His clothes fluttered, untouched by wind, as surging thunder roared around him. The upper half of his shirt shredded away, revealing muscles as solid as granite, every bit as impressive as the Reikage's, yet sharper, as if sculpted by blade and chisel. His physique was more balanced, more refined. No one had any doubt about the terrifying strength hidden in those muscles. "I acknowledge you." Thunder flickered across Hayashi's pale eyes. "Fourth Reikage, even if you're defeated, I'll let you live." The fourth Reikage snorted and roared in anger. Why do you always steal my lines? When I beat you, I'll let you live to return to Konoha, so you can sing praises of my strength. Both men's eyes blazed with a frenzy for battle. At blinding speed, they tore through the air amidst flashes of lightning. The ground beneath them was scorched black, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of their clash. Every onlooker was stunned, watching these two titans wage war, as if gazing up at gods. This was a battle between gods of thunder, a clash that would decide once and for all who was the mightiest Raijin of the ninja world. 8 trigrams, thunderbolt, heavy current storm. Another explosion shattered the air. Wild, unchecked thunder ripped through the atmosphere, pouring from the point where the two attacks collided and unleashing gales and crackling bolts that raged out of control. The surrounding ninja were thrown back violently. The touch of that lightning was enough to render them unconscious in an instant. This is terrifying. Are human beings truly capable of such power? These aren't even people anymore. They're monsters. Everyone looked on in horror, cold sweat slipping down their spines. Killer Bee finally managed to steady himself, his voice shaky with shock. There's actually someone in the ninja world who can rival my brother in taijutsu. This is insane. I could never hope to defeat my big brother. But this ninja, he's not afraid in the slightest. And looking at his age, the opponent was clearly much younger than the Reikage. What sort of monster is he? Unconsciously, he swallowed, fear flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha stood in stunned disbelief. He could only manage a bitter laugh. Looks like Mirror was still hiding his true strength back at the Hokage office. Given Mirror's strength, there was simply no need for him to fear even Hiruzen Sarutobi. In fact, one could argue that Mirror's abilities now overshadowed those of the Hokage himself. Why did it feel as if Mirror was deliberately going easy on the Hokage? To possess such terrifying power at the mere age of 8. He couldn't help but think of his own son, Uchiha Itachi, hailed as a prodigy for his innate gifts. And yet, compared to Mirror, even Itachi, for all his genius, seemed like nothing. It was enough to make a man curse in frustration. Comparing oneself to others was a surefire way to invite despair. He himself had only become a Kaga-level powerhouse at the age of 22, after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. But here stood Hyuga Mirror, already a Kaga-level warrior at just 8 years old. It was beyond belief. Out on the battlefield, Hyuga Mirror stood firm, unwavering as a massive boulder. Meanwhile, the Reikage was forced back several steps in sudden retreat. A flush rose madly to his cheeks, a bitter taste welling in his throat, but he pushed it down with sheer force of will. Ha ha, that was exhilarating. He roared, but don't think you'll defeat me so easily. In the end, victory will belong to the hidden Cloud Village. A chilling light flickered in his eyes. For someone your age to reach Kaga level and battle me as an equal, truly you are a genius amongst geniuses, a once-in-a-generation monster. If you're allowed to keep growing, you're certain to become a grave threat to the hidden Cloud Village in the future. Right now is the best chance to kill you. Hyuga Mirror, despite his overwhelming power, even surpassing the Reikage in sheer strength, was still so young. The Reikage believed that with his rich battle experience, he could suppress Mirror and claim victory. If he didn't seize this opportunity now, with Mirror's terrifying talent, in a few years, even he wouldn't be able to stand against him. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Thank goodness they met now, he thought. If not, there was no telling what dire consequences Mirror's frightening potential could bring. Hyuga Mirror's smile was cold and sharp. Reikage, from this moment on, the hidden Cloud Village will vanish from the shinobi world. What outrageous arrogance! The Reikage bellowed, fury surging within. Every word Hyuga Mirror uttered seemed to strike at the deepest wellspring of his rage. The two clashed, lightning and thunder incarnate, colliding in the midst of the battlefield. Every strike was accompanied by a dreadful peal of thunder, shaking the air with its ferocity. Thunder roared, echoing across the field, deafening, overwhelming. Sparks of lightning exploded with every exchange. In scant moments, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. The Reikage's expression grew increasingly grim. Hyuga Mirror not only possessed overwhelming might, but his mastery over ninjutsu, raw power, and lightning techniques had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Each time the Reikage tried to launch a sneak attack, Hyuga Mirror would evade effortlessly. When he deliberately left an opening, Hyuga Mirror ignored it entirely, making him feel increasingly constrained, unable to find an advantage. Standing before him, Hyuga Mirror seemed less like a human ninja and more like a machine, one that had absolute control over its own power and could unleash its strength to the utmost limit. You little brat! Reikage roared with fury. How is it that you always dodge my attacks, always spot every opening I leave? Are you just a kid, or are you a battle-hardened ninja? Hyuga Kyo offered a faint smile. I've hardly been through 100 battles. I only just passed the Genin exam. I'm just a Genin from the Leaf, believe me. Fire blazed in Reikige's sighs. The experience Hyuga Kyo showed in this fight was in no way inferior to his own. And, as the battle dragged on, Hyuga Kyo's ability to connect techniques only grew stronger and more seamless. It was as if Hyuga Kyo was using him merely for practice. A storm of irritation broiled in Reikige's heart. A foreboding sense of doom crept up on him. You damn brat, I'll kill you. Reikige roared. Lightning wrath. Dance of 1,000 strikes. This is my strongest attack, sharpened and honed through training in my old man style. Lightning release, so terrifying that it rivals even my father's might. A thunderous boom shook the air. In an instant, the world was blindingly bright. It was as if a fearsome sphere of white light split the heavens. You think those sorry tricks are fit to face me? Hyuga Kyo's tone was icy. Just another ant beneath my feet. Thunder fire, 8 trigrams. A monstrous blaze erupted. Lightning crackled in a savage fury. Both surged to the surface of his sword, the Samahata. The azure dragon form allowed him to command all manner of forces. Now, he fused the power of fire and lightning, forging a might even more terrifying. This force on the Samahata was even more dreadful than combined ninja arts. With a resonant hum, Hyuga Kyo's voice rang out in fury, and the Samahata suddenly turned pitch black. It gleamed with a bone-chilling obsidian sheen, as if ready to destroy all that existed. Armament Haki. A deafening boom followed. Armament Haki. Lightning. Fiery clouds. An awe-inspiring force, where flame and thunder blended and danced, condensed into a crushing power that slammed down on Reikige before him. It was like the wrath of the gods themselves from high above. Eyes blazing with rage open wide. Flames twisted and surged, engulfing everything. Thunder raged and roared with wild fury. It came crashing down, unstoppable as an avalanche. Reikige was hurled away with tremendous force. His lightning wrath, dance of 1,000 strikes, vanished in an instant. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed backward, eyes wide in terror. This can't be. No way. Big brother can't lose. Killer Bee sprang to his feet, unable to believe his eyes. His wounds stretched and stung sharply, yet the pain was nothing against the waves of shock and fear that rattled him inside. Big brother. He rushed to help the 4th Reikige up, lending a shoulder. Big brother, your power now isn't far from the 3rd Reikige. You're at the very peak of Kage level. How could you lose to him? Could it be that his strength really surpasses yours? Everyone stood thunderstruck, staring in disbelief at the ninja standing tall in place, as imposing and unyielding as a mountain, radiating a wild, boundless aura and an overwhelming presence. It felt as if they were looking up at a god of thunder and fire. How is this possible? Lord Reikige could even suppress a tail beast. Lord Reikige has long since reached the peak of his power. Why? Why can't he defeat the other side? Meanwhile, the Konoha shinobi had gone completely wild with excitement. No way. Is this really Lord Mirror's strength? Lord Mirror is actually this powerful. From this day on, I'm his biggest fan. Thanks to Lord Mirror, we survived this battlefield. Long live Lord Mirror. The crowd shouted together, voices rising into a thunderous tide. Their cheers echoed to the very sky. At this climactic moment, they witnessed an eternal brilliance, and in their hearts they crowned a blazing, divine protector. Those burning, worshipful eyes gazed upwards, as though beholding their very own deity. The Reikige struggled to stand, fear in his eyes and his legs trembling. "Be," he called out. His face was ashen. "The opponent's power surpasses even mine. I never imagined Konoha would be hiding such a genius." Reikige's eyes filled with disappointment and gloom, and he gritted his teeth. Why? Why is it always like this? Every time Konoha faces a crisis, some prodigious ninja appears, proving that Konoha is untouchable, displaying that unmatched majesty. Why does Konoha always have such extraordinary fortune? Bitterness and rage surged in his heart. 100 years ago, there was the first Hokage. Afterwards came the second. Then it was the White Fang of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, the 3 legendary Sannin, each shining brilliantly on the battlefield. And now, there was another monster destined to dominate an entire era. There is one thing you need to understand. Konoha is Konoha, and I am myself. But you are weak. Much too weak. Hyuga Mirror shook his head, not with scorn in his eyes, but with a steady, imperturbable calm, a calm that only further stirred the Raikage's fury. To call yourself the Raikage, is this all the strength you have? From above, he looked down. It was as if a god gazed indifferently upon ants beneath his feet. Too powerful. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Mirror can actually suppress two-tailed beasts and Killer Bee all by himself. Ow, how can a human possibly do such a thing? Luckily, I have no conflicts of interest with Mirror. The Uchiha clan must never clash with him. A shiver ran down his spine. Too terrifying. At this moment, Mirror's power was absolutely above the highest echelon of Kage-level shinobi. Could it be, has he already set foot in that legendary realm? Stay where you are, Hyuga Mirror said quietly, his presence crackling with thunderous force. A deafening boom. His figure flickered through the air like crackling electricity. If not for his Sharingan, Fugaku Uchiha would never have been able to follow Hyuga Kagami's movements. Go! Get out of here now! The Raikage's eyes were wide, bloodshot with desperation. He roared, none of us are his match. Hyuga Kagami was simply too strong. The gap between them was insurmountable. This is bad. Killer Bee run. The Raikage's pupils contracted as he saw Kagami's form shift with lightning speed. In that instant, he understood. Kagami is after you, Bee. A chill shot down his spine. Watching Kagami rush toward Killer Bee, his heart filled with terror. Could it be Kagami is after the tailed beast? The thought was terrifying. Tailed beasts had been assigned since the era of the first Hokage. Any attempt by one village to seize another's beast was strictly forbidden, a move that would instantly provoke hostility from the other great ninja villages, uniting them against the aggressor. But Kagami's actions now. He was seizing a tailed beast. Get away from him. The Raikage unleashed a furious roar, gathering every ounce of his strength to launch himself forward again. Muscles strained and torn as he pushed his battered body, his face twisted in pain. But there was no choice. He had to protect the Jinchuriki. A cold scoff escaped Kagami's lips, his voice booming like thunder. If your skills are inferior, then don't disgrace yourself on the battlefield. Flames and lightning surged wildly around him, an overwhelming force, devastating anything that drew near. All that power gathered in an instant at the head of his massive hammer. With a mighty swing, he sent the Raikage flying once more. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, of all 9 beasts, second only to the 9 tails in raw power, Kagami mused. But it seems you're not so formidable after all. He didn't spare the Raikage another glance. Instead, he planted a foot squarely on Killer Bee's chest. Those unwavering eyes seemed to see right through Bee's body, as if peering directly at the tailed beast inside. With a grisly sound, Killer Bee spat blood, agony etched across his face. Yuki, I'm about to die here. Enough jokes, come out now. His eyes were bloodshot with outrage and humiliation. Always hailed as a genius, a Jinchuriki with mastery over his beast, he had never imagined he would be reduced to such a wretched state. A roar erupted, an earth-shaking sound, ancient and wild, echoing across ages of history. A monstrous ox head began to emerge from Bee's chest, swiftly morphing into a beast of nightmare, the furious fusion of ox and octopus. So you're the one hurting Bee. Gyuki's voice rumbled like a muffled storm, heavy with power and calm authority. There's a dangerous power about you, one that makes me wary. But without those eyes, you're no match for me. Go to hell, and apologize to Bee while you're there. With a cataclysmic crash, the battle ignited once more. His 8 octopus tails lashed out at a terrifying speed, a barrage like a raging storm. Each tail cracked through the air like a flurry of whips, creating an impenetrable cage. They aimed to beat Hyuga Kyo to death, to whip the life out of him. Impressive strength, Hyuga Kyo remarked, showing a feral grin. Scales of deep blue shimmered across his body, their luster chilling and sharp. From his brow, 2 white dragon horns sprouted, intense and radiant. His presence soared, energy blasting straight toward the heavens. He stood tall and unwavering, like a javelin pointing toward the sky, showing not an ounce of retreat. In his pure white eyes, lightning flashed, a terrifying electric brilliance. Step by step, he strode toward the 8 tails ox demon, every stride like a god descending from the celestial realms. If you truly think you can break through my defenses, you are gravely mistaken. The form of the Dragonborn. A shock ran through the 8 tails. Fear filled its huge eyes. What is this power? His physical strength surpasses even the 3rd Hokage in his prime. The beast instinctively lashed its 8 tails, stumbling backward. His body, it's like an indestructible fortress, unyielding and impenetrable. Not even a tailed beast could possess such might. Are you even human? This was utterly absurd, beyond belief. Not even attacks from a tailed beast could leave a scratch. Hyuga Kyo, meanwhile, watched calmly, cold light and untamed wildness swirling in his eyes. The ox demon shuddered from horn to tail. Impossible. This can't be happening. Tailed beast bomb. A thunderous roar erupted. It opened its cavernous mouth, and violent energy began to gather in the ratio of 2 parts negative to 8 parts positive. Purple power swirling, ready to unleash devastation and destruction. Dread surged. A terrifying aura, primed to lay waste to everything in its path. This is the ultimate force of a tailed beast, the 8 tails bellowed, its voice raw with desperation. I refuse to believe your defenses can withstand this. No sooner had these words left its mouth. A thunderclap split the air. In a flash, Hyuga Kyo vanished from sight. Lightning 8 trigrams. Power surged wildly through Samahata, crackling as it carved a trail of thunder across the sky, then smashed straight into the 8 tails' massive head, shattering it in a single, devastating blow. The attack was so swift, so ruthless, that even the 8 tails couldn't react. Even the ninja of Konoha watched in stunned disbelief. So decisive, no hesitation, no warning. The moment for action arrived, and Hyuga Kyo acted. Fool, Hyuga Kyo scoffed, his tone biting with mockery. War is never a one-on-one duel. Why should I wait for you to finish charging your ultimate attack? He spun Samahata in his hands, creating a shield of blades that spun around him like a cyclone cloak. The wind whirled into a terrifying vortex, a meat grinder shredding everything in its wake. The body of the 8 tails was torn apart and pulverized to a bloody pulp. You can't do this, the 8 tails screamed in fury and pain, its one remaining eye filled with outrage. If you have guts, wait until I finish my tailed beast bomb. Its bovine head began to reform, twisted, furious, stifled with indignation. But before it could finish, a single blow from Hyuga Kyo, brutal, swift, smashed it back to pieces. The foul, crimson chakra drifted through the air, miserable, barely clinging to life. Your weakness is that you release your power too slowly. Hyuga Kyo paid it no mind. Why, as your enemy, should I ever make things easier for you? Boom! The final blow landed. The body of the 8 tails, Gyuki, dissolved into mist, its last words echoing with fear and resignation. I can't match him. His terrifying strength is more than enough to destroy my physical form. Compared to him, even a third Reikage wasn't as troublesome. You must be careful. Alohum. Gyuki vanished. What was left of Killer Bee's figure reappeared, frail and ghastly, like a shelled egg laid bare, completely at the enemy's mercy. What is it that you want? He couldn't finish. Hyuga Kyo suddenly drove Samahata clean through his chest. A surge of satisfaction radiated from Samahata. What's this? You sense chakra that's to your liking, and you want to betray me already? Hyuga Kyo cast Samahata a cold glance. In an instant, a wave of injured protest came from the blade. In essence, it seemed to say, though Gyuki's chakra tasted good, the master's was still the true delicacy. Fine then, in comparison, Gyuki's chakra really is nothing special, Hyuga Kyo remarked indifferently. Under Killer Bee's wide, terrified gaze, Hyuga Kyo crouched down and placed his left hand abruptly on Bee's abdomen. I don't need to break the seal. If the host dies, the seal will come undone anyway, won't it? With a sharp twist of Samahata, he tore apart Killer Bee's heart. A torrent of crimson, demonic chakra erupted and began to spread at once. After the host dies, the tailed beast perishes too, but only after a short delay. Out you come. With a gruff snarl, Hyuga Kyo yanked hard. This wasn't just breaking a seal, it was ripping Gyuki out by sheer brute force. Plunged into darkness, certain of its end, Gyuki was suddenly dragged back into the light, its spirit leaping with hope. But then it saw Hyuga Kyo's merciless face. Its mind went numb with dread. Not again, him of all people. You kill Bee. Gyuki trembled with terror. This enemy was just too strong. He gave off a presence reminiscent of Uchiha Madara himself. Years ago, Madara had appeared just like this. An overwhelming might, an unreasonable power in his eyes, ruthlessly bending both their strength and will to his command. Hyuga Kyo's face remained impassive, not bothering with the courtesy of a reply. First-tailed beast, collected successfully. Alohum vibrated through the air. In a blink, the 8 tails was pulled into the Kamui dimension, a spatial realm under Hyuga Kyo's complete control. Having no sealing technique, nor any special sealing instruments, he figured, why not just keep it sealed safely inside Kamui? Where am I? Gyuki was left utterly bewildered. Looking at the wasteland, layer upon layer of towering black pillars, yet not a single trace of life. One felt a piercing desolation in the bone-chilling air. He said the first tailed beast. Could it be that his goal is to collect all of the tailed beasts? The 8 tails, Gyuki, felt a cold shiver race down his spine. He couldn't suppress the creeping fear of one possibility. He knew all too well what might happen if someone managed to gather all the tailed beasts. The consequences would be terrifying. B. The Raikage roared in fury. His eyes were bloodshot, blazing like those of a rabid, bloodthirsty beast. I'll kill you. How dare you kill B? Since the moment he and B became brothers, they had been inseparable. They were already closer than blood relatives. Countless memories flashed through his mind. Rage shook his body so violently that if looks could kill, Hyuga Mirror would have perished 1,000 times over by now. No. He forced himself to stay rational. I'm not strong enough to face Hyuga Mirror right now. If I charge in recklessly, B's death will be in vain. I must find powerful allies. In the depths of his furious gaze, a sudden clarity flickered. B will not die for nothing. Big Brother will avenge you, I swear. In this moment, it was Hyuga Mirror who truly seemed like the Demon King. Hyuga Mirror let out a low, mocking chuckle, his expression utterly calm. Thick fog rolled in. Suddenly, it was unclear who the real invader was. Isn't it laughable for the Cloud Village, who came as aggressors, to talk about revenge? Hyuga Mirror sneered, his eyes drifting lazily toward Yujito, whose beauty and mature poise gave her a striking presence. She shuddered in terror, her lovely gaze wide with fright. This enemy was far too terrifying. He had defeated Raikage in an instant and stolen the 8 tails right before their eyes. Now, I have to get away, at all costs. Yujito took a step backward. The Raikage shouted, voice hoarse with desperation. Yujito, run now. The battle was already decided. With Hyuga Mirror here, Cloud Village had no chance of victory. The Raikage and Yujito scattered like 2 gusts of wind battered by a storm. Their retreat was nothing short of haggard and chaotic, like stray dogs on the verge of collapse. Shursui, stop Yujito. Hyuga Mirror's voice rang out coolly across the battlefield. In the next instant, Uchiha Shursui appeared, blocking Yujito's escape. From the moment Yujito had entered the fight, he had remained close by her side, never revealing himself too soon. Just 1 day ago, Hyuga Mirror had given him a single order. Keep an eye on Yujito at all times. Yujito's pupils shrank. She stopped cold, terror burning in her lovely eyes. You've been watching me ever since I stepped onto this battlefield. It was the only explanation for why Uchiha Shursui had appeared with such perfect timing. That's right. Uchiha Shursui's voice was steady and calm. Mirror assigned me to monitor you a day in advance. From the moment you showed up on the battlefield, it was already impossible for you to escape. Your fate is already sealed. He drew his dagger. His eyes burned blood red. How can this be? Yujito's beautiful eyes filled with terror. She shouted fiercely, get out of my way. Boom! The dark flames of the 2 tails surged wildly. It seemed as though Uchiha Shursui would be consumed entirely. In an instant, a vast, endless sea of ghostly blue fire erupted before her, leaving no room to escape. What a troublesome power. Did Kyo just face an opponent this powerful? Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow. No, the strength of the 8 tails Gyuki is even greater than that of the 2 tails Matatabi. He sighed, recognizing there was a world of difference between his power and Kyo's. Get out of my way. Yujito panicked. The pressure from Hyuga Kyo behind her felt like a harbinger of death. Cold sweat streamed down her forehead. A chill ran down her spine. Her heart brimmed with rage and frustration. A sickening sound pierced the air. At that moment, a sharp spike shot through her chest in an instant. With her heart shattered, she turned back in disbelief, only to find Hyuga Kyo standing behind her. What was that expression in those pale eyes of his? Indifferent. Calm. As if nothing in this world could touch him. As if life itself was as insignificant as an insect in his eyes. Get out. Hyuga Kyo uttered in a low voice, pressing his large hand against Yujito's abdomen. The 2 tails Matatabi, keeper of the netherfire from the underworld. Its power is said to bridge the worlds of the living and the dead. He pulled forcefully with his hand. A monstrous, hellfire-wreathed Bakaniko burst forth, hissing in terror, its fur bristling with fright. In its eyes burned the dreadful flame of the underworld, as if determined to consume all. Not much strength, but quite the temper. Hyuga Kyo's face remained emotionless as the space around them distorted. The 2 tails Matatabi was instantly pulled into the dimension of Kamui, powerless to resist. Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but swallow nervously. So this is the power under Kyo's control. My Sharingan is strong, but when it comes to the tailed beasts, I could never subdue them so effortlessly. In Kyo's hands, Even the tail beasts are mere toys. Such overwhelming power. In the whole shinobi world, how many could ever stand against this? Yujito. The Rakige's eyes bulged with fury, his entire body trembling. Both of their Jinchuriki, utterly slaughtered by Hyuga Kyo. A grudge written in blood. Hyuga Kyo, the hidden cloud will never forgive you for this. All of Konoha will pay for your actions. He bolted away, swift as lightning. Retreat. All hidden cloud shinobi, fall back at once. He thundered, eyes brimming with rage, humiliation, and defiance. But there was no other choice. Any who stayed behind would only meet death. Worthless mongrel, what do you amount to? Hyuga Kyo's voice boomed out like thunder, echoed through the sky. If you have the guts to stay and fight, I'd still respect you as a man. But what are you now, if not a cowering dog? The Rakige's face darkened, his fury visible for all to see. Yet there was nothing he could do. The bitter truth was clear. The shinobi of the hidden cloud village had been utterly outmatched. Cloud ninjas wore looks of frustration, their morale crushed. Like stray dogs with nowhere to run, they scrambled after the fleeing figure of the Rakige. Meanwhile, Konoha's shinobi burst into triumphant laughter, relishing their victory as they hunted down the cloud survivors. Not long ago, the two Jinchuriki from Hidden Cloud had brought unimaginable misery upon them. So, this is all the Cloud Village's shinobi have to offer? If you're so tough, why keep running? Weren't you famous for your bravery? What happened to the mighty Cloud Warriors? All I see now are cowards. Don't run. Why don't you stand and fight like real warriors? The Konoha fighters laughed wildly, their voices full of pride and unrestrained arrogance. Can you blame them? With such a powerful leader to rally behind, it was hard not to feel invincible. They chased the defeated enemy for more than 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat. To them, Lord Mirror was the idol they would follow for life. In the Kamui dimension, faced with the sudden arrival of the bewildered Two Tails, the Hachibi let out a heavy sigh. So you're here too, as I expected. It seems Hyuga Mirror's true goal isn't just to collect one or two-tailed beasts. Two Tails blinked in confusion, still disoriented. What do you mean? There's a chance he's trying to resurrect that one. A shiver ran down the Two Tails' spine. Her whole body trembled. Fear filled her bestial eyes. The ghostly fire in her gaze flickered, thick with terror. Mirror, your power is astonishing. Uchiha Fugaku looked on in shock at the panicked retreat of the Cloud Ninja. I never imagined you alone could stand against the Rakige and two-tailed beasts. I didn't even get a chance to fight. A wry smile tugged at his lips. He had steeled himself to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan, even bracing for the risk of losing his vision. But it turned out he hadn't even needed to show his hand. Hyuga Mirror had effortlessly crushed every enemy before he could get involved. It left him feeling like nothing more than a background extra. His gaze drifted to Uchiha Shursui, noticing how Shursui now followed Mirror's every word. Normally, even under his own orders, Shursui was never so obedient. Only a handful of Kaga-level opponents, after all. Hyuga Mirror's expression remained calm and detached. You're the only one who could say such a thing. Fugaku managed a strained laugh. This was 3 opponents at Kaga level, including the Rakige, one of the strongest in the ninja world today. In all the ninja world, even 2 weights, Inoki can't claim he could best the Rakige with certainty. And yet, the Rakige was like a plaything in your hands, unable to resist it all. At just 8 years old, Hyuga Mirror possessed a power that inspired true terror. If this growth continues, just how terrifying might he become? But why hasn't Jiraiya arrived yet? Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed. It's been nearly half a month since we set out. Even if Jiraiya was far away, he should have returned by now. Jiraiya's strength was nothing to underestimate. He was one of those rare, all-around geniuses. And with exceptionally high battle intelligence. Simply put, Jiraiya had no weaknesses. No matter how powerful his foe, he could always hold them at bay. Weaker shinobi stood no chance before him. Have you ever considered that perhaps, from the very start, some people never intended for Jiraiya to return? Hyuga Mirror's voice was calm and indifferent. A chill ran down Fugaku's spine, a shudder that shook him to his core. He swung his gaze to Hyuga Mirror's chiseled face, and a possibility flashed through his mind. Are you saying someone doesn't want Jiraiya on the battlefield? Someone wants us to die out here? Suddenly, he realized something. All this time, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, so powerful, burning with the will of fire. There was no way he wouldn't be here, unless someone deliberately failed to inform him. Fugaku let out a cold, biting laugh. So that's how it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you sly old dog. I'll hold a line for you, send the entire fighting force of the Uchiha, and this is what we get in return. I underestimated how black your heart truly is, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He spat out each word, his voice strained through clenched teeth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I swear I'll never forgive you. The Uchiha clan has never produced cowards. If there had ever been cowards among the Uchiha, they would never have earned such renown. Nor would anyone in the shinobi world dare covet the Sharingan. There's no need to be so hasty. Hyuga Mirror suddenly broke his silence, his lips curving into a serene smile. What? Fugaku turned in shock, staring at Hyuga Mirror. For reasons he couldn't name, those pale eyes now seemed unendingly deep, hiding thoughts he simply could not read. A frown furrowed his brow. With all Sarutobi Hiruzen has done, there's every reason for him to abdicate now. So why let him remain? Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation is only a matter of time, Hyuga Mirror said calmly. But that time is not now. Even if he stepped down at this very moment, he'd simply join the Council of Elders, still wielding immense power within the leaf. He does not deserve such a safe, undisturbed life. He paused, his tone turning cool. Sarutobi Hiruzen still has his uses. His value isn't yet spent. To gather the tailed beasts would bring the wrath of every hidden village. It might even ignite public outrage. This was an outrage, something that would be carved into the pillar of shame for generations. While Hyuga Jing didn't care much for what others thought, he certainly didn't want people cursing his name every day. Danzo Shimura, the shadow of troubles, was dead. A new shadow was bound to rise. Such an honor ought to fall on Hiruzen Sarutobi's shoulders. Understand. Fugaku Uchiha nodded thoughtfully. This war was won because of you. Without your efforts, Konoha would have been in grave danger. Perhaps the entire force of Leaf's shinobi would have been wiped out. Cold sweat ran down his back. When the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails and the 2 tails appeared, a chill had truly seized his heart. There was simply nothing they could do. But this seizure of the tailed beast will surely provoke Cloud Village's revenge, Fugaku cautioned. Hyuga Jing chuckled lightly and turned to leave. Isn't that precisely why Hiruzen Sarutobi is left in charge? Fugaku was stunned for a moment, then trembled from head to toe. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Hyuga Jing walk away, struck by the realization. No way. What a ruthless move. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to be nailed to the pillar of disgrace, never to recover. But truth be told, Fugaku liked it. A wild gleam flashed in his eyes, excitement brimming within him. All shinobi, return to Konoha immediately. He shouted exuberantly. We've won. Cloud Village stands defeated at our hands. The Konoha shinobi erupted into a frenzy of shouts and cheers, celebrating the triumph of war. Meanwhile, the Cloud Village ninja were fleeing in utter disarray. The Raikage, overwhelmed by grief and rage, cast his eyes over the few survivors. Out of 10,000 shinobi, barely over 6,000 remained. It would take Cloud Village decades to recover. Worst of all, they no longer had any tailed beasts. In his heart, the Raikage mourned. What made the 5 great shinobi villages worthy of that title was the power of the tailed beasts. Without them, can Cloud Village still call itself one of the 5? Raikage-sama, are we really going to just give up like this? One of the ninja, brimming with indignation, cried out, refusing to accept defeat. The Raikage's eyes blazed with furious fire. Give up? Never. Surrender doesn't exist in the Cloud's vocabulary. This is a blood feud that can never be forgiven. But for now, we must recover, so we can one day avenge our fallen comrades. Besides, to be worthy of the name Cloud Village, they needed a tailed beast. They had to, no matter what, capture a new one. Then Cloud could reclaim its former glory. From this moment forth, Cloud Village will hunt for the tailed beast of the village hidden in the waterfall. This operation will be codenamed Project Ember. The Raikage's eyes burned with a fiery resolve. Yes, Raikage-sama. The surrounding Cloud ninja roared back, their voices crackling with righteous fury. Faced with Konoha, they stood no chance of resistance. But against the lesser hidden waterfall village, they remained fearsome and formidable. Raikage's eyes were clouded, somber, furious, yet calculating. There's no way the hidden Cloud can defeat Konoha. After long contemplation, Raikage finally arrived at that bleak conclusion. With Hyuga Q around, the upper echelons of the hidden Cloud's fighting force amount to nothing. Capturing the 7 tails might boost our strength, but as for shattering Konoha, it's still not enough. He frowned deeper, his expression darkening considerably. No. His voice rolled out, heavy as distant thunder. There's still one person, a man who wields the power to destroy everything. Not even the world's greatest defenses could withstand his assault. An image began to form in Raikage's mind, a short, elderly man. Slowly he spoke, his tone deep and grave. Anoki, the 2 scales of a Wagakure. A cold, mirthless chuckle slipped from his lips. To think, after all these years, I'd have to cooperate with the very man who killed my father. What a joke. But Iwagakure was no ally, and Konoha hung above them like the sword of Damocles, ever poised to strike. As long as Hyuga Q still breathed, Reikage could never rest easy. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure had begun clashing furiously, skirmishes among their ninjas breaking out with increasing frequency. When two great nations go to war, it often signals conflict sweeping across the entire shinobi world. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back, leisurely puffing on his pipe. His demeanor was at ease, contented, his features half concealed in swirling smoke that flickered in and out of view. Half a month has passed already. With the strength of the hidden cloud and that stubborn old Reikage, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans must have suffered terrible casualties by now. He wore a shadowy smile. It's time to notify Jiraiya. Preferably, I hope Hyuga Q or Fugaku Uchiha fall on the battlefield. Given the brutality of the hidden cloud and the cruelty of that old Reikage, there's no way both of them survived. A smug glint flashed across Hiruzen's eyes. All these years I've had Shimura Danzo right under my thumb. My power has never just been about strength. It's been about cunning too. Ever since taking the Hokage's seat, he'd come to realize that formidable as raw power was, it was wisdom that a Hokage truly needed, with the whole village as his backing. Just a few well-laid plans, and he could utterly erase anyone who dared disobey his will. This is the true power of authority. He caressed the polished surface of his desk, obsessed, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. Suddenly, a whoosh sliced through the silence. An AMBU ninja dropped into the room, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Hokage-sama, I bring fantastic news. His voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. Lord Fugaku and Lord Kagami have returned with the Konoha shinobi, and remarkably, they're almost completely unscathed. In just half a month, they've crushed the shinobi of the Hidden Cloud Village. This is a monumental achievement. Konoha's strength, even now, remains far above the other 4 great ninja villages, unrivaled. But what's odd is that the entire village is now shouting Lord Kagami's name in celebration. It seems it was Lord Kagami who defeated the Reikage. A buzz of astonishment filled the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze, his face turning dark red with shock and anger. Are you sure this is supposed to be good news? What? How is this possible? His face turned ashen, cold as ice, a deep gloom settling over him. He was shaking with fury. By all rights, shouldn't Hyuga Kagami have been taken down directly by that hot-headed old Reikage? Why is it that not only did he survive, but he even defeated the Reikage? No, the crucial point now is that Hyuga Kagami actually defeated the Reikage. Sarutobi's pupils constricted, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The Reikage's strength, as he's aged, has reached its absolute peak. He's a top-tier Kage. Even I might not be able to match him. Probably only Inoki the Two Scales could threaten him. Kagami is only 8 years old. How could he possibly defeat the Reikage? His eyes glinted as he mulled it over. There's only one possibility. Kagami and Fugaku defeated the Reikage together, but the credit has been given entirely to Kagami. And the purpose is to create a hero, just like the 4th Hokage, to win the adoration of other shinobi and the villagers. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed as he swiftly reached his truth. He let out a cold laugh, his composure returning, though his gaze turned sharp and inscrutable. War may bring fame, but it's not always a blessing. In the past, I could deal with the white fang of Konoha. Now, I can deal with you, Hyuga Kagami. As the Hokage, he was still the most powerful and shrewd person in Konoha. He turned to the Anbu shinobi before him, his voice gentle and kindly. Is that so? Kagami grows more formidable by the day. Let us go and welcome Konoha's hero together. With that, he rose to his feet, his Hokage robe swirling dramatically around him, casting an immense shadow that enveloped the entire room. Out on the streets, a crowd lined both sides in welcome. Countless shinobi and villagers cheered, their eyes filled with awe and admiration as they looked at Hyuga Kagami. Many young women in their prime screamed, eager to get his autograph. Kagami, I want to marry you. Kanaka, stop joking. Only I can marry Lord Kagami. Lord Kagami, look at me. I'm the prettiest girl in the whole village. The girls had gone completely wild. For them, marrying a ninja was considered the highest honor. Hyuga Q fell silent. Those wild, excited faces, there was really no difference between them and celebrity fans back in his previous life. So how does it feel? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but burst into laughter. The people here worship strength. Once you become powerful, there will always be someone who admires you. The last person to receive this kind of adoration was Minato Namikaze. Hyuga Q shrugged, completely unfazed. I feel nothing at all. Honestly, it's a bit troublesome. Losing his head over a beautiful woman? That simply would never happen to him. Just then, the crowd parted, forming a path. At the end stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face like that of a benevolent, loving grandfather. Instantly, a tremendous roar erupted from the crowd, a deafening cheer that shook the heavens. A hero meeting the Hokage. This was the highest of honors. Welcome home. Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed, his voice brimming with warmth and expectation. You are the pride of our village. Thank you for protecting us all. The crowd responded with thunderous cheers and applause, an endless tide of praise and reverence. He paused for a moment, then went on. On the battlefield, Q forced back the fourth Raikage, an astonishing feat. It proves that Q now stands at the very peak of the ninja world. He is, without a doubt, the strongest among us. His blessings played on his lips, but deep in his eyes flickered a cunning, inscrutable light. Gasps and murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The ninja had said as much before, but the villagers couldn't help doubting. After all, the fourth Raikage had ruled the battlefield for years, and was said to rival even the fourth Hokage. Is Lord Q really that powerful? I never imagined Lord Q could defeat that fourth Raikage. Konoha will rise once more. The eyes around them brimmed with eager admiration and reverence. Hyuga Q's face remained unruffled, his white eyes fixed deep and calm on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sometimes, your enemies attack not by suppressing you, but by setting you on a pedestal. This old man was trying to destroy him with praise. With a glowing smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced, Therefore, as of today, I appoint Hyuga Q as the new head of the Root Division, entrusted with its full authority. Since Danzo Shimura's death, Root has been left leaderless. No one has managed to fill Danzo's shoes all this time. He sighed, Root handles grim and silent work. One needs exceptional strength and resolve to keep it in line. But now, with Q's power and methods, he is more than worthy of becoming Root's new chief. With those words, his eyes shone with anticipation, as if bestowing Hyuga Q with the loftiest honor. All around, the crowd fell into momentary shock. Where once there had been only worship in their gazes, now, a shadow appeared, one of dread and growing distance. The Root, now that's the very embodiment of darkness and cruelty. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hyuga Q said coolly, a mocking glint flickering in his eyes. Damn it. Wasn't the head position supposed to go to Sure Sway? Now they just switch it on a whim. At once, his expression hardened, and his voice rang out, clear and resolute. Shimura Danzo, for his own selfish gain, has put his personal interests above those of Konoha. He's carried out multiple transactions with Orochimaru and conducted human experiments inside the village. Such a person deserves to be brought to justice by all. To become the leader of Root? That's just a straight-up trap. Throughout Konoha, everyone's impression of Root is one of darkness, coldness, and ruthless discipline, utterly devoid of human warmth. To become the new head of Root means inheriting all that infamy. Wherever you go, no matter how many heroic feats you pull off, suspicion and mistrust will always linger overhead. You'll always be branded as devious, shady. I will thoroughly cleanse Root from this day forward. Hyuga Q's voice was fierce, thundering like a battle drum. Since the Hokage has chosen me to lead Root, then from this moment on, Root will destroy all its underground hideouts and step out into the sunlight. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan will fund this transformation entirely on our own. We'll build Root's new domain within the heart of the village. And at the same time, we'll construct a tower of ninjutsu. All jutsu collected by Root over the years will be stored there. Every ninja, according to their abilities, will be free to choose the techniques they wish to learn. A broad smile stretched across Hyuga Q's wild, determined face, unyielding, resolute, as if he stood opposed to the very darkness itself. Though the deeds of the old Root have nothing to do with me. He paused, his voice heavy. From today, as Root's new leader, I'm willing to shoulder that responsibility. For the sake of the past, I'll donate 50 million to the village. Every single household and every single person in Konoha will receive a share. This is Root's apology to everyone. He called it an apology. But honestly, this was overwhelming generosity. Every villager and ninja lost their composure, eyes wide in disbelief and awe, gazing at Hyuga Q with worship and wild enthusiasm. Lord Q. Long live Lord Q. Thank you, Lord Q. Does this mean that even a mere genin like me can now learn high-level jutsu? Thank you, Lord Q. It's true. I'm a special jonin, and I only know one jutsu. Now at last, I can finally learn something new. The crowd was wild with excitement, rallying around him as if he were a living god. For Konoha's villagers, life might have been stable and free from want, but rarely could they be called wealthy. They had never experienced such largesse. Who could say no to free money? But for the ninjas, especially the ordinary ones, for those born as commoners, the only path to learning new techniques was through their instructors. Often, the teachers among commoners themselves know only one or two jutsu at most. But now, standing before them is a treasure trove of ninja techniques open for all to explore. Surely, this is their stroke of good fortune. Lord Kyuka is a man who truly cares for the world. From this day on, I'm a devoted follower of Lord Kyuka. If anyone dares speak ill of him, I'll defend his honor with everything I have. Who else but Lord Kyuka would give us the chance to study ninjutsu? The ninjas were overwhelmed with excitement. Their eyes glistened, tinged with red. They gazed at Hyaga Kyuka as if looking at a second parent who had brought them back to life. For on the battlefield, the more techniques you possess, the greater your odds of survival. A precious chance at life itself. A faint chuckle escaped Hyuga Kyuka. His expression remained calm as he glanced at the monetary balance displayed in his system. Remaining funds, 7.9 billion. He could never spend all this money in his lifetime. And with every daily sign-in, more was added to the pile. What difference was there really between all this money and mere dirt? He felt no attachment to money. For him, it was nothing more than a number. Saratobi Hiruzen, if you want to tarnish my name, you're not even close. To the villagers, money makes you a provider, a figure to rely on. To ninjas, anyone who grants them new jutsu is as good as a benefactor. They've handed me a division of the Foundation for free, and now the hearts of the people rally behind me even more. Isn't this what they call losing your troops along with your bride? The matter was settled. Back in the Hokage office, Saratobi Hiruzen's face was shrouded in gloom as he shattered his teacup in a fit of anger. Damn it, how could things turn out like this? His expression was as dark as an impending storm, a look that could freeze anyone on the spot. My aim was to imprint Shimura Danzo's negative image on a Hyuga Kyuka, but instead, they're handing out money, building a tower for teaching ninjutsu. Compared to him, what kind of Hokage does that make me? Saratobi panted heavily, struggling to contain his frustration. Though he was the Hokage, he now found his own popularity eclipsed by Hyuga Kyuka. This can't go on. I must put a stop to it. A cold, murderous resolve surfaced in his eyes. Now, I finally understand what Shimura Danzo felt back then. So long as Hyuga Kyuka is alive, I will never know peace. I have to devise a plan to eliminate Hyuga Kyuka for good. He took a couple of slow drags from his tobacco pipe, the smoke swirling around and shrouding his face in shadow. His mood was as changeable as the smoky eddies. Within those clouded eyes blazed a murderous intent that made one's blood run cold. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Uchiha Shursui appeared in the office, swift as a shadow. Shursui. Saratobi blinked in surprise before a realization struck him. Shursui, why haven't you used Kodo Emetsukami on Hyuga Kyuka? His voice turned icy. His gaze locked coldly onto Uchiha Shisui. Reporting, Lord Hokage. My Kodo Emetsukami is useless against Hyuga Kyuka's Byakugan, replied Shursui, his expression twisted in frustration and defeat. Bitterness colored his face. Utterly dejected. Before heading to the battlefield, I tried more than once to use Kodo Emetsukami on Hyuga Kagami. But his Byakugan seems to have a certain resistance, and my jutsu simply wouldn't take effect. I am sorry, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head, his face filled with remorse and shame for not completing his mission. So that's what happened. Hiruzen Saratobi paused, looking at Shursui's guilt-stricken face, and waved a dismissive hand. It's all right. Perhaps the Byakugan has a natural resistance to the Sharingan's powers. So Shursui had failed. If they wanted to eliminate Hyuga Kagami, they would have to hatch a new plan. What do you think of Hyuga Kagami's strength? Saratobi's gaze grew serious, a hint of doubt on his face. He simply couldn't believe Hyuga Kagami had defeated the Raikage single-handedly. Such a thing sounded like pure fantasy. It was the combined effort of Uchiha, Fugaku, and Hyuga Kagami. Shursui replied without hesitation, his expression indignant. They had worked out their battle strategy long ago. Fugaku cast Jinjutsu from a distance to interfere with the Raikage, while Hyuga Kagami was responsible for finishing him off. So, Kagami's strength isn't quite as overwhelming as it may seem. Saratobi paused for a moment, and then a look of satisfied understanding dawned on his face. Just as I thought, there's no way a 9-year-old like Hyuga Kagami could defeat the Raikage alone. Oof. No one can play tricks before my eyes. No one can deceive my judgment. He gave a cold snort, voice laced with disdain. Fugaku and Kagami are working together, trying to create the legend of a ninja with immense prestige. just like the fourth Hokage, to win the full support of the village. But with me here, their little scheme will never succeed. Uchiha Shursui stifled his laughter with great difficulty. He could barely hold it in. What should he do? It was nearly too much. Kagami truly was incredible. Every single thought and reaction of Hiruzen Sarutobi had been accurately predicted. Now, every word and gesture from the third Hokage sounded exactly as Kagami had described. It's clear now. Kagami is the one truly worth following, the one worthy of faith. Sarutobi's eyes grew heavy with thought, and he let out a drawn-out sigh, earnestly looking at Shursui. Shursui, now it's not just the Uchiha clan that's on the brink of rebellion. Hyuga Kagami, too. Your responsibilities will only get harder. For your freedom of movement, and for the sake of Konoha, I'm removing you from your post as leader of Root. I'm deeply sorry. His words rang with sincerity, as if he was genuinely apologetic. It's all right, Lord Hokage. Shursui Uchiha quickly waved his hands and with a solemn face said, Lord Hokage, for the sake of the village, I am willing to make any sacrifice. A look of satisfaction appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. He gave Shursui a heavy pat on the shoulder. This is the kind of person who can be trusted. With Shursui Uchiha working as a spy, neither Hyuga Q nor Fugaku Uchiha will be able to cause much trouble. But this is still not enough. After Shursui left, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado soon stormed in, seething with anger. Hiruzen, is this the Konoha you lead? Koharu's face was contorted with rage, her voice sharp. You gave Root's position to someone else. Do you have any idea what that means? It means that from now on, Hyuga Q will have a say in Konoha's affairs. You've done everything to guard against the rise of the Uchiha clan, but look at what's happened now. The Hyuga clan has already risen. He's even in a position to stand on equal footing with you, the Hokage. Hamura, though calmer, spoke with a grave expression and resolute tone. Hiruzen, we absolutely cannot let things go on like this. Hyuga Q is a wolf in sheep's clothing. His ambition must be curbed. There was an icy glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Anyone who threatened their positions and authority deserved to be wiped out. Earlier, during the council meeting, Hyuga Q had publicly hurled scathing insults at them. Such an affront was a grave humiliation. A flash of pleasure crossed Hiruzen's face, but it disappeared without a trace, replaced by hesitation. Hyuga Q is still a shinobi of Konoha, after all, and he's made great contributions to the village. How can we just betray him now? Besides, he hadn't even finished his sentence when Koharu brusquely interrupted. That's enough, Hiruzen. Look at where we are now. If the Hokage's title is snatched away from you, and we're driven out of Konoha's leadership, it will already be too late. She paused, her gaze icy. And the Uchiha clan could rebel at any moment. We absolutely can't delay this any longer. At that, even Hiruzen felt a chill trace down his back. Dealing with Hyuga Q alone was trouble enough. Now, with the Uchiha clan poised on the brink of rebellion at any time, the blow to Konoha could be catastrophic. I understand, Hiruzen sighed. Then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll be counting on you. Koharu's eyes glittered coldly as she nodded. She and Hamura turned and left. How could they deal with Hyuga Q? Perhaps they could start by tarnishing his reputation. A chilling, sinister light flickered in Koharu's eyes. At the moment, Hyuga Q basked in the height of his renown, respected and admired by many. But once a stain sullied his name, he would no longer be celebrated, but cast aside and reviled. Hinata Mirror, I will make you understand just how foolish it was to have offended me back then. The chilling voice of Koharu Uchiha echoed through the long corridor. It was as if a demon from the depths of hell was speaking. They arrived at Root. Staring at the pitch-dark depths, Hinata Mirror couldn't help but furrow his brows. In such a gloomy environment, it's not just people. Even animals would suffer psychological problems from staying here too long. He gazed intently at the more than 1,000 Root ninjas before him. Each one's eyes were vacant, filled only with icy coldness and stern hostility. They were like finely honed blades, emotionless, seeing their missions as the be-all and end-all of their existence. Here stood over 1,000 soldiers ready to die. From now on, I will be the leader of Root, and you, all of you, will serve as my shinobi. All the Root ninjas wore the same indifferent, respectful expressions, dropping to one knee in complete unison. They were like machines, stripped of all humanity. Well, considering they've been trained like this since childhood, hoping they return to normal isn't such a simple wish. Hinata Mirror shook his head helplessly as he eyed the cursed seal scroll recovered from Root's hidden chamber. The tongue eradication seal. This was the curse mark that bound all of Root. From today on, you will leave this place, and I will not control you any longer through such inhumane means. Hinata Mirror's voice was calm and steady. He didn't care if they fully understood his words, but to prevent anyone from losing control, those still bound by the tongue eradication seal will not have it lifted for now. For those who regain awareness and no longer wish to be controlled, you may come to me, and I'll remove the curse mark for you. He had no desire to use the tongue eradication seal to command his shinobi, but the threat these assassins posed could not be ignored. After all, they had been raised as killers, as soldiers willing to die. Even the weakest among them had the power to pose a serious threat. All of you from now on, follow me. We will build a new home for Root. Why was Root always shrouded in darkness? Known for murder and brutality. One of the biggest reasons. Image. Now it was time for a new face. The new Root base would be built right beside the Hyuga clan, tucked close to the woods, in a location of utmost secrecy. As for any need for official approval, that was completely unnecessary. After all, these woods belonged to the Hyuga clan. Hinata Mirror couldn't be bothered to report it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. What did he care about his opinion? We start construction right here. Once the blueprints were drawn, he brought in professional builders and directed the mini shinobi to get started. Earth-style users accelerated the process dramatically. And as for the architectural style, it was inspired by grand Chinese palaces. Majestic, imposing, and awe-inspiring. Yet, woven within was a subtle, beautiful restraint, exuding dignity and quiet splendor. Farther ahead stood a series of slightly lower, four-story buildings. One of them bore 4 prominent characters over its entrance, Ninjutsu Hall. The architect's face shone with excitement as he pored over the blueprints, as if he were holding a book of divine secrets. I've never seen buildings like these in my entire life, but these blueprints match architectural principles perfectly, and the beauty is simply breathtaking. I never imagined such stunning structures could exist in this world. He gazed at Hyuga Q with an expression bordering on worship. These are just ordinary buildings. Hyuga Q replied with a dismissive gesture, unimpressed. You haven't even seen palace complexes stretching for dozens of miles. But what truly took Hyuga Q by surprise was the sheer number of ninjutsu techniques hoarded by the Foundation. Scanning through the records within the ninjutsu hall, he found himself genuinely astonished. Even a powerful elite Jonin masters maybe 7 or 8 techniques in their whole career, really formidable ones, just 2 or 3. Yet Shimura Danzo managed to amass hundreds of different ninjutsu. They're all stolen, no doubt about that. Recalling Danzo's human experiments, his clandestine activities, and numerous secret collaborations with other nations, Hyuga Q found it all too easy to believe. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Outside the Foundation's base, thousands of ninjas gathered, their faces glowing with anticipation. One after another, they craned their necks, eager for what was to come. Today was the grand opening of the Ninjutsu Hall. Tanichi, you're here too? Hey Ichiro, you made it as well. Haha, we're just civilian ninjas. We're lucky if we know a technique or 2 to begin with. When such a great opportunity comes along, how could we possibly let it slip by? We owe this all to Lord Q. Without him, most of us would never have the chance to learn any new ninjutsu in our lives. The gates of the Foundation open at last. Everyone surged inside. The place gleamed with brightness and grandeur, infused with a majesty reminiscent of a royal palace. Stepping in, people couldn't help but lower their voices, awed into near silence. It was a spectacle unlike anything they'd ever seen. Magnificent, futuristic, imposing, filled with light. Hey look, there are rules for what we can learn here, someone shouted excitedly. A ninja cried out in delight. Genin can learn 1 C-rank ninjutsu, Chunin, 2 C-rank techniques, and Jonin get 1 B-rank and 2 C-rank ninjutsu. Elite Jonin can study an A-rank technique. The ninja clutched his head in disbelief. A-rank ninjutsu. Those are legendary, normally the domain of prodigies and Hokage-level powerhouses. That's absolute power, techniques that inspire awe. Wait, it says here, if you join the Foundation and become one of their own, you can pick any one technique each year, with no restrictions on its rank. A collective thrill ran through the crowd, a wave of exhilaration surging through them. Their blood was suddenly ablaze with excitement. They felt as if they had just stepped into paradise. It was just like a pauper standing before a mountain of gold. But right at that moment, something unexpected happened. A painful scream suddenly echoed from within the hall. No, don't kill me. Everyone turned to see a Root ninja, holding a kunai, his expression cold and emotionless. Thrusting the blade straight through a civilian ninja's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Murder! There's been a murder! The Root ninja, They actually attacked a fellow civilian ninja. Does this mean Lord Mirror intends to turn on us? Or is it simply that Root's cruelty knows no bounds, that they were never trustworthy to begin with? We never should have trusted Root, not from the very beginning. Root is synonymous with cruelty and darkness. How could that ever change? The crowd recoiled in terror at the sight of the Root ninja, a chill running to their very bones. The kunai in the Root ninja's hand dripped with blood, and his eyes, cold, indifferent, were like those of a messenger returned from the depths of hell, bent on slaughtering all life. People's faces went pale as they took in the Root headquarters around them, their gazes filled with loathing, contempt, rage, and disgust. We have to see the Hokage. Root owes us an explanation. So this is Root? They don't value the lives of their fellow shinobi at all. To hell with Root. I'd rather die penniless. I'd rather lose all use of jutsu than ever study Root's techniques. Anger swept through the crowd. For a Root ninja to kill a civilian ninja in broad daylight, such a flagrant disregard for the rules could never be tolerated. Root was the cancer of Konoha. Up on the elevated platform, Hyuga Hitaka watched the unfolding scene, eyes blazing red with emotion. Clan leader, has that Root ninja gone out of control? If that were true, then both the Hyuga clan and its leader would face punishment by the whole of Konoha. Forget the position of Root leader. The clan leader himself would be nailed to a pillar of shame, never to recover. Someone is simply targeting me, Hyuga Mirror replied coolly, his voice unfazed, with a mocking, scornful twist tugging at his lips. Let's see which fool dares to challenge me so brazenly. Just then, two figures walked through the door. Though their bodies were frail with age, their eyes were sharp and cold as blades. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado. Well, speak of the devil, here come the main instigators. Hyuga Mirror chuckled quietly to himself. So, it was these two old relics after all. One had to admit, Hiruzen Sarutobi really was clever. No matter the situation, he could always ensure he stayed above the fray. That's Lady Koharu and Lord Hamura. Please, elders, give us justice. A Root ninja has just murdered a civilian ninja before our very eyes. A furious shinobi added, to attack a comrade. That's a violation of the village's very code. The village must never forgive such an offender. I propose that, from this day forward, the village disband the Root organization once and for all. This is the only way to restore peace to Konoha. This is the only way to protect the lives of ordinary civilians and shinobi alike. His face was ablaze with righteous indignation, his words ringing with passion and conviction. He lashed out at Root, unleashing a fierce barrage of accusations and scorn. His outcry stirred the crowd, drawing widespread support and a chorus of agreement. For a moment, all fingers seemed to point in condemnation. Root's very foundation trembled, as if tottering on the brink. Hyuga Q, is this the Root organization under your leadership? Striking at civilian shinobi, wantonly harming your fellow villagers. How are you any different now from Shimura Danzo? Koharu Uchiha's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Her tactic had proven effective. Long ago, Konoha's white fan was driven to death by public opinion. Now, even if Hyuga Q didn't perish, he'd be stripped of his dignity, layer by layer. With righteous fury, she shouted, "You can't wash your hands of this. Step down as head of Root, and come with me to confess before the third Hokage." Then, Hamura Midokado stepped forward, his voice laced with disdainful scorn. His expression was filled with disappointment. Hyuga Q, once a hero on the battlefield, and now you've sunk to the level of Danzo, nothing but a power-hungry schemer. Surrender now, and perhaps we'll find it in our hearts to forgive you. His words carried the weight of moral authority, as if standing at the pinnacle of virtue to pass judgment upon Hyuga Q. Meanwhile, Hyuga Q was condemned as an unforgivable criminal. All at once, every voice turned against him. The villagers now stood firmly behind Koharu and Hamura, unleashing a torrent of abuse upon Hyuga Q. Hyuga Q is ruthless and cold-blooded. Even the money he gave us was tainted. I went home and burned it all. That's right, I don't want money like that. But wasn't Lord Q a hero in battle? Didn't he save our lives? Though a few dared to object, their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming tide. Seeing the wave of public opinion shift, Koharu and Hamura exchanged triumphant glances. Once he stood tall, now his tower crumbles. Hyuga Q was now the village's pariah, scorned by all. From now on, he was no longer a threat to them. And what gives you the right to judge me? Just then, a voice like thunder exploded through the gathering, deep and resonant. It was as if a storm had swept over them. Hyuga Q's pale eyes flashed with derision, his face fierce and radiating untamed scorn. He stared coldly at Koharu and Hamura. You two? Ever since the Second Shinobi War, you've hidden away in the village, never daring to fight, hiding in the shadows, clinging to life like cowards. His words thundered through the air, bristling with mockery and disdain. Hyuga, you dare talk back to me. You're the one in the wrong here. Your root shinobi tried to kill innocent people. Koharu Uchiha nearly exploded with rage. She pointed at Hyuga, her hand trembling with fury, and shouted, "Fine, so now you're actually rebelling. Hyuga." She barely managed another word before being cut off. They had shoved a false accusation right on a Hyuga-Q's head. Pure delight surged in her heart. If this chaos continued, Hyuga would become the target of everyone's condemnation, losing the people's support completely. He might even be thrown straight into prison. And by then, to decide his fate, whether to kill him or let him live, would all be hers with a single word. "What do you think you are?" Hyuga barked, his voice sharp and commanding as he looked down at Koharu Uchiha. "Who do you claim to represent? Konoha, or the entire land of fire?" A sharp noise split the air as he streaked forward like a sudden gust. In a blink, he appeared before the root shinobi who'd caused the injury. The man's eyes flickered, fear clearly showing in their depths. A contemptuous chuckle escaped Hyuga as he stared coldly, as though stripping the root shinobi soul bare. "You too, Koharu Uchiha, Hamura Midokado. Did you really think you could clear your own by shoehorning your lackey into root, then stage this farce to sully my name? That this is your petty trick?" His Byakugan gaze was intense, like a flash of lightning. What? Lord Q was actually framed. It was the two elders? But why would they do that to Lord Q? The crowd paused in stunned astonishment. Whispers broke out in all directions. One by one, doubtful eyes turned toward Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado. "Nonsense. That's slander." Koharu's composure cracked as she shouted, desperate to deny it. "I am one of Konoha's elders. How could I ever stoop to something so disgraceful?" If people truly found out she was behind the scheme against Hyuga, with his methods, his ruthlessness, she might really die. Panic overtook her at that moment. "You're slandering me. This is clearly a matter within Root itself." Her eyes darted frantically, signaling desperately to the Root shinobi. He clenched his jaw, then, with bitter resolve, tightened his grip on his kunai and aimed a fierce stab toward his own heart. Live, and his family would suffer retaliation. Die, and perhaps his family would live comfortably. But just then, a large palm, steel strong, clamped down tightly on his wrist. Hyuga's gaze darkened with unfathomable depth, his voice ringing through the hall, clear and deliberate. "Why so eager to kill yourself? The real show hasn't even begun yet." Despair flickered in the shinobi's eyes. Cold sweat streamed down his brow as he stared at Hyuga in terror, struggling to retreat. Yet Q's grip was unyielding as steel talons, pinning him painfully in place, making his posture almost comical. The onlookers, sensing that something wasn't right, now looked at the shinobi with suspicion. Could it be someone really did try to frame Lord Q? Look, he even tried to take his own life. I get it now. He must have tried to pin it all on Lord Q, and once exposed, chose suicide to keep his patrons safe. But Lord Q saw right through it all at a single glance. A jolt of shock ran through the crowd. They could not hide their awe and fear as they looked at Hyuga. They were being toyed with, manipulated at every turn. Yet Hyuga stood above it all, like a god. He saw the truth in a single glance. Koharu Uchiha's face darkened with fury. She snapped, "Hyuga, don't try to talk your way out of this. No matter how you twist it, he is still a ninja from your own root faction. You cannot escape responsibility for this matter." No sooner had her voice faded. A flicker of scarlet flashed in Q's eyes, too fleeting for anyone to notice. He enunciated each word, cold and clear. "Jinjutsu." There was a low, unsettling hum. The root ninja's gaze grew empty and vacant, his consciousness completely seized by the illusion technique. Hyuga fixed Koharu and Hamura with a withering glare, his voice slow and mocking. "Tell me, why did you try to assassinate a civilian ninja?" All the civilian ninjas present fell silent, their breath coming quick and sharp as they watched the scene unfold. In that moment, Hyuga seemed like a god who had everything in the palm of his hand. The ninja under Jinjutsu did not flinch, his reply crisp and mechanical. "It was the order of a certain lord. I was instructed to infiltrate the root base on the day it opened to outsiders, to assassinate civilian ninjas within. That way, Hyuga would be cut off from all support, shunned by everyone. He would become a pariah in Konoha, a stray dog with nowhere to go." His voice remained eerily calm, but every word sent chills down the spine. People stared in shock, terror, and disbelief in their eyes. Are there really such people lurking in the village? To think, To think someone would treat lives like they're just playthings. Lord Q is a hero of Konoha. Who would go this far just to ruin him? Could it be that his strength has threatened someone's position? Murmurs and half-whispered debates rippled through the crowd. Cold sweat beaded down their backs. If they had believed the rumors, they would have become accomplices in smearing a hero. Koharu Yudatane's face turned a ghastly shade. No, this cannot be allowed to continue. If this goes on, I'll be utterly disgraced. Enough! Her fierce shout rang out as she hurled a barrage of kunai. Razor-sharp steel sliced through the air, aimed straight at vital points. This is all your fabrication. Who knows if you haven't conspired with this root ninja, just to frame us? With a casual gesture, Hyuga Q swept the kunai aside, sending them scattering in an instant. His eyes blazed with a frigid light, as if he stared not at adversaries, but at the already dead. He didn't so much as glance at Koharu. Instead, his voice grew colder, deeper. Then tell me, who gave the order to ruin my name? It was Lord Koharu and Lord Hamura. Boom! The very air before Q trembled. A monstrous sword slammed down his feet, the samahata, bristling with jagged spikes. His voice rolled out, thunderous and menacing. Those icy eyes seemed to gaze out from the abyss, fixing on Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado. Any last words? An aura of pure menace radiated from him, setting every heart pounding with terror. It was as though they now faced not a man, but a terrifying primordial beast. Everyone felt a chill rise in their hearts. Faced with the threat of death, their legs trembled uncontrollably. So, this is the power that humbled the fourth Raikage. For a moment, everyone was struck by a wave of terror. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Just now, they had actually dared to rebuke such a formidable force. No, Koharu Yudatane's eyes burned red with rage. That's just your side of the story. This ninja must be in league with you. I will interrogate him myself. She barked her demand, yet couldn't help but begin to back away. It was too overwhelming. Could a human truly wield such dominance? You think I need your interrogation? Hyuga Q smirked with utter disdain. I've had enough of your arrogance. If you'd only spoken with care, you might have lasted a few more years. But since you're so eager to follow Danzo into death, let me oblige you. Today, I'll send you both on your way. A mighty thunderclap cracked through the air. His figure vanished in an instant. A monstrous war hammer came crashing down from the heavens, bearing down on Koharu Yudatane with unstoppable force, like the wrath of the gods. Oomph! Arrogant fool! Koharu Yudatane let out a cold laugh. I may not be Hiruzen, but I've honed my skills for years. No one will trample over me. Today, you'll learn there's always someone stronger, always someone greater. Her hands flew through hand signs. Water style, severing wave. A ninja art personally taught by the second Hokage. Her most powerful technique. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Hyuga Q let out a mocking snort, almost believing Koharu had mastered nothing but talk. A mere ant, and you dare compete for glory? Thunder roared yet again. The severing wave was obliterated in a heartbeat, sending droplets of water splattering everywhere. This can't be. Koharu's voice shook with horror. This ninjutsu was bestowed on me by the second Hokage himself. But Hyuga Q showed no mercy. The terrifying warhammer, wreathed in lightning, swept down with crushing force, reducing her to nothing but a bloody pulp. Nothing of her remained, not a breath of life. The air went still. Only the slow withdrawal of the sharkskin hammer, its sticky separation from flesh, and a dreadful drip-drip of blood offered a reminder of death. Everyone was paralyzed with terror, their eyes wide and trembling, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Murder? There's been a murder. Lord Q. He's killed someone right here in the village. Lord Q just killed Koharu Yudatane, a village elder. What are you talking about? It was Koharu who tried to frame Lord Q. He did nothing wrong. But no one was more petrified than Hamura Mitokado. As Hyuga Q slowly turned his head, fixing Hamura with a cold, mocking gaze, Hamura's whole body shuddered, and he stumbled backwards in fright. Hyuga Q, I had no part in this. I had no intention of framing you. You've already killed Koharu Yudatane. Don't harm any more innocents. If you do, all of Konoha will come after you. He put on a bold front, but his bravado was hollow, like a desperate soul clutching at their last straw for survival. What do you think you are? Hyuga Kyo let out a mocking laugh, looking at him as if he were worthless trash. With a casual flick of his hand, the samahata blade in his grasp shot out suddenly. The terrifying aura gave Mito Min no time to react. In an instant, his head was smashed to a pulp. A wild explosion of multicolored brain matter scattered everywhere. The sickening stench of blood filled the air, and in that moment, Hyuga Kyo resembled a demon returned from hell. Fear twisted on every face. None dared to look directly at him. No matter what, Hyuga Kyo had killed a man today. You bunch of fools. Suddenly, a harsh shout echoed out. Hyuga Kyo glared coldly at the crowd, as if surveying a group of mindless swine. Everyone froze in disbelief, lifting their heads in angry shock. Outrage flickered in their eyes. Hyuga Kyo, he had insulted every one of them to their faces. How dare you insult us? Even if you have noble blood, even if you're the head of the root, that doesn't give you the right to ridicule us. That's right. Even us commoner shinobi have our pride. Is strength all it takes to do whatever you want? Fury blazed in their expressions. Their eyes seemed to burn with fire. Hyuga Kyo sneered once again. His scorn deepened, further fueling the anger of the crowd. But with his next words, Hyuga Kyo iced their fury and cast them into the abyss. If I so choose in 1 second, you will all be dead. A hush fell. The air itself chilled, like the sudden fall into an underworld, a frozen breath that sent shivers racing across every spine. Every soul trembled, gripped by terror. It was true. With Hyuga Kyo's power, he could annihilate them all in an instant. But I haven't done that. Hyuga Kyo scoffed, his gaze steely as he looked down at the ordinary ninjas. I had no obligation to create the Tower of Shinobi, and I had no obligation to help you learn ninjutsu. I didn't have to reshape Root into what it is now, or provide you with a single coin of funding. His eyes stayed cold, as if you were watching a swarm of ants. I could have become just like the original Shimura Danzo, cold, ruthless, one of the untouchable rulers of the Leaf. But now, after I was framed, none of you paused to consider the consequences. Instead, you let yourselves be manipulated like worthless fools. Utterly idiotic. His voice was frigid, laced with biting sarcasm and self-mockery, as if all hope was lost to him. After framing me, the Tower of Shinobi will be closed. You will lose all chances to learn ninjutsu, and for the rest of your lives, your children will have no path to grow stronger. Is it the outcome you truly desire? Hyuga Kyo turned and strode away. His icy voice echoed back from afar. From this day forward, the Tower of Ninjutsu no longer has any reason to exist. You may as well continue living in that hell, where learning ninjutsu is forever out of reach. A thunderous crash echoed as he departed. The Tower of Ninjutsu collapsed with a roar. All of the scrolls containing ninjutsu vanished, leaving no trace behind. People screamed as they scrambled to escape the crumbling structure, their faces filled with panic and dread. Yet, it was only falling earth and stone. With a ninja's agility, they ended up dusty and disheveled, but none suffered real harm. As they watched Hyuga Kyo's retreating figure, regret welled up in their hearts, overwhelming and unending. One after another, they cursed their own foolishness. How arrogant they had been. Who they think they were. How dare they speak so recklessly to Lord Kyo? Did we make a mistake? That's right. Lord Kyo built the Tower of Ninjutsu for us, and yet we doubted him. We really are the worst. They framed Lord Kyo only because of his unyielding sense of justice. Everything he did was for us. They never wanted us to learn ninjutsu at all. They deserved to die. Koharu and Hamura had it coming. But now we've lost our chance to learn ninjutsu forever. No, this can't be it. We have to go and plead with Lord Kyo. He truly had our best interests at heart. Their voices rose in anxious debate. At last, a consensus formed. A long line of remorseful faces made their way toward the Hyuga clan's domain, all determined to beg for forgiveness. At that moment, Hyuga Kyo was enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, letting Hinata Tobi's careful tea-making wash over his senses. Lord Patriarch, are you sure this won't cause trouble for you? Hinata Tobi's expression was troubled, worry clouding his features. You've already broken the rules by acting against your own comrades. And now, having killed Konoha's elders, surely this will bring the fury of the entire village upon you. The last man destroyed by popular outrage had been Tsukumo Hatake. When the anger of the people swelled, it was as unstoppable as a great flood. Hyuga Kyo's gaze was serene, unfathomable, as though he could see straight through the fabric of fate. Ordinarily, what you say would be true. But this time, compared to the deaths of Koharu and Hamura, the people would rather see me live. Interests, those are their eternal allegiance. His voice was composed, steady as an ancient well untouched by storm. In fact, more than anyone else, even ordinary ninjas long to protect their own interests. Hinata Tobi blinked in confusion, failing to grasp the meaning. Could it really be possible to emerge unscathed after killing Konoha's elders? At that moment, a sharp whistle cut through the air. A member of the Hyuga clan rushed in, his demeanor urgent yet reverent. Lord Patriarch, there are over 1,000 civilian ninjas outside. They're all kneeling at the entrance. They're begging for your forgiveness. His face was a portrait of shock and disbelief. It was almost beyond comprehension. What on earth was happening? What on earth did the clan leader do? How could he make over 1,000 Konoha shinobi kneel and beg for forgiveness? This is just absurd. What? Hinata Asaka leaped to his feet with a start, spinning around in disbelief to look at Hinata Kyuka. Clan leader, did you see all of this coming? Hinata Kyuka didn't answer, letting out a slight, mocking laugh. It's not time yet. Let them wait. As long as I have no scruples, no one can hold me hostage with morality. And to forge absolute faith, what I have isn't enough. There needs to be an enemy, one so great that it makes everyone unite in opposition. And there needs to be a trial by fire. A few of the subordinates were stricken with fear, unable to stop their Adam's apples from bobbing as they swallowed nervously. In their eyes, Hinata Kyuka was like a deity orchestrating the world itself, always serene and at ease, as if he were idly toying with mortals. Everything in this world was merely a plaything in his hands. Hokage Tower. Kohor Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado are dead. Crash. The moment the Anbu finished describing the manner of their deaths, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened as he smashed his teacup to pieces. His breath came in short, trembling bursts, rage burning in his eyes. How could this happen? They're Konoha's elders. Who would dare lay a hand on them? Kohor Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado gone. He had lost 2 loyal pawns. Hinata Kyuka, striking down the elders this time, no matter what justifications you have, you're finished. His heart boiled with fury. But soon, he forced himself to steady his emotions. Though Koharu and Hamura are dead, if this lets me eliminate Hinata Kyuka, that too is an opportunity. In a way, the threat Hinata Kyuka posed was more severe than all the help those 2 elders could offer. Summon every Anbu. I will judge Hinata Kyuka myself. A murderous glint flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged eyes. He seemed ready to tear Hinata Kyuka apart with his bare hands. This time, Hinata Kyuka had already violated Konoha's laws. Being both Hyuga clan leader and Root's commander meant nothing. He still had to die. Just then, a sudden whistle as something sliced through the air. A masked Anbu appeared in the office in an instant, his expression somber and reverent. Bad news, Lord Hokage. There are over 1,000 civilian shinobi gathered downstairs. The lines on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face brightened with hope. They've come to denounce Hinata Kyuka, haven't they? His expression was alight with anticipation. They all witnessed Hinata Kyuka's crimes. Having them testify will not only ensure Hinata Kyuka faces justice, but also boost my own standing in the village. They couldn't have arrived at a better time. No, that's not it. The face of the Yanbu ninja was grim. They didn't speak of Hyuga Kyo's crimes. They're begging Hokage-sama to help them apologize to Hyuga Kyo. They're hoping Hyuga Kyo will rebuild the ninjutsu tower. For a brief moment, time seemed to stand still. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew slowly rigid. Utterly terrible. Those clouded eyes turned so dark and fierce, it was as though he could devour a man alive. A pack of fools, caring only for their own gain. His voice was icy, sharp enough to slice through bone. Do they have not a shred of the will of fire in them? Sarutobi was so furious it seemed he might burst. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that, instead of caring about Kohor Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado's deaths, these people would come begging him to apologize to Hyuga Kyo. How outrageous was that? Absolutely absurd. Go out there and see for yourself. His face overcast with an unyielding gloom. As he stepped out of the Hokage Tower, he was met by a crowd of 1,000 civilians and shinobi, shouting themselves hoarse. The moment they caught sight of him, their faces lit up in excitement. Hokage-sama, please, help us apologize to Lord Kyo. We beg you, ask Lord Kyo to rebuild the ninjutsu tower. It was our ignorance and stupidity that angered Lord Kyo. We never should have doubted Lord Kyo. He truly, wholeheartedly had our best interests at heart, and yet we still question him. What kind of people are we? In the wake of Hyuga Kyo's wrath, some chose to approach him personally and apologize, while others came pleading at the Hokage's doorstep. After all, the Hokage was like the village's patriarch, a figure everyone turned to. In that case, let's visit the Hyuga clan first. Sarutobi wore a kindly facade, but his eyes were full of heaviness and cold. Fools, every last one of them, still siding with Hyuga Kyo. Yet, once I reveal his crimes in murdering 2 elders, his reputation will be utterly destroyed. With that, the crowd surged forward in a great tide, all heading toward the Hyuga compound. It didn't take long before they arrived. Please inform the Hyuga clan head. The 3rd Hokage has arrived. An Anbu addressed the gate guard. Immediately, the guard rushed to deliver the message to Hyuga Kyo. Hyuga Kyo appeared at the entrance, his expression composed, but a glacial chill in his gaze. All who looked felt instantly kept at a great distance. "It's Lord Kyo. Lord Kyo has come. We were wrong. Lord Kyo, please forgive us. We're willing to apologize, just please. Rebuild the ninjutsu tower." Faces filled with remorse and desperation. The ninjutsu tower was the only real hope for them to become stronger. That was the true key to their standing in the shinobi world. Yet Hyuga Kyo didn't so much as glance their way, deepening their guilt with every heartbeat. Turning instead to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Kyo's face was cool, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Hokage-sama, to what do I owe the honor of your visit to the Hyuga clan?" For he was the true hand behind the scenes. Had Kohoro Utatane and Hamura Midokado not died, the truth would likely have never come to light. "Hyuga Mirror, I heard you destroyed the ninjutsu tower, leaving the civilian ninja with nowhere to learn ninjutsu. This is not something a high-ranking leader of the Leaf Village should do." Hiruzen Sarutobi berated him with heartfelt anguish, as if he was truly pained by the matter. "As a leader of the Leaf, your duty is to help your comrades become stronger. And besides," his words trailed off, but Hyuga Mirror cut him off without hesitation. "There will never be another ninjutsu tower. If Hokage-sama is so eager to help the civilian ninja, then let your own Sarutobi clan build it. Or perhaps you could personally sponsor the construction of a new one, Hokage-sama." He shot Sarutobi a look, half-smile playing on his lips, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "You old dog, I'm sparing you for now because I still need you to take the fall, and you really think you matter that much?" "What?" Sarutobi was caught off guard. His expression shifted from disbelief to incredulous anger, then darkened with embarrassment. "What's wrong?" Hyuga Mirror retorted with biting sarcasm. "Isn't this the responsibility of Konoha's leadership? To build a ninjutsu tower, I scoured the ninja world, buying techniques from merchants everywhere. The entire Hyuga clan has been drained dry. There's no money left. Wouldn't it be perfect for Hokage-sama to cover the cost instead?" For a moment, everyone turned their attention toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Mirror, you must be joking. Such a huge undertaking. How could the Sarutobi clan possibly handle something like? But if you really wish to keep building, I suppose I could help you out." Sarutobi's forced smile twitched at the edges. Inside, he was seething. "I only needed a pretext to suppress you. How could I possibly build another ninjutsu tower myself? And if I did, what about the rest of the great ninja clans? After all, ninjutsu itself is the very foundation of every ninja clan survival. If these techniques become public, it's the clans who will lose the most. If the Hokage has no wish to build it, then save your lofty speeches." Hyuga Mirror snorted coldly. "I'm in no mood for guests today. If you'd be so kind, Hokage-sama, see yourself out." His words could not have been clearer. "I have no intention of humoring you. Now, get lost." Sarutobi's face turned a furious shade of blue. He was the Hokage. Wasn't this a public slap in his face? "Hyuga Mirror, I am a Hokage. You had better show the proper respect." Sarutobi roared, his rage overflowing like a lion's roar. Veins bulged across his forehead. In the Hidden Leaf, no one had ever dared challenge his authority. Not the Uchiha, and certainly not the Hyuga. His voice thundered through the room. "And furthermore, just how did Kohoro Utatane and Hamura Midokado die? You owe us an explanation. The murder of an elder is a crime that warrants imprisonment." His eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent. At first, he had planned to go through the motions for a little while longer, but the scorn in Hyuga Kagami's gaze made it impossible for him to contain the anger burning inside. Yet, he failed to notice the spark of cunning that flickered in Hyuga Kagami's eyes at that very moment. A glimmer that suggested some scheme had already succeeded. A sharp intelligence flashed in Kagami's eyes, but his demeanor remained eerily calm, as placid as a still pond, even tinged with a hint of mockery. What does the Hokage mean by this? His expression was indifferent, entirely unbothered. What do Kohoro Utatane and Hamura Midokado have to do with me? That wild, unruly face carried with it a hint of rebelliousness. This further fueled the fury in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. He shot a fierce glare at a nearby ninja, his eyes blazing with rage as he barked. "All of you here today are the civilian ninja who visited the ninjutsu tower. I ask you, was it Hyuga Kagami who murdered elders Kohoro Utatane and Hamura Midokado? As the leader of the Root and the Hyuga clan, his actions are ruthless. To slaughter comrades without hesitation, he has already broken the laws of Konoha. Only by accepting judgment can justice be returned to the village." His voice rang out powerfully, brimming with righteousness and morality, as if Hyuga Kagami were an unforgivable villain. The ninja he questioned trembled all over. Gazing at the Sarutobi Hiruzen before him, he felt an utter unfamiliarity, as if the gentle elder was a wholly different person now. Against his own volition, he blurted out, "No, he didn't. Lord Kagami did not kill Elder Koharu or Elder Hamura." Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, thinking that this man must not have witnessed the event. He turned sharply, scanning the others, his gaze smoldering with rage. "You must have seen the truth with your own eyes. Tell me, was it Hyuga Kagami who killed the two elders?" Each person's face showed a different emotion. They exchanged glances, and a strange mood began to fill the air. And then, as if with one voice, they all declared, "No, he didn't." Their reply echoed thunderously, fusing together as one. It was as though some tacit agreement bound them, shutting out any dissent. You're lying." Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbstruck, his rage boiling over as he stared at them, a chill crawling down his spine. Do you even understand what you're doing?" Unable to restrain himself, Sarutobi took a step back. These people were actually committing perjury. To shield Hyuga Kagami, they chose to deceive the Hokage himself. What had become of them? The Hokage's robe weighing on his shoulders brought him no comfort, no strength, only an unbearable sense of mockery. It felt like the searing flames of the underworld, consuming him completely. "Hokage-sama, Lord Kagami truly did not harm Koharu Udatane or Hamura Midokado." A ninja stepped forward, his nerves shifting from anxiousness to a collected composure, even laced with confidence. Hyuga Asaka cleared his throat and strode forward 2 steps. He stood up calmly and said, "If you're talking about the bodies of the 2 elders." He paused for a moment, his expression helpless. "The truth is, the 2 elders grew dissatisfied with each other and ended up in a vicious fight. That's what caused their deaths. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Lord Jing." A bright light sparked in everyone's eyes. "Well said." Voices rose in agreement all around, unified as one. No other explanation. Had this happened 10 minutes earlier, they might have told the truth. But ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi refused their request to build a ninjutsu tower, they had finally come to a realization. The ninja clans, not a single one of them wants us to grow strong, to master truly powerful jutsu. The only person truly willing to help them was Hyuga Jing. A mirthless chuckle slipped out. "Aha, I truly didn't expect this." Hiruzen Sarutobi felt. He was facing a united front, and he was the outcast. Cold fury swept through his body. It occurred to him, if everyone's telling the same lie, does the truth even matter anymore? Does the Hokage have any more questions now? Hyuga Jing's face was calm, the corners of his lips lifted in open mockery. From Hiruzen's point of view, at this moment, Hyuga Jing stood at the center, surrounded by everyone. A king, high and mighty, worshipped by all, while he was nothing but a pretender daring to challenge true power. Very well. Hiruzen's face turned dark as liver. "Hyuga Jing, you've done quite the job. I'll remember this. Your methods are even more cunning than I imagined. From today onward, I won't ever underestimate you again. Not for a single moment." It was his earlier contempt for Hyuga Jing that had led to his crushing, humiliating defeat today. Shamed before everyone, he felt like nothing more than a pitiful clown. "Well then, I won't see you out. Take your time." Hyuga Jing's mocking gaze swept across the room, as if looking at fools. His eyes met those of every civilian ninja. Their expressions were filled with eagerness, reverence, and, most importantly, loyalty. When people come together for a common cause and share a secret known only to them, that is when true faith is born. Not that old, useless title of hero they used to hand out. Watching Sarutobi's figure disappear from sight, Hyuga Jing's eyes gradually grew calm again, but his voice rang out, strong and rousing. "By now, you must have realized, the ninja clans will never give you a chance to truly learn ninjutsu." His words fell like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of everyone present. That's right. Sarutobi's flat denial, his actions just now, had finally opened their eyes completely. The only one who sincerely wanted to help them was Lord Jing, standing right before them. "That's right. Lord Jing, we see it clearly now." Someone shouted, anger blazing in his eyes. "We fight with all our might on the battlefield, but we lack the corresponding jutsu and ninja techniques. Going to the front lines only means certain death for us. Yet the ninja clans can learn powerful ninjutsu. Why is that? Only Lord Mirror truly wants to help us." The crowd shouted in unison. Those eyes burned with rage and fervor. A satisfied smile spread across Hyuga Mirror's face. He slowly raised his hand, his chiseled features wild, untamable. "That's why I'm offering you a path to rise. I'm giving you a way to become stronger. I hope that from now on, You will break free from your shackles to become true and powerful shinobi, not expendable pawns sent to their deaths. No longer will you be trampled beneath the feet of the ninja clans, used as stepping stones to prop up the splendor of their lives. Do you understand? His voice thundered out, firm and resonant. It rolled like deep thunder in the depths of every heart. Countless civilian ninjas answered his call, their voices rising to the heavens. They shook the whole of Konoha to its core. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just arrived at the Hokage Tower, felt his heart skip a beat as the deafening voices echoed across the sky. Far away, storm clouds pressed in over the city, dark and rolling. A sense of foreboding churned in his heart, growing stronger and stronger. 3 days later, the ninjutsu tower had been rebuilt. All the civilian ninja came and went in an orderly manner, their expressions respectful, almost like devout worshippers. What made Hiruzen's brow tighten even more was that more and more civilian ninja outwardly obeyed him, but there was less reverence in their eyes. In eyes once dull and hollow, now flickered a force. One called aggression. This can't go on. What am I supposed to do? Hiruzen's face was grim and clouded. Now, besides his most trusted circle, he had no idea who he could truly rely on. Any civilian ninja in the village might have already pledged their loyalty to Hyuga Mirror in secret. I am a Hokage. This is Konoha. This is not the Hyuga clan's territory. In this moment, Hiruzen's heart ached with deep regret. Why hadn't he eliminated Hyuga Mirror when he'd had the chance? Just then, a sharp whoosh cut through the air. An Anbu ninja appeared in a flash at the Hokage Tower, bowing low in respect, his face tense. Hokage-sama, Kimogakure has issued a notice to the entire shinobi world. They accuse Konoha of seizing their 8 tails and 2 tails. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Even as an Anbu, he could feel the terror of a gathering storm. At the same time, they're calling on every ninja village in the world to unite and attack Konoha, demanding an explanation from you, Hokage-sama. Stealing the 2 tails. Stealing the 8 tails. Those are monsters. Could such deeds truly be accomplished by human hands? What? Say that again. Hiruzen sprang to his feet, eyes full of disbelief. To seize the 2 tails and 8 tails? That's impossible. His face twisted with fury. In the past, just a single 9 tails beast nearly tore Konoha apart. It was only by the 4th Hokage sacrificing his own life that we managed to seal the beast away. How could Konoha possibly be behind stealing the 2 tails or the 9 tails? To him, it was an instinctive reaction. He saw this as nothing but slander. But in the next instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly thought of Hyuga Mirror's terrifying skill at political maneuvering, and a new idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that Hyuga Mirror now possessed such overwhelming power? All of a sudden, he found himself starting to believe it. Maybe it really was Hyuga Mirror who defeated the Raikage. With a monster like him, it seemed nothing was truly impossible. He couldn't afford to underestimate him in the slightest. No. Hiruzen's teeth clenched in frustration. If Hyuga Mirror is the one seizing the tailed beasts, why should I take the blame for it? I must make Hyuga Mirror hand over the beasts. But the very next moment, he remembered Hyuga Mirror's uncompromising and forceful ways. There was no way someone like him would ever surrender 2-tailed beasts. That was nothing more than pure fantasy. There's one more way. Hiruzen's eyes lit up, his voice chilling. Perhaps destroying him with excessive praise would be even better. Hokage-sama, there's something else. A member of the ANBU reported grimly. Because of the war between Kimogakure and us, both Iwagakure and Sunagakure have gradually been pulled into further conflict. But due to Hyuga Mirror's plundering of Kimogakure's tailed beasts, Iwagakure is now marching straight toward Konoha. It seems they're preparing to strike against us. Hiruzen froze for a moment, but rather than anger, a flash of delight crossed his features. The power of Iwagakure surpasses even Kimogakure. With the greatest territory in the shinobi world, they boast more ninja than any other village. And the Tsuchikage, Anoki of the both scales, the man's strength is even greater than the Raikage's. The Tsuchikage's particle style, against that, even I would be forced to retreat. His eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent shining through the haze of age. And just as well, the Tsuchikage might very well be the one to kill Hyuga Mirror. Particle style, an advanced Kekkei Toda that fuses 3 chakra natures into a devastating new force. It is among the most powerful techniques in existence. He murmured, voice icy and resolute. Now, every condition for a praise to destruction is in place. Iwagakure. The ground here was solid, the air dry. Everyone's skin bore the roughness of wind-worn sand, but it lent the people a certain sturdy, healthy air. At this moment, Inoki of the both scales gazed into the distance at a burly figure, his eyes sharp and shrewd. Rakage, do you actually believe I take your word for it? He let out a cold snort and mocked. Back then, when my Iwagakure launched an assault on your father, the third Rakage, with an army of 20,000 ninja, can you really let go of the grudge of your father's murder? And besides, why should I cooperate with you? Everything I desire, I can seize with my own hands. A look of haughty arrogance crossed his face, radiating unshakable confidence. Old man, the older you get, the more stubborn you become. The Rakage's voice thundered like a storm. A long, vicious scar carved across his face, making him look ferocious and menacing. He had been a hair's breadth away from losing an eye. He remembered it vividly. The crushing blow of Hyuga Kyo's shark skin hammer. It came down hard, its barbed spikes crackling with lightning as they swept across his cheek. That dreadful wound was the mark it left. Just one misstep, and his life would have ended right then. You old relic. After all those years locked in struggle against Konoha, have you ever truly won? The Rakage scoffed, a chilling edge in his tone. A shadow passed behind his eyes, as heavy as storm clouds looming over a city. There's no need for deception. These days, a new genius has emerged from Konoha. More terrifying even than the fourth Hokage. I once shared a name with the fourth, but now, standing before Hyuga Kyo, I'm nothing but an insect. The memory of Hyuga Kyo's overwhelming power was still vivid and darkened his expression further. What does that have to do with me? Inoki of the two scales gave a dismissive snort. My dust release can crush any genius this world has to offer. Before dust release, they're no more than motes of dust. He looked on with lonely pride. That was the terror of the dust release. No one in the entire shinobi world could withstand its power. He poses no threat to me. But what if his sights are set on the tailed beasts? The Rakage's words were slow and deliberate. Inoki's pupils contracted, bad memories flashing in his mind. The Rakage pressed on, his expression dark as night. The two-tailed beasts of the hidden cloud have already been taken by Hyuga Kyo, and you can be sure he won't stop at just two. Your village's tailed beast will be his target as well. His tone dripped with sarcasm. What a perfect, justifiable reason to launch an attack on Konoha. Are you really going to pass this up? Konoha's lands are fertile, the richest in the whole shinobi world. Countless prodigies are born from the soil of the Land of Fire. It's the very cradle of genius. As the Tsuchikage, can you really say you don't wish for your own people to live on that bountiful earth? The thunder in his voice was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. A sudden flicker of greed lit up in Inoki's eyes. His expression shifted, replaced now by righteous resolve. The tailed beasts must not be taken. That is the pact between the 5 great nations. No one, under any pretense, can snatch the tailed beast from another. If Konoha has broken that pact, then I will do my part. He raised his head, fixing the Rakage with a firm gaze. Then, let's hope our cooperation goes smoothly. Otsutsuki 2 scale of the hidden stone turned his head, his eyes alight with excitement. Follow me. We need to discuss the details of our operation. Also, it would be best if your Cloud Ninja strike as a surprise attack force. The Rakage nodded in agreement. In those dark eyes, the flames of vengeance burned with a fierce intensity. The Hidden Stone Village possessed the largest number of ninja in the whole shinobi world. As many as 30,000. The combined power of the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone was enough to bring Konoha to its knees. Enough to completely eradicate Hyuga Q, the Hyuga clan. What Hyuga Q had not anticipated was how swiftly the Hidden Stone would move to attack Konoha. It was almost shockingly fast. A cold chuckle escaped Hyuga Q's lips. The Tsuchikage has never been one for kindness. Waging war for the sake of other ninja villages? That's never aligned with either the Tsuchikage's or the Hidden Stone's interests. In the end, they simply want the rich lands of Konoha, nothing more. It was peculiar if you thought about it. Across the entire shinobi world, only the Land of Fire was truly fertile. The other countries, though in the same latitude, were either mountainous or covered in desert, or surrounded by water. Hardly any of them could be considered normal. Of course, that was the very reason Senju Hashirama chose to found a village in the Land of Fire so long ago. Well, this works out. I can use this war as an excuse to seize the tailed beast from the Hidden Stone. Like the Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Stone was unique in having 2 tailed beasts within its ranks. They had Son Goku, the 4 tails, and Mu Wong, the 5 tails. A sly smile crept across Hyuga Q's face. Perfect. Now I don't need any excuse. I can just head to the Hidden Stone and take their tailed beasts. Ding. Sign-in quest triggered. Check-in location. On top of Otsutsuki 2 scale's head. Quest rewards. Flying Thunder God Technique. 50 million. Hyuga Q blinked. Checking on top of Otsutsuki 2 Scale's head. And the rewards are Flying Thunder God and 50 million Ryo? Is that old fossil's head really worth that much? Well, there's no time for that right now. Hyuga Q wasn't bothered. After all, he could always make up the check-in later. Why go out his way to finish it now? But the Flying Thunder God technique is an excellent space-time jutsu, he mused. He pondered. The Flying Thunder God's signature strength is its ability to travel instantaneously to any location marked with its seal. And since it's a space-time marker, it can never be removed, not even in a lifetime. Once you're branded, you'll spend the rest of your life living in the shadow of death. Just imagine, there's a ninja somewhere who can appear right beside you at any time, in any place, to strike you down without warning. Even the strongest shinobi would shudder at that thought. Remember, even Madara in his Sage of Six Paths form was done in by Black Zetsu's sudden betrayal, a testament to how devastating a sneak attack can be. This jutsu could instantly shift the tide of any battle, and if paired with Kamui, its potential will be nothing short of extraordinary. Kamui is essentially a space-time ninjutsu, allowing the user to become intangible and evade all physical attacks. Hyuga Kyuka let out a soft, amused chuckle. If I combine it with the Flying Thunder God technique, their synergy would make me practically invincible, without a single weakness. Right at that moment, a sharp sound cut through the air. In the blink of an eye, Hyuga Asuka appeared before him, his expression respectful. Clan leader, the Hokage has summoned you to a meeting. It said that a Wagakure plans to go to war against the village. Kyuka nodded and rose to his feet, heading in the direction of the Hokage Tower. It didn't take long before he entered the Hokage's office. As always, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grim, unpleasant look. Since clan leader Hyuga is here, let's begin the meeting, Sarutobi announced, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, what mess. Even though he wanted to undermine Kyuka, he'd just been embarrassed by him, and now he was forced to call Kyuka for help, and even had to ask him to take the field. It was humiliating beyond words. The Wagakure is going to attack Konoha. Sarutobi didn't bother with formalities. He got straight to the point. The faces around the room changed in shock. They exchanged incredulous glances. What? How could that be? Didn't we just finish a war with Kumogakure not long ago? Why is a Wagakure attacking Konoha now? Are they taking advantage of our vulnerability? Though we haven't lost many ninja overall, our forces just endured battle. They haven't recovered yet, and now they must fight again. How could this happen? Konoha and a Wagakure have never been enemies. Why would a Wagakure attack us? No one could believe it. This was all too sudden. There was a buffer zone between a Wagakure and Konoha, and there hadn't been any long-standing grudges. To launch a war now, it was utterly unexpected. We'll need to ask the Hyuga clan leader about this. The room fell silent. Sarutobi's expression grew grave as he fixed his steely gaze on the composed Kyuka. Tell me, clan leader Hyuga, why did you seize both the 2 tails and the 8 tails from Kumogakure during your recent battle? You should know, tailed beasts are strategic weapons. They can be neutralized but never stolen. Ever since the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, they belong to each of the great nations. These tailed beasts are the very foundation of the 5 great shinobi villages. Their symbolic value far exceeds their practical power. This was the unspoken law of the shinobi world. The great villages could wage war against one another, could pillage, could even slaughter each other. But the tailed beasts must never be stolen. Otherwise, one risked drawing the wrath and war of the other 4 great villages. Everyone was stunned. All eyes turned to Kyuka, who seemed entirely unconcerned. What the? Wasn't this a bit too much? Those were 2-tailed beasts, after all. Even most Kaga-level powerhouses wouldn't stand a chance against a single-tailed beast. Yet Kyuka had managed to seal away 2 of them on his own. This was outrageous. It was like something out of fantasy. Hyuga Kagami, I demand an explanation from you. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was low and cold, each word edged with steel. In this moment, he was the one perched on the moral high ground. Hyuga Kagami might be powerful, but not even he could stand against the entirety of Konoha. His actions now were following the tide of fate. The air was thick with tension. No one dared to breathe too loudly. Every move was as cautious as walking on thin ice. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku looked on with disdain, barely deigning to cast a single glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hyuga Kagami let out a cold, scornful snort. Utterly laughable. The words struck the air like a clap of thunder. Everyone was left dumbfounded. To insult the Hokage right inside the Hokage's own office, calling Hiruzen Sarutobi absurd? Hyuga Kagami glanced indifferently at Sarutobi, his eyes cold and sharp, every look dripping with mockery. In the 41st year of Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was nearly taken by the shinobi of the Hidden Cloud. If not for the fourth Hokage, still just a youth then, discovering it in time and rescuing her, the Nine Tails would already belong to the Cloud. When the Hidden Cloud tried to steal the Nine Tails back then, why weren't they punished? Hyuga Kagami looked down as if regarding insects beneath his feet. Superiority radiated from him. His white eyes were laced with disdain. As Hokage, why didn't you turn your wrath on the Cloud? But now that I, head of the Hyuga, take a tailed beast from the Cloud and end up opposed by the Hidden Stone, you side with the other villages, accusing one of your own? It's beyond ridiculous. Fundamentally, Hiruzen Sarutobi lacked the presence of a true leader. He was a master of intrigue, unmatched as a shinobi in his youth, yet he had never been leader material. By contrast, the fourth Hokage and the fourth Raikage, now those were true leaders. Men others would follow into death without hesitation, whose commands were absolute. Hyuga Kagami, Sarutobi's face darkened like storm clouds. A tremor of panic flickered in his heart. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined Hyuga Kagami would know of these old, buried grievances. The onlookers were dazed, and soon, a wave of murmurs swept the room. Is this true? Did the Hokage really just let those things slide back then? That was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How could Konoha stand by while the Cloud tried to steal her? The Hokage is past his prime, after all. A note of disappointment entered the eyes now fixed on Sarutobi. As Hokage, his duty was clear, protect the ninja of the village above all. But clearly, the third Hokage had failed. I will not return a single-tailed beast. Hyuga Kagami's voice was calm, yet brooked no argument. He bared his teeth in a wild, proud smile, brows arched with savage confidence. If the Hidden Stone wants to stand out, let them pay the price. I will head to the battlefield myself and make them bow. At these words, he paused, then rose to his feet, looking down at Sarutobi with absolute dominance. A shiver ran through Sarutobi's heart. Those pale eyes seemed to spark with thunder, making his heart pound with a sudden sense of dread. And what about Jiraiya? Since the war began, where has Jiraiya been? His voice rolled out like a thunderstorm. In the war with the Hidden Cloud Village, Jiraiya never once showed up. Not a single sign of support. Now it's been a whole month since the war ended, and still Jiraiya hasn't appeared. A mocking sneer flickered in Hyuga Q's gaze, full of biting derision. Could it be that Jiraiya is dead? Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips trembled. His expression had grown impossibly grim. For a moment, everyone was stunned, but the truth registered almost instantly. It was true. Jiraiya was a shinobi of Kage level. Why hadn't he returned to defend the Leaf Village? Back then, Hiruzen Sarutobi had promised that Jiraiya would come back to the village. But from start to finish, not a single sign of help had ever come. In seconds, a chill crept into everyone's hearts. A bone-deep fear began to stir at the possibilities. Jiraiya, I haven't been able to reach him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was ashen, almost purple in shame. He had lost all dignity. No one here was a fool. It was obvious to everyone that Hiruzen was simply making excuses. So in the end, what a joke this all is. Hyuga Q's voice echoed like thunder, so loud it nearly rattled the rafters. He pushed his chair back, turned to leave, his white ceremonial robes swirling dramatically behind him. The entire Hokage's office was left in utter silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was as black as burnt wood. He had achieved his aim, but his pride had been completely trampled. There wasn't a shred of it left. Holy hell! Everyone could only stare wide-eyed at Hyuga Q's departing figure. This was beyond bold, beyond audacious. This is the kind of person I want to become. Uchiha Fugaka couldn't help but exclaim, his face brimming with envy. Here he was, a clan leader, yet this man's strength and authority surged beyond reckoning. With just a few words, even the Hokage was left speechless. How could this not remind one of the legendary Uchiha Madara himself? Well then, I'll be going too. Uchiha Fugaka stood, a hot rush of blood burning in his chest. Without another word, he turned and strode out as well. Sigh, compared to the Hyuga chief, I still lack that kind of commanding presence. Uchiha Fugaka's expression was tinted with helpless admiration. And after everyone had departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his fist down on the desk, smashing it to pieces. His veins stood out, his face twisted. He looked almost demonic. Hyuga Q, I swear I will not let you off. I'll make sure you learn that I am the true Hokage of the Leaf. His breaths came heavy and ragged. He hadn't felt this furious, this out of control in years. But when Hyuga Q had challenged his authority, he simply couldn't restrain himself. Hyuga Q will die on the battlefield, without a doubt. Sarutobi's voice was ice-cold as he forced himself to calm down. And when Hyuga Q is dead, there will be no more reason for the Hyuga clan to exist. At the same time, the matter of the Uchiha clan will finally be addressed as well. At present, Hyuga Q enjoys a close relationship with Uchiha Fugaku. If action were taken against both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans at the same time, it would inevitably make the two clans appear as if they were colluding. With Uchiha sure sway on our side, that is enough to maintain absolute control over the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly and deliberately. Still, the bloodline clans are ultimately a persistent threat. Perhaps it's time to destroy both these clans once and for all. His expression grew frigid, as cold and sharp as a blade of ice. At this point, he had come to a realization. The bloodline limit clans would never truly be under his control. Only death could bring them to a final end. Half a day later, the gathering of ninja was complete. A total of 5,000 had assembled, while Konoha itself still retained a force of 10,000. That old fox, he's only given me 5,000 shinobi. Hyuga Q's gaze swept across the assembled ninja, and in an instant, he understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's true intentions. This was an attempt to have him killed on the battlefield, up against the overwhelming numbers of ninja from Iwagakure. Even if he survived, he would surely lose, and his name would be dragged through the mud, his reputation utterly ruined. With no reputation left, he would lose all support. The battlefield belongs to heroes, not to those who fail. But what a pity! You have no idea what I'm truly capable of, old man. Hyuga Q remained calm, unfazed by their numbers. At that moment, a joyful voice rang out, "Clan leader." It was Hyuga Niji. The small boy ran over, his face alight with excitement and trust. "Clan leader, I've gained a new ability." Hyuga Q was taken aback for a moment, and then he saw it. A faint trace of azure blue flickered in Niji's white eyes. Could it be the Tensigen? No, he realized at once. The power within those white eyes was not so intense. It was about on par with the freshly awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan. "Clan leader, look." Niji waved his hand and let out a focused cry. Space manipulation. The stones nearby, guided by his will, slowly floated into the air. The heavy, irregular rocks gathered around him, forming a hovering mass that stretched a full 10 meters wide. Niji's small face flushed with exertion, yet he was brimming with excitement. "Clan leader, as soon as I sense my eye power grow, this technique just appeared in my mind. I can control everything around me." With a sudden thud, all the rocks crashed to the ground. Utterly exhausted, Niji plopped down, breathing heavily. At 5 years old, he was already pushing his limits. "Well done," Hyuga Q praised as he patted Niji gently on the head. "A true genius of a Hyuga clan. Even I have not taken the Byakugan this far." He was, in his heart, deeply impressed. Who could have predicted that someone would awaken the Byakugan to such an extent? What Hyuga Niji had just displayed was, in fact, the embryonic form of the Tensigen's space manipulation. Though his mastery was still raw and unrefined, it was clear that the foundation had already been laid. But the Byakugan's capabilities don't end here, Hyuga Kyo mused to himself. Beyond this, the Byakugan holds even greater, more formidable power. After a brief pause, he called out in a clear voice, "Hyuga Hina." A rush of air split the silence. In a heartbeat, Hyuga Hina appeared at Hyuga Kyo's side, her expression marked by unwavering respect. "Clan leader, from this moment forward, Hyuga Niji shall be the divine child of our Hyuga clan." A keen light flashed in Hyuga Kyo's eyes. "Aside from myself, he will hold the most exalted position in our entire clan. In my absence, Hyuga Niji shall guide all our people in developing their Byakugan." Hyuga Hina froze, caught completely off guard. Divine child? But Hyuga Niji is only 5 years old. His face was a picture of astonishment. A divine child? Though he could not fully grasp the meaning, the clan leader's words left no doubt. Hyuga Niji was being nurtured as the next to lead the clan. "Hina, I have no need for doubts," Hyuga Kyo said, his calm tone carrying an authority that brooked no refusal. "Niji possesses the qualifications. One day, he will surpass all of you." Talent, blended with tireless effort. Hyuga Niji's brilliance was inevitable. As mere mortals, none could hope to keep pace with his achievements. Of course, not even Niji would be able to reach Hyuga Kyo's own level. For at the very summit of genius stands the realm of those touched by fate. "Understand," Hina replied, his entire frame trembling as he bowed deeply with respect. Watching that lofty figure fade into the distance, Hyuga Niji's small face flushed with excitement and awe. "Clan leader, I will not fail your expectations." Hyuga Kyo's gaze was filled with hope. Without the chakra lineage of Hamura Otsutsuki from the moon, the Hyuga of the shinobi world would never awaken the Tensigen. But awakening a Byakugan on par with the Mangekyo Sharingan should be within reach, he thought, considering Niji's potential for Byakugan development. The possibility was real. One could see the signs already beginning to appear. The power of the Tensigen. Hyuga Kyo's expression was unreadable. Still, there's no need for haste. On that night, when the Uchiha clan falls, I'll earn the Rinnegan itself. Its gifts rival even those of the Tensigen. Both the Tensigen and the Rinnegan are forces of overwhelming might. Yet where the Tensigen excels in pure destructive strength, the Rinnegan's power is vast in its variety. It can even lay claim to the rules that govern the world itself. In the end, it all comes down to luck. 10 days later, Hyuga Kyo led a host of shinobi to the Iwagakure frontline. To his great surprise, he found that, unbelievably, the ninja from Sunagakure had also arrived. Ha ha ha, but you didn't see that coming, did you? Inoki of the Two Scales wore a look of utter pride on his face. We aren't the only ones who wish to seize the land of fire. Many seek its territory, not just Iwagakure. In the face of the land of fire's fertile riches, all other disputes can simply be set aside. At this very moment, the shinobi of Iwagakure and Kumogakure had converged together. 45,000 ninja amassed like an endless sea. Compared to them, the number of ninjas standing behind Hyuga Q seemed insignificant, like ants dwarfed by giants. Is Sunagakure in such a rush for death? A peculiar expression flashed across Hyuga Q's face. His gaze sharpened as he looked to the distant horizon, where in the midst of Sunagakure's massive force marched a monk radiating serene devotion, standing beside the fourth Kazekage, Raza. The monk's eyes were lowered, a gentle, sacred glow softening his features, as if untouched by the threat of battle, as if belonging to a world beyond conflict. This was the One-Tails Jinchuriki, Bunpuku. I thought I'd have to journey to their village to find the beast, but who would have thought the One-Tails Jinchuriki would walk right to my door? Wasn't this the perfect opportunity, an offering presented on a silver platter? Right now, Inoki cast a scornful glance at Konoha's mere 5,000-strong force, sneering with open contempt. Only 5,000 ninja? Is Hiruzen Tsurutobi looking down on Iwagakure, sending so few against us? Though his face was aged, his eyes were bright and keen, gleaming with calculation. He fixed his gaze on Hyuga Q, reading into the situation. Or perhaps, Konoha sees you as the troublemaker, a piece worth sacrificing at the board. As a fellow Kage, he saw Tsurutobi Hiruzen's intentions in an instant. Raza let out a cold, mocking laugh. The third Hokage is too proud. Back in the day when all 5 great ninja villages rallied against Konoha, wasn't it the same story? But this time, we won't give him even the slimmest hope of a comeback. Greed smoldered in his eyes. The land of fire was just too rich. Even with all his ability to dig for gold, nothing compared to the abundance of the land of fire. But to pit 45,000 against 5,000, aren't we bullying Konoha a little too much? Raza's voice dripped with ridicule. He stood atop a high outcrop of stone, looking down from above on Konoha's meager force, as if their fate had long been sealed. Konoha's own shinobi stared blankly, overwhelmed by the dark, seemingly endless ranks that stretched to the horizon. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, dread crawling up from their tailbones to seize their hearts. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over their heads. There's no way we can win. With Iwagakure and Sunagakure together, their numbers alone will crush us. It's over. Even with Lord Q at our side, this is hopeless. Damn it, all because of Lord Hokage. Why did he send only 5,000 of us? Loyalty to the village ran deep among shinobi. But loyalty was not the same as blind faith. They had been chosen as pawns for slaughter. In the depths of their hearts, resentment took root, blooming into a cruel and wrathful flower, seductive in its despair. The third Tsuchikage was very pleased with the reaction from the Konoha shinobi. He looked up at Raza, who stood atop a high boulder in the distance, and laughed with triumphant pride. Ha ha! At long last, Konoha will be destroyed by my hand. All that Uchiha Madara once did to me. Now I shall return every bit of it to Konoha. But just then, a calm, unrestrained voice full of mockery echoed across the battlefield. Are you all so sure that the Raikage will launch his attack with you? With a hint of ridicule shimmering in his white eyes, Hyuga Mirror spoke. The words landed like a heavy blow, and the faces of Inoki and Raza instantly darkened, their confidence shaken. You could almost feel the shadows fall over both of them. How do you know about our plan with the Raikage? Inoki's voice trembled, edged with fear. How is this possible? The plan forged between the hidden cloud, stone, and sand was a secret hashed out in the depths of a Wagakure. There was no way Konoha could know the precise details of such a meticulous plan. Otherwise, why else would you all be gathered here? Hyuga Mira regarded them as if they were fools. The land between Iwagakure and Konoha is the neutral country of grass. Between Sunagakure and the land of fire lies the country of rivers. For Sunagakure to bypass the nearer front and join the stone in attacking through grass, isn't it clearly a stalling tactic? Wasn't this glaringly obvious? Anyone who glanced at a map of the shinobi world could see it. Only a fool would march the long road when there's a shortcut. Why not split your forces and attack from two fronts, dividing your enemy's strength? Why force your opponent to focus all their power on a single battlefield? Was it all just a ruse to draw fire? So the Reikage could strike from the shadows? Fine, so you figure this out, but it changes nothing. Your fate is sealed. Death awaits you. Raza retorted with a cold snort, brushing aside the concerns. Raza, do you really put your trust in that brute, the Reikage? Hyuga Mirror scoffed, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi had set him up, so why let Sarutobi off easy? Every last one of your shinobi is assembled here, but the only ninja poised to ambush the land of fire are those from the hidden cloud. Once the Reikage is the first to seize Konoha, you'll have missed your best chance to carve up the spoils. The territory you claw from this war may not even be connected to your own homeland. The sneer at the corner of Hyuga Mirror's lips deepened. Is that really the outcome you desire? Inoki's eyes grew dark and thoughtful. Raza froze for a moment, realization dawning as his face sank into a brooding scowl. He's trying to split our numbers. Inoki muttered, eyes cutting toward the Konoha side, expression shadowed. But his words do make sense. That's right. 45,000 shinobi is far too many for this front. Raza couldn't suppress a shiver of unease. Coldly, he declared, then let's leave only 20,000 here. The remaining shinobi from sand and stone will move on Konoha. Both men were top-tier leaders. And with just a brief exchange, they changed the direction of the entire battlefield. In a heartbeat, the army of 45,000 shinobi was split, with 25,000 breaking away from the main force. Countless ninja from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages surged forward like a relentless swarm of locusts, each one ready to break through the defensive lines of the Leaf Village forces at any moment. To show my gratitude for your advice, the stone and sand villages will at least spare you an intact corpse, Raza said coldly, his voice laced with ice. With a sudden, sharp sweep of his arm, he gave the order. 20,000 ninja sprang into action at once, drawing all the Leaf Village's firepower to themselves, leaving the enemy with no time to focus elsewhere. 5,000 Leaf ninja retreated into the woods, dodging desperately as they struggled to hold their ground. Meanwhile, 25,000 enemy ninja swept around from the flanks without hesitation, leaping past the battle's edges in a storm. If those 25,000 ninja turned back and counterattacked now, the Leaf Village would suffer devastating losses, Hyuga Kagami remarked lightly, his expression calm and unconcerned. He made no move to stop them. His gaze drifted, serene and thoughtful, as he watched the 25,000 enemy ninja move away. A sly smile played at the corners of his mouth, growing deeper by the moment. Once I seize the 1-tail, 5-tail, and 4-tail, I'll have 5-tail beasts in my grasp. At that point, Sarutobi Hiruzen will have no more value to me, Kagami said in an even tone, as casually as if he were discussing lunch over tea. In that moment, he sealed the fate of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So this is what the ninja of the Leaf have become? Pathetic. Inoki of the Two Scales sneered, contempt written all over his face. When compared to the days of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, today's Leaf is nothing but a nest of ants, he spat out, venting his long-standing fear of Uchiha Madara, as if belittling the present could erase that memory from his heart. With that, he and Raza followed after the army of 25,000 ninja, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Their target, the Leaf Village. Time trickled by. The formidable army led by Raza and Inoki marched away. Compared to the immediate chaos of battle, what they truly longed for was the moment they could trample Konoha beneath their feet. Now that they've gone, it's time for you all to die, Kagami declared, standing tall atop the canopy. He clapped his hands together. Wood release. Advent of a sea of trees. A low, ominous hum vibrated through the air, followed by a thunderous roar. Terrifying, sinuous, dragon-like trunks twisted through the forest, spreading out with lightning speed like a living web of vines. Within this forest, wood release was at its most devastating, a true dominion of death. Every tree became a deadly weapon, each one poised for the kill. In the shadowy depths of the forest, countless leaf ninja felt hope wither away. Hopelessly outnumbered, Driven to the very edge, they pressed their backs against the trees. Someone, please help us. I don't want to die. I've got a 6-year-old waiting at home. I can't die here. As the haunting hum echoed through the woods, vines shot forth, skewering the enemy ninja from stone and sand right before their eyes. Blood sprayed across their faces, and the terror on their features hardened into a mask of dread. In a heartbeat, the battlefield became hell on earth. Ninja from the sand and stone villages were impaled through the chest by writhing vines. Were just moments before their faces had been twisted with savage triumph. Now shock and disbelief froze their features. What should have been the moment of final victory turned, in an instant, into the hour of death. And, at that very moment, Rosa and the 2 commanders of the scales, Oyano and Mu, had already departed for Konoha. We were deceived. We've been tricked. But both the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage have left. What should we do now? It's over. Everything is lost. 20,000 shinobi were seized by terror, their eyes wide with fear. One by one, they retreated frantically. But beneath the menacing advance of the wood-release vines, they had no strength to resist. The vines writhed and twisted. Their eyes went dim, and life left them completely. On the other side, the Konoha ninjas' looks of despair suddenly bloomed into wild joy. They stared in disbelief as the vines gracefully wound around them, sheltering them like guardian spirits. This is wood release. This is the wood release of the first Hokage. There's someone in the village who has mastered this power. Who is it? Who has inherited the wood release? Could it be a descendant of the Senju clan? Suddenly, someone looked up toward the sky, gazing in awe at that godlike figure above. No, this is Lord Kagame's doing. It was Lord Kagame who unleashed the wood release to save us. If not for him, we'd have met our end by now. Long live Lord Kagame. Lord Kagame wields the mighty wood release. He's as powerful as the first Hokage once was. Some veteran shinobi, their eyes brimming with nostalgia and tears streaming down their faces, cried out, it was the first Hokage's wood release that gave Konoha its name in the beginning. Now, Lord Kagame has become the very symbol of Konoha. He is Konoha's true hero. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting in unison. The sound was thunderous. It rang through the very heavens. Up above, Hyuga Kagame stood like a king, lifted by the loyalty of countless followers to his rightful throne. To a Konoha shinobi, wood release holds an extraordinary meaning. In a sense, it represents the first Hokage himself. Kagame's expression was calm, his eyes fathomless. And now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige faded and everyone turning their backs on him, a shinobi who possesses wood release is effectively worshipped as a god. At this moment, the lone Jinchuriki who had chosen to remain, Bunpuku of the One Tail, let out a sigh. As expected, luck always walks hand in hand with calamity. Every chance brings with it the shadow of death. He gazed with compassion at the more than 10,000 remaining shinobi from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. He sighed again. Let me give my life and leave you with a sliver of hope. Within his inner spiritual space, Bunpuku tore away the tag that was the seal. In the eyes of the One Tail, the Tanuki's gaze turned cold and murderous. Bunpuku, do you understand what this means? Though I approve of you, don't be mistaken. This doesn't mean I'll help you. To break the seal now, with your body as it is, can only mean death. Bunpuku replied with peaceful resolve. Death comes for everyone eventually. For me, there's no meaning left in fearing it. Laughter burst from him, bold and unrestrained. The One Tail burst out in wild laughter. As I expected, you're just like the old man, but you don't have the power to save the world. Boom! Funfu's face contorted with rage and twisted, morphing into the visage of a monstrous raccoon cat, his whole body transforming into a gigantic, fearsome beast. A massive tail lashed about in a frenzy. I'm finally out again. And this time I won't rest until I'm satisfied with the carnage. His cat-like eyes gleamed with cruelty and bloodlust, as if he were the very harbinger of death. The One Tail cast his gaze far off into the distance, toward Hyuga Kyo. Is this the enemy you seek to oppose? For once, I'll give you a hand. To me, he's nothing but an insect. But in the next instant, that distant figure closed in with blinding speed, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the void. Sparks crackled in the air. A colossal, terrifying hammer came crashing down with unstoppable force, sending him sprawling. That overwhelming, crushing strength pinned him to the ground. A huge foot stomped him down by the head. A face radiating arrogance and savagery stared directly into his eyes. What was that? Who's the insect now? In the next split second, a hand shot through the head of the One Tail's Jinchuriki, and then, with a ruthless twist, Funfu's head was snapped. Even as compassionate monks, you still see others through the lens of the village. How much more so for ordinary people? Hugakyo's expression remained cool and detached. To him, Finfu's actions were mere hypocrisy. If he was truly good, he would never have attacked in the first place. A sly grin played at the corner of Hugakyo's mouth, not quite a smile. By now, Raza and Inoki the two scales must have already arrived in Konoha. The look on Hiruzen Tsurutobi's face when he sees those 25,000 ninja, that's bound to be a sight to see. Konoha Village. When Hiruzen Tsurutobi received the message from the Anbu, he was completely stunned. His mind went blank on the spot. What? How can that be? Sarutobi's heart jolted as if pierced by ice. Inoki the two scales and Raza, leading the ninjas of the stone and sand villages, are already closing in. And now they're less than 5 kilometers from Konoha. Panic seized him. In that moment, regret flooded through his heart. He felt utter remorse, to the very core. Why hadn't he called Jiraiya back sooner? No, I absolutely cannot start a war. Otherwise my lifelong reputation will be utterly ruined. Sarutobi's face was ashen. And the daimyo of the Land of Fire might strip me of my position as Hokage. I absolutely cannot accept that outcome. He was overcome with frustration. Why had he only prepared 5,000 ninjas for Hugakyo? If he had only sent a few more, Hugakyo could have lasted so much longer. He looked at the Anbu before him and issued his orders without hesitation. Open negotiations immediately with Inoki and Raza. As long as we avoid war, any conditions, Konoha will accept them. The Anbu was taken aback. His expression was filled with disbelief, but his figure vanished in a flash. As a member of the ANBU, his duty was to obey the Hokage's orders. And the news of peace negotiations swept across the entire Konoha. Countless people wore dark expressions, turning in disbelief to look at the Hokage's office. Our Hokage actually wants to negotiate peace? Why should we even consider that? So many of our Konoha shinobi have been harmed by a Wagakure and Sunagakure, especially Sunagakure. How could they betray our alliance agreement? For Konoha shinobi, there's only death in battle, not a cowardly, shameful existence. In an instant, it felt as if countless people had been harshly and repeatedly slapped across the face. Peace talks. It almost felt like begging for mercy, on their knees. A deep feeling of disappointment toward Hiruzen Tsurutobi brewed in the hearts of countless shinobi. A derisive chuckle rang out. Outside the Konoha defensive line, Inoki of the two scales looked at the ANBU before him and gave a mocking laugh. Peace talks. And why should I accept? All I have to do is advance, and anything I want will be within my grasp. Why should I negotiate with Konoha? Scorn colored his face. He looked down on them as if they were mere ants. Has Konoha really grown this feeble? Have you lost even this last shred of courage? How are you any different from those minor shinobi villages now? Instantly, the faces of several ANBU were grim with humiliation. Tell Hiruzen Tsurutobi, there will be no negotiations with me. Inoki bared his teeth in a swaggering smile. Arrogance etched across his features. Konoha's fate is already sealed, death. For years, Konoha and the Land of Fire have occupied these bountiful lands. Surely, it's time for a new master. Inoki's eyes fixed on the distant line of Konoha's defense. 10,000 Konoha shinobi stood at the ready, each face touched with shame. Peace talks. How is that any different from groveling for survival? Inoki's face gleamed with smugness, his gaze greedy as he looked over Konoha's fertile land. Attack at once. Do not give Konoha a single moment to breathe. With a sweep of his arm, he gave the order. Countless shinobi launched themselves forward, rushing the battlefield like a relentless swarm of locusts. Regardless of elite fighters or sheer numbers, Konoha was no match for a Wagakure and Sunagakure in its current state. The shinobi of Konoha were filled with despair. In their eyes was the mournful cry of those facing certain death. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen Tsurutobi panicked, his face turning ashen and mottled. What? Inoki refuses the negotiation? He slumped into his chair, his complexion pale as a sheet. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. This meant that Konoha was truly finished. Against the might of a Wagakure and Sunagakure, there was nowhere left to retreat, no chance of turning the tide. A thunderous roar shook the world outside the window. Countless Konoha shinobi fought desperately, falling back step by step. They could not hold the defensive line, and the battle had already been dragged from the outskirts into the very heart of the village. Hurry, call for the Hokage. We're no match for them at all. Where's Lord Hokage? Will anyone come to save us? Is Konoha really finished? Countless Konoha shinobi formed a living wall, sacrificing themselves to hold the line. But despite their courage, There was not a glimmer of hope to be seen. In that instant, two furious voices cut through the chaos. Earth-style, ultra-added weight technique. Magnet release. Gold dust imperial funeral. Inoki the twin scales and Raza moved in unison, forming hand signs together. With a deafening crash, a towering golem of rock, over 10 meters tall, rose up from the earth. And amidst the ranks of Konoha's defenders, torrents of gold dust burst from the ground like a rolling tide, instantly ensnaring countless shinobi. Under this crushing assault, no one below the rank of Jonin stood a chance. In the blink of an eye, Konoha's forces were utterly suppressed. Casualties mounted in staggering numbers. Despair was etched across the faces of the surviving Konoha shinobi, and ordinary villagers, helpless and powerless, shrieked in terror as they scrambled to flee the onslaught. Yet, just then, the distant air was pierced by a chorus of heartrending cries for help. The screams stretched to the heavens. "Lord Suchikage, please save us, save us. It's a monster. A monster killed all the shinobi." A lone figure stumbled out, wild-eyed and twisted with fear, as if he had seen a demon himself. Behind him surged more than 1,000 Awagakure and Sunagakure shinobi, their faces drained of color, panic written in every line, pure terror in their eyes as they fled, desperate, knowing even a moment's delay could mean slaughter. A monster! Inside Konoha, there's a monster who controls trees. They howled, staring up, pleading with Inoki and Raza, eyes bloodshot with exhaustion and terror. They had run for tens of kilometers, only just now reaching Konoha, driven only by the hope of regrouping with the Tsuchikage and Kazekage. We were completely powerless. All dead. Everyone is dead. Against that monstrous vine, we didn't stand a chance. At last, we managed to escape. The surviving ninjas barely believed their luck. Their relief showed as their panic-racked expressions began to ease. But in the next second, a whistle sliced through the air. The ground rumbled and split apart. From the earth, countless vines erupted, hurling dirt and stones as they shot out at a terrifying speed. In a flash, the tendrils coiled around every last one of those 1,000 shinobi, dragging them fiercely back into the forest. What followed were screams of agony and despair. "Lord Suchikage, help me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm only 20 years old. Lord Kazekage, please save me." But Inoki and Raza had no chance to react. Their bodies were shattered and broken, their lives snuffed out like a candle in the wind. The pools of blood seeping from the tangle of vines left no doubt about their fate. Raza froze, his face turning ashen, his expression darkening with horror. "These are the 20,000 shinobi we left on the battlefield? Could it be only 1,000 or so made it back? All dead? Every single one dead? What in the world happened out there?" More than 1,000 ninja didn't even have the chance or the power to resist. Chunin or Jonin, all of them perished amid those vines. The village hidden in the sand isn't like the village hidden in stones. Its ninja are far fewer in number. They have only about 15,000 ninja in total. Every single one of them is the result of immense resources and training invested by the Sand Village. What in the world is this jutsu? How can it be so strange, so overwhelmingly powerful? Raza stared coldly at the thick, writhing vines. The bodies of the captured ninja are withering away at an alarming speed, as if all the life and energy inside them is being sucked out. All that remains is a desiccated corpse. It's horrifying beyond words. This technique, it's as if it was born just to sweep away crowds of weaker enemies. This is would release. Inoki of the two scales spoke, his tone grave, his face dark with horror. "Raza, you're still young. You've never seen power like this before. Would release possesses terrifying offensive power. It can drain an enemy's chakra, rendering them powerless to resist. Even the tailed beasts themselves have no defense when faced with wood release." He could never have imagined, not even in his worst nightmares, that Hyuga would wield wood release. Wood release, a legendary technique that once held an entire era in its grasp. And only 1,000 ninja made it here, meaning the remaining 19,000 had all been wiped out. Damn it, that fake rakeage tricked us. Inoki ground his teeth in anger, veins bulging as fury overtook him. He must have known that Hyuga could use wood release. Yet he never mentioned it, not even once. No wonder Hyuga could suppress two-tailed beasts at once. The power of wood release alone is enough to dominate them. Rasa, Blinstead, Froza. He was young. He'd never seen wood release with his own eyes, had no lasting memories. But even he had heard tales of its terrifying power. A low hum trembled through the air. Reality seemed to ripple and distort. And then, from midair, a figure appeared, radiating raw, wild dominance. Well, what a coincidence. Inoki of the two scales, Raza. You finished off those 20,000 ninja. Now it's your turn. Thunder exploded around him, crackling with uncontrollable violence, as if a god of lightning had descended from the heavens. And to the gathered leaf shinobi, he looked every inch the savior they had longed for. It's Lord Kyo. Lord Kyo has come to rescue us. 20,000 ninja? Does that mean the rock and sand villages sent 20,000 ninja, and Lord Kyo wiped them all out? Lord Kyo is the true hero, the one who protects us all. In that instant, an unstoppable wave of awe swept through the crowd. Tens of thousands revered him with all their hearts. Hyuga Kyo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened, nearly black with gloom. It's over. His own renown was now shattered. Hyuga Kyo had saved countless leaf ninja from the jaws of death, and now his fame eclipsed even what Minato Namikaze once enjoyed. What a frightening mind you have. Hyuga Kyo, you've played your hand flawlessly. Raza's face grew dark, his gaze shrouded in gloom. Even if that technique once left the four great shinobi villages powerless to resist, what of it? His eyes turned icy, a cold snort escaping his lips. The true strength has never lain in the jutsu itself, but in the shinobi behind it. Raza shot a sidelong glance at Inoki of the two scales. Could it be that such a kid is truly cowed by mere wood release? As Kaga-level warriors, each the shadow of their village, they bore their own pride. None could bring themselves to believe they were weaker than any other, not even before what was once hailed as the strongest technique in the shinobi world. Ha! The Kazekage speaks the truth. To me, wood release only seemed so formidable because, back then, I had not yet mastered dust release. Inoki of the two scales strode forward. His features radiated arrogance as he looked down, lofty and imposing, toward Hyuga Kyo in the distance. Before my dust release, no matter how powerful the jutsu, all will be obliterated. Dust release. It could shatter the enemy down to the most fundamental level, reducing all to nothing but drifting particles of dust. Before this power, everyone was but an ant. Not even dust release itself was exempt from that fate. He fixed his distant gaze on Hyuga Kyo. In the forest, you hold the home field with your wood release, but these woods cannot shelter you forever. Nearby, Raza's expression hardened, hands suddenly clasping into seals. Magnet release, sand gold burial. When facing enemies spread across such a wide area, sand gold burial was unbeatable, able, in a moment, to drown all foes beneath a tide of golden sand, flesh crushed beneath the weight, death coming in smothering agony. A deafening roar. As if the heavens and earth were breaking apart, the forest itself heaved and buckled. Countless trees were wrenched from the earth, collapsing in wild havoc as terror seized the faces of the leaf shinobi. The ground surged and rolled. The sand gold moved with a will of its own, clutching at their limbs, threatening to drag them down to the earth's deep embrace. So this is the fourth Kazekage's famed sand gold? It weighs so much more than normal sand. I can't move, it's too heavy. Help me. Lord Q, save me. I'm being pulled underground. Panic blanketed the faces of countless leaf shinobi. The Jonin, gifted with skill and strength, barely managed to slip away. But the Chunin and Genin, at this moment, they were utterly helpless. Not even a chance to struggle. Truly worthy of the fourth Kazekage, whose power subdued tailed beasts in the desert. Hyuga Kyo stepped forward, thunder cracking overhead. He didn't possess the power to command earth release, thus could not suppress the sand gold. But a simpler tool remained to him. Wrath of thunder. His icy shout split the air. In an instant, brooding thunderclouds rolled across the heavens, blanketing the city in darkness. Winds howled through the sky. Within the black clouds, the growl of thunder echoed and rumbled. What is this power? Raza was utterly shocked, his pupils contracting sharply as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. This is the might of heaven. It's the thunder of the natural world. Hyuga Kyo can actually wield such terrifying power. The thunder from nature itself, far more powerful than any lightning-style technique a ninja could produce. Even those at Kaga level wouldn't stand a chance against it. Among all lightning-style ninja, never has anyone been able to command the thunder of nature itself. It's simply unimaginable. Unconsciously, Raza took a step back. All the confidence that had been on his face vanished without a trace. But at that very moment, a torrential downpour crashed down from the sky. The weight bearing down on his gold sand multiplied several times over in an instant, making it utterly impossible to manipulate as freely as before. The movement of the sand became painfully slow, unable to inflict any real harm. He can command more than just lightning. He can even summon rain like this? A chill ran through his heart. Thunder from the highest heavens. Power to call the wind and summon rain. Terrifying wood-style techniques. What other formidable, frightening jutsu did Hyuga possess that they had yet to see? The self-assurance Raza once had was shattered in an instant, like a slap across the face. Near him, Inoki of the two scales wore a dark expression. Hyuga is even mightier than we imagined. We can't afford to underestimate him any longer, or it may be us who lose everything. His strength, he's truly at the absolute pinnacle of Kaga level. No wonder the Reikage lost to him. Just then, Hyuga let out a soft chuckle. Did you think you were the only ones allowed to attack? Fall! A deafening boom erupted. Terrifying bolts of lightning crashed down without warning. An endless tide of blue thunderbolts, like dragons made of pure lightning. Menacing, roaring, lighting up the sky above, as if tearing open the very fabric of space. In an instant, they plummeted into the armies of ninja from Awagakure and Sunagakure. This is bad, run. Raza's face went ashen, desperately trying to dodge. The lightning struck with unimaginable speed, faster than he could react. His control over the gold sand evaporated. The sand turned into lifeless clumps and tumbled to the ground. Though he and Inoki, both Kaga-level shinobi, emerged unscathed. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 ninja soldiers were left severely wounded. Heaven's fury, like an unstoppable calamity. Thousands of ninja perished instantly, not even given a moment to register what was coming. Hyuga, you're courting death. Raza's eyes burned red with rage. His entire body shook with fury. Before he could even taste the joys of victory, more than 6,000 of Sunagakure's shinobi had been wiped out. Slowly, the black clouds began to disperse, but the earth remained sodden and damp, rendering his gold sand useless, its power lost in the mire. Inoki, we have to take down Hyuga first. Otherwise, even if we do win, the cost in lives will be devastating. He finally understood one thing. If Hyuga lived, every last one of their soldiers would surely fall to his hand. I was thinking the same thing myself. Inoki, the wielder of the scales, gazed out with a piercing, icy glare. Leave him to me. My dust release can obliterate all things in this world. No matter how great his power, in the face of my dust release, he's nothing but an insect. He swiftly formed a series of hand signs with both hands. With a furious shout, he declared, Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Hyuga, my dust release is this ninja world's most powerful jutsu. In front of me, your wood release is utterly insignificant. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. 60 years ago, he'd lost to Uchiha Madara in defeat and disgrace. But now, to crush the wood release wielded by Hashirama Senju, Madara's equal, was proof of his own strength. Dust release is indeed powerful. Hyuga expression remained composed, a trace of mocking laughter glimmering in his gaze. But if it can't strike your enemy, how is it any different from a mere C-rank jutsu? Flames and clouds surged around him. He hovered in midair, effortlessly moving away from the massed forces of the Leaf Village. Bolts of lightning danced and sparkled all about him. Crackling arcs of electricity burst around him. A deep, vibrating hum resounded. The concentrated dust release shrank to a fine point. In a single instant, it shot toward Hyuga with terrifying speed, pulsing with destructive power, enough, it seemed, to annihilate everything. But in the very next moment, Hyuga was gone, a bolt of lightning himself. The dust release couldn't so much as touch a single strand of his hair. Damn it! Inoki's face darkened. He let his arms drop in frustration, crushed by a sense of helplessness. His speed is even more monstrous than the fourth Reikage. My dust release can't reach him at all. If I want to defeat him with dust release, I have to immobilize him first. Only then is there a chance. Cold sweat broke out on Inoki's brow. He found the situation growing ever more complicated and troublesome. His eyes hardened further. Perhaps it's time for them to take the stage. Raza's eyes flashed with anticipation. You're right. The only thing that might slow Hyuga down could very well be the tailed beasts. As the two spoke, two figures emerged. One was a rough, broad-shouldered man with flaming red hair. Like a living volcano, impatience etched into every feature, clearly not one for a gentle temper. The other was clad in crimson armor, his face masked, but his calm, gentle eyes shone through, betraying a kind and peaceful nature. They were none other than Rashi, Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, and Han, Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. So it's finally my turn, huh? Rashi snorted, arrogance blazing on his face. If you'd let me loose sooner, How could things have gone so badly? Even if the enemy wields supreme water release techniques, they're nothing compared to my lava. With the power of the Four Tails at my command, I'm the nemesis of all water release users. Once, water release was the direct counter to fire release. But Rashi's mastery of lava turned the tables, making water release users vulnerable before his might. With Hinata's side, the two strode forward step by step. A fiery crimson tail suddenly appeared behind him. Old Purple fixed his scornful gaze on Hugakyo. No matter how strong you may be, your fate is sealed. You will die. Half-tailed beast transformation? Raza froze for a moment, his face consumed by shock as he looked at Old Purple. He channeled the tailed beast chakra so easily. Could a beast already capable of transforming fully into a tailed beast? Right now, Sunagaker had no control whatsoever over the one tail. Every time they unleashed it, they risked the fearsome price of the beast running amok. Their Jinchuriki could contain the one tail, but he could never wield its power. At his age, trying to release the beast would mean paying with his life. An uproarious laugh burst from Inoki that twice waited, his expression brimming with pride. Old Purple has trained tirelessly, mastering his control over the Four Tails and perfecting their combined jutsu. So, achieving full-tailed beast transformation is well within his grasp. Gaining the Four Tails recognition, however, is no trivial feat. Both Old Purple and Han could use the tailed beast's power. They could even achieve partial beast transformation. But neither had won the tailed beast's full respect. Therefore, they couldn't unleash all its might. Even so, their strength was already formidable. And that's enough. If a Jinchuriki doesn't pose a threat to the village, instead, can even be a mighty force in battle, then they're already a great shinobi. Raza's eyes filled with envy. His gaze sharpened. Perhaps, he thought, he would need to find a Jinchuriki for the one tail who could completely master it in the future. One who is strong, resilient, able to withstand all tribulations. On the battlefield, lava style, scorching river flow technique. Old Purple roared fiercely. In an instant, countless jets of molten fireballs erupted outward. The searing heat scorched the air, sending up wisps of white steam. This terrifying volley was merely one of his most basic techniques. So, through sheer determination, he fused earth and fire styles and gained the lava release. Hugakyo narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. In fact, Old Purple's abilities were anything but weak. He was almost frighteningly powerful. Through relentless effort, he had perfected his synchronized jutsu with the Four Tails. By force of will, he finally took command of the beast's power. This was strength in its truest form. But it's still not enough to defeat me. A tremendous boom resounded. The massive Samahata war hammer materialized before him, bristling with vicious spikes. He seized the hilt and swung with explosive force. A single sweep sliced the fireballs to pieces, scattering them and extinguishing the flames, which crumbled away into charred clumps of earth. And in the very next instant, his form vanished from sight. He reappeared directly above Old Purple and brought the great war hammer down with brutal finality, not giving his opponent a moment to react. What incredible speed! Old Purple's face tensed. All around, everyone held their breath in anticipation. This was a clash between true titans. Lava, chakra mode. He barked, cold and resolute. In an instant, his entire body blazed with terrifying magma flames. The searing heat withered the grasses and flowers, scorching the earth black. Fierce and monstrous. Utterly terrifying. At the same time, he blocked the giant Samahata hammer in Hugakyo's hand. A piercing, ghastly screech rang out. Samahata howled in agony. The molten chakra mode's high-temperature lava inflicted injury in a heartbeat, heat so intense it seemed to devour all it touched. Unlike the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode, which only enhances speed and power, my lava release chakra mode, refined through countless iterations and combined with taijutsu, boasts tremendous attack and defense. Rashi's face glowed with self-satisfaction. A wide, delighted grin spread across his face. Even an A-rank jutsu can't breach my defenses. That's why, to others you, so mighty and powerful, are nothing more than a toothless tiger before me. He regarded Hugakyo with disdain, his gaze treating him as little more than a mere insect. No wonder the original story showed this stubborn old man at odds with Inoki. With such stubbornness, arrogance, and absolute disregard for others, getting along with him would indeed be a miracle. Hugakyo's face darkened, yet a savage smile twisted his lips. His thick brows radiated wildness and destruction. So, you think yourself mighty for this little lava release mode? You dare flaunt it? Hugakyo let out a cold laugh. Electricity crackled violently around him. Rashi nearly burst with fury. My lava release chakra mode possesses the strongest defense in the world. Not even the Reikage body, trained for years, can compare. Who do you think you are? And you think you can lecture me? When it came to ninjutsu, he was pride incarnate. But in the next instant, his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he'd laid eyes on something unfathomable. He stumbled back a step in spite of himself. Azure dragon scales erupted across Hyuga Kyo's body. He grew taller and broader before their very eyes. And above his brow, 2 towering dragon horns emerged. The wild aura about him became even more domineering, his fearsome presence surging outward in great waves. Countless ninjas around them shivered, knees buckling, as if they stood before a king towering above all. Dragon-human transformation arrives. With a casual flick, Hyuga Kyo sent blue dragon scales snaking down the blade of Samahata. Samahata's spikes quivered in uncontrollable excitement. You claim to possess the greatest defense. Hyuga Kyo now stood at an imposing height of nearly 2.5 meters, his frame mighty and broad. Muscles as hard as stone. In comparison, the 1.5-meter-tall Rashi looked like a dwarf. Hyuga Kyo gave another mocking laugh, lightning raging even more fiercely across his body. Who gave you such blind confidence? Without a moment's hesitation, he swung Samahata, and the very air seemed to tear and vibrate from the sheer force of the blow. A deafening sonic boom filled the air. Rashi shuddered. Terror flashed in his eyes. I can't withstand it. This strike is too terrifying. There's absolutely no way I can block this blow. I have to dodge it. No matter what, I must evade. Years of cultivation had forged within him an indomitable will. Yet at the very instant he witnessed this attack, it was as if he beheld a great azure dragon soaring above the heavens, the very embodiment of supremacy, utterly beyond his ability to resist. Beast transformation. With a furious roar, his entire body morphed at a frightening speed, growing, warping, swelling with raw power. In an instant, he had become a towering fire-red ape. For blazing crimson, tails unfurled behind him. The 4 tails clenched its fist and hurled it forward with all its might, aiming to meet that strike head-on. The 4 tails stood dozens of meters tall, against the 2-meter-3 frame of Hyuga Mirror. The difference was as vast as earth and sky. I absolutely will not lose. Rashi bellowed, veins bulging on his brow. A deafening crash exploded through the battlefield. A force of unimaginable ferocity collided in that moment. Overwhelming, crushing, unstoppable. Yet even as the massive, hulking 4 tails, he was completely obliterated in a single blow by Hyuga Mirror's gigantic sharkskin hammer, shattered as if swept away by a relentless storm. The 4 tails' chakra burst apart like fragile bubbles, scattering, collapsing. Not a hint of resistance remained. Rashi himself was hurled backward, blood gushing from grievous wounds. His chest crushed and caved in by that terrifying force. To the side, it looked as though he'd been flattened to the thickness of a sheet of paper. Mere ants, daring to shine their petty light before the brilliant full moon. Hovering high above, Hyuga Mirror gazed down coldly at the motionless Rashi below, his eyes full of supreme, implacable indifference, as if regarding nothing more than a bug underfoot. Everyone was struck dumb in that instant. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, felt his pupils contract sharply. His expression went blank, as if ice water had been poured through his soul. How is this possible? Rashi's strength is second only to mine. He stared at Hyuga Mirror, awed and disbelieving, as though beholding a god descending to earth. And why has he become like this? His whole body covered in blue scales, horns sprouting from his head. Could it be some terrifying Kekkei Genkai? But isn't he a member of the Hyuga clan? This scene utterly shattered his worldview. Rashi's power was second only to his own, ranked among the elite across the entire shinobi world. Even Inoki himself would struggle to defeat Rashi outright. And yet, such a formidable ninja hadn't even been able to put up the slightest resistance before Hyuga Mirror. The plan to use Rashi as a counterweight to Hyuga Mirror completely ruined. Across the battlefield, the ninja armies of Awagakure and Sunagakure stood in collective gloom, staring in disbelief, their morale utterly crushed. Meanwhile, the Konoha shinobi erupted, with soaring spirits. Lord Mirror, truly unstoppable. I thought he was finished facing that monstrous-tailed beast. Who could have guessed? The beast wasn't even close to Lord Mirror's equal. Thanks to Lord Mirror, we're alive. We owe our very lives to him now. Long live Lord Mirror. A joyful chorus thundered from the crowd. Their faces brimmed with fervor, as if they were worshipping the very god who protected them. standing against the allied forces of the Hidden Sand and Hidden Stone villages, facing not only two Kaga-level warriors but also two-tailed beasts. Hyuga Q had not faltered. Instead, he dominated the battlefield, sweeping his enemies before him like a force of nature. Such overwhelming power, such mastery. It stirred awe and devotion in every heart. Thanks for bringing me the four tails, my friend. Hyuga Q strode unhurriedly toward Rashi. Rashi's fate hung in the balance. He offered no further resistance. His strength was spent. You'll never get away with this. Inoki the Two Scales seethed with fury, his entire body trembling with rage. The Four Tails belongs to the Hidden Stone Village. No one has the right to take it away. I will never allow you to leave with the Four Tails. Even though there was discord between them, even though he and Rashi were at odds. The Four Tails was the Hidden Stone's power. In the blink of an eye, Inoki planted himself in front of Rashi, while Han, Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, stood guard by Inoki's side, his expression grim, with a white tail already unfurling behind him. Han, in terms of raw strength, you far surpass Rashi. The Five Tails excels at brute force attacks. Inoki kept his gaze fixed on Hyuga Q as he steadily drew closer, tension etched into every line of his face. So don't hold back. Hesitate no longer. Embrace your tailed beast transformation. Maybe, with that power, you can shatter Hyuga Q's assault. The Five Tails wielded no ninjutsu, only overwhelming might. Even the Reikage himself could not withstand such power. Perhaps, this was their only chance to defeat Hyuga Q. Cold sweat streamed down Inoki's forehead. How can a ninja like this even exist in the world? Such overwhelming strength and terror. As if he had no weaknesses at all. Physical strength, ninjutsu, taijutsu, perfected to the extreme. The pressure he exudes is suffocating. It feels as if I am facing the legendary Uchiha Madara himself. The silhouette of that towering figure loomed ever closer. Inoki's heartbeat pounded wildly in his chest. With every step Hyuga Q took, thunder cracked in the air. The earth itself trembled beneath his feet, as if the shockwaves were trampling across their very souls. Inoki roared. I will not let you take another step forward. Earth-style, steel bind technique. A colossal titan of stone, towering dozens of meters high, rose up and came together before Inoki, its surface glinting with a hard, steely sheen, as though it could withstand any attack in the world. I'll lend my strength as well. Raza barked out. The recent clash with Rashi had caused the misty moisture around them to evaporate, and the ground had once again turned dry and firm. Magnet-style, gold dust. With a deep hum, countless grains of gold sand rushed up to coat the stone giant, armoring it further until it became unbreakable, invincible. But Han frowned. Does this really matter? With Hyuga Q's strength, even a stone monster armored in gold would never stand against his onslaught. But he did not notice a thing. At this very moment, Raza and Inoki, the Tsuchikage, exchanged glances, their eyes veiled in secrecy, a strange light flickering deep within. Hinata Mirror gave a soft chuckle, unconcerned. Just a petty trick. He flicked his hand casually. Under the assault of Samahata, the rock monster was powerless to resist. It was crushed without a trace. But right now, it was the brief instant when old strength had faded and new strength had yet to rise. Just then, Raza let out a thunderous yell. Now, this is the moment. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Countless grains of golden sand surged from beneath Hinata Mirror's feet, wrapping him up tightly. In the blink of an eye, a span of more than 10 meters all around was engulfed in glittering gold. And at the very center, Hinata Mirror himself. The crushing weight was overwhelming. It felt as though the golden sand might utterly break him. So, all this sand was prepared beforehand. Hinata Mirror's brow furrowed. If it hadn't been set up in advance, there was no way the gold dust could have gathered with such speed. Ah, you're still too young after all. Raza sneered, sweat beading on his forehead. Hinata Mirror, your strength is remarkable. Even together, neither the Tsuchikage nor I would be your match. But your greatest flaw is your lack of experience. From the very beginning, my gold dust waited silently beneath your feet. All for this moment. Inoki's temples bulged with veins. His hands flashed through a rapid sequence of hand signs. This next strike is an enhanced version of the dust style, detachment of the primitive world technique. It's even more terrifying, wider, stronger. Whoever is caught by it will be obliterated in an instant, reduced to the atomic level. Dust style, Bundari annihilation technique. The air vibrated with an ominous hum. A blazing, pure white cube materialized in Inoki's palm and, in an instant, grew to massive proportions. A burning white cube, spanning 10 meters, sprang up around Hinata mirror and enveloped him completely. A devastating force exploded outward in a heartbeat. Inside the cube, the destructive dust style rampaged unchecked. The golden sand dissolved at a terrifying rate, vanishing into fine specks of dust, disappearing without a trace. Even the ground itself was wiped away. Within that dazzling white cube, nothing could survive. Only death and utter oblivion remained. "I am exhausted." Inoki gasped, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Yet he snorted derisively, looking down on the blazing cube with contempt. "Umph. Hinata mirror, you may be frighteningly gifted, but victory belongs to me in the end. In the world of shinobi, there's no shortage of geniuses, but only those who endure to the end can claim victory." Yet a flicker of fear, a hint of lingering dread, glimmered in Inoki's eyes. Had it not been for Raza's prepared gold dust restraining Hinata mirror, he might well have died by Hinata mirror's hand today. From his lofty perch, Inoki gazed down scornfully at all the Konoha ninja below. "Your fate is sealed," he declared, mocking. "Surrender, or die." The Konoha ninjas were stunned, their lips trembling, faces drained of all color. They simply could not believe what they were witnessing. How could this be? How could Lord Mirror, who possesses the power to suppress a tailed beast, be dead? It's impossible. Lord Mirror can't lose. This must be an illusion. Cries of desperate denial echoed through the crowd. They refused to accept the truth. Hyuga Mirror was Konoha's last hope, the final pillar to cling to. Should he fall, it would mean complete defeat for the village. Across from them, Hiruzen Sarutobi allowed himself a relieved smile. Only with Hyuga Mirror's death could his own disgrace be washed away. Such fools, he sneered. Inoki the Two Scales looked down his nose at them. Skepticism etched across his features. Hyuga Mirror died a long time ago. If he's still alive, I'll have my head cut off and let you use it as a football. There was no escape. Nothing could survive the dust release. But just then, a thunderclap split the air. From the heavens, an awe-inspiring figure streaked down like a bolt of lightning, bringing his heel crashing down onto Inoki's head. A calm, lofty voice rang out from above. "Oh, let you use it as a football? I'm afraid your head's not even worthy." From high above, Hyuga Mirror gazed coldly down at Inoki, one boot pressing his brow to the earth as if pinning down an ant. Ding! Mission complete. Checkpoint. On the head of Otsutsuki Inoki. Mission rewards. Flying Thunder God Technique, 50 million. In an instant, every secret of the Flying Thunder God Technique flooded into Hyuga Mirror's mind, as if he'd spent a lifetime mastering the jutsu, until perfect control became as natural as breathing. Such was the overwhelming might of the system. While others would toil for years to master such a skill, for Hyuga Mirror, completing the mission meant immediate, flawless command of the reward. "How are you still alive?" Inoki's pupils shrank to pinpricks, staring up in disbelief. "No one can survive my dust release. Not even Uchiha back in the day escaped unscathed. How are you completely unharmed?" His mind reeled, thunderstruck. Dust release was his most powerful weapon, the art he was most proud of. Dust release? It's nothing in my eyes. Hyuga Mirror's gaze was cool, contemptuous, as if observing insects from atop a mountain. Konoha's ninjas erupted in cheers, wild with excitement. "Lord Mirror is alive. We knew he wouldn't let us down. Kill him. Lord Mirror, finish him off." They gazed up at Hyuga Mirror with awe and feverish devotion. Out of utter despair, their savior had appeared, a god of thunder descending to rescue Konoha. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. For a moment, he seemed almost invisible, drowned out by the joy surrounding him. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Inoki of the Two Scales let out a thunderous roar, and in a flash, his head emerged from beneath Hyuga Kyo's foot. The next instant, he hovered midair, his long robe tattered and filthy, his whole figure a picture of disheveled defeat. He glared fiercely at Hyuga Kyo, his eyes brimming with both fury and disbelief. "My dust release can't possibly be this ineffective," he growled, as if desperate to uncover a flaw in Hyuga Kyo's defense. "You must have paid a steep price to walk away without a scratch. My dust release can obliterate anything." Inoki roared again, veins bulging furiously on his forehead. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. "No, stop." Raza's face paled. He tried to intervene. "Don't be reckless, Tsuchikage. Your chakra is already running low. If you force another technique, you'll burn through your reserves completely." But in this moment, Inoki was deaf to all words of warning. His eyes burned bloodshot, his expression unshakable. "My dust release is the ultimate jutsu. No one can withstand it." Off in the distance, Hyuga Kyo remained unmoved. A wild wind whipped his godly robes around him, making them snap and billow. His pale eyes were fathomless, calm as ever. A vibrating hum split the air. The dust release erupted toward him at light speed. But Hyuga Kyo didn't flinch or evade. He rushed straight at Inoki, heading into the heart of the attack, almost as if he were chasing his own demise. Is he not afraid of death? Inoki panted, nearly drained of chakra, but convinced that if he killed Hyuga Kyo, it would all be worth the cost. In the next heartbeat, his eyes went wide with shock. Within his sight, Hyuga Kyo's imposing figure passed through the cascade of dust release, just like they existed in two separate dimensions, never truly meeting. As they crossed paths, the dust release tore violently into the ground behind Hyuga Kyo, unleashing devastation, but not so much as grazing him. Spacetime ninjutsu. Inoki shrieked. You've mastered spacetime techniques. That's why you were unharmed. Spacetime ninjutsu. The most challenging jutsu in all the ninja world. Only true prodigies ever unlocked its secrets. In history, only two ninja had been known to command spacetime techniques. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Both were peerless Kage-level legends. And now a third had appeared. Too late for regrets. Now perish, shouted Hyuga Kyo. In his hands, the great Samahata hammer crackled with terrifying lightning as he brought it crashing down. I am Inoki of the two scales. How could I die at the hands of some insolent whelp like you? Inoki roared, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, blood vessels knotting around his gaze. Earth release, super-weighted boulder jutsu. With a thunderous boom, his arms instantly encased themselves in dense, jagged stone, growing monstrously thick. The weight and hardness were so immense, even Inoki struggled under their burden. I will not be defeated. Inoki of the twin scales let out a thunderous roar. He hurled his fist forward, insect-like resistance. Hayashi Hyuga's expression stayed calm and unbothered. There was a tremendous crash. His Samahata collided with Inoki's stone-clad arm, and in the very next instant, the rock splintered to pieces, crumbling inch by inch. At that same moment, Inoki's arm broke as well, bones snapping and flesh tearing open. Af! Inoki howled in agony. Yet even so, Hayashi's mighty hammer, the Samahata, could not be stopped as it came crashing down. Once, twice, thrice. With a final, bone-shattering blow, he was reduced to a mangled mess. All life vanished from him. Every ninja from Iwagakure stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. They stared at Inoki's body, their entire beings trembling. Lord Tsuchikage was an elite master of dust release. How could someone like him possibly fall in battle? Lord Tsuchikage is dead. What are we supposed to do now? We never should have attacked Konoha from the very beginning. Despair washed over the Iwagakure shinobi. If even the strongest among them, revered Tsuchikage, perished at their opponent's hands, what hope did they have left to resist? Even Raza was utterly dumbstruck. He simply couldn't process what had happened. Not long ago, he himself had fought Inoki, and before the terror of those dust release techniques, all his own ninjutsu felt like worthless scraps. But now, Inoki had died at the hands of Hayashi Hyuga. It was inconceivable. The Konoha ninjas, meanwhile, were practically bursting with excitement. The whole crowd erupted. Incredible! So this is Lord Hayashi's true power. Even Inoki, the greatest in the shinobi world, was no match for him. Long live Lord Hayashi. Lord Hayashi must be the fifth Hokage. With him as our Hokage, no one could ever threaten Konoha again. Fifth Hokage. Fifth Hokage. 1,000 voices shouted, surging like a tidal wave. Their cheers soared up to the heavens. Their cries lingered in the sky. At that moment, Hayashi Hyuga stood among them like a deity, worshipped by all. I'm the true Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was black with fury. He had never imagined that this war, instead of destroying Hayashi Hyuga, would only raise him up to heights of fame and honor never seen before, even more formidable than those once held by Minato Namikaze or the White Fang of Konoha. I will never allow this to happen. His face grew ice-cold, his gaze dark and calculating as he fixed his eyes on Hayashi's figure, unwilling to look away for an instant. Elsewhere, sweat poured down Raza's brow as he shouted anxiously. With its Tsuchikage gone, as the last Kage standing, all Iwagakure shinobi will now heed my command. Don't you want to avenge your Tsuchikage? Kill Hayashi Hyuga, and take Konoha once and for all. That is what you should do now. A chill ran down Raza's spine as the sweat on his back turned icy cold. When the Tsuchikage fell, the scales of victory already began to tilt into uncertainty. Hyuga Kyo's unfathomable strength clouded the entire battlefield in impenetrable fog, making it impossible for anyone to grasp control of the situation anymore. The shinobi from Iwagakure gradually regained their composure and fixed their intense gaze on Hyugakyo. That's right. Follow Kazekage-sama's orders. We must seize Konoha. We must avenge Tsuchikage-sama. We absolutely cannot let that man go. The Iwagakure shinobi roared in unison, their eyes brimming with hatred and fury. In that moment, the shinobi of Sunagakure and Iwagakure surged forward together in attack. No fewer than 25,000 shinobi swept towards the Konoha forces with the ferocity of a locust swarm, overwhelming and unstoppable. And Konoha's own 10,000 shinobi stood outnumbered in the face of this surging tide of 25,000 enemies. So what if the Tsuchikage died at your hand? Raza gradually steadied himself, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The combined forces of Iwagakure and Sunagakure far outnumber yours. There's no way Konoha can withstand us. Konoha will inevitably fall. Magnet release. Golden sand burial. He formed hand seals at blinding speed, crouched low, and slammed his palms onto the ground, unleashing his mightiest magnet release. A low hum resonated as the earth trembled. Countless streams of golden sand erupted forth, swiftly shaping themselves into a great sack, intent on trapping and engulfing a portion of Konoha's shinobi. He abandoned wide-scale attacks, choosing instead to completely annihilate a select group of defenders, seeking to widen their overwhelming advantage. The sky was darkened, the sunlight blotted out. If this vast mass of golden sand fell, at least 1,000 Konoha shinobi would surely perish. So, this is the true power of a Kaga-level shinobi. We can't escape. There's nowhere to run. Surrounded by the Kazekage sand, there's only death for us. The Konoha shinobi caught in the trap were shrouded in despair. Against this swift and crushing tide of golden sand, even their most desperate jutsu could do nothing. It remained utterly unscathed, immovable. Foolishness. Hyugakyo let out a cold, dismissive laugh, then swept his hand with commanding authority. In an instant, heavy clouds rolled in overhead. A moment later, the sky boomed with thunder, and a fierce gale brought down a sudden torrent of rain. Amid rolling thunder, the downpour crashed down relentlessly. In the next heartbeat, the mass of golden sand was scattered, its power utterly broken and diffused, returning to nothing more than ordinary sand. Golden sand is indeed stronger than ordinary sand, but in the end, it is still sand. And the natural weakness of sand is a mighty water release. The torrential rain blurred everyone's vision. Even Raza was forced to blink rapidly, struggling to maintain his focus. Yet through that haze, Hyugakyo's gaze remained calm and unblinking. He seemed to look down on all this chaos as one might observe ants, wholly unmoved. And now, wood release. Advent of a world of blossoming trees. Hyugakyo clapped his hands together with blazing speed. Thunder crackled across the heavens in a deafening outburst, and from the trembling earth a host of towering trees and twisting vines erupted in a surging tide, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. It wasn't just vines. It felt more like one towering mountain after another rising from the earth. And the shinobi caught amid these mountains were like ants crawling upon their vast slopes. With the torrential downpour, the trees and vines surged forward at an even more terrifying speed. Then, enormous blossoms began to unfurl atop the vines, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance as they released their pollen. The vision of countless Suna and Iwa shinobi blurred before their eyes. Their limbs grew weak and powerless. These pollen clouds are poisonous. I can't muster any chakra at all. So this is the true strength of our enemy? There's no way we can withstand this. Countless shinobi struggled desperately to resist. Some even bit through their own tongues in a last-ditch effort. But the world only grew hazier before their eyes. One after another, they toppled to the ground, only to be ensnared and bound by the vines, and hung aloft like puppets. It was an awe-inspiring sight, utterly astonishing. The Konoha shinobi could only stare in shock. Frozen in place. No way. Is this really wood release? Lord Mirror has mastered wood release, a jutsu that only the first Hokage was said to possess. This isn't just wood release. It's like summoning living mountains. Against such overwhelming power, the only outcomes are surrender or death. Fifth Hokage. With such a terrifying force at their side, even the combined might of the 4 great ninja villages was no match for Konoha. Every Konoha ninja was feverish with excitement, their voices rising in a mighty, unified roar. It thundered in their ears, echoed to the very heavens. Now then, it's your turn. How do you wish to die? The shouts crashed like thunder. Hyuga Q stood calmly, his gaze settling on Raza. With a casual flick of his hand, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. Countless vines shot toward Raza with unstoppable force, enveloping him from every direction. It's over. Raza was dumbstruck, despair filling his eyes. His sand release could no longer unleash its true power. He managed to sever a single vine. But in the next instant, even more vines surged in, endless and unrelenting. It was the very abyss of despair. No hope of escape. Lightning release. Heavy current blast. Suddenly, a furious roar split the air. From afar, a streak of lightning blasted across the battlefield, splitting the sky with a resounding crack, ripping through clouds and shattering countless vines in its path. And with one sudden surge, Raza, trapped in a deadly snare, was snatched from the jaws of doom. The lightning pierced through the vines and shot toward the heavens. "You're the fourth Reikage?" Raza's face filled with shock as he stared at the burly, imposing figure before him. "Thanks to you. If not for your intervention, I would have died here today." Though he barely survived, his heart was even more shaken. The Reikage's speed and strength surpassed his own by far, and yet even he had fallen to Hyuga Q's power. Now, he couldn't help but wonder what sort of courage had possessed him in the first place. Dare to face Hyuga Kyo alone? "We are allies. The only reason I'm saving you is so we can defeat Hyuga Kyo together." A glint like lightning flashed in the Reikage's eyes. His whole body crackled with thunderous energy. In just a few short days, lurking at the edge of life and death, Reikage's strength had soared. He now rivaled the legendary Third Reikage at his peak. But the price had been heavy. His own brother had lost his life. The hidden cloud village lay defeated, battered, and broken. What about that old man Inoki? Without him, defeating Hyuga Kyo would be nearly impossible. He's already far surpassed the strength of a Kaga-level shinobi. Reikage's voice was heavy and low. Even with his newfound power, he couldn't claim he'd be able to overcome Hyuga Kyo. Only by gathering the strength of all three of us do we stand any chance against him. The Tsuchikage is dead. What? The color drained from Reikage's face. Thunder crashed and split the sky above. For a moment, the heavens blazed with fits of lightning. Behind him stood over 10,000 Cloud Village shinobi. Yet at this terrible moment, all courage deserted him. There was no relief, no excitement. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured straight over his head. Even Inoki the Two Scales, that stubborn old man, died at Hyuga Kyo's hands? That's impossible. He alone had mastered Dust Release, a bloodline ability said to surpass all others. Reikage's eyes bore fiercely into Raza, as though the Sand Kage was his last hope and lifeline. Raza's expression was nearly ashen. With great difficulty, he forced out the words, "Hyuga Kyo has mastered space-time ninjutsu." It's almost as if he can shift at will between illusion and reality. That's why Inoki's Dust Release couldn't hurt him at all. In the end, Hyuga Kyo struck him down with thunderous power. Just the memory sent a chill through him. Hyuga Kyo had obliterated Inoki in a single, unstoppable strike. Even now, reliving that moment, terror crept down his spine. Had it been him, he wouldn't have stood a chance either. Raza's face was tight with dread. Hyuga Kyo's techniques seem endless. Even my own sand release, against his overwhelming water release, was made completely useless. I couldn't bring out even a fraction of my power. The true terror of Hyuga Kyo was not simply his strength. It was his arsenal of unpredictable, unfathomable techniques. He always had another trump card. Always had some way to dash all hope. It was like staring into an abyss. No one could tell what monsters lurked within, or how deep the darkness truly ran. Damn it! Reikage clenched his jaw till his teeth creaked audibly. His gaze fixed on Hyuga Kyo, now a distant figure, but fear twisted deep within his heart. Even if we unite the full might of 3 great shinobi villages, will it still not be enough to defeat Hyuga Kyo? Konoha aside, the truth is Hyuga Kyo by himself is what truly terrifies us. A wave of helplessness washed through him. It was Hyuga Kyo. He was the one who brought him to the brink of despair, made him feel that no matter how hard he struggled, he could never surpass this man. Hyuga Kyo loomed before him, as insurmountable as a mountain touching the very heavens. Withdraw immediately. We cannot afford even one more loss. The Reikage made his decision in an instant. His face turned grim, and his entire body suddenly erupted in a cascade of lightning. Order all shinobi to retreat immediately. If we continue fighting, the only outcome is death. Right now, the Konoha shinobi haven't suffered a single casualty. Combined with that terrifying power of Hyuga Kyo, our only possible fate is annihilation. Raza hesitated for a moment. Watching the thunder crackling around Arakage, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning to do?" Someone has to put Hyuga Q's strength to the test. I can't defeat him, but if I want to escape, it won't be easy for him to catch me either. The Raikage's voice was low and resolute. Someone had to stand in Hyuga Q's way. Otherwise, even more lives would be lost. He wasn't helping Raza out of goodwill. If they wanted to bring down Hyuga Q, Raza had to survive. I understand. Raza turned and shouted in a commanding voice, "All shinobi of Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure, retreat at once." The shinobi of the three villages looked frustrated, even with the combined strength of their villages. In the presence of Hyuga Q, they were like insects before a deity, utterly powerless. Resistance was futile. It would only lead to ruin. "So, you've chosen to stay behind and test my strength." Hyuga Q gazed at the Raikage, a slight smile on his lips. "Such courage. But before true power, your abilities are hardly different from an insect's." His tone was calm and matter-of-fact, as if simply stating the obvious. The Raikage gritted his teeth, his eyes burning red as wild lightning raged around him. "Hyuga Q, as the Raikage, surrender will never be an option for me. One day, mark my words, I will cut you down. If there's anyone in the entire shinobi world who can kill you, it'll be me, the Raikage." His eyes were crimson with resolve. His aura soared sky-high. A roar of thunder exploded all over his body, arcs of lightning crackling savagely in the pouring rain, making him look from afar like a raging tempest all by himself. Then he burst forward with blinding speed, breaking the sound barrier with a deafening boom, the shock wave rattling the battlefield. Countless Konoha shinobi in his path were either gravely injured or left lifeless in his wake. Desperate cries of agony filled the air. The Raikage wasn't deliberately attacking them. It was simply that the lightning shrouding his body had reached an unimaginably fearsome intensity. Hell stab, one-fingered thrust. A menacing hum filled the air. The Raikage's terrifying lightning fused, not just stimulating every cell in his body, but coalescing entirely at the tip of his middle finger. That single finger bore a staggering burden, the energy nearly solidifying into something tangible. With grave determination in his eyes, the fourth Raikage declared, "This is said to be the strongest spear, an attack even the Eight Tails cannot withstand. To defeat you, I master my father's greatest taijutsu technique. I may not be able to take you down now, but you will know Kumogakure will not be disgraced." With another thunderous crash, his speed soared higher, a bolt of lightning darting across the battlefield, arcs of electricity ripping through the air in his wake. "Ah, well done. I truly admire you." For a moment, Hinata Kyo was taken aback, but then he burst into hearty laughter, his every movement brimming with heroic spirit. A wild, untamed vigor surged from him. Layers of azure dragon scales shimmered across his body, and in the blink of an eye, armament haki gathered fiercely on both his hands. He had transformed, half dragon, half man. A mastery of armament haki. This was now Hinata Kyo's ultimate form. In just one short month, you've cultivated your middle finger to such strength. I acknowledge you, Raikage. You are worthy of the name, Raikage. Hinata Kyo's voice cracked through the air, thunderous as a summer storm. Clouds churned across the heavens, thunder answering his call with a chorus of resounding peals. "You have earned the right to witness my mightiest strike. As you are now, you stand on par with the third Raikage himself. Should you survive this, your power will rise yet again. You could become the strongest Raikage in history." Hinata Kyo's gaze brimmed with genuine appreciation. For the first time, he felt a true kinship for such raw talent, truly deserving of the Raikage title. Such charisma commands respect. "This time, if you survive, I'll grant your hidden cloud village 10 years of untroubled peace." Whether or not the Raikage needed 10 years of tranquility, this was Hinata Kyo's recognition of his worth. Lightning rumbled in his voice. The heavens themselves echoed back with a cacophony of thunder. Thunder fire 8 trigrams. A deafening roar. He discarded the Samahata blade, as waves of black dragon scales wrapped around his right arm. Lightning and flames spiraled fiercely together. The two had long cast aside thoughts of life and death. No pretense, no tricks, only pure, overwhelming force colliding as they launched themselves straight at each other. A clash that split the sky. A pointed finger and a clenched fist smashed together. Terrifying energy exploded outward from their clash, blasting a shockwave so powerful it flung countless leaf shinobi to the wind with nothing but the force of chakra alone. Far above, in a vault of the sky, thunder crashed in endless waves. Clouds tumbled, the darkness pressing down on the land. like the end of the world itself.